Crack! Booming thunder. The sound of thunder approached from afar, as shadows flitted among the towering bushes in the forest. The lightning illuminated the darkened faces of the figures, allowing them to be seen more clearly. Captain, the thundercloud is coming traveling at night, is too perilous. We should find a place to set up camp. There's still quite a distance to the village. Safety comes first. That a long scar ran across half of the speaker's face, starting from the corner of his eye and extending down to his chin, making his features appear even more menacing as he spoke. All right, you go set the traps, we will rest for the night. The leader seemed to acquiesce to his companion's suggestion, leaping onto a massive branch and gesturing for the entire team to halt. Turning to face his companion, the metal forehead protector on his head glinted in the light, and he surveyed the surroundings with his pale eyes, breathing a sigh of relief once. He confirmed there was no immediate danger. All right, whoosh. The Scar Man responded and swiftly vanished. Shortly after his departure, several figures emerged from the forest and gathered around the pale-eyed man. This was an expanded ninja team, comprised entirely of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, led by a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. This mission was of utmost importance to the Leaf Village, as the Third Hokage had dispatched 2 elite squads of 4 to carry it out, the leader being Hyuga Daiki from the Hyuga family. While the wail of a child shattered the tranquil night, causing the relaxed group to tense up instantly, adopting combat stances. Apologies. It's my little brother waking up. The speaker was a girl of around 7 or 8, clad in a tattered long-sleeved shirt with several holes revealing her fair skin. Her long red hair partially obscured her cheeks, and the swirling symbol on the back of her shirt marked her identity. Kurama, be good, Dawn. Cried. The girl smiled affectionately at the infant in her arms, gently rocking him in an attempt to lull him back to sleep. Yet, her smile was tinged with bitterness, serving only to amplify the child's cries. Turns out being struck by lightning isn't painful at all. Surprisingly, it even feels somewhat pleasant. When Kurama Naruto opened his eyes, he realized he was not lying on a hospital bed. Logically, someone struck by lightning should be rushed to the hospital immediately, that he couldn't fathom why. He had such misfortune, being struck while on his way to work a scenario that seemed only plausible in the tales of third-rate web novelists. As he shouted upon realizing he was not in a hospital, he noticed that his voice sounded strangely different. Kurama, be good. Don't cry. A slightly chubby, doll-like face obscured his view, and as the girl softly reassured him, he felt his bed begin to sway. Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Naruto's cries transformed into the wails of an infant, piercing through the night sky. Just as he cried out again, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed moments later by a rumbling roll of thunder. As he swayed, Naruto felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy, despite feeling wide awake and mentally clear. He once again shut his eyes, desperately wanting to cry out, but unable to produce any sound. Sleep paralysis? What was that face just now? It didn't look like a nurse. Forced to keep his eyes closed, he was enveloped in darkness. As he contemplated the recent events and his predicament, a beam of light dispelled the darkness, revealing a bright white expanse. In an instant, the outline of an infant formed in his mind, and blue lines began to appear on the baby's body. These lines emerged. Naruto felt he was gaining control over this body, a tingling sensation coursing through him. This feeling was similar to being struck by lightning, quite pleasant. Though he could not yet open his eyes, his other senses, touch, smell, hearing, returned. He could clearly hear the conversations happening around him. Captain, the traps are set. The scarred man returned to the group, by the time he arrived. Only Kurama Kushina and the leading jonin of the Hyuga clan remained, along with the infant in Kushina's arms. Naruto. Good, you keep watch. Hyuga Daiki nodded and gestured. He had been tasked to travel to the land of whirlpools, specifically to the village of Uzushio, with the goal of bringing back a suitable heir for the Nine Tails from the Uzumaki clan. The village had indeed cooperated, allowing him to take 2 individuals, and he had already assessed the older girl with his Byakugan was quite suitable. As for the younger one, he was merely an additional companion, but he was taken along as well. Kushina, is it all right if I call you that? Hyuga Daiki spoke gently, being considerate of the girl's feelings. Kushina tightened her grip on the child, as if afraid someone might snatch him away. This child's name is Naruto, is it? I heard you call him that earlier. Is he your brother? Leaning against a tree trunk, Daiki spoke casually. Yes, he did. The sound of raindrops began to patter in the forest, falling from the leaves and hitting the ground. At this moment, their makeshift shelter was a half-circular structure formed from earth techniques, effectively shielding them from the rain. He is Kurama Naruto, my brother. Your biological brother. Kushina now possessed a strong sense of self-preservation, harboring deep wariness towards anyone, even though the person before her was a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, a longtime ally of Yuzushiyo. Kurama Naruto? He must be referring to me. Fortunately, I've watched enough movies otherwise, I wouldn't even understand what others were saying. As for why I can learn languages from movies while you cannot, it's mainly because I watch narrative-driven ones, without skipping ahead. Kushina. Why does that name sound so familiar? Red hair, whirlpool. Kurama Naruto had begun to piece together his current identity. The outline of the infant in his mind grew clearer, and it seemed something was beginning to flow within the blue veins on the baby's body, specks of white light appearing and moving along with the flow of this substance. Goodness, it's true. I'm a Hokage. I have parents. Even though I'm single, I have a car and a house, and my family is about to undergo redevelopment. I work as a high-paying sign language teacher. Why did I have to become the Hokage? I don't want this. Kushina cradled the infant in her arms, using her clothing to form a protective circle around him, as if to shield Naruto from all the wind. The wind carried rainwater, rustling the leaves in the forest, without the moonlight illuminating the primitive forest. It was pitch black, an oppressive environment where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Crouched within the earthen fortress, the girl had recently undergone a tremendous upheaval. Her only solace now remained in the child she held close. Uncle Daiki, how long until we reach the Leaf Village? Kushina asked into the darkness. With our pace, we should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. If I carry the child, we could reach by morning. From the depths of darkness emerged the voice of Hinata Daiki. Although the two individuals were merely a meter apart, Kushina's eyesight was utterly incapable of perceiving the other in such an environment. This afternoon, Kushina instinctively averted the option of allowing the other to embrace her younger brother. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more as the tranquility of night returned. The following morning, the newly risen sun was shrouded by thick clouds, and the darkness had not yet fully retreated. With a portion of the sky still adorned with twinkling stars, Uzumaki Naruto was roused from his slumber by a sudden jolt, struggling to open his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. His cries transformed into whimpers, catching the attention of both Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Daiki, who were in motion. Easy now, little one. Kushina gently reassured him. Due to Naruto's struggles, she had to slow her pace and delicately lifted the veil that had been covering his eyes, allowing a sudden burst of light to flood in. A child of merely a few weeks should not be exposed to such bright light. Young Kushina was aware of this and had taken care to shield his eyes with a thin cloth while he slept to block out the sunlight. Naruto's wails compelled the Leaf's elite shinobi team to halt, as the sound of a child can easily attract unwanted attention. Hyuga Daiki, with veins bulging around his eyes, scanned the surroundings before giving a subtle nod to his comrades hidden in the shadows. He then approached Kushina with a relaxed demeanor, bending down to gaze at Naruto. Once the veil was removed from his eyes, Naruto ceased his crying, fixating his gaze upon Kushina before turning to look at Daiki, who was using his Byakugan. The infant's vocal cords were underdeveloped, rendering his sounds akin to mere noise to others' ears. No one could truly comprehend Naruto's feelings at this moment. Having unexpectedly perished and found himself in the world of Hokage was bewildering enough. Yet, being in this world and clinging to the leg of Uzumaki Naruto seemed like a pathway to a prosperous life. Perhaps he would even indulge in hamburgers and fizzy drinks while utilizing a laptop. However, he had inexplicably landed in this era. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the time, the sight of Uzumaki Kushina indicated that his life was likely to be fraught with challenges. After all, Kushina's life had been rather tumultuous, having met her end alongside the Fourth Hokage after only a few years of relative peace. As Kushina's brother, it seemed his own life would also be far from smooth. Upon awakening, Naruto felt a palpable hunger emanating from his belly, compelling him to cry out involuntarily. Oh, easy now. Kushina, initially prepared to journey with her team, found herself at a loss in the face of Naruto's sudden outburst. She gently rocked her arms. attempting to create a soothing environment for her brother's slumber, though her efforts proved insufficient against the child's hunger. Could he be hungry? Hokage, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a teenage child of his own, understood much more about childcare than the inexperienced Kushina. Is it hunger? Kushina placed her finger near Naruto's mouth, eager to ascertain whether her brother was indeed in need of nourishment. Hungry children instinctively suckle, a natural instinct that transcends age. Naruto Uzumaki gazed intently at the cherubic face of Kushina Uzumaki, and in that fleeting moment, the pangs of hunger seemed to dissipate, his cries abruptly silenced. It appeared he was no longer hungry. A smile graced Kushina's lips, but scarcely had her words faded when the infant began to wail once more. It seemed he was indeed hungry. Perhaps some rice porridge could be prepared. Hinata Daiki signaled, and the accompanying ninjas dispersed into the shadows, assuming their guard positions. The early morning expedition, having barely commenced, was forced to come to a halt once again. Although igniting a fire in such darkness heightened the risk of exposure, the team had reached a juncture where they could not proceed any further. Traveling with a screaming infant only exacerbated the peril. So calming the child before continuing was the wisest course of action. Before long, Hinata Daiki had kindled a campfire, encircled by earthen walls constructed with earth-style jutsu to contain the light. The provisions carried by the leaf ninjas did not include rice. All they had were rough biscuits. However, with the addition of water and heat, these biscuits could be transformed into a porridge-like sustenance. Hinata Daiki placed a whole biscuit into the pot, ensuring that any leftovers could serve as reserves for the child. After cooling the mixture with her breath, Kushina fed the somewhat cooled porridge to Naruto, who soon felt the warmth of the nourishing food seep into his body. Naruto squinted slightly, as visions of his own form flickered in his mind, and the blue chakra coursing through him began to flow more rapidly, subtly swelling in strength. Infants possess limited stamina, and after a few unconscious bites of the porridge, Naruto could no longer keep his eyelids open and succumb to slumber. Though his body lay in peaceful sleep, his consciousness remained acutely alert, ensnared in a state reminiscent of sleep paralysis. The meridians in his mind became vividly clear, and the flowing chakra danced with faint arcs of electricity, inadvertently stimulating the child's body. Surely, they were on the path to the Hidden Leaf Village. Considering Kushina's age, it seemed she had not yet been sealed with the Nine Tails. Was this the moment she had just arrived in the leaf? Though his body lay immobile, his awareness was strikingly lucid, a sensation that would be disconcerting for anyone. Bored, Naruto Uzumaki resorted to employing the intellect he had not tapped into since his college entrance examinations to analyze his current predicament. Am I dead? Have I been transported into a cliché alternate reality? What are my parents? They must be heartbroken. Here I am, a well-paid sign language teacher, and suddenly I find myself in this enigmatic place, where today fades into tomorrow. Awakening to the painful realization, Naruto was engulfed in sorrow. The brief clarity of yesterday had not afforded him the luxury of contemplation, but upon waking today, his thoughts spiraled into despair. Just as he wallowed in his grief, a tremendous explosion echoed from the distance, the violent sound causing his eardrums to throb. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations of explosive tags jolted Kushina, who instinctively tightened her grip around Naruto, her body tensing in response. Whoosh! 3 figures emerged from the forest almost simultaneously. Hinata Daiki, who had been seated, sprang to his feet the moment the explosion reverberated through the air, joining the 3 newcomers to encircle Uzumaki Kushina and the child cradled in her arms. Captain, we are under attack. The assailants are masked and their identities are unknown. The others are engaged in battle. You must evacuate the 2 members of the Uzumaki clan. A middle-aged ninja reported swiftly, his grip on the kunai tightening. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the fear of sudden ambush weighed heavily on him. As it does on all ninjas, an attack signifies uncertainty, and the most terrifying aspect of warfare is indeed the unknown. In the realm of ninjas, information dictates life and death. Ignorance heralds immense peril. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air pierced the tension. Be careful. Just as Hinata Daiki attempted to speak, his Byakugan revealed 7 or 8 figures swiftly approaching. Even before they arrived, shurikens rained down from all directions. Earth-style? Earth River Wall. The incoming kunai were halted by a swiftly rising earthen barrier. Stealing his resolve, Hinata Daiki hurriedly lifted Kushina and made his escape. casting a poignant glance at his comrades, his eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance before hastening away. The enemy's rapid breach of their defenses and the singular explosive noise indicated that their strength and numbers far exceeded those of his team. By leaving, he was acutely aware that his brothers left behind faced dire consequences. After all, the companions on this mission were all Jonin and Chunin, lacking any genin from Konoha. It is well known that the higher the rank among Konoha ninjas, the greater their prowess. The other 3 Konoha ninjas remained in place, their gazes resolute. Utilizing the capabilities of his Byakugan, Hinata Daiki found the most accessible escape route. Shortly after he departed with the Uzumaki siblings, a thunderous explosion erupted at their previous location. Although Hinata Daiki, endowed with the Byakugan, could perceive the chaos unfolding behind him, he remained silent as he navigated through the dense woods of the Land of Fire with the Uzumaki siblings. Even while carrying the 2 siblings, Hinata Daiki moved with remarkable speed, his feet cloaked in chakra, ensuring he left no trace as he leaped from one branch to another. Uzumaki Naruto, though his eyes remained shut, felt his heart race at the sound of explosions reverberating around him. Those born in times of peace, barring a few exceptional professions, seldom encounter such devastation. A normal person's instinctive reaction to an explosion is, of course, fear. Though he could not open his eyes to witness the unfolding events, he overheard the conversation between Hinata Daiki and his comrades. It seemed their convoy headed toward Konoha had encountered enemy forces. After all, in the early years of the Hokage, warfare was a common occurrence. An assault on a convoy transporting a future Jinchuriki was merely a trifling disturbance in the grand scheme of things. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air resonated clearly in Uzumaki Naruto's ears at that moment. Soon, the clang of metal against metal echoed, signifying a fierce clash. Suddenly, vivid images of the surrounding environment and figures surfaced in Naruto's mind. What is this? Within a 5-meter radius, he envisioned the scene. Hinata Hayashi, protectively holding Uzumaki Kushina, appeared in his thoughts, their figures only discernible as vague silhouettes, their faces obscured. Unlike his own body, he could not perceive any chakra pathways on them. As Naruto marveled at the images unfolding in his mind, Hinata Hayashi had already set down Kushina and engaged in combat with the approaching ninja. To safeguard the Uzumaki siblings, Hinata ensured that he did not venture more than 3 meters away from them during the skirmish. Who are you? After repelling one adversary with a powerful strike, Hinata positioned himself protectively in front of the Uzumaki siblings, warily regarding the 4 masked foes before him. The brief encounter had left him unable to ascertain which ninja village these assailants hailed from, and despite having activated his Byakugan, he found no identifiable markers on them. It was possible that their identifying symbols were encoded, eluding his detection. One of the 4 adversaries appeared poised to speak, but the leader swiftly interrupted with a gesture. They were on a clandestine mission, and any action that might reveal their identities was strictly forbidden. Kushina, take your brother and flee swiftly. I have confirmed that there are no enemies within 2,000 meters, aside from the 3 before us. I will hold them off. You must escape. Be careful not to head towards Konoha, Hinata instructed, handing a shuriken to Uzumaki Kushina. Throughout this exchange, the enemies remained inactive. Believing that once they eliminated the last line of defense, capturing a mere girl who was not even a ninja would be a trivial task. The shuriken handed to Kushina emanated a peculiar chakra, the symbol of explosion etched into Naruto's mind with striking clarity. He recognized the seal on the shuriken. It was evident that this weapon was not intended for Kushina's defense. The presence of the explosive symbol implied that Hinata had tampered with it. And given that he had not instructed Kushina on its use, it seemed this shuriken was prepared to prevent her from falling into enemy hands should he perish. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Hinata urged, hurry. With a gentle push, he propelled Kushina to flee quickly, clutching Naruto tightly. As the Uzumaki siblings made their escape, one of the 4 foes was dispatched to pursue them. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A powerful surge of chakra halted the pursuer, and Hinata then charged forward to confront the remaining adversaries. Fierce battles erupted in the area, the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. However, all of this was far behind Uzumaki Kushina. In a frantic escape, Kushina clutched the child in her arms, fear causing her grip to tighten instinctively. The impact of the attack altered her mindset as she fled. A small child, merely 7 or 8 years old, traversed through the dense forest with a newborn in her arms, constantly vigilant for any lurking enemies. The mounting pressures left Kushina breathless, and the immense physical exertion rendered her utterly exhausted. Uzumaki Naruto, her younger brother, was acutely aware of the dire situation they faced. The infant, having recently entered the world, remained silent and calm in Kushina's embrace. His obedience and understanding provided a glimmer of solace amidst their desperate plight. At the very least, her brother was compliant, and Naruto's cooperation significantly improved their chances of survival. At what moment? In the place where the Uzumaki siblings parted ways with Hyuga Daiki. He had been pierced by shurikens from 3 directions, and unbeknownst to them, their party had lost one member. Enough. This is all I can do. Hyuga Daiki struggled to open his eyes as a shuriken fell from his body, trailing behind it a detonating tag that had already burned away much of its surface. Boom. The thunderous roar of this explosion was of an entirely different magnitude compared to the previous battle. This blast was more intense, its sound carrying much farther. Hurry, Jiraiya. The battle has already commenced over there. In the jungle, more than 10 miles from the explosion site, 3 figures darted swiftly through the underbrush. I know. Don't rush me. Despite the complaints of a white-haired figure behind, his pace quickened significantly, soon surpassing a blonde girl and keeping pace with a stoic young man. Kushina was unaware of how long she had been running. All she knew was that when they set out for Konoha that morning, the sky was still gray with a few twinkling stars. Now, however, the sky visible through the foliage was remarkably bright, suggesting that dawn had long since broken. I can't run anymore. If I've come this far, I should have shaken them off. Kushina chose to halt her flight, seeking refuge in a thicket. The dense underbrush concealed the 2 children effectively. However, what Kushina did not know was that ninjas did not rely solely on sight to track their targets. Having gained a moment to catch her breath, Kushina had been racing towards Konoha since parting ways with Hyuga Daiki. Although he had advised her against heading in that direction, she ultimately decided to take the most direct route, reasoning that such a path was the shortest. Moreover, she believed the enemy would likely overlook this route, having heard Daiki's warnings. Though still young, Kushina possessed remarkable intelligence. Surely, it must be safe now. As Uzumaki Naruto observed his surroundings, he found himself perplexed by the clarity with which the environment was etched in his mind whenever he closed his eyes. The visage of Kushina, which had previously eluded his sight, now appeared with remarkable lucidity, even more pronounced than what his eyes could perceive. The underbrush enveloped the Uzumaki siblings, creating a hollow space that resembled a natural sanctuary. In this serene setting, Kushina, having sprinted for quite some time, felt her eyelids grow heavy, the onset of slumber creeping upon her. Children possess limited stamina. Although Kushina hailed from the Uzumaki clan, the exertions from dawn until now had drained her energy, leading her body to succumb to sleep as a protective mechanism. Kushina soon fell into a deep slumber, her form curled up, still clutching Naruto's hands tightly. Lying there, Naruto found himself unable to move, yet despite having just awakened, his spirit remained vibrant, and his eyes could not fully open. Thus, he could only take stock of his own body. It was now the 2nd day since he had arrived in this world, and it was the first time he truly observed the peculiar phenomena unfolding within his mind. Naruto had come to the realization that he had transmigrated into the form of an infant, likely the younger brother of Uzumaki Kushina, a fact he had confirmed on the very first day. Though merely a newborn, Naruto could already perceive the chakra coursing through his body. As he introspected, the outline of the infant became distinctly clear, with blue lines flowing through the baby's meridians, circulating at a remarkable speed. He was uncertain if others experienced the same, but he felt a twinge of astonishment at this revelation. Unlike the first day, the infant was no longer suspended in darkness. Instead, he was cradled by the figure of a girl who he recognized to be Kushina. The surrounding hues were muted, yet the shapes of the trees and shrubs were vividly reflected in his inner world. Estimating the range of his perceptible environment, he gauged it to be approximately 5 meters. He was unsure whether this distance was significant, but given his current state, he felt a sense of satisfaction. If this were indeed the world of Naruto, then this ability must be one of the innate talents of the Uzumaki clan. If he recalled correctly, it was named the Kagura Shingon. Let us simply call it the mind's eye. May its range expand and not be merely a narrow perception. Being an infant still cradled in the arms of another, he had already awakened to such abilities. It seemed his potential was quite promising. Perhaps he could be considered a genius, at least by the standards of this world. In the realm of Naruto, Possessing a genius-level talent was essential for survival. Otherwise, one might meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Consider the case of that rope tree. As the sole grandson of the first Hokage, he had both lineage and formidable allies like Orochimaru at his side. Yet he still fell short of genius and perished prematurely. Upon further reflection on that figure, despite being a member of the Uchiha clan and a disciple of the Fourth Hokage, he has encountered monumental changes in his life, leading him to a nihilistic outlook. To have descended to such depths of despair is, indeed, a profound failure. Observing the world of the Hokage, it appears that without a noteworthy lineage, innate talent, or a substantial background, one can scarcely navigate this realm without the aid of technology. However, Uzumaki Naruto possesses a keen awareness of his own nature. The title of scientist is not one to be taken lightly. Fortunately, it seems he may meet the criteria of talent. His physical aptitude appears promising, and one can only hope that he does not unwittingly become a mere shadow of himself in the future. Alas, it seems he lacks any extraordinary advantages that many of his peers possess, rendering his situation somewhat lackluster. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was lost in his musings, a sudden surge of electric arcs surged through the meridians of his infant body, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. It appears that perhaps he is not entirely devoid of extraordinary gifts. Relishing the pleasant sensations, he drifted off into a comfortable slumber. Suddenly, a voice, rich with authority, echoed in the ears of Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina. Startled, Kushina awoke with a jolt, her hands tightening instinctively as she swiftly emerged from the thicket. Mere moments after she had taken Naruto in her arms and fled, the very bushes they had occupied were torn asunder by a gust of wind. As fragments of foliage cascaded to the ground, Kushina beheld a masked man standing not far off, casually toying with a shuriken, his eyes glinting with mockery as they fell upon her. With a single glance, Kushina turned and sprinted. But barely had she taken 2 steps when a shuriken sliced through the air, grazing her calf and drawing forth a line of crimson. The sudden sting of pain caused Kushina to lose her balance, tumbling to the ground while ensuring that her brother remained shielded in her embrace. "Submit and come with me, and you shall endure less suffering. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you," the masked man declared, retrieving another shuriken from behind him, twirling it with a menacing grace as he advanced toward Kushina. "We need only one member of the Uzumaki clan." His visage became grotesque beneath the mask as he released the shuriken, sending it hurtling toward the child in Kushina's arms. In disbelief, Naruto realized that he had been unaware of his mother's brother's existence during his prior encounters with the anime. It seems his foolish sibling had long since perished. The impending threat was unmistakable to Naruto, whose heart raced in terror as he witnessed the shuriken approach. Suddenly, a barely perceptible arc of electricity flickered in the air before the shuriken, diverting its course. Influenced by an unseen force, the shuriken veered away from its lethal trajectory toward Naruto. Instead, it tore through Kushina's thigh before embedding itself in the ground. "Who dares?" the middle-aged man exclaimed. Sensing the disturbance in the shuriken's path, his vigilance heightened as he stood frozen, wary of making any rash moves. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt an emptiness within him. The chakra coursing through his meridians had suddenly diminished significantly, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, plunging him into a deep slumber. "Am I dying?" The immense depletion of his chakra sent his consciousness spiraling into darkness. "Shadow Snake Hand." Just as the middle-aged man sensed no threat, a low voice echoed in his ear, followed by countless white serpents coiling around his body, constricting relentlessly. The middle-aged man was engulfed by the serpents, crimson blood seeping through the gaps between their bodies. "Apologies for our tardiness." Tsunade appeared in front of Kushina, gently caressing her cheek. The warmth of her hand and the Leaf Village forehead protector on Tsunade's brow allowed Kushina to relax completely, collapsing onto the ground. The kunai that had been hidden in her bosom fell to the ground as she sat down. Whoosh! Jiraiya materialized beside Tsunade, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Kushina, asking, "Is this a member of the Uzumaki clan? So small? Jiraiya, are there no enemies around?" Orochimaru's raspy voice inquired. As he spoke, Orochimaru discreetly picked up the kunai that had dropped from Kushina, casually wiping away the seals upon it. "There are none left. The previous battlefields should be the only clues remaining. For now, let us not rush to pursue the enemy. We must first return the injured to the Leaf," Jiraiya stated with an unusually solemn expression. The entire team of Leaf Ninjas had been decimated during this mission, had they not arrived in time. The members of the Uzumaki clan might have been captured by the enemy. Had that occurred, it would have been a significant embarrassment for the Leaf, and more crucially, the loss of the Uzumaki clan could potentially impact the village's development over the next 30 years. The matter of Kushina being a candidate for the Jinchuriki was, in fact, a top secret within the Leaf, yet this information seemed to have leaked. I will remain here to collect the bodies. You two take her and leave first. I will catch up with you shortly. Generally, a ninja would not merit Orochimaru's attention for body collection, but the Hyuga clan was not considered ordinary in this regard. Even as a branch family, their corpses should ideally not fall into others' hands. Although the explosion had rendered the bodies nearly unrecognizable, there remained value and necessity in their collection. Furthermore, with the origins of the enemy still unclear, their corpses could serve as a valuable breakthrough. Very well, let us depart, Tsunade. Jiraiya glanced at the kunai Orochimaru had taken, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. After Tsunade examined Kushina's condition and confirmed her well-being, she looked down at the infant in her arms, ensuring everything was in order before departing with Jiraiya, leaving Orochimaru to tend to the battlefield alone. Once Jiraiya and Tsunade had left, Orochimaru approached the spot where Kushina had stood and picked up the kunai that had been shot at Naruto and subsequently knocked down. Lightning release, He murmured, scrutinizing a crack on the kunai and sensing the residual chakra. He was the first to arrive and witness the kunai change direction. He had no time to intervene, yet the kunai strangely altered its path. Such power in a girl so small. Truly, she is worthy of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru concealed his observations deep within, instinctively attributing the event to Kushina, as he had only encountered her among the Uzumaki. If there were others present, he would have sensed them. Surely he could not assume that the lightning release belonged to the child in Kushina's hands. Konohagakure, the strongest military force of the Fire Nation among the 5 great nations, was established with the intention of fostering peace. However, in the years that followed, it has evolved into something resembling a professional military camp, primarily serving to intimidate the military might of other nations. When war looms, Konohagakure acts as the vanguard of the Fire Nation, and the village that aspired to be a sanctuary for ninja seems to have strayed from the original vision set forth by the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. At long last, the moment arrived. With the sound of air splitting, Tsunade and Jiraiya successfully brought the Uzumaki siblings to the entrance of Konohagakure. The grand double gates, towering nearly 10 meters, appeared remarkably magnificent in Kushina's eyes. So this is Konoha. It feels familiar, yet strangely foreign. Upon their arrival, Uzumaki Naruto had awoken from his slumber. Now capable of controlling his body, able to turn his head and twist with ease, though his infant spine had yet to harden, limiting the range of his movements. Uzumaki Naruto slightly turned his small head, observing the expansive entrance of Konoha. The sheer size of the gates was awe-inspiring. He had rarely encountered such grandeur, having only seen it in ancient cities in his past life. However, those were authentic fortifications, while this was merely a village. Gazing at the gates of Konohagakure, a tumult of emotions surged within Naruto: sadness, excitement, anticipation, and fear. Tsunade, go report to the old man, Jiraiya said with a smile. The Konoha ninjas on guard recognized Jiraiya and Tsunade, refraining from halting their entrance, though they cast wary glances at the Uzumaki siblings. And someone had discreetly departed to deliver a report. Just go report to the old man. I will take the siblings with me, Tsunade said, still holding Kushina's hand. After uttering those words, she crouched down, cradling Kushina in her arms, and swiftly vanished from the scene. Tsunade's sudden departure left Jiraiya bewildered. He could not comprehend why she had abruptly taken her leave. After a moment's contemplation, he hurried toward the Hokage's office. Is it true? Has Tsunade already taken the children of the Uzumaki clan away? Within the confines of the Hokage's office, after listening intently to Jiraiya's animated account of recent events, the Third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, gently tapping the bowl against the table to compact the tobacco. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Although the Third Hokage was in the prime of his life, with traces of age adorning his face, he still appeared remarkably youthful and exuded an imposing presence while conversing with Jiraiya. In addition to Jiraiya, another figure knelt before him, masked and poised with one knee on the ground. The Third Hokage was already well aware of the matters Jiraiya had recounted and even knew where Tsunade had taken the child. Let us conclude this matter, Jiraiya. You have performed admirably. Immediately assemble a few Umbu to assist Orochimaru. It is a rare feat for any ninja village to breach our escort team. While you aid Orochimaru, endeavor to investigate who was responsible for this breach. We in Konoha will not be trifled with. Go. Once Jiraiya was dispatched, the third Hokage took another puff from his pipe, allowing the reporting Umbu to depart as well. After they left, he rose and gazed out the window, watching Jiraiya depart. Sakumo, investigate our ranks and discern who leaked this information. Such a confidential matter should not have been discovered, nor should there have been an ambush. There is certainly a flaw within our internal structure. As he inhaled the smoke, it obscured his expression. Behind him, a figure with a mask and white braids knelt, uttering a respectful acknowledgement before swiftly exiting. The Hokage's chamber returned to tranquility. After attending to some administrative matters, the third Hokage found himself unable to settle his mind and resolved to visit the two children of the Uzumaki clan. The first Jinchuriki of Konoha, Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, had long sensed that her time was drawing near. The third Hokage's decision to send for assistance from Uzumaki village was spurred by Mito's impending fate. Although there was still a span of time before Mito's demise, the situation concerning the second Jinchuriki was no trivial matter. He felt compelled to see for himself. Under the bright sun, in a courtyard less than 5 kilometers from Hokage Rock, Tsunade cradled Uzumaki Naruto. Seated on tatami mats as she listened intently to Kushina recount the trials she had faced on her journey, the young woman seated in the prominent position, resembling Kushina with her vibrant red hair, bore a deep blue diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Her long locks were styled into twin buns, with an intricate hairstyle cascading down her back, and dangling from her ears were earrings inscribed with complex seals. Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Tsunade's grandmother, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a perfect master of the tailed beast's power. However, unlike other perfect Jinchuriki, Mito had truly transformed the Nine Tails into a source of energy, wielding her fists to embody a flawless Jinchuriki. Upon meeting Mito, the newly arrived Kushina felt her guard lower. Upon learning that Tsunade is her granddaughter, Mito was willing to allow Tsunade to hold her brother. Kushina, I have very few relatives left in Konoha. Tsunade has already grown up, and that child, Shoma, is hardly ever home. You siblings are my family now. You may call me grandmother from now on. Mito gently patted Uzumaki Kushina's head and then took little Naruto from Tsunade's arms, playfully teasing the child's small face, a tender smile gracing her features. All right, Grandma Mito. Kushina felt a sense of peace for the first time since leaving the land of waves. Mito exuded an innate warmth that made Kushina feel incredibly comfortable, evoking the true essence of family within her. This was the first time Uzumaki Naruto encountered the real Mito, and her youthful visage made it hard to believe she was Tsunade's grandmother. The deep blue mark on her forehead starkly contrasted with the one he had seen on Tsunade. This child possesses remarkable talent, Mito observed as she watched the infant gazing curiously at her, her joy growing. Elders often delight in entertaining children, and she was no exception. Moreover, the lively spark in Naruto's eyes made him even more endearing. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's innate abilities, Mito could distinctly sense the extraordinary chakra within the child. Of course, this remarkable chakra was only exceptional compared to other children of his age. While cradled in Mito's arms, Naruto could feel his chakra flowing rapidly. The threads of blue chakra illuminated by flickering white lights. The tingling sensation throughout his body soon lulled him into a peaceful slumber, fatigue overtaking him without a clear end in sight. While nestled in Mito's embrace, the quickened flow of chakra puzzled him. It was undoubtedly a good sign, wasn't it? Despite being fast asleep, Naruto's consciousness remained vividly aware. In his inner world, he began to observe the changes within his body meticulously. Lady Mito, the third Hokage has arrived. A female ninja reported, kneeling at the entrance. Is it Hiruzen? Let him return. I shall take care of Kushina and her brother from now on. So he need not trouble himself, Mito replied. Please also inform the Ninja Academy that my granddaughter will be enrolling. She is still young, so let her start in the first grade. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback, having unexpectedly been denied entry before reaching Mito's residence. After hearing her response, he peered inside before departing with a resigned expression. Despite being able to go anywhere in Konoha, this particular residence was not one he could enter at will. If Mito chose not to see him, he truly had no recourse. The lady expressed her desire for Kushina to attend the Ninja Academy. The serving ninja, a Konoha shinobi, spoke softly, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of the Hokage. I understand, Hiruzen replied. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen initially harbored some reservations, the moment he received the news, his spirits lifted. The Ninja Academy was, after all, one of his domains. Even though he had occupied the position of Hokage for some time, his control over the entirety of Konohagakure remained somewhat incomplete. The Uzumaki clan had sent their members as the second Jinchuriki to the village. Mito's decision to send Kushina to the Ninja Academy signified Hiruzen's acknowledgement by Mito as the third Hokage. Once the second Jinchuriki arrived at the academy, the third Hokage would have ample time and justification to instill the will of fire in Kushina, ensuring her loyalty to the Hokage and the village. These years, Hiruzen Sarutobi had borne the weight of the Hokage position with considerable difficulty. However, with the arrival of the new generation of Jinchuriki, a turning point in his circumstances had emerged. In the vast expanse of Konohagakure, Hiruzen's influence was rather limited. Not to mention, he could not fully control the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the two prominent bloodline families within the village. Although the Senju clan, under Mito's leadership, had seen better days, their capacity to exert influence was also constrained. Even within the direct forces of the Hokage, the ENBU, some members had been swayed by Danzo, leading to disputes during internal meetings with his two old comrades. Hiruzen's position as Hokage was stable not only due to the second Hokage's dying wish, but also because of various factors, among which personal strength was merely one. The primary determinant was the delicate balance of power among the clans. During Hiruzen's tenure, the inherent tensions among the clans had been somewhat moderated, achieving a semblance of political equilibrium in Konohagakure. However, if Hiruzen could gain control over the Jinchuriki, it would precipitate a monumental shift in the village's dynamics. Kushina and her brother Naruto settled into the residence of Mito. To call it merely Mito's residence would be somewhat misleading. It was, in fact, a marital property shared with the first Hokage, Hashirama. Thanks to the first Hokage's remarkable architectural skills, they possessed a magnificent villa in the heart of the village, complete with dual entrances, a grand abode where even the garden's expanse surpassed that of an average home. Few individuals inhabited this spacious residence, besides Mito herself. The only other resident was her granddaughter Tsunade, who, as a high-ranking shinobi, spent considerably more time on missions than at home. Consequently, the vast estate often felt eerily vacant. Nevertheless, the arrival of Kushina and Naruto breathed life into the otherwise desolate home. To better care for the infant Naruto, Mito had sought a trustworthy wet nurse from the Senju clan who would also take residence in the house, though she had yet to arrive that evening. As night fell, the moon shone brightly against a sparse, starry sky, casting a gentle luminescence that imbued the dark night with a unique hue. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room of Uzumaki Kushina. In the present day, the entire Hidden Leaf village has yet to embrace the comforts of electricity, with most of the antiquated residences relying on candles for illumination. The flickering flames within the chambers danced gently in the caress of the night breeze, while Kushina Uzumaki cradles her sleeping brother, Naruto, lost in a trance as she gazes at the firelight. The unfamiliar surroundings and the upheaval she experienced earlier in the day render her unable to find solace in sleep. Although the presence of Minato provides her with a profound sense of security, as night falls and the world around her descends into a hushed stillness, Kushina's thoughts begin to wander. At such a tender age, she grapples with uncertainty about the path her life is to take. Children in this world often mature quickly, facing trials that even adults from the era before Naruto's arrival could scarcely comprehend. In this night of profound change, young Kushina finds herself adrift, uncertain of her life's direction. In this moment, every movement within the room is under the watchful gaze of Minato, who, despite his age and the toll it has taken on his sleep, awakens in the middle of the night and senses the emotional weight of the two siblings in the adjacent room. Upon perceiving Kushina, lost in thought, while holding her slumbering brother and staring at the candle's glow, Minato realizes the depth of the child's distress. Such a pity, he muses. To bear the burden of such sorrow at such a young age, it is all my fault. With a soft sigh, Minato rises from his tatami mat and dons his clothing. He gently opens his room's door and makes his way along the corridor to Kushina's chamber. Kushina, are you still awake? Please open the door, he calls softly, noticing the light spilling from within. With a gentle pull, the door to Kushina's room swings open. revealing a little girl whose countenance has dimmed, no longer radiating the vibrancy of earlier that day. Tear stains mar her small face, and her weary appearance evokes a deep sense of compassion. "My dear, if something troubles you, you may confide in your grandmother," Minato says, his heart aching at the sight of Kushina's sorrow. Though he has faced countless challenges as a ninja, he reveals a softer side in the presence of this child. He kneels and envelopes Kushina in a warm embrace, his comforting chakra enveloping both her and Naruto. "Grandma, I miss home," Kushina finally confesses, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, burying her face in Minato's embrace as tears stream down her cheeks. Minato observes her distress, as does Naruto, who, although deeply asleep, remains acutely aware of his sister's sorrowful emotions. This shared sentiment begins to affect him as well. He understands that the world they inhabit is both real and harsh, the world of a ninja. Home, he reflects, witnessing Kushina's heart-wrenching cries. He had always perceived her as strong, unyielding in the face of adversaries and death, yet here she is, weeping openly. This scene stirs his own heart, for in truth, Kushina is his elder sister, a genuine member of his family. After weeping, Uzumaki Kushina nestled into the embrace of Uzumaki Mito and succumbed to a deep slumber. Initially, her rest had been brief due to the urgency of their journey, and the day's myriad stimuli had left her quite fatigued. Mito chose not to return to her own quarters. Instead, she gently laid Kushina upon the tatami mat and placed Naruto beside her. After tucking the two children in, Mito lay down as well, her hand resting lightly on them as she drifted into sleep. Suddenly, the candles in the room extinguished, plunging the entire residence into tranquility. Within Uzumaki Naruto, the chakra began to stir upon Mito's repose, its flow accelerating. Although chakra is typically extracted from the myriad cells within the human body, it began to naturally amplify within Naruto at that moment. As the chakra's movement intensified, his tender form experienced an involuntary enhancement. Naruto sensed the coursing chakra and, with idle curiosity, endeavored to manipulate it. Under his conscious direction, the chakra, which usually flowed along the meridians, began to alter its path. When he relinquished control, the chakra resumed its natural progression through the meridians, and astonishingly, the channels within his body expanded rapidly in his inner vision. Perhaps this was the mark of exceptional talent. Naruto was acutely aware that what transpired within him was beyond the realm of possibility for others. He knew that every individual in the world of ninjas had to endure rigorous training and perform hand seals to manipulate chakra for jutsu. Yet here he was, capable of summoning chakra from any part of his being merely through the power of his consciousness. The process of performing jutsu involved both the manipulation of chakra and the application of its elemental and form transformations. In comparison to others, Naruto had effectively bypassed the arduous training required for chakra manipulation. Henceforth, as long as he mastered the elemental and form alterations, he could instantly perform jutsu. For a ninja, this would save an immense amount of training time, and in the eyes of outsiders, such a prodigious gift would earn him the title of genius. Naruto's exploration of his state continued until his consciousness began to blur, at which point he ceased and began to rest, as dawn's light softly broke. The following morning, the caregiver assigned to Naruto arrived, a woman in her 30s named Senju Akemi. She had a 7-year-old son who was learning carpentry alongside his father, Akemi's husband. It was curious that many commoners of the Senju clan tended to choose carpentry as their vocation. Akemi was quite a beauty, tall and curvaceous, her Senju lineage giving her the appearance of a woman in her early 20s, making it hard to believe she was already 30. Open wide. In one of the rooms of the Uzumaki residence, Akemi cradled Naruto and, in Mito's presence, began to unfasten her garments. Meanwhile, Kushina was taken by Tsunade to familiarize herself with the village, as her enrollment process had yet to be completed. In this narrative, Naruto Uzumaki is compelled by Mito to remain at home, denied the opportunity to venture outside. His fervent desire to join Tsunade and Kushina in play is misinterpreted as mere hunger. In truth, within the depths of his heart, Naruto yearns to refuse, but his insatiable appetite overwhelms him. The sky is adorned with brilliant azure, and the dawn paints the heavens in hues of gold, as the sun dresses the earth in a resplendent garment of light. Under this radiant sun, the Hidden Leaf Village exudes vitality. Early rising villagers diligently contribute to the village's development. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the village have commenced their training or embarked on missions. In a dimly lit corner of the village, where sunlight fails to penetrate, stands a stone door. At this moment, a masked ninja pushes the door open and strides inside. Beyond this door lies a passageway leading to an underground fortress, the headquarters of Root, accessible only to its most trusted members. Those who leave this place following rigorous training seldom return, as only those most trusted by Danzo may come and go freely. Suddenly, the ninja appears in an open space within the fortress, having emerged from the stone door. Before him lies a raised platform, upon which rests a stone chair. The surrounding skylights fail to illuminate the platform adequately. Lord Danzo. Two members of the Uzumaki clan entered Lord Mito's residence yesterday. Subsequently, only the girl ventured out under Lady Tsunade's guidance within the village. The infant from the Uzumaki clan has not left Lord Mito's estate. Furthermore, I have learned that Lord Mito intends for the Uzumaki girl to enroll in the Ninja Academy, and this morning, the Hokage has dispatched someone to facilitate the arrangements. The masked ninja kneels before the platform, his head bowed as he swiftly reports. As he speaks, a figure emerges from the shadows before him, illuminated by the light from the skylights. Danzo, leaning on a long sword that serves as a cane, reveals half of his bandaged face. I see. I have heard that Hizashi visited the Mito residence, but did not even catch a glimpse of Lord Mito. Is that true? Danzo is already aware of these matters. His inquiry primarily serves to verify the accuracy of the information from various sources. The loyalty of the informant is secondary, as intelligence is often prone to error, and such discrepancies could jeopardize his grand designs. Indeed, it is true. Lord Mito directly informed the Hokage that she would look after the Uzumaki clan's members, prompting the Hokage to depart immediately. The reporting ninja bows lower, acutely aware that he failed to mention this critical piece of information during his report, which constitutes a lapse in his duty. Such intelligence can be immensely valuable at crucial moments. It is indeed predictable that the second Jinchuriki would be personally cared for by Lord Mito. However, it comes as a surprise that two individuals were dispatched to Konoha this time. The elder one is now prepared to be enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Thus, it is likely that Danzo will seek ways to exert control over that girl. Consequently, I must alter my objectives. The Jinchuri must be firmly grasped in my own hands for peace of mind. Upon receiving this report, Danzo swiftly calculated in his mind, piecing together certain elements before gesturing for his subordinates to depart. Once they had left, he retreated once more into the shadows. To compete for the Jinchuri, he now needed to make some arrangements. With time still remaining before Uzumaki Mito's demise, unexpected occurrences could arise at any moment, necessitating his early preparations. Currently, there are two members of the Uzumaki clan, and the choice of which one to designate as the Jinchuri remains uncertain. This presents Danzo with an opportunity to control the Jinchuri. Generally speaking, given his status and position, it would be improbable for him to have the chance to interfere with the Jinchuri. For Danzo, controlling an autonomous 8-year-old child is far more laborious than manipulating a newborn infant. He possesses ample means for the latter, after all. What enables him to stand firm in his position, if not his own cunning? Unbeknownst to Uzumaki Naruto, who has only recently graced this world, he has already caught the attention of the Hokage, while he remains blissfully immersed in the joy of indulging in Naniai. Over the past few days, Uzumaki Kushina has been gallivanting around the village with Tsunade, having begun to emerge from the shadows of her past. In the bustling metropolis of Konoha, Kushina finds herself astounded by the splendor of this vibrant village, having never encountered such prosperity in her upbringing in the Uzumaki village. Sister Tsunade, I want to eat that dango. Holding Tsunade's hand, Kushina excitedly pointed towards a nearby sweet shop, her innocence shining through as she displayed the exuberance befitting her age. All right, let's go, I want some too, Tsunade replied with a beaming smile, taking Kushina's small hand and leading her inside. Kushina broke free from Tsunade's grasp, darting into the sweet shop, while Tsunade halted momentarily, casting a glance towards a corner of the street before entering. She sensed someone watching them. However, Tsunade paid it no mind. Within the confines of Konoha, no one could pose a threat to Kushina. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito's chakra, had been enveloping them since she brought Kushina out. Should any disturbance arise, the enemy would face Uzumaki Mito's long-range retaliation. Although Mito had not engaged in combat for many years, Tsunade was acutely aware of her grandmother's unfathomable power. In truth, there had never been a quarrel won against her grandmother during her grandfather's lifetime. Meanwhile, back at Tsunade's home, Mito cradled Naruto, playfully engaging with the infant in her arms. Having endured the loss of her husband and son, life's tumultuous ups and downs had long since dulled her spirit. Yet the presence of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto brought a glimmer of solace to her heart. Before this, the only true family members that could be considered hers in the entire Hidden Leaf village were Tsunade and Nawaki. However, these siblings had grown too old to remain by her side continuously. Apart from Tsunade and her brother, there was no one else in the vast Hidden Leaf village who could alleviate her boredom. The appearance of Naruto seemed like a magnificent toy for her, as amusing children is a source of joy for the elderly. Unlike other children, Naruto belonged to the Uzumaki clan, making him a true kin of hers. Upon seeing the crimson locks atop Naruto's head, she felt an innate sense of closeness. In a rare moment of lucidity, Naruto played along with the teasing from Uzumaki Mito, stretching out his tiny hand to grasp her outstretched finger. Beside Mito, Senju Akemi stood respectfully, a smile adorning her face. As Mito engaged with the child, her mind wandered to the future ceiling of the Nine Tails. Ever since Kushina and Naruto's arrival, she had noticed that not only Kushina, but even the chakra of the infant Naruto seemed to possess a subtle suppressive effect on the chakra of the Nine Tails. Moreover, Naruto's chakra was even more potent and continually growing stronger. Mito understood that, as a boy, Naruto was more suited to become the host of the Nine Tails than Kushina. Yet, she felt torn, for Kushina had already demonstrated a formidable mental fortitude in the face of adversity, and Mito believed that Kushina could withstand the malevolent will of the Nine Tails, even as a Jinchuriki. However, Naruto, still an infant, was a different matter. She could not foresee whether he would develop in a healthy manner or possess the psychological resilience necessary for such a burden. Given the choice, she would prefer not to place such an important responsibility on something so uncertain. Furthermore, Mito was not like Danzo, who viewed Jinchuriki merely as tools to be controlled. Indifferent to their fates, Mito, at this moment, truly regarded the two children as her family and wished for both to grow up healthy. If given the option, she would never allow them to become Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but now she found herself without such a choice. She pondered whether she could endure until Naruto became more understanding, fervently wishing for him to grow swiftly. If he proved exceptional enough, the Nine Tails would not be a burden, but rather a tremendous asset. After all, Kushina was a girl. It would be splendid if he could shoulder such a responsibility. Under Tsunade's guidance, Uzumaki Kushina spent an entire day exploring the village. In that very day, the Third Hokage had already arranged for Kushina's enrollment in the academy. The ninja school was divided into 4 tiers, classified as A, B, C, and D, with Class A being the most distinguished. The Hidden Leaf's Ninja Academy was open to all, even if one originated from a common background. As long as they displayed talent, they could enroll. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina was directly assigned by the Third Hokage to Class A for her studies, as the class divisions were determined by innate talent and lineage. Therefore, those in Class A, together with Kushina, are either members of ancient ninja clans or exceptionally talented commoner ninjas. Even in the relatively equitable environment of Konoha, the treatment of the offspring of ninja families inevitably differs from that of the commoners. In Class A, the majority are scions of various ninja clans. Regardless of their innate talent, their lineage is undeniably distinguished. Conversely, the commoners who gain entry into Class A are all prodigious children, with the least among them starting at the rank of Chunin upon graduation. For the average commoner ninja, attaining the rank of Chunin is already a significant accomplishment, as they form the backbone of a ninja village. The Jonin rank is considered elite, with a select few possessing extraordinary prowess capable of facing off against the Kage. In Konoha, one may observe a prevalent phenomenon. Any renowned Jonin can trace their lineage back 3 generations to a ninja ancestor. Those whose names are less recognized typically belong to the ranks of Genin or Chunin, with few ascending to the esteemed level of Special Jonin. It is essential to note that the titles of Special Jonin and Jonin are not synonymous. The former is conferred upon individuals who exhibit exceptional abilities in a specific area or have made notable contributions, while generally, their overall strength does not surpass that of a Jonin. Nevertheless, there is no clear hierarchical distinction between Special Jonin and Jonin. Their roles are often determined by mission assignments. It is not uncommon in Konoha for a strategist within a team to be merely a Chunin, while the accompanying combatants may all be Jonin. Kushina's admission to Class A upon her arrival in Konoha was primarily orchestrated by the Third Hokage, who sought to showcase her among the junior members of various ninja clans. This was beneficial for fostering a sense of belonging in her role as a Jinchuriki, as her future engagements would inevitably involve elite ninjas. Placing her in a different class, where she would interact solely with commoners, would not serve her development as an outstanding Konoha ninja. Within the residence of the Uzumaki clan, young Uzumaki Naruto sipped his drink, contemplating his future. In such a world, personal strength is the foremost safeguard for one's safety, and as Kushina's younger brother, he felt the pressing need to strategize for his sister's well-being. After all, blood relations are among the most profound connections one can possess. According to the unfolding narrative, when Naruto is born, marking the tragic demise of his sister Kushina, he will be in his teenage years. Before that fateful day, he must acquire the absolute power capable of altering the tides of battle. Fortunately, having been born earlier grants him ample time to enhance his abilities, despite the urgency. He can begin to plot significant changes by that time. Several years have elapsed since the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War, during which all ninja villages have been recuperating. Despite the tragic demise of the second Hokage of Konohagakure during an ambush while forging an alliance with the Land of Lightning at the war's conclusion, the presence of Uzumaki Mido, a formidable deterrent, ensured that the newly appointed Hokage, with her support, swiftly guided the village out of the shadows of conflict. Furthermore, Konohagakure has not encountered any further military engagements, and the entire shinobi world appears to have returned to a state of peace. As Sarutobi Hiruzen led Konohagakure away from the dark remnants of war, his personal influence began to resonate throughout the ninja realm, thereby maintaining a degree of intimidation that deterred neighboring villages from making rash moves. Uzumaki Naruto, discerning the ages of both Mido and Kushina, could surmise the current era, which likely falls just prior to the Second Shinobi World War, although the exact timeline remains uncertain. He was aware that Mido's passing would ignite the flames of the Second War. Bereft of its nuclear deterrent, Konohagakure would inevitably face incursions from other ninja villages, resulting in the loss of its most cherished allies. At the onset of the Second War, Tsunade's brother would find himself on the battlefield, and as the war progressed, the legendary Sannin would earn their renown. By the war's conclusion, Tsunade's beloved, Dan Kato, would meet an untimely end, leaving her with a deep-seated fear of blood. Following the war, the Sannin began to withdraw from Konohagakure. Orochimaru would pursue scientific endeavors that would ultimately lead to his exile, while Jiraiya embarked on a quest to locate Orochimaru. As the Third Shinobi World War unfolded, it marked the zenith of the yellow flash of Konohagakure. It was during this tumultuous time that Uchiha Madara's intricate schemes began to surface. This illustrates the profound significance Uzumaki Mido held for Konohagakure prior to her passing. Madara dared not extend his machinations within the village, confining his activities to its periphery. Although aged, Madara was still capable of capturing tailed beasts, save for the Nine Tails. However, as he depleted Mido's life force, his advanced age rendered him incapable of such pursuits, compelling him to mentor Obito to fulfill certain objectives. Having pieced together a semblance of his timeline, Uzumaki Naruto released a soft sigh. He felt satiated and had begun to formulate a rough outline of his future. Although uncertainty lingered regarding the accuracy of his deductions, he remained unconcerned. After all, the progression of the real world is ever forward. He merely needed to effectuate changes within his reach, steering circumstances in a direction favorable to himself. Yet, prior to possessing the means to alter significant events, Uzumaki Naruto established a modest goal for himself: to wean off. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had been plagued by a persistent hunger and found the taste of the same maternal nourishment somewhat monotonous, pondering ways to diversify his palate. The vortex of Naruto Uzumaki, unable to act independently, could only find joy in the simple act of satisfying his hunger. His infancy was marked by a stark simplicity and monotony. A few days later, on a sunlit morning, Kushina Uzumaki, under the guidance of Tsunade, entered the Ninja Academy of Konohagakure. Merely a week after her arrival, Kushina had already established herself as the notorious leader of the academy, efficiently dealing with anyone who dared to mock her hair color or her origins as an outsider. The Third Hokage, rather than reprimanding Kushina for the chaos she caused, chose instead to pacify the parents of the children who had been on the receiving end of her fists. Meanwhile, Kushina returned home, where she was comforted by both Mito and Tsunade, facing no repercussions for her actions. From that day forth, Naruto realized that he had indeed become a formidable connection in the village of Konoha. The fact that his sister could assault other children without facing punishment, even if he understood that she had been compelled to act, was a clear indication that she had instigated the conflict. The one who strikes first, escaping unscathed while receiving solace from Mito and Tsunade, only solidified his understanding of the strength of his sister's connections. As time swiftly passed, 2 years had elapsed since the Uzumaki siblings arrived in Konoha. During this period, Naruto had successfully resisted his sister's temptations and weaned himself, showing significant advancements in his chakra control. Most importantly, he had mastered the art of walking upright and could now articulate his desires with simple language. Naruto Uzumaki had finally achieved the milestone of not soiling his pants. The days of unfortunate accidents were behind him. Meanwhile, Kushina enjoyed 2 years of blissful impunity as she continued to assert her dominance over her peers. Naruto, repeat after me. Come, the Book of Seals. In the residence of Mito Uzumaki, Naruto was cradled in her arms, attempting to read the complex and esoteric texts of the Book of Seals with his still developing vocal cords. Upon encountering this tome, Naruto was utterly bewildered. It was a mystery why the Book of Seals, which chronicled the most forbidden techniques in the history of the village, would be found in Mito's home. Judging by Mito's demeanor, she intended to present this book as a children's reading material. However, Naruto had his own suspicions. What exactly was the Book of Seals? It was a scroll that recorded nearly all forbidden techniques of Konoha, and without a doubt, the individual who possessed the most forbidden techniques since the village's inception was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. And who was the one responsible for compiling the Book of Seals? The second Hokage himself. Thus, what was Mito Uzumaki's connection to him? She was, after all, a foolish Udu. Considering this, it was not entirely implausible for Mito to have access to the Book of Seals, although it was said that the book was guarded by the Hokage throughout the ages. It must be noted that this varied by era. At the very least, while Mito was present, it was entirely possible that the Book of Seals remained within the Senju clan's grasp. With a profound fascination for the Book of Seals, Uzumaki Naruto's small face fell the moment he attempted to vocalize his thoughts. He had intended to read alongside Uzumaki Mito, yet the words that escaped his lips were "Ni." Perhaps his mind had been preoccupied with such matters over the past 2 years. It seemed that his vocal cords were not yet fully developed. He couldn't even call out for his grandmother, often producing peculiar sounds instead. Mito gently ruffled Naruto's tuft of red hair and softly remarked that the Japanese pronunciation for grandmother was quite different from Ni. When Naruto attempted to speak, he still adhered to his previous habits. The sound Oba-san was likely still a challenge for him, not to mention the complexities of the Book of Seals. It appeared that the time was indeed premature. Mito herself was uncertain why she felt such an urgency to enlighten a 2-year-old child. Perhaps it was the pressing awareness of her own mortality that fueled her impatience. Naruto was regarded by Mito as her own grandson, given their genuine familial bond. While Tsunade and Shiranui were dispatched on missions, Naruto was her sole companion to pass the time. Even Kushina had been sent to the Ninja Academy, where she had already begun to forge friendships, becoming somewhat detached from home. Just as Mito contemplated putting the Book of Seals away, convinced that teaching Naruto to speak and read was too early, she noticed him sprawled over the tome. As she reached for the scroll, intending to remove it, Naruto erupted into wails. "Little one, you cannot comprehend it. What use is it to you?" Mito gently patted his head, chuckling softly as she refrained from forcibly taking it from him. Such a precious item. Although he could not understand it, that did not hinder Naruto from expressing his desires. Seeing that Mito did not take the scroll away, Naruto climbed down from it, pointing at the large characters on the exterior, earnestly attempting to read along with her. Unbeknownst to him, drool was threatening to spill onto the ground. As for his literacy, the reincarnated Uzumaki Naruto was, in truth, illiterate. He could not recognize characters. Yet he could understand some of what others conveyed to him. He was resolute in seizing this legitimate opportunity to engage with the Book of Seals, regardless of his current inability to read. "Perhaps I have been too hasty. I shall teach him with patience," Mito mused, observing Naruto's earnest efforts to speak. With a smile, she once more embraced him and wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth with a cloth. In the days that followed, Naruto's life became increasingly fulfilling, no longer solely focused on sleeping or drinking milk. His existence now included a captivating pursuit, learning to read and speak. The book that served as his gateway to enlightenment was none other than the Book of Seals. Retaining the consciousness of an adult, Naruto, despite his vocal limitations due to the development of his vocal cords, grasped the intricacies of reading with remarkable speed. The Book of Seals contained records of ninjutsu. Yet he did not foolishly embark on practicing them, for he had not truly commenced his cultivation. Although he could decipher the characters inscribed within, he found himself at a loss when attempting to comprehend their interconnected meanings. Each technique chronicled in the book was a legendary forbidden art, not easily mastered. Even if Jiuming were afforded the opportunity to practice, he would not naively attempt forbidden techniques at such a tender age. The term forbidden is attributed not only to their immense power, but also to the potential harm they can inflict upon the practitioner's body. Although he had yet to master a single ninjutsu from the Book of Seals, his intellect allowed him to deeply engrave everything he had learned into his memory. 2 years later, Jiuming, focus on controlling your chakra, directing it as you wish. Within the courtyard of the Uzumaki family, Jiuming sat at the heart of a dojo, cushioned by a soft mat beneath him. Before him, Uzumaki Sueho sat cross-legged on the tatami, observing as Jiuming manipulated his chakra. Outside the dojo, Kushina, accompanied by a caretaker, practiced her kunai-throwing skills. Now 11 years of age, she was soon to face her graduation examination from the Ninja Academy. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated within the dojo, splintering wood and sending a powerful shockwave that knocked Kushina forward, causing her to tumble and roll twice. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated far and wide. What happened? Struggling to rise, Kushina turned to witness a scene that left her astounded. The dojo's entrance had transformed into a large semicircular hole. Visible streams of chakra swirling in the air, adorned with flickering lightning. The roof of the dojo had been entirely blown away, instantly converting the indoor dojo into an open-air arena. Inside, amidst swirling dust, Uzumaki Sueho was enveloped in crimson chakra, a scarlet tail of chakra faintly trailing behind, dispersing the dust. After the explosion, Sueho raised a hand, conjuring a powerful gust of chakra that swept away the smoke, revealing a figure within the dojo. Goodness, what a calamity! At the center of the dojo stood 4-year-old Uzumaki Jiuming, surrounded by crackling blue chakra, his red hair billowing in the turbulent air. Despite the ferocity of the explosion, Jiuming remained unscathed, gazing in bewilderment at the chaos he had unleashed. This formidable chakra exhibited traits of lightning release. How had this little one accomplished such a feat? Uzumaki Sueho, observing the instigator of this turmoil, felt a surge of surprise, yet swiftly erected a barrier around the entire estate, preventing the approaching Konoha ninjas from investigating the situation inside. Jiuming, draw on your chakra. At Sueho's command, Jiuming instinctively began to retract his control over the chakra, causing the raging energy within the dojo to gradually subside. Jiuming, how are you, Grandma Sueho? At that moment, the voice of Kushina Uzumaki penetrated the ears of the two, revealing her anxious visage outside the gaping hole. Sister, I am fine. Within the dojo of the Uzumaki family, the tumultuous chakra began to gradually subside as the frantic Kushina rushed inside, nervously embracing Naruto Uzumaki and bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dojo, the caretaker stood in stunned silence, gazing at the dilapidated state of the dojo, rendered speechless. Suddenly, all of Uzumaki Mito's outward chakra retracted, and she vanished within the dojo. In that moment, the tense Kushina and the contemplative Naruto remained oblivious to Mito's departure. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as several leaf ninjas appeared outside the barrier erected by Mito, their expressions filled with astonishment as they surveyed the extraordinary barrier. Unsure of how to proceed. This barrier is infused with Lady Mito's chakra. It must have been set by her. We have no knowledge of what transpired within just now. Takuma, why not use your Byakugan to investigate? The leader of the Leaf Ninjas, adorned with a forehead protector and bearing a short sword on his back, had white hair fluttering in the breeze. His demeanor was composed as he addressed a nearby Hyuga ninja. Understood. Just as the Hyuga ninja began to gather chakra to assess the situation inside the barrier, a figure materialized before them. Her crimson hair and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead signifying her identity. Lady Mito. Several Leaf Ninjas recognized Uzumaki Mito, promptly kneeling on one knee, their heads bowed in respect. The white-haired youth, leading the group, cast a surprised glance upward at Mito. Why is some of the Nine Tails chakra leaking out? Was it not under control? This question lingered in Takuma's mind, though he refrained from voicing it. After all, matters concerning the Nine Tails were classified. Given his current rank, he felt somewhat inadequate to inquire further. However, there were certain matters he needed to clarify immediately. Lady Mito, what was the cause of the explosion just now? Did something unexpected occur? Takuma, the elite jounin dispatched by the Third Hokage to protect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was drawn by the explosion from Mito's residence. It is nothing. I encountered a minor issue while researching a new ninjutsu. There is no need for concern. Mito waved her hand gently, signaling everyone to withdraw. Although Takuma harbored lingering doubts, he recognized that further questioning would be unwarranted, understanding that, given Mito's status, she could simply choose not to share information. Understood. Once the investigating ninjas departed, Mito swiftly returned to the dojo, where Kushina and Naruto remained together. Faced with Kushina's concern, Naruto, well aware of his well-being, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Really, there's no need for a doctor. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. If you don't believe me, just wait for Grandma Mito to return. She will confirm that my words are true. At that moment, Kushina was tugging at Naruto, determined to take him to the hospital. However, despite having a general conjecture about the cause of the explosion, Zhu Ming was disinclined to proceed. All right, Kushina. This little rascal is fine. You may step outside and continue your practice. I have matters to discuss with Zhu Ming. Uzumaki Mito had returned to the dojo at some point, gently patting Kushina's shoulder, signaling her to leave. Reluctantly, Kushina hesitated. She could not fathom how Zhu Ming could emerge unscathed from the epicenter of such a violent explosion. Yet, since Mito had spoken, she would not defy her wishes. Once Kushina departed, Mito turned her attention to Zhu Ming, slightly bending at the waist as she circled around him, even lifting his small arm to examine the muscles in his hand. Indeed, he was of the Uzumaki clan. But why did this little one possess chakra imbued with lightning attributes? Mastering the transformation of lightning release at such a tender age seemed impossible. Was it innate? Mito had never encountered anyone in their clan with such a bloodline limit. Mito paused, resting her chin in contemplation as she leaned closer to scrutinize Zhu Ming's face, seemingly searching for answers. Grandma Mito, what is happening to me? Why did it explode? Zhu Ming feigned ignorance. Although he was fully aware of the situation, he had already inspected himself internally and noted that the circulating chakra within him had significantly diminished, while the flickering lightning surrounding it had increased. This was likely a consequence of the chakra release that had just occurred. However, as time passed, the lightning gradually faded, enveloped by chakra. With only a small amount lingering at the surface, Zhu Ming had always assumed that the lightning was merely intertwined with his chakra, unaware that the truth was that the lightning had always been within the flow of chakra, and the exposed portion was simply that which had not been submerged. Your chakra harbors a tremendous amount of lightning energy, and when I asked you to control it, you lost control entirely, causing your chakra to run rampant. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At such a young age, your chakra is already remarkably powerful, likely surpassing that of an average chunin. A smile adorned Mito's face. It was indeed a source of joy to see her kin possess such exceptional talent. It appears you must commence your ninja training promptly. With your physique, beginning to practice some foundational ninja techniques will have no detrimental effects. I shall ensure that you learn to master your chakra effectively. Zhu Ming, be prepared. In Mito's heart, she had already devised a training regimen for Zhu Ming for the foreseeable future. For those of the Uzumaki clan, who were born with chakra far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, teaching them to gather chakra was less critical than instructing them on how to control the chakra they already possessed. For Zhu Ming, learning to harness his own chakra was of utmost importance. Come with me, Zhu Ming. As Uzumaki Jiuming pondered what training the vortex Shuetu would provide him, he suddenly heard Shuta's voice calling out. When he regained his focus, he saw that Shuetu had already approached the entrance, seemingly preparing to depart from the dojo. Confused by the notion of training outside the dojo, Jiuming followed Shuetu as they exited. Shuetu swiftly made it clear where they were headed next. With a swift motion, they arrived at the center of Shutu's residence, where his study was located. Upon entering the study, Shuetu formed hand seals, rendering the bookshelf intangible, and before Jiuming's astonished eyes, the entire bookshelf vanished. Just as Jiuming was taken aback, the space where the bookshelf once stood transformed into a door. This is a concealed barrier. Surprising, isn't it? The place where you have been playing holds more than meets the eye, Shuetu remarked with a smile at Jiuming's astonishment as he opened the door and stepped inside. The previously dim room illuminated instantly as should his foot crossed the threshold. Amid the flickering candlelight, Jiuming finally discerned the contents of this hidden chamber. In the room, measuring less than 10 square meters, shelves lined the walls, and at the center, a sturdy table bore a thick scroll inscribed with the Book of Seals. Surrounding shelves were filled with an array of peculiar sealing texts, many of which were nameless, their secrets hidden unless one dared to open them. From now on, you shall spend your afternoons here. I will gradually teach you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Shuetu declared. Jiuming was momentarily struck dumb by the scene before him. He had never anticipated that at such a young age he would have the opportunity to study the sealing arts passed down through the Uzumaki lineage. It was noteworthy that even the nearly 12-year-old Uzumaki Kushina had yet to receive any sealing techniques from Shuetu, let alone ninjutsu. So, the training grandmother Shuetu provided me was indeed focused on sealing techniques. Jiuming mused, impressed by the Uzumaki clan's esteemed status and their wealth of ninjutsu knowledge. He pondered whether any other clan possessed such a vast repository of techniques. After a moment of reflection, overwhelming joy washed over him, yet he maintained a facade of difficulty. Feigning concern. So many books? How long will it take to read them all? Jiuming, sealing techniques are essentially an alternative application of chakra. While ninjutsu directs chakra release through hand seals, sealing techniques guide chakra release through specific methods. This unique approach to chakra application is the foundation of the Uzumaki clan and is a closely guarded ancestral technique, passed down through generations. In the hidden study, the petite figure of Uzumaki Jiuming sat before the expansive desk, which was, in fact, quite low, reflecting the customs of Konoha's inhabitants who preferred sitting on the ground. Uzumaki Shuetu knelt beside Jiuming, pointing at a nameless scroll as he began to explain the intricacies of sealing techniques. The art of sealing techniques necessitates the construction of intricate formations through chakra, thus demanding the practitioner to possess exceptional control over their chakra. Should one master a few sealing techniques, managing the chakra within one's body becomes an effortless endeavor. As Mito spoke, one hand rested gently upon Naruto's head, playfully tousling his hair. At the tender age of 4, Naruto bore a striking resemblance to his mother, Kushina, with a cherubic visage and exquisitely crafted features, endearing him to Mito. It is a universal truth that all individuals are drawn to adorable children, and Mito, having reached grandmotherly status, finds an even deeper affection for the young ones. Naruto attentively absorbed Mito's explanations, his mind enlightened. In the original narrative, whether it was the Fourth Hokage, who developed the Rasengan, or Kushina, who mastered the adamantine sealing chains, both exhibited unparalleled chakra control. Their son, Naruto Uzumaki, also inherited this remarkable trait. Although initially hindered by the influence of the Nine Tails, which impeded his chakra control, he struggled even with basic jutsu, such as the shadow clone technique. Yet, his eventual mastery of advanced techniques, like the forbidden multiple shadow clones and the Rasengan, demonstrates the astonishing potential he possesses. A testament to Naruto's exceptional control is observed during his transformation into a tailed beast. The immense chakra did not lead to his loss of control, underscoring his capabilities. For a ninja, innate talent can be categorized into 4 types, the first being bloodline limits, where the distinction between those who possess them and those who do not creates 2 disparate starting points. The second type pertains to the quantity of chakra. The disparity between those with abundant chakra and those with limited amounts is significant. Consider, for instance, if Kakashi were devoid of his weaknesses. Would he still be the formidable figure he is, or would he perhaps be affectionately dubbed Hatake Shido? The third type is chakra control. Elite chakra control can qualitatively elevate one's abilities. Sakura Haruno, despite lacking a prestigious lineage and possessing average chakra, has ascended to the ranks of the new Sannin, owing largely to her exceptional talent in chakra control, surpassing many, including the likes of Ino. In contrast, Ino did not inherit Tsunade's healing arts, while Sakura's inheritance stands as the finest testament to her prowess. Lastly, the fourth type is combat awareness. Every individual experiences unique growth through battle, with those endowed with talent adapting to the battlefield from a young age. In this regard, Sasuke certainly outshines Naruto. It is worth noting the aspect of physical prowess. Within the current atmosphere of Konoha, Physical talent cannot be deemed a standard for assessing a ninja's capabilities. Individuals like Lee and Guy, who exhibit poor chakra control and lack proficiency in ninjutsu, were initially not recognized as possessing ninja talent. Reflecting on this, as the brother of Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's chakra control talent should not be deemed lacking. He contemplated this in his heart, having yet to decipher the latent lightning concealed within his chakra over the years. Today, under the guidance of Mito Uzumaki, he endeavored for the first time to condense his chakra, only to inadvertently trigger a chakra surge. Thus far, he has not engaged in any formal training as a ninja. Today marks the commencement of his journey. Although Gyoming has not undergone any formal ninja training over the years, his perceptive abilities have remarkably expanded. Without the use of chakra, he possesses exceptional sensory skills, so much so that even the formidable Uzumaki Mito cannot detect his probing. Let us commence with the most basic of training, Gyoming. First, attempt to channel your chakra, Mito instructed, as she effortlessly opened a barrier to protect all the scrolls. Very well, Grandma Mito, he replied. Boom, as the seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, a year passed unnoticed. Today marks the 12th birthday of Uzumaki Kushina, and after today, she would partake in the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy. Gyoming, here is a candy for you to take home, Mito said. On a street not far from the Uzumaki residence, Gyoming held a small gift box, making his way home while behind him. Tsunade casually greeted the villagers with her hands clasped behind her head, seemingly bored. Being the granddaughter of the First Hokage and a disciple of the Third Hokage, Tsunade was quite renowned in the village. Upon seeing Gyoming and Tsunade strolling together, a shopkeeper's wife kindly offered a piece of candy to entice the young boy. Sister Tsunade, I want that candy, Gyoming exclaimed with delight, pointing at the treat. Come now, don't pretend. You despise sweets, don't you? Tsunade retorted. If you dislike them so much, why accept? Despite her words, she accepted the candy from the woman, thanking her before handing it to Gyoming. After all, it would be impolite to refuse a gesture of goodwill. Besides, I can always give it to you, Gyoming said, taking the candy and bowing respectfully to the woman from a distance before continuing on his way home. Tsunade observed this display with a hint of astonishment. This boy is quite polite. Today was the first time Tsunade took Gyoming out. She seldom had time to care for children. This time, she unexpectedly noticed that her young charge exhibited a degree of politeness, a trait she did not recall anyone teaching him. Kushina had been somewhat spoiled and unruly. Yet this child had not followed in her sister's footsteps. Previously, Gyoming was hardly ever seen outside. It took considerable effort for the caretaker to persuade him to step out for fresh air. When at home, apart from eating, sleeping, or using the bathroom, he was either in Mito's study or the dojo. Typically, one would not expect Gyoming to be concerned with manners, yet at the tender age of 5, he displayed an unusual lack of childish impulsiveness, exhibiting decorum while outside, a perplexing contrast for Tsunade. Sister, I have brought you a gift. Upon returning home, Gyoming dashed to the courtyard outside the dojo, where Uzumaki Kushina was practicing with kunai. Seeing Gyoming approach with something in hand, she immediately paused her training. Tsunade trailed behind, smiling knowingly as she observed the siblings converse before departing to find Mito. In the courtyard, Gyoming proudly presented the small gift box to Kushina. Sister, please take a look. Gyoming squinted at Juxina, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Juxina felt a surge of joy upon receiving the gift and hastily unwrapped it, only to discover a kunai nestled within. However, this particular kunai was extraordinary, adorned with intricate sealing techniques. Although the color of the seals closely resembled that of the kunai itself, a discerning eye could still discern their presence. What is this? Juxina had imagined receiving a trivial toy, yet her younger brother presented her with a kunai that exuded an air of complexity. Explosive kunai. I have inscribed it with a sealing technique. A mere infusion of chakra will activate it. Once the tip of the kunai makes contact with any object, it shall detonate, possessing considerable power. Sister, please use it with caution. This kunai was custom crafted by me. Without Tsunade's assistance, I would never have acquired a kunai capable of bearing chakra. Juxina was aware that Gyoming had been receiving specialized instruction in sealing techniques from Mito for the past year. Yet she could hardly fathom that her young brother could create such an object. This must be an advanced application of sealing techniques, as not everyone possesses the skill to construct explosive weaponry. It is worth noting that the production of explosive tags has long been a closely guarded secret among the ninja villages. and the distribution of such military supplies is rigorously controlled. For non-ninjas, there is simply no avenue to procure them. How powerful is it? Juxina inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the kunai, noting the complexity of the seals, which reminded her of a past incident, causing her expression to shift slightly. Look, a house 3 stories high could vanish in an instant, Jiuming casually remarked, gesturing towards a 3-story residence in the courtyard. Although he had yet to test it himself, Mito had conducted an experiment not long ago and shared the results with him. I shall retire to the study now. Do handle it with care, sister. Without heeding the astonished Juxina, Jiuming returned to his study. In the study, Jiuming sat cross-legged before his desk, intently perusing a scroll. Beside him lay an exquisite assortment of snacks accompanied by a cup of fragrant tea. The entire chamber was brilliantly illuminated, casting his shadow upon the bookshelf. Although he had memorized the entirety of the 4 symbols sealing technique, its practical application still presented numerous challenges. Relying solely on his own conjecture had led him to a bottleneck. He required a mentor-esque guidance. Since being permitted by Mito to enter the study, Jiuming had devoted the majority of his time there. His naturally quiet demeanor set him apart from other children who reveled in play. Unlike his peers, who found joy in frivolity, Jiuming, acutely aware of the world's perils, yearned for strength. From the moment he entered this world, he understood the fragility of life. Thus, Jiuming sought to seize every opportunity for growth, and his reclusive lifestyle became the norm. The sealing techniques currently before him represented one of his pathways to empowerment. Under Mito's tutelage, he had begun to read the sealing scrolls, committing to memory many of the ninjutsu inscribed within. Aside from a few peculiar ninjutsu techniques whose effects Kumai could not comprehend, there were 2 jutsu he had coveted for a considerable time. One was the legendary Flying Thunder God technique, and the other was the mutual exploding tag. The application mediums for these 2 ninjutsu were, in fact, sealing techniques. It was precisely for this reason that Kumai harbored no aversion to learning sealing techniques. He was not foolish enough to squander his prime years. Unlike many young transmigrators who devoted themselves to developing the Rasengan or delving into the esoteric sealing arts, the utility of sealing techniques motivated his studies, and under Mito's guidance, Kumai's taijutsu had also improved. Thus far, he had managed to balance both ninjutsu and physical training. I shall take my leave. As the first rays of dawn gently caressed the earth, before life had fully awakened, Uzumaki Kushina dashed out of her home with a small bag in tow. Today, she was determined to excel and pass her examination. At the entrance of the courtyard stood Mito, Tsunade, and Kumai, watching Kushina set off for school, with Mito energetically waving her hands to encourage her. I understand. I will certainly pass, for I am destined to become the first female Hokage, Kushina called back, her voice ringing out before she vanished at the end of the street. Speaking of which, my sister rose particularly early today. Is she not the type to arrive at school just as the bell rings? Such enthusiasm is unusual. Though still young, Kumai articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, distinguishing himself as a veritable prodigy compared to his peers. I am aware of this. Teacher Sarutobi mentioned it to me a few days ago. He said that a delegation from the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning would be visiting Konoha today for an exchange of knowledge, which included a tour of the Ninja Academy. The ninja school established by my great-grandfather is indeed unparalleled in the ninja world. When Tsunade spoke of this, she could not suppress her pride. After all, the establishment of the ninja school has undeniably protected many children, serving as a groundbreaking institution in the ninja realm. During the Warring States period, the average age of children sent to battle was around 8 years. The founding of the ninja school raised this age to 12. Although child soldiers still participated in warfare, this was a step forward, as 50 paces are certainly better than 100. Moreover, at the Ninja Academy, teachers impart fundamental combat techniques to children, and upon graduation, they are accompanied by jonin to undertake simple missions, significantly reducing the mortality rate among young ninjas. While Konoha still fell short of the idyllic vision envisioned by Hashirama and Madara, the establishment of the ninja school is undeniably a pioneering system. As for why, after Mito's passing and the resurgence of war, children were still sent to the front lines, that is a question for the leaders of Konoha at that time. However, in retrospect, one cannot entirely fault the Third Hokage. After all, achieving such heights without a bloodline limit, relying solely on a family legacy of summoning beasts, is quite commendable. In a world where external aids abound, few ninjas reach the Third Hokage's caliber through sheer personal ability. Cloud Village? Is that the ninja village that incessantly plunders the bloodline limit? Jiuming instinctively remarked upon hearing Tsunade's words, quickly amending his statement under the astonished gazes of Mito and Tsunade. I heard some people in the village say so. Cold sweat began to bead on the back of Jiuming's head. You little rascal, you seem to know quite a bit, Tsunade said, affectionately ruffling Jiuming's hair. Convinced by his assertion, Mito nodded in agreement, also believing Jiuming's words. You are correct. This hidden cloud village is indeed such a place. However, the dispatch of envoys this time is actually a positive development. Since the passing of my great-grandfather, this marks the first communication between Konoha and the hidden cloud village. Tsunade reflected, maintaining the current state of affairs has been quite challenging for Master Sarutobi. Ever since the death of the second Hokage, the ninja world has known no peace. Fortunately, thanks to Mito's deterrence, the flames of war have yet to reach Konoha. However, the other nations have already plunged into chaos, and the small countries caught between the great powers are truly suffering. Come, Jiuming, today I will teach you the four-symbol seal. Mito gently patted Jiuming's head, unconcerned about the envoy from the hidden cloud village, believing that as long as she was alive, Konoha would remain untouched by war. All right, Grandma, Jiuming said, taking Mito's hand, eager to return to the study. Tsunade, overhearing their conversation, was nearly taken aback, exclaiming, at such a young age, you are learning the four-symbol seal? Grandma, don't teach him such dangerous techniques. How can a child grasp something so perilous? Tsunade's face was filled with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Jiuming, at his age, could comprehend the four-symbol seal. This technique was not a low-level sealing art. In terms of rank, it could be classified as an A-rank sealing technique, far beyond the understanding of a mere child. Little did Tsunade know that Jiuming's comprehension was far from lacking, for he was not a child in the truest sense. All right, go about your business without causing a fuss. And remember, Jiuming, do not let anyone know about your training in ninjutsu, not even the monkeys. Do you understand? Mito had her own plans in mind. Long ago, she recognized Jiuming as a prodigy, not only in his ability to learn ninjutsu, but also due to his unique physique within the Uzumaki clan. Mito had kept this information under wraps as a means of protection for Jiuming. If one were to consider who has the shortest lifespan in the ninja world, it would undoubtedly be geniuses, especially those without any backing. This little rascal possesses such talent? Tsunade still found it hard to believe, bending down to scrutinize Jiuming with a puzzled expression. Under her gaze, Jiuming felt a shiver run down his spine. It's none of your concern. You should focus on mastering the Yin seal I've taught you, as it will be immensely beneficial to you, Mito said as she took Jiuming by the hand and left, leaving Tsunade bewildered in the wind. She failed to notice the faint, light blue diamond shape that flickered on Jiuming's forehead, disappearing in the sunlight. Swish, swish, swish. Tap, tap, tap. As the sound of 3 shurikens slicing through the air resonated, they struck the target with stunning precision, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause. Bravo! What a remarkably talented child. On the training grounds of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a teacher was guiding a delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village to observe the graduation exams of the students. At that moment, the golden-haired boy who had thrown the shurikens with such accuracy garnered the admiration and accolades of the spectators. He is undoubtedly the most gifted student among this year's graduates. In terms of strength, even some of the older genin are no match for him. The teacher beamed as he watched Minato Namikaze at the center of the field, gesturing for him to step aside and allow the next candidate to take the stage. Humph, how arrogant. Kushina Uzumaki was the next contestant following Minato. Witnessing him effortlessly launch 3 shurikens, each hitting the bullseye, stirred a sense of irritation within her, a palpable rivalry akin to that of an underachiever resenting a top scholar. Oh, a red-haired girl? Is she from the Uzumaki clan? The leader of the Cloud Village delegation noticed Kushina's entrance, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He then inquired nonchalantly, as if merely asking about an ordinary student. Indeed, her name is Kushina Uzumaki. This child's ninja aptitude is quite impressive, though her temperament leaves much to be desired. She is somewhat of a tyrant within the school. Upon seeing Kushina approach, the teacher's smile slightly waned, though he felt a sense of relief. After all, Kushina was known for her mischievous antics, requiring considerable oversight during her time at the academy. Whoosh! Thud! Unlike her usual method of throwing 1 shuriken at a time, Kushina emulated Minato's technique, hurling all 3 shurikens simultaneously. However, her lack of control over power and direction led to 2 of them colliding and veering off course. One missed the target entirely, while the other landed on the very outskirts. Yet, one shuriken found its mark, striking the bullseye without incident. Well, this child possesses a commendable determination to not yield. Just after the teacher had praised Kushina's talent, she promptly provided a rather embarrassing display. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, concealing his discomfort. He chuckled, "This student is quite intriguing, and I greatly admire her boldness in facing challenges. How about this? I have a small gift for her as a token of encouragement." The leader of the Cloud Village delegation, evidently impressed by Kushina, produced a shuriken from his pocket and handed it to the academy teacher. The shuriken appeared no different from an ordinary one, and the teacher, after a cursory examination, called for Kushina to come forward. "Kushina, come here, please." The teacher beckoned her, and as she approached slowly, she worried that her misthrows had displeased him. "There is no need to be anxious. These individuals are envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village. They were impressed by your performance and your courageous spirit in tackling challenging feats, and thus, they wish to reward you with this shuriken." As the conversation unfolded, the teacher from the ninja school presented a kunai to Kushina. In these times, a kunai is not merely a tool, but a strategic asset, essential for any ninja in battle. Bestowing a kunai upon a ninja is akin to gifting a katana to a samurai, while the item itself may not hold immense value. The sentiment behind it is profoundly significant. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, esteemed messenger," Kushina exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy upon realizing that the teacher's intentions were not to admonish her, but to reward her. Her face blossomed with delight as she accepted the kunai with both hands, rubbing it gently before tucking it into the back pocket of her waist. "Do your best in the upcoming examinations. If you perform to your usual standard, you shall surely succeed," encouraged the teacher, who then gestured for Kushina to take her leave. Subsequently, the teacher guided the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village through the school, sharing its history and educational philosophies. Buoyed by this encouragement, Kushina indeed demonstrated remarkable stability in her subsequent examinations, successfully passing all components and earning her genin forehead protector. The visiting delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village remained until late, exploring the school further after all candidates had concluded their tests, before finally returning to their lodging under the guidance of their host. By this time, the sun was nearing the horizon. "I did it. Narumi, Grandma, Tsunade-nichan, I did it." As the sun hid behind the clouds, the sky blazed in hues of crimson, presenting a breathtaking view of twilight before the onset of night. However, Kushina's jubilant shout shattered the serene ambience of dusk. Even before she entered the house, her voice resonated throughout the courtyard. With a beaming smile, she yearned to share her joy with her family. "I did it. Narumi, Grandma, Tsunade-nichan, I did it," she proclaimed once more, her voice ringing louder in the absence of a response. Just as Kushina assumed the house was empty, a sound emanated from the dojo, prompting her immediate rush toward it. With a swift motion, she pulled open the dojo's door, and in that instant, a figure shot forth from within, soaring directly into the courtyard. What was that? Kushina wondered, a blur flashing past her eyes, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Turning around, she was astonished to see her brother Narumi crash into the yard, the force of his landing causing a slight indentation in the grass. "Narumi, what happened to you?" Concern surged within Kushina as she observed her brother's disheveled state, prompting her to inquire anxiously. "Ugh." Narumi struggled to extricate himself from the small crater he had made, dirt clinging to him as he clambered out. Shaking his head slightly, he stood up nonchalantly. "I'm fine, no big deal. Sister, I heard you shouting that you passed the school's graduation test?" As Uzumaki Naruto spoke, Uzumaki Kushina emerged from the dojo. Although she was meant to serve as a sparring partner for Naruto, she was adorned in her elegantly flowing dress. The dojo still resonated with lingering chakra fluctuations. Yet Kushina appeared impeccably composed, showing no signs of having recently engaged in battle. In stark contrast, Naruto looked quite disheveled, his garments riddled with numerous tears, and his face and arms marked with minor wounds. "Oh, has Kushina returned? Has the test been passed?" The previously serious Kushina's demeanor brightened instantly upon seeing her sister at the door. She smiled, gently patted Kushina on the head, and slightly crouched down to ask, while also beckoning Naruto to come closer. "Naruto, your chakra control requires further refinement. During our earlier practice, I noticed you wasted far too much chakra. Such habits in combat are certainly not commendable. Upon Naruto's arrival, Kushina placed her palm over his heart, emanating a deep green glow. As Naruto's wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Taking in Kushina's words, Naruto nodded thoughtfully, quickly dismissing his previous concerns and eagerly turned to his sister. Sister, you passed the exam, right? You received your forehead protector, can I see it? At that moment, Naruto's excitement was palpable. As a seasoned enthusiast, he was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the tangible symbol of a ninja. Of course I passed. Here it is. Kushina, having returned without her forehead protector, immediately retrieved it from her pocket and placed it into Naruto's hands. As he held the somewhat weighty protector, Naruto found himself momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kushina engaged in casual conversation, ignoring Naruto's dazed expression. Is this truly the forehead protector? It seems quite different from the one I purchased years ago. I wonder where I could acquire an Akatsuki cloud cloak. If I could wear that, it would be remarkably stylish. Such a fine item. A slash across it would look so cool. As Naruto contemplated the forehead protector, a flurry of peculiar thoughts flooded his mind. Since you have returned, let us have dinner first. Today, even though it is your birthday, it marks the momentous occasion of your formal induction as a ninja. To celebrate, I have arranged a grand feast. With a cheerful smile, Kushina grasped her sister's hand and led her toward the dining hall. Naruto, suppressing the urge to make a slash on the forehead protector, hurried after them, his stomach already growling from an afternoon of rigorous training with Kushina. In honor of Kushina's promotion to genin, Kushina had long since arranged for a caretaker to prepare the meal, and even the usually busy Tsunade had returned home for the occasion. The dinner was a delightful affair, with everyone savoring the feast. After the meal, Naruto retreated to a hidden compartment in the study to delve into the intricacies of sealing techniques. It must be said that in the pursuit of ninjutsu, the transmigrated Naruto Uzumaki exhibits an extraordinary patience and interest that far surpasses that of his peers. Young children typically possess a restless nature, and it is rare to find one who can sit quietly to read, let alone engage with the intricate complexities of sealing techniques at his tender age. Naruto's mature psyche grants him an undeniable advantage from the very beginning of his ninjutsu studies. While other children are still playing, and only beginning to encounter ninjutsu at the age of 8, he has already devoted a remarkable 45 years to its study. It is inevitable that when Naruto enters the Ninja Academy, he will be renowned as an extraordinary prodigy. That boy truly harbors a keen interest in sealing techniques. Tsunade reclines on the tatami mat, having indulged in a hearty meal, now using a bamboo skewer to pick her teeth, while beside her, Kushina Uzumaki diligently refines her chakra. Indeed, it is curious why he has always been so passionate about ninjutsu. Though Kushina's eyes are closed in concentration, her conversation with Tsunade flows effortlessly. What an odd child. Well, Kushina, I'm off to rest now. Make sure to get some sleep yourself. As night descends upon the Hidden Leaf Village, evening activities dwindle considerably. After dinner, villagers either stroll to aid digestion or return home early to engage in activities cherished by couples. Tsunade, disinterested in wandering and lacking a partner, finds herself growing bored and drowsy after the meal. Kushina beams sweetly at Tsunade, watching her depart the room. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the courtyard, Naruto is immersed in the ancestral scrolls of the Uzumaki clan, studying the sealing techniques passed down through generations. His learning has reached a bottleneck. To elevate his abilities swiftly, he cannot afford to linger on a single path. With the assistance of Minato Uzumaki, his practice of physical techniques has progressed reasonably well, yet without sparring with peers, he remains unaware of his true potential. Judging by Kushina's current abilities, he is not far from becoming a genin. In this era, survival demands a certain level of strength. Naruto has been in this world for 4 years now, and although he has kept a low profile, seizing every opportunity to grow stronger, an underlying sense of crisis continually lingers in his heart. As Kushina matures day by day, Naruto senses the impending danger drawing closer. The Hidden Leaf Village has entered the night, with the streets devoid of people, and only a few streetlights flickering on the main roads, enveloping the village in silence. Kushina has long since fallen asleep, while Naruto, overwhelmed by fatigue, rests his head on the table in the dark room. Whoosh! Beneath the moonlight, a shadow flits through the night, gracefully leaping before landing softly within the Uzumaki residence. The figure appears intimately familiar with the layout of the compound, and after a few swift movements, It arrives at the threshold of Kushina Uzumaki's room. This is the place. A somber male voice emanated from the shadow, as the man stealthily pushed open the door, swiftly positioning himself before Uzumaki Kushina, overpowering her in an instant. Kushina jolted awake from her slumber, only to be struck on the neck by a precise blow, rendering her unconscious. Meanwhile, in the dim confines of his study, Uzumaki Naruto had sensed the intruder's presence, even as the assailant moved with utmost subtlety. To Naruto's perceptive eye, the intruder was as conspicuous as the moon in a starless night. An intruder? Naruto awakened abruptly, acutely aware that the intruder had hastened into Kushina's chamber, swiftly abducting her. How could this be? This was the Uzumaki residence, a sanctuary fortified by powerful barriers. Who could dare breach such defenses? In a moment of panic, Naruto's urgency transformed into clarity. He had initially sprinted toward Kushina's room, but halfway there, he recalled perplexing details and immediately redirected his course toward the room of Uzumaki Mito. With a frantic knock, he called, "Mito, someone has taken my sister." Yet, upon flinging the door open, he was met with an empty room. The bedding meticulously arranged upon the tatami mat, devoid of any occupant. Not here. How could this be? Staring at the scene before him, Naruto hesitated, then steeled himself. Leaping onto the rooftop, after attuning himself to the lingering chakra of the enemy, he pursued the direction they had fled. Despite his youth, Naruto had already mastered the intricacies of chakra manipulation, making the act of traversing the rooftops a trivial endeavor. As he soared above, a crackle of lightning enveloped him, an enchanting sight for one so young, yet his speed was remarkable. Soon, he fully detected Kushina's chakra. I've caught up. Could there truly be so many? His perceptive range had expanded to a radius of 40 meters, and his sensing technique was so discreet that those detected remained blissfully unaware. Though the intruder was but one, it appeared that reinforcements had gathered. Before him stood a quartet of ninja, led by none other than the envoy from the Cloud Village who had visited the Leaf Village earlier that day. Naruto halted at a distance. Recognizing the overwhelming odds against him, he understood that victory was unattainable. His only recourse was to shadow their movements while leaving traces behind. This scene, it feels eerily reminiscent of an event from the original story. How did the crisis resolve back then? The adversaries, now convened, appeared to be regrouping, discussing their plans for departure, affording Naruto a moment to contemplate. The abduction that transpired this night was steeped in enigma. The fact that the enemy could commit such an act within the heavily fortified Konoha village and disregard the protective barriers of the Uzumaki household to gain easy access already hints at something extraordinary. Moreover, it is quite coincidental that today, Mikoto is not at home. Under normal circumstances, she would never leave the compound so readily. It is the dead of night, and even if Mikoto were busy, she would not neglect her rest. Surely, a ninja of such caliber would not be dispatched by the Third Hokage on a mission outside the village, would they? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden epiphany struck Uzumaki Naruto. He seemed to grasp the bizarre events unfolding this evening. Just as Naruto pondered, the enemy sprang into action, a quartet, hastily carrying the unconscious Kushina Uzumaki towards the village gates. Realizing their intent to depart, Naruto sprang to his feet, eager to pursue them, but the moment he stepped forward, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Silently, a figure had appeared behind him, seizing Naruto just as he was about to leave. And his perceptive abilities had not detected the newcomer at all. Who is it? The sudden turn of events heightened Naruto's senses, and without even glancing back, he instinctively delivered a swift kick towards the intruder. Crack! The kick was expertly blocked, and Naruto rolled away from his previous position. Seizing the opportunity, he finally discerned the identity of his assailant. Grandma Mikoto? Is that you? Upon recognizing her, the tautness in Naruto's demeanor dissipated. The person who had so effortlessly bypassed his senses was indeed Mikoto Uzumaki. What is happening, Grandma Mikoto? A look of confusion washed over Naruto's face, and all traces of urgency vanished. Oh, have you uncovered something? Mikoto did not immediately respond to Naruto's inquiry. Instead, she gleaned insights from the boy's expression. This young child seemed to have grasped something significant. Despite the fact that his sister had been abducted, his face bore no signs of distress. I was initially uncertain, but having seen you here, my suspicions have solidified. The assailants could not have infiltrated the household and taken Kushina without assistance. Their success is not merely a testament to individual prowess. It was intentional, wasn't it? They deliberately allowed my sister to be taken. A faint smile crept across Naruto's face as he continued. Only those at the higher echelons of the village could orchestrate such a scenario. Could it be the handiwork of the Hokage? The enemy must be a ninja from within the village, intentionally setting this in motion. As he observed the confident and analytical Naruto Uzumaki before him, Mito's face broke into a satisfied smile. However, after hearing just a few words, a mischievous expression crept onto Mito's face. Leaning slightly forward, he placed his hand atop Naruto's head and remarked, "Some of your guesses are indeed correct, but the majority is erroneous. The enemy's ability to effortlessly infiltrate my residence was indeed permitted by me. Beyond that, you have miscalculated. They are genuine foes, not mere actors arranged by the village." A smile spread across Mito's face as he noticed a change in the boy's demeanor, prompting him to continue. "Surely you do not believe that your rudimentary concealment technique could deceive the elite shinobi of the Cloud Village? Had I not been here to cover for you, you would have been discovered long ago. While your perception technique is somewhat discreet, it cannot shield you from detection. Within a mere 50 meters, with their heightened senses, you would have been exposed without my intervention. The incoming individuals are indeed elite shinobi from the Cloud Village. Their ostensible purpose for visiting Konoha is to discuss negotiations and alliances, yet their true mission is to abduct Kushina. As for their ultimate objectives, it is not my place to disclose that information." Mito continued, "Though their approach was covert, our spies had already uncovered their mission. This entire charade is merely a performance, and I am the director. As for the reason behind this ruse, it is simply to establish a justifiable pretext for war. The tensions between Konoha and the Cloud Village have reached an irreconcilable point, and I wish to eliminate this threat while I still draw breath. Once they take Kushina out of the village, I shall intervene and eliminate them, thus providing us with a legitimate reason to declare war." After concluding his explanation, Mito affectionately patted Naruto's head, forming a hand seal for a shadow clone before leading Naruto towards their home. "Everything is under my control. However, I must admit I was somewhat surprised by your ability to detect the intrusion of Cloud Village ninjas, and that you managed to pursue one. For a 4-year-old, your talents are truly extraordinary. Let us conclude this little game of detection and return home." Listening to Mito's narrative, Naruto stood frozen in place, his mind racing. Mito's account was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Initially, Naruto believed that this kidnapping was orchestrated by the Third Hokage, designed to stage a grand hero's rescue by the young Minato, ensnaring the outsider Kushina in his charm. Yet, to his astonishment, this unexpected incident was the brainchild of Mito, intended to provoke a war with the Cloud Village. One could not help but marvel at the audacity of such a plan. Naruto had never considered that the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village would be instigated by Konoha itself. "Kiddo, are you frightened? Do you now see me as a war criminal?" Mito inquired playfully. "In truth, this is the Cloud Village's own folly. Had they not harbored malicious intentions, I would not have had the opportunity to act. The purpose of war is to eliminate potential threats. If the conflict were to erupt after my demise, the casualties within the village would be uncontrollable." Uzumaki Mito believed her plan had frightened the children, and she quickly offered an explanation, gently stroking Naruto's hair in a comforting manner. "Once war is initiated, how can it possibly be contained? The leaders of the Leaf Village possess differing thoughts, not to mention the involvement of individuals from other villages. Ultimately, war serves merely as a means to eliminate dissenters." Mito's perspective is somewhat naive. Although Uzumaki Mito has lived through multiple wars since the Warring States period, her understanding of the true nature of warfare remains somewhat superficial. She naively assumes that war can be controlled, yet Naruto, having been shaped by a millennium of history in the 21st century, recognizes that once war begins, no one can dictate its course. Nevertheless, Naruto does not doubt that the abduction of Kushina would catalyze conflict. After all, the disappearance of a single soldier in Japan once sparked a war, let alone the loss of a figure as strategically significant as Kushina. Of course, it matters not whether she has genuinely gone missing. What is crucial is having a pretext for war. However, if Naruto were to tell Mito that this war could claim her grandson's life, one wonders if regret would stir within her heart. Yet, he harbors these thoughts in silence. For he is merely a 4-year-old child, and even if he spoke such words, they would affect no change. "Grandma, let us follow them. I fear for my sister's safety." Naruto's previous calmness dissipated upon understanding Mito's intentions and realizing that the enemy was indeed ninjas from the Cloud Village. Given that he could traverse dimensions, who knows what misfortune might befall Kushina? "All right, I suppose you won't sleep easily without me. Let us go. Mito glanced at Naruto, then wrapped her arms around his waist, swiftly making their way toward the village gates. Whoosh! The quartet from the Cloud Village had scarcely crossed the barrier of the Leaf Village when they were met with a barrage of shurikens from the forest. Scatter! A voice commanded, prompting the individuals surrounding Kushina to swiftly vacate their positions. Kushina had already awakened, and, upon witnessing the ambush, a spark of excitement illuminated her previously despondent face. Who goes there? The leader of the Cloud Village drew a shuriken, positioning himself protectively behind Kushina while keeping a vigilant eye on the forest from whence the projectiles had come. The other 3 members encircled Kushina from 3 directions, warily observing their surroundings. In the moonlight, a boy emerged from the shadows of the trees, gripping a shuriken in his hand, his golden hair gleaming brilliantly under the lunar glow. Minato, what are you doing here? Run. You are no match for them. Kushina's initial joy at the arrival of reinforcements quickly morphed into astonishment, followed by terror as she anxiously called out to Namake's Minato. What a surprise, it's merely a child. Hey, you little rascal, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Your father might just give you a spanking. Ha ha. The once tense Cloud Ninja team burst into raucous laughter upon seeing the newcomer. They had feared they had been discovered by the Leaf Village and were being pursued, only to find that it was a mere child, barely over 10 years old. To them, such a child was nothing more than an easy target. The 4 Cloud Ninja approached Minato Namake's with sinister grins, their knuckles cracking ominously. Kid, let me show you the harsh realities of the ninja world. Clang, clang. Naruto Uzumaki felt himself being pulled in by Kushina Uzumaki as they quickly pursued the direction the enemies had taken. However, they had barely crossed the gates of the Leaf Village when they heard the sound of metal clashing. Kushina, hurry, a fight has broken out. Realizing that the legendary Tsunade had arrived, Naruto urged Kushina to quicken their pace to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The sound of battle ahead momentarily stunned Kushina, but after a brief moment of focus, a peculiar smile appeared on her face. What a remarkable kid. Who could it be? Kushina quickened her steps, deftly navigating through the trees with Naruto in tow. Upon reaching a clearing, she halted and gazed upward. Why have we stopped? Naruto asked, puzzled by Kushina's sudden pause. But she had already set him down, her attention fixed above. Following her gaze, Naruto noticed 2 figures emerging from the dense woods. In the moonlight, a golden-haired boy cradled Kushina in his arms, leaping over the thick trees and landing gracefully atop a large branch in the clearing. A gentle smile adorned his delicate features. The breeze caught Minato's clothing, leaving a profound impression on the hearts of both Kushina and Naruto. Meanwhile, Kushina gazed affectionately at Minato, her arms wrapped around his waist. Wow. So that's how he carries himself? Naruto thought, momentarily entranced by the enchanting sight of the golden couple. Yet, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. Though he was undeniably handsome, enticing underage girls into early romances was unacceptable, especially when the girl in question was my sister. Naruto murmured softly, his legs bending slightly as he gathered his strength, launching himself towards Minato and Kushina at an astonishing speed. Naruto. Kushina sensed that the elite ninjas from the Cloud Village had been dealt with and was still in shock, unable to stop him in time. In an instant, Naruto found himself facing Minato and Kushina, throwing a punch directly at Minato's face. Currently, Naruto had mastered very few ninjutsu techniques, relying instead on his immense chakra for taijutsu, which was his preferred method of combat. Bluffing Mizuno was taken aback by the unexpected presence of yet another adversary. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he paused momentarily, then hurriedly turned to evade the direct strike from Uzumaki Naruto, swiftly cradling Kushina and retreating from their original position. Once on the ground, Mizuno maintained his hold on Kushina, adopting a defensive stance as he faced the descending Uzumaki Naruto. A child? Mizuno mused in astonishment, yet his vigilance surged to its peak in that instant. In the world of ninjas, one must never underestimate their opponent, regardless of their appearance, particularly given that the assault from Uzumaki Naruto had been executed with remarkable speed, a feat that would have subdued an ordinary child of his age. However, Mizuno was no ordinary teenager. Put her down, Naruto demanded coldly, having failed in his initial attempt. It was clear to him that the man before him harbored ill intentions. Despite dodging Naruto's attack and landing on the ground, Mizuno still held on to Kushina. Was it truly advantageous to hold a girl while confronting an enemy? Upon hearing Naruto's command, Mizuno scrutinized the boy's features and noted the striking resemblance between him and Kushina, both possessing vibrant red hair. This similarity sparked numerous thoughts in Mizuno's mind, prompting him to cast an inquiring glance at Kushina. Yet, he showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. Kushina, oblivious to the unfolding situation, had her entire focus on Mizuno, completely unaware of Naruto's arrival. It was only when Naruto spoke and Mizuno directed a questioning look at her that she finally noticed him, exclaiming in surprise, "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Witnessing his sister seemingly lost in admiration, Naruto let out a barely perceptible sigh. How foolish my sister is. Let her feel the wrath of her brother. Though he voiced his thoughts in jest, he was inwardly assessing Mizuno, a rare opportunity to gauge the worth of this so-called Fourth Hokage. Blue chakra began to swirl around Naruto, generating a powerful gust of energy that radiated outward from him. In that moment, Mizuno felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Naruto, the terrifying chakra fluctuations sending a shiver down his spine. However, Mizuno had already pieced together Naruto's identity from the conversation with Kushina, having been her classmate for many years and being somewhat familiar with her family dynamics. He gently placed Kushina on the ground and opened his mouth to offer an explanation. Before Mizuno could utter more than a few words, Naruto had vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the boy's slender figure reappeared behind Mizuno, launching a swift kick aimed directly at his face. How fast? Although Mizuno had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the speed of Naruto's assault. However, he was far from an ordinary child. Despite Naruto's remarkable speed, it had not yet reached a point where it rendered Minato defenseless. Swiftly, Minato raised his right hand to block Naruto's sweeping leg strike. Just as he believed the onslaught had ceased, an astonishing event transpired. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto's voice echoed in Minato's ears, and with a puff of smoke, another vortex Naruto materialized behind him, swiftly launching a leg sweep aimed at Minato's lower body. How could this be possible? How could such a young child accomplish this? Although Minato did not turn around, he heard Naruto's voice and felt the gust of wind approaching. Surprised, Minato leaped into the air, executing a low spin to evade the simultaneous assault from both the original and the clone of Naruto. Minato's unexpected maneuver took Naruto by surprise, prompting a soft gasp as he realized Minato's shoe was rapidly approaching his face. While evading Naruto's attack, Minato counterattacked, suspended in midair. He spread his legs wide and aimed a kick at both Naruto's original form and his clone. With a thud, Naruto's shadow clone dissipated upon receiving the blow, while the original raised both hands to block Minato's retaliatory strike just in time. The immense force propelled Naruto backward, widening the distance between them. Seizing this moment, Minato adjusted his stance and assumed a defensive posture facing Naruto. This child is truly remarkable, capable of withstanding Naruto's assault. However, if he is to confront those elite jonin, he ought to possess greater prowess. Uzumaki Kushina observed the two engaged in battle once more on the open ground. Her curiosity about Minato piqued. She understood Naruto exceptionally well, and given his current capabilities, typical genin would hardly be his match. A slightly weaker genin could easily be subdued by Naruto in a single encounter. Yet, the golden-haired boy who could contend with Naruto clearly surpassed the boundaries of a mere genin. Is he an elite secretly nurtured by the monkey? Watching the clash between Minato and Naruto, Kushina pondered. The current ninja world predominantly adheres to a clan-based system, where elites often emerge from ninja families. Even an exceptional civilian ninja typically rises above their peers due to the guidance of a distinguished mentor. Although Naruto had only been formally training as a ninja for about 2 years, his rigorous training far surpassed what a civilian ninja could ever undertake. High-level techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu are not something a civilian, let alone someone who has not yet become a genin, would encounter in ninja academies. Apart from the basic clone technique and some fundamental knowledge, the instruction in ninjutsu is rather limited. Boom, boom. On the open ground, Naruto pressed closely against Minato, unleashing a series of taijutsu attacks. Perhaps due to Minato's awareness of Naruto's true identity, he rarely initiated attacks, focusing instead on blocking and evading. It was only when he was on the brink of being struck that he would counterattack, striving to break free from Naruto's relentless assault. After a few minutes, the energy of Gyoming had significantly depleted. Despite his youth and abundant chakra, he faced considerable limitations in stamina. Gyoming, Minato, cease your combat. We are allies. Uzumaki Kushina belatedly called out, having just realized that she needed to intervene as Juming and Minato had been engaged in battle for quite some time. Relying solely on taijutsu would not suffice to make him falter. Upon hearing Kushina's plea, Juming swiftly distanced himself from Minato after a decisive strike. Observing Juming's retreat, Minato exhaled in relief, believing the boy had conceded. However, his expression soon morphed into astonishment as he sensed Juming's chakra surging dramatically, culminating in a formidable chakra storm forming around him. Release, Juming declared, performing hand seals as the pale blue diamond-shaped illusion on his forehead began to fade. This ends now. Juming. Just as Uzumaki Juming was about to completely lift the seal, Mito suddenly appeared before him, placing a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the recently released seal was reinstated, causing the immense chakra to flow back into confinement. Months of effort for mere venting seemed hardly worthwhile. Your technique is still not fully matured, Juming. Mito positioned herself between Minato and Juming, suppressing the latter while offering Minato a warm smile. The sunlit, charming young boy elicited affection even from someone of her age. What is your name, child? Mito inquired. I am Minato Namikaze, the golden-haired boy replied, revealing a radiant smile under the moonlight, capable of melting any reservations. Juming, who had initially harbored some hostility, paused upon witnessing Minato's grin. This teenager indeed possessed an unparalleled temperament. Minato Namikaze? Mito mused quietly, contemplating the name, which clearly did not originate from the ninja clans. Although she had sensed Minato's chakra earlier and suspected he was not from a ninja lineage, the confirmation left her momentarily incredulous. This golden-haired boy seemed to possess strength rivaling that of a jonin, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of many jonin. Grandma Mito. He is my classmate who has just passed the exam to become a genin. He is trustworthy, Uzumaki Kushina interjected, unaware of Mito's intentions and eager to defend Minato. Genin? Mito raised her eyes to scrutinize Minato once more, amusement stirring within her. With such prowess, he would surely make a name for himself on any mission. Achieving jonin-level strength at merely 12 years old was indeed a remarkable talent. While Mito remained astonished by Minato's capabilities, Juming had already lost interest, gazing at Mito with a yearning to return home and rest. Given the prowess of Namikaze Minato, he felt no astonishment. After all, he was the first ordinary citizen to ascend to the position of Hokage in the history of Konohagakure. Among the 7 Hokage, the first, second, and fifth were all from the esteemed Senju clan, while the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the sixth, Hatake Kakashi, were also of ninja lineage. Only Minato stood as a true commoner. One must possess extraordinary talent to surpass the various ninja clans of Konoha and emerge as their leader. Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, achieved the rank of Jonin at a mere 12 years of age, making it understandable that Minato, as his master, would also possess Jonin-level strength at this time. Following their engagement, Naruto gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. In terms of taijutsu, he recognized himself to be somewhere between a Genin and a Chunin. Observing Minato's effortless defense, Naruto realized he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the rank of Jonin. Kushina, the villagers swiftly arrived, and I shall take Naruto with me for now. You stay here with the child and await their arrival. Cooperate with the village's ninjas to investigate the identity of the enemy. There is no need for anxiety. Simply speak the truth. Though do not disclose that Naruto and I were here. Mito approached Kushina, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, before turning her gaze to Minato. After a moment of contemplation, she produced a scroll from her robe. What is this? Naruto's keen eyes recognized the scroll immediately. It was the very technique that Mito had bestowed upon him. Amidst Naruto's astonishment, Mito tossed the scroll to Minato, speaking gently. Child, this is my gratitude for saving Kushina. The ninjutsu contained within is my token of thanks. Keep this scroll safe. Should the monkey inquire, simply say it was given by me. Farewell. Mito swiftly moved to Naruto's side, leading him away, yet before departing, she cast Minato a mysterious smile, saying, I believe our paths will cross frequently in the future. As Naruto and Mito departed, Minato wore a bittersweet smile, placing the scroll into his robe without a glance, and hurried to Kushina's side, inquiring with concern, Kushina, are you all right? All is well, Minato. I never realized you were so powerful. How did I not notice this before? With Mito and Naruto gone, Kushina grew bolder, draping her arm around Minato's shoulder, her curiosity evident. After this heroic rescue, it would be impossible for Kushina to harbor no fondness for Minato. Although the narrative was rather cliché, its effect was undeniably impactful. "Oh, I merely practiced a bit more than usual," Minato replied, feeling his cheeks warm as he conversed with the eager Kushina, stumbling over his words. However, their exchange was soon interrupted by the arrival of the Konoha Jonin. Though the elite shinobi of Yuin village acted with utmost caution, they were ultimately detected by the denizens of Konoha, who dispatched pursuers. However, these Konoha shinobi, lacking the fortuitous presence of Minato, arrived belatedly as they had only just discovered the markings left by Kushina. Soon, the Konoha ninjas, having reunited with both Minato and Kushina, escorted them back to the village. This evening, it seems that Minato and Kushina are destined to face a multitude of inquiries. "Jumai, your recent act of breaking the seal appeared rather irrational, quite uncharacteristic of you," remarked Mizuho as he swiftly navigated the forest thickets alongside Jumai. It seemed Mizuho was bewildered by Jumai's earlier actions. For some reason, upon seeing Minato, the higher-ups are inclined to strike him, perhaps due to their frustrations over domestic issues. Feeling somewhat discontent, Mizuho mused that while Jumai was indeed Kushina's brother, the psychological age of Uzumaki Jumai was far beyond 4. Since his arrival in this world, he had regarded Kushina as his daughter. Little did Kushina realize that while she perceived Jumai as her younger brother, he aspired to take on a paternal role. "Jealous, are we?" "Truly, you are still a child," Mizuho observed, a smile gracing his face as he listened to Jumai. Jumai had consistently exhibited a remarkable maturity, his demeanor seldom reflective of a child, which had often caused Mizuho concern. Yet, witnessing this youthful side of Jumai brought him joy. For a child's innocence is always endearing. Is it merely a matter of disliking Minato? Jumai pondered aloud. "By the way, Mizuho, why did you bestow the Flying Thunder God technique upon that lad?" His tone was not one of disdain toward Minato, but rather a reaction to someone exhibiting arrogance more adeptly than himself. However, Jumai quickly shifted his focus to the scroll Mizuho had recently discarded, curiosity piqued. "What is this? Are you envious again? Haven't you seen the Flying Thunder God technique already? You can't learn it, yet I'm not permitted to share it?" Mizuho jested, having discovered that teasing the young yet mature Jumai was rather entertaining. Observing his disgruntled expression brought a youthful exuberance to Mizuho. "Bah, I loathe wastefulness," Jumai retorted dismissively. "Haha, very well, I shan't tease you further. I offered him the Flying Thunder God technique because I believe that child has the potential to master it. Since Tobirama's passing, no one has been able to grasp this technique for years, and I wish to prevent its extinction. When you fought him earlier, I noticed his reflexes were remarkably swift, and his body flicker technique was executed with great proficiency. In terms of body flicker, few in Konoha could surpass him. He possesses the aptitude to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Should he truly master it, Konoha could enjoy at least 50 more years of peace." A pensive expression graced Mizuho's face, as if he were reminiscing about the era when both the first and second Hokage thrived in Konoha. Mizuho's words were not exaggerated. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed a formidable ninjutsu. Anyone capable of mastering it would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. 50 years of peace, indeed. I shall strive to ensure that your desires are not left unfulfilled. Should you learn that the individual utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to shield himself from the claws of the Nine Tails, would you not be inclined to chastise him? To master space-time ninjutsu as adeptly as Minato is indeed a remarkable achievement. Jumo did not disturb Uzumaki Mito as she reminisced about distant memories, silently criticizing the situation. However, upon encountering Minato, Jumo resolved firmly, the tragedies of the past shall never be permitted to recur in his presence. Yet, I find myself lacking in strength. At my current level, I cannot even compare to Kakashi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 and became a Chunin by 6. And prodigies like Itachi had already begun to dispatch foes on the battlefield at the age of 4, while Minato had the capability to annihilate clans at that age. Here I am, merely 4 years old, having yet to even glimpse the Ninja Academy. What a lamentable state. Initially, I had felt a modicum of pride in my growth over recent years. But after reflecting on my encounter with Minato and recalling the illustrious, yet tragically short-lived geniuses of Konoha's history, that fleeting pride dissipated, replaced by a sense of urgency. The following day, news of the unexpected demise of a messenger from the Cloud Village began to circulate throughout Konoha. Within the conference room of the Hokage Tower, A resounding thud echoed as Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist upon the table, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the village's higher-ups, whose lips uttered this news. The incident occurred just last night, and yet it has spread through the village by dawn. And what do you mean by unexpected demise? What sort of accident is this? Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the man seated to his left, filled with scrutiny and skepticism. It is highly probable that the ninja assigned to handle the situation yesterday did not execute their duties thoroughly, allowing the Cloud Village's personnel to escape. I have heard that the individual who eliminated the captors was a recent graduate from the academy, a young talent, indeed, yet somewhat reckless, making it only natural for information to slip out. We must not dwell on how the news leaked. Rather, we should prepare for the impending actions of the Cloud Village. The speaker, the man scrutinized by Hiruzen, bore a distinctive scar upon his chin, lending a somewhat menacing aspect to Danzo's expression as he spoke. Danzo's reasoning held merit. After all, at such a young age, mistakes are indeed commonplace. Our focus must shift from the circumstances of the leak to adequately addressing the imminent response from the Cloud Village. I have heard that the current Raikage possesses a volatile temperament. We must be prepared without delay. Mito agreed with Danzo's assessment, prompting a moment of silence from Hiruzen. Hiruzen's frustration did not stem from the leak itself. After all, the demise of the Cloud Village's envoys could not be concealed for long, and they would soon become aware of it. Rather, his discontent lay in the fact that he, as Hokage, had been oblivious to the leak and entirely unprepared. Initially, he intended to exploit the situation, aiming to position the Hidden Leaf Village as the dominant voice in public opinion. However, as the news of his unexpected demise spread among the populace, any information he released would no longer garner acceptance. Instead, it would evoke an impression of desperate concealment. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered under his breath, fully aware that certain matters had spiraled beyond his control. The meeting had turned the page on the leaked information and began deliberating on strategies to counter the Cloud Hidden Village. Yet, the occurrences within the conference room of the Hokage building were entirely disconnected from the current circumstances of Naruto Uzumaki, who remained ensconced in the confines of his study, diligently researching the myriad secret techniques hoarded by Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's daily routine had become meticulously regimented. Mornings were dedicated to the study of ninjutsu, particularly the intricate theories of various sealing techniques, which were notably time-consuming. Afternoons were reserved for the practice of taijutsu, with his training partner being none other than Kushina, who, as a master of sealing techniques herself, often integrated those applications into their physical training sessions, whereas others engaged in unadulterated taijutsu practice. Naruto's focus lay in the seamless integration of ninjutsu and taijutsu. As night descended, he would retreat once more to his study, immersing himself in the research of ninjutsu. Frequently, a restless urge to venture outside would seize him, yet the thought of Kushina being abducted within the village compelled him to remain hidden. It is well known that longevity requires prudence. As long as Naruto stayed within the sanctuary of Kushina's residence, no adversary could pose a threat to him. If one were to liken the entire ninja world to a game, then the Hidden Leaf Village would represent the novice area, while the Uzumaki estate would serve as the birthplace, emphasizing security. However, unlike other starting points that offer no opportunity for leveling up, the Uzumaki household provided ample opportunity for growth. Mastery of the Yin sealing technique was still years away. Thus, it was prudent for him to remain home during this period. Once a person begins to act recklessly, they inevitably attract enmity, and when that hatred reaches its zenith, demise follows swiftly. It was wiser to remain steadfast and diligently study sealing techniques, in hopes of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique at the earliest opportunity. Naruto's aspirations were unequivocally clear. Survival amidst chaos could not rely solely on remaining sheltered at home. As time passed, Kushina's health began to wane, and Naruto recognized that her days were numbered. Once she departed from this world, the protection that had safeguarded the two siblings would cease to exist. Tsunade, though esteemed, was still too young and lacked the substantial authority to offer them true protection, her strength yet to reach its peak. The prospect of her shielding him and Kushina was untenable. Should Kushina inherit the Nine Tails and become the second Jinchuriki upon her mother's passing, her personal safety would no longer be a concern. However, as her younger brother, Naruto would not enjoy such favorable circumstances. Being thrust into battle was merely a matter of time. As long as he could master the Flying Thunder God technique and avoid self-destructive actions, He hoped to preserve his life amidst the tumultuous circumstances. While perusing the intricacies of various techniques, he couldn't resist a jibe directed at the recently encountered Minato. Reflecting on the discussions he overheard this morning in the courtyard regarding the envoy from the village of Cloud, Joming sensed that the prevailing peace would not endure for long. In the 31st year of Konoha, the negotiations between the land of fire and the land of lightning had collapsed, and the rakeage of the village of Cloud clung tenaciously to the mysterious demise of his village's delegation in Konoha, firmly asserting that the people of Konoha were responsible for the tragedy. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage found himself in a difficult position. Unable to divulge the truth about the village of Cloud's intentions to abduct the second Jinchuriki of Konoha, lest it reveal the impending peril facing Uzumaki Mizuho. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen resorted to casting unfounded aspersions upon the Cloud envoy, yet this hastily concocted narrative was swiftly debunked by other hidden villages, inadvertently furnishing the village of Cloud with a ready-made justification for their grievances. In an instant, the atmosphere between the village of Cloud and Konoha grew palpably tense, prompting other hidden villages to anticipate the outbreak of war, thereby igniting a new arms race. Hokage-sama. There are unusual movements from the village of Cloud in the land of lightning. A substantial force of ninjas is advancing towards the land of water, expected to reach our borders imminently. In the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage was diligently attending to paperwork when a masked umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee to report. Simultaneously, in an underground base, Danzo received the same intelligence. What? The village of Cloud is acting so swiftly? Hadn't I already dispatched envoys to prepare for negotiations? Are they not yet arrived? Upon hearing the report, the Third Hokage abruptly halted his writing, placing his pen gently upon the stand before lighting his pipe. Report. The delegation has completely lost contact. It has been 2 hours. We had agreed to check in every hour, and it seems they have encountered trouble. The umbu's report plunged the Third Hokage into silence, as he required time to process this grim news and formulate a response. However, within the underground base, Danzo had already made a decisive resolution. Order the forces numbered 1 through 30 to hasten to the borders and ensure the elite troops of the village of Cloud do not infiltrate the land of fire. Upon arrival, requisition all border defense ninjas. The battlefield shall be in the land of water. If one were to unfurl the map of the ninja world with the land of fire at its center, it would reveal that the land of fire occupies a pivotal position, while the central region between the land of fire and the land of lightning is the land of water. This vulnerable territory often serves as a buffer zone during conflicts between the two great nations. The land of water, along with the land of moon to the north, which lacks a hidden village, similarly stands as a battleground of respite. While the Third Hokage was still contemplating his countermeasures, Danzo had already issued commands and sought to consolidate control over the border forces. Months later, the colossal war machine of Konoha had begun to rumble into action. And in September of the 31st year of Konoha, the Ninja Academy welcomed another round of new admissions. However, this year's admissions differ somewhat from those of previous years, as the minimum enrollment age for the Ninja Academy has been lowered by several years, allowing even children as young as 5 to qualify for entry. These children, however, must undergo certain examinations. Additionally, due to the currently unstable environment in the ninja world, the prominent clans within Konohagakure have begun preparing for potential conflict. Some families, which had not initially intended to enroll their offspring in the Ninja Academy, have arranged for their children to apply under family directives. The leaders of these clans reason quite simply. Should war indeed break out, it will be the older, more experienced ninjas who will initially take to the front lines, followed by the younger genin. Presently, the Ninja Academy is the primary source of genin, and if the situation turns dire, the Academy's children will constitute a vital force in future battles. Thus, it becomes imperative for the clan's children to familiarize themselves with the Academy and their peers ahead of time, as teamwork is essential in the life of a ninja. Can I not attend this school? On a bright and sunny morning, Naruto was led out by Tsunade and Kushina, as today marked the day for enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Accompanying the trio were 2 young boys, one with striking golden hair named Minato Namikaze, and the other a spirited lad with slightly brownish hair, named Kotaro Sarutobi, the son of the Third Hokage. These 2 were Naruto's companions, currently grouped with Kushina. Upon hearing that Kushina would be bringing her brother to enroll in the Ninja Academy, both of her teammates decided to join as well. Although the age requirement for enrollment has been relaxed, Naruto is still not quite 5 years old, yet only a few months shy of it. Kushina, however, wishes to enroll Naruto, believing that he has been somewhat isolated and that it is important for him to interact with peers his age. Kushina does not view Naruto as mere fodder. He is her child, and she wishes to protect him. Her only desire is for him to make some friends among his contemporaries. Upon arriving at the gates of the Ninja Academy, Naruto playfully whined. And even he found his tone somewhat grating, yet he braved it and called out, "Oh, this little rascal is rather disobedient, refusing to go to school? Kushina, you must discipline your brother properly." Kotaro Sarutobi, witnessing Naruto's antics for the first time, assumed an elder brotherly demeanor, ready to admonish him. However, Minato Namikaze stood nearby, slightly bemused. Time had passed since Kushina's kidnapping incident, and since then, Minato had frequently visited Kushina's home whenever he had the chance. He had also seen Naruto practicing with Kushina. Minato understood well that Naruto's abilities and intellect far surpassed what he was currently exhibiting. Who is this brat? How dare he meddle in my affairs? Juming curled his lip, maintaining an innocent expression as he gazed at Kushina, yet inwardly, he harbored thoughts of disciplining Sarutobi Kotaro. Juming, you mustn't, he reminded himself. The Ninja Academy has many children. You can interact with them. Kushina initially spoke sweetly to Juming, but abruptly realized she was conversing with her younger brother, suppressing her instinctive urge to suggest they play together. How could her brother possibly want to engage with those little kids? Other people's children may be adorably naive, but her brother was anything but. Kid, your admission to the Ninja Academy was your grandmother's decision. Isolating yourself at home is detrimental to your growth. Here, at the academy, you will encounter opponents of your age. This is the most advantageous path for your development. Moreover, being a ninja requires teamwork. You must learn to manage relationships with your comrades, Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at the pretentious Juming. Really? If all the students at the Ninja Academy are as inept as this one, it would indeed be disappointing, Juming retorted, returning to his usual demeanor, casually placing his left hand in his pocket and gesturing dismissively at Sarutobi Kotaro with his right thumb. Kotaro was momentarily taken aback by Juming's sudden shift in attitude, realizing he had been tricked. The manner of speaking, the tone, this was no ordinary child. Hey, you little rascal. Just now, Sarutobi Kotaro bent down to scrutinize Juming's face, still somewhat incredulous. Juming's manner of speech was far too sophisticated for a child. Oh, can't my little brother just be a bit adorable? Juming winked at Sarutobi Kotaro, feigning cuteness. However, Kotaro detected no charm in Juming's gaze. The unappealing little brat. Kotaro slightly turned his head away, diverting his attention to the students and parents gathered at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, among whom he recognized several familiar figures. Oh, Kotaro, what brings you here? From a distance, a middle-aged man sporting a pineapple hairstyle waved toward Juming. Beside him stood a teenager and a child of about 7 or 8, all sharing the same distinctive hairstyle. Juming immediately recognized the family to which they belonged. The wise representatives of the Inuzuka clan, the Nara family. Though he had never seen some of them before, Juming observed from afar as Sarutobi Kotaro dashed towards them. Shikaku, Uncle Nara, and little Shikamaru, what brings you all here today? Upon encountering familiar faces, Sarutobi Kotaro felt a surge of excitement and greeted them with a smile. Shikaku? Is that teenager Shikamaru's father? The middle-aged man must be Shikaku, right? And who is that little one? Shikamaru's uncle? Shikaku's younger brother? Having never heard of Shikamaru's uncle before, Kuma curiously gazed at the 3 members of the Nara clan. His acquaintances in Konoha were rather limited, apart from those in his immediate circle. He relied on memories shaped by past anime viewings. However, it was evident that the relationships of the characters he was familiar with diverged significantly from what he had previously known. After all, decades separated him from the onset of the story's timeline, and many had departed this world following the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. As for the students of the Ninja Academy, one could only wonder how many would meet their demise on the battlefield. Children of humble origins, lacking a noble lineage, were often little more than fodder in the grand scheme of things. Silently, Kuma accompanied Tsunade and the others to the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Observing the school, which had undergone renovations to welcome new students, he fell into deep contemplation. It was not that he was overly sentimental. Rather, coming from a peaceful environment, he found it difficult to acclimate to such a setting. Previously, Kuma had been well shielded by Mito, and his mindset had yet to fully adjust. Kuma, we'll see you here. The academy has a test for early admissions, so you'll have to go in alone, Tsunade gently stated, giving him an encouraging glance as she patted him on the shoulder. Go for it, Kushina exclaimed, delivering a hearty slap to Kuma's back, causing him to wince in pain. That hurt, he grumbled, turning to glance at Kushina while rubbing the spot where he had been struck. Steeling himself, Kuma took a step toward the school, aware that from this day forward, he would truly embark on the path of a ninja. Blood, death, war, and conspiracy would soon encircle him, and henceforth, his only reliance would be on his own strength. Alongside Kuma entered many other children, their faces alight with smiles and excitement. In stark contrast, Kuma's expression bore a shadow of solemnity. It was inevitable. Children of this age reveled in the prospect of becoming dashing ninjas, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities that lay ahead. Moreover, few could foresee that the relatively peaceful Konoha would soon be engulfed in the most devastating of ninja world wars. As the children surged through the academy's gates, a teacher led them to an open area. Numerous parents lounged around the entrance, waiting anxiously for their children's results. Tsunade departed once Kuma entered, leaving only Kushina, Minato, and Sarutobi Kotoru to await his emergence. Kushina, concerned for her brother, wished to be there when Kuma received his results so she could take him home, while Minato simply accompanied her. Sarutobi Kotoru seemed more familiar with Nara Shikaku, engaging in conversation with him as they stood near the entrance. Shikaku's father had already left, and the two boys shared their youthful musings. In the schoolyard, the children who had been brought to the open space were chirping and chatting among themselves. Meanwhile, Jiuming exuded an aura that discouraged any approach, causing several children to keep their distance. It was inevitable. Jiuming found it difficult to forge friendships with these immature youngsters, perceiving everyone present as rather naive. Hello, my name is Nara Shikachi. You must be Uzumaki Jiuming, right? From the Uzumaki clan? Suddenly, a timid voice broke through the chatter. Turning around, Jiuming was surprised to see the young boy from the Nara clan whom he had encountered at the entrance. Hello, is there something you need? Although Jiuming was reluctant to engage with the other children, he felt a flicker of curiosity toward this particular Nara boy, wondering if he was indeed Shikamaru's uncle. He offered a smile he deemed sufficiently friendly, which eased Shikachi's initial nervousness. It seemed he was quite approachable after all. Shikachi breathed a sigh of relief and said, I noticed you standing here alone and thought you might need some assistance. I have some knowledge about the upcoming exam, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with it. In truth, Shikachi was uncertain why he had approached Jiuming. Perhaps it was the boy's striking red hair that piqued his curiosity. Do you know the content of the assessment? Initially, Jiuming had not paid much attention to Shikachi's words, but when he heard that the boy was aware of the examination details at the Ninja Academy, he was taken aback. Goodness, has Konoha Village deteriorated to such an extent? One could say, as expected of a Nara, to be informed even about the school's assessment content. Jiuming mused, contemplating that many from other ninja clans might also be privy to such information. Traditionally, the offspring of ninja clans possessed a foundational knowledge far exceeding that of ordinary children. Now, with the exam content seemingly leaked, it felt akin to blatant cheating. You don't know? Shikachi replied, somewhat astonished. The assessment content was released a month ago, comprising 3 parts: shuriken throwing, taijutsu, and wilderness survival. You truly weren't aware? Upon hearing Shikachi's words, Jiuming's mood soured. Admittedly, he had never undergone wilderness survival training in his life. The prospect of this assessment posed a genuine challenge for him. Lowering his gaze slightly, he began to strategize on how to navigate today's examination. As for the 3 assessments, he believed he could manage the taijutsu part with relative ease. His training over the years should suffice for this entrance exam. Survival in the wilderness should pose no significant issue, akin to the esteemed Lord Third. Enduring 3 days of hunger at the onset should suffice. It is inconceivable that a child of such tender years would require 10 days or even half a month to survive. The most daunting challenge lies in the evaluation of shuriken techniques. Alas, I have never practiced them. Upon hearing of the shuriken proficiency test, Jiuming felt overwhelmed. Throughout the years, he had not engaged in any training related to shuriken or kunai throwing. After all, in his mind, ninja battles should resemble piloting a giant mech, rather than employing shuriken in earnest. Who, in their right mind, would resort to such tools against formidable opponents? Even against mere fodder, it would be a struggle. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Jiuming had not practiced shuriken even for a single day. Seeing Jiuming lost in contemplation, Lu Yi hesitated to disturb him. Moreover, Xiaoming's disjointed conversation made Lu Yi feel neglected, prompting him to quietly depart in search of other companions. When Xiaoming finally regained his senses, he noticed that Nara Lu Yi had already left, but he paid it little mind, standing still in anticipation of the assessment's commencement. His mindset had been adjusted. After all, the moment had arrived, and excessive worry was futile. He resolved to simply perform to the best of his abilities. Before long, 3 ninjas adorned with headbands materialized upon a raised platform ahead. Following them was a middle-aged man draped in a white ceremonial robe. "Children, quiet down," commanded the ninja who had just escorted the children to the clearing, clearing his throat and addressing the man at the center of the arena. Instantly, the previously raucous playground fell silent. Xiaoming's attention was drawn to the ninjas that had suddenly appeared upon the platform. The middle-aged man in the white robe was someone Xiaoming recognized. "Lord Hokage," a child in the crowd exclaimed, having recognized the man in the ceremonial garb. The shout of Lord Hokage reverberated throughout the gathering, indicating that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only well known among the children, but also held in high regard. "Haha, splendid. Wonderful." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand in greeting, his gaze sweeping over the assembled children, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Although his eyes lingered not a moment longer on Xiaoming, the latter could sense an unsettling presence. Ever since the Hokage's arrival, Xiaoming felt as if someone was observing him. Who could it be? The sensation of being watched irked Xiaoming, prompting him to activate his Kagura's hard eye for perception, yet he discerned nothing amiss. After surveying the children, Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced his speech, reminiscent of a principal's address during a school assembly in Xiaoming's past life, tedious and devoid of substance. Aside from espousing the will of fire, he sought to instill his values in the crowd. For the other children, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was genuinely impassioned, igniting their eagerness to become ninjas and inherit the will of fire from their beloved Third Hokage. However, for Kumiai, who had long since formed his values, the speech delivered by the Third Hokage was rather tedious. After all, he might understand the profound principles better than the Third himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's address lasted nearly 30 minutes, after which he stepped aside, leaving the central position for the teachers of the Ninja Academy. "Students," he began, "we shall now commence the entrance examination. Please have all children under the age of 6 stand to my left, while those over 8 years of age should take their place to my right. The children aged 6 to 8 will stand in the central area." A middle-aged man clad in a green vest stood at the center of the platform, gesturing as he spoke, instructing all the students to line up according to his directions. Soon, the children began to move, and before long, they had arranged themselves into their designated areas based on the man's instructions. Kumiai found himself in the under 6 section, which housed only a handful of children, barely a dozen in total. A shared characteristic among them was that their garments bore the family crests of their respective ninja clans. The central area, designated for the 6 to 8-year-olds, was the most populated, comprising not only children from ninja clans, but also a considerable number of those from civilian backgrounds. Conversely, the section for those over 8 was sparsely populated, predominantly filled with offspring of ninja clans, with only a few hailing from civilian origins. From this simple arrangement, Kumiai could surmise the intent behind the Third's decisions. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of the assessments for the 3 groups would differ. Next, they moved on to the first evaluation, the Shuriken Technique Assessment. To your left, you will find the 5 ring targets we have prepared. Hitting the center will earn you 5 points, with a decrement for each ring outward. A complete miss will yield 0 points. Each student will shoot from a distance of 10 meters, with a total of 5 attempts. A perfect score is 25 points for the 8 and over group. A score of 20 points or more is considered passing. For the 6 to 8 group, 15 points or above is passing, and for those under 6, a minimum of 22 points is required to pass. Kumiai listened intently to the evaluator as he explained the rules, momentarily taken aback when he learned that the passing score for the under 6 group was significantly higher than that for the 6 to 8 group. The standard age for entering the Ninja Academy is typically around 6 years, and this open enrollment was largely aimed at identifying exceptional ninja prospects. The Academy's intent was quite clear. If one wished to enter early, they must possess potential. Otherwise, they would simply have to wait until they turned 6. This served as both a selection process for students and a form of alternative protection for them. Excuse me, a voice interrupted. I would like to ask if I can still enter the Ninja Academy if I fail one subject? I apologize, but I have not practiced shuriken throwing. Just as the academy instructor was about to signal the students to begin their assessments, a red-haired boy in the under-6 group raised his right hand, looking rather embarrassed as he addressed the teacher. The boy's eyes gleamed like polished ebony, and his prominent nose lent him an air of youthful nobility. His delicate features were sharply defined, and though still a child, his appearance could already be deemed handsome. His long crimson hair was simply tied back, with a few strands of bangs cascading over his forehead. This child is none other than Uzumaki Naruto, the offspring of the Mito clan. The Ninja Academy instructor's gaze fell upon Naruto, fully aware of his identity, as he pondered how to respond to the query at hand. The Third Hokage shifted his attention toward Naruto, scrutinizing him with a gentle smile, harboring a hint of curiosity toward this young boy. Upon noticing that both the Third Hokage and the instructor were looking in his direction, Naruto's face displayed a trace of embarrassment. Could it be that he had never learned the art of shuriken throwing? It was quite shameful to participate in an early admission test without mastering such a fundamental skill. For a moment, the Third Hokage and the instructor remained silent, while whispers began to circulate among the students, particularly among those hailing from the same region as Naruto. They were all scions of various ninja clans, some belonging to long-established bloodline families, where the practice of shuriken was initiated from an early age. Moreover, this area was designated for children under 6, all of whom were aspiring to secure early admission, each one a prodigy from their respective families. Ahem. The Third Hokage, noticing the instructor's prolonged silence, gently cleared his throat as a reminder. The somewhat oblivious instructor quickly regained his composure and stated, "If you fail to meet the standards in shuriken throwing, your entrance examination will be considered unsuccessful. The foundational criteria for admission is that all 3 subjects must be passed, as the academy seeks well-rounded ninjas." Although Naruto had prepared himself for this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment upon hearing the instructor's words. While it was certainly wise to select versatile ninjas, such criteria might overlook many uniquely gifted individuals. The later examples of Guy and Lee were testament to this. It seemed that to succeed in the shuriken examination, he would need to employ some clever tactics. Naruto chose to remain silent, bowing his head in contemplation of how to pass the assessment. Observing his reticence, the instructor nodded and began calling names from the list. "Let us start with the eldest. Hyuga Hisashi, you may come forward." As the instructor's words echoed, a boy emerged from the 8 and above section, noticeably taller than the others. "Hyuga Hisashi, age 11. Let us commence your shuriken examination." The instructor, glancing at the information regarding Hisashi, felt a twinge of surprise. A child of this age should not typically be part of the entrance examination lineup, and Hisashi's presence on this list indicated that he had received prior training within his clan. In a typical household, children are sent to the ninja academy as early as 7 or 8 years old. Remarkably, the prodigy of the last generation, Minato Namikaze, graduated and became a genin at that tender age. It is conceivable that had it not been for the impending war, the Hyuga clan would never have permitted this child to attend the academy. Indeed, Hinata Hyuga bears a resemblance to a young Neji. But this similarity is subtle and easily overlooked. It is evident that Neji's future appearance will largely inherit traits from his mother. Upon hearing this name, Naruto Uzumaki could not quell his curiosity. He leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the young Hinata, for he wished to become acquainted with this man of deep loyalty. With a determined stride, Hinata stepped out of the ranks and into the arena, retrieving 5 shuriken from the pouch at his waist. Without any ostentatious gestures, he casually launched the shuriken toward the target. The sound of metal embedding into wood resonated sharply as all 5 shuriken strikingly found their mark at the bullseye. Impressive. With just a single throw, he managed to hit the target perfectly, all 5 shuriken landing precisely at the center. The students' gasps of astonishment echoed around, while the Third Hokage nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied with Hinata's prowess. Well done. All 5 hits excellent. Hinata was provisionally placed in the 5th grade class of the Preparatory Division, Class A. As previously mentioned, the Ninja Academy categorizes classes by levels. The 5th grade typically consists of children around 11 years of age, and Class A represents the most exceptional among them, predominantly comprising children from ninja clans. It is indeed remarkable that at such a young age, Hinata demonstrates such formidable shuriken skills. Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing Hinata's performance, felt a twinge of surprise. The Hyuga clan is traditionally known for their emphasis on taijutsu combined with the Byakugan bloodline limit. Thus, it is evident that Hinata's level of proficiency in shuriken throwing at this age results from his own diligent training. Following Hinata, the oldest group of children began their assessments. Overall, many of the 9 to 10-year-olds were able to hit the bullseye 5 times as well, though most of them did so one at a time. Although their results were equally commendable, a distinction remained between their achievements and Hinata's. Some individuals can score a perfect 100 due to their inherent abilities, while others achieve the same score merely because the maximum attainable score is 100. Undoubtedly, Hinata's perfect score signifies that he is among the elite, as he achieved it through pure merit. Not long after, all students aged 8 and above completed their tests, and remarkably, none failed. Clearly, as the foundational skill for ninjas, shuriken techniques were taken seriously, with every child keeping pace. Very good. Next, we will proceed with the assessments for the 6 to 8-year-olds. As the instructor announced the commencement of the second group, Naruto Uzumaki withdrew his gaze and began to prepare himself for his own turn. Do not speak. Although it is merely an ordinary entrance examination, Juming finds himself feeling somewhat anxious. Before long, the second group's assessment also concluded. In comparison to the first group, the results of the 68-year-old cohort were somewhat disappointing, as many failed to meet the Academy's assessment criteria and were eliminated early on. Among those discarded, the majority were commoners lacking family insignias. Numerous eliminated candidates recorded a score of 0, clearly indicating they had not undergone any training in shuriken techniques. Such zero-score participants became the subject of ridicule among the children of the ninja clans. Observing the flushed faces of those departing, Juming felt a pang of sympathy. In this world of ninjas, lineage, family status, and bloodlines have been maximized as advantages. No matter how hard children from ordinary families strive, they can hardly catch up to those from prestigious clans. Instances of extraordinary commoner prodigies are exceedingly rare. Looking back at the 7 generations of Hokage from Konoha, the only ninja of true commoner origin is Minato, and even with his remarkable talent, it is debatable whether he could have ascended to Hokage without Jiraiya's guidance. Furthermore, after his relationship with Kushina, Minato learned the sealing techniques passed down through the Uzumaki clan. Without such resources, relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique would not have resolved the Nine-Tails incident. The path for commoners to rise is fraught with difficulty. While Juming was lost in contemplation, it was already time for the assessment of their group of children under 6, a cohort that drew significant attention. The children in this segment were all those who had been admitted early, and their talents would be showcased before the Hokage. If they could win the favor of the Hokage, their ninja careers would become remarkably smooth. Uzumaki Juming, you are first. The instructor, with an impassive expression, called out Juming's name, then pointed to the target nearby, indicating for him to step forward for the assessment. He held no high expectations for Juming, especially since Juming himself had stated he had not trained with shuriken. It would be miraculous if he passed. However, the third Hokage watched Juming with keen interest, eager to see him commence the evaluation. Has this child grown so much? Lord Mito personally arranged for him to be here. He cannot merely be a decorative pillow. Juming stood out with his striking appearance, even amidst the crowd, and the third Hokage, unable to resist the allure of appearances, felt that Juming should not disappoint. What an eager gaze this old man has. Could he possess some peculiar interests? Uzumaki Juming, begin. At the instructor's urging, Juming approached the designated spot. However, just as he was about to start the evaluation, he realized something of great importance. He had not brought any shuriken with him. I apologize, teacher, but I do not have any shuriken, Juming admitted, somewhat embarrassed. He genuinely had not anticipated that the day's assessment would include the use of shuriken. While he had a few kunai on hand, he regrettably had no shuriken. Classmate, it seems you are not yet prepared to become a ninja. The teacher at the Ninja Academy reached for his lower back. Despite his words, he handed his pouch of ninja tools to Naruto Uzumaki. Let us begin, he urged, gesturing towards the target after passing the pouch. All right, Naruto replied, clumsily retrieving 5 shuriken from the pouch. After counting them meticulously, he returned the pouch to the teacher and turned his gaze towards the target. Due to the Ein seal, he sought to minimize the use of chakra. Excessive chakra usage could destabilize the seal structure, and at this moment, he lacked the assistance of Granny Mito to reinforce it. A faint blue diamond-shaped mark shimmered on Naruto's forehead, barely discernible under the sunlight, yet undeniably present. With Mito's guidance, Naruto had completed the construction of the Ein seal over a year ago, and he had been channeling chakra into it ever since. However, for reasons unknown, despite the substantial chakra he had infused over the past year, the seal remained in its elusive state. According to Minato, the Ein seal was sufficiently vast and stable, requiring a considerable amount of chakra. Thanks to its robust structure, Naruto did not have to refrain from utilizing ninjutsu to channel chakra, as Sakura had to do while learning the Ein seal. He was still able to mobilize a portion of his chakra without impacting the seal's storage. Nevertheless, he had to exercise strict control over the amount he channeled. Exceeding the limit could nullify all his efforts. He pondered the total amount of chakra he possessed, estimating that using a single unit should not pose a problem. Note: 1 unit of chakra is equivalent to the total chakra of an elite jonin like Kakashi. Focusing intently on controlling his chakra, Naruto, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, which was inherently difficult to regulate while ensuring the integrity of the Ein seal. This presented a formidable challenge for him. "Hurry up, Naruto," the teacher urged impatiently, noticing Naruto's hesitation. In the very next instant, Naruto seized a shuriken and hurled it towards the target. The shuriken flew with such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a crackling sound, a tremendous explosion resonated as the shuriken struck the target, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that made the Third Hokage squint. The other children present were caught off guard, shielding their faces with their hands, striving to maintain their balance against the fierce wind. A few slender children were even toppled to the ground, rolling several times. What just happened? After a brief moment, as the strong gust began to subside, the teacher at the Ninja Academy gazed in astonishment at the large crater before him, momentarily rendered speechless. The target has long since vanished, taking with it an area of 4 to 5 meters around it, now transformed into a massive pit approximately 1 meter deep. A failure. Indeed, the shuriken missed its mark. Uzumaki Naruto, the one who had cast this fearsome shuriken, realized that he had inadvertently infused it with chakra, causing the projectile to veer off course and crash to the ground instead of hitting the target. Naruto had intended to utilize his chakra control to manipulate the shuriken's flight path from a distance. However, as a first-time attempt, he had evidently not succeeded. What is this? Such terrifying power. Is this truly a shuriken? Its might surpasses that of some fire techniques. Slowly regaining their composure, the children began to react, chattering among themselves, their gazes directed at Naruto imbued with fear. To them, Naruto was unequivocally a dangerous individual. Gazing at the distant pit, the assessing instructor found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was merely Naruto's first attempt with the shuriken, and already it had caused such a commotion. He was reluctant to allow Naruto to continue the assessment. "Uzumaki Naruto, this evaluation is meant to test your shuriken technique, with no chakra allowed. Are you aware that you have violated the rules?" Though the teacher's words were stern, his expression betrayed a sense of wonder, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. The Third Hokage, though silent, regarded Naruto with an even greater intensity of interest. Regardless of how Uzumaki Naruto had unleashed such formidable destructive power, the Third Hokage had already confirmed one thing: Uzumaki Naruto is a genius. Moreover, he possessed no familial influence within the village. "Apologies, I am unaware." Deep down, Naruto had anticipated the destructive potential of the shuriken he had released. His true intent was to capture the attention of the Third Hokage, and whether the shuriken struck the target was of little consequence to him. Observing the Hokage's expression, Naruto felt assured that his plan had borne fruit. He chuckled. "No need to worry, sensei. It's normal for children to be unaware. Let Uzumaki Naruto through. After all, even the target has been obliterated. Achieving full marks is quite justified. Let South tentatively place him in the first grade A class," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, raising his hand to halt any further reprimands from the instructor. In his eyes, the prospect of allowing someone with such fearsome power as Uzumaki Naruto into the Ninja Academy was hardly a concern. Although he noted Naruto's miss, to Sarutobi, it was merely a minor issue. The selection of students for the academy primarily hinges on potential. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the instructor replied with a slight bow, then turned to Naruto and said, "You need not attempt any more shuriken throws." With that, the instructor announced to everyone, "Uzumaki Naruto, outstanding, preparatory class, first grade A class." As his words settled, he gestured for Naruto to return to the lineup. A grin spread across Naruto's face, having successfully passed the shuriken assessment. He felt no concern for the remaining evaluations. In terms of individual prowess, it is unlikely that any of the children present could rival him. Naruto Uzumaki possesses a remarkable confidence in this regard. Shortly after Naruto returned to the ranks, a masked ninja stealthily departed from the shadows. This individual's exit did not attract Naruto's attention, yet the Third Hokage seemed to sense something, casting a glance in the direction of the departing figure. Indeed, the children of the Uzumaki clan have garnered quite a bit of interest. The Third Hokage mused inwardly, a smile gracing his lips, indifferent to the matter. With Naruto Uzumaki now enrolled in the Ninja Academy, it was evident that this child would soon carry the label of the Third Hokage. The Shuriken test was merely a minor interlude in the assessments. Following Naruto's early completion, the other children gradually took their turns. It was evident that the offspring of prestigious clans were exceptionally gifted. In Naruto's group, being the youngest, he not only achieved the highest scores, but also boasted a 100 pass rate. This was not the most astonishing aspect. Among the several younger candidates who participated in the tests, 10 of them hit all 5 targets with remarkable precision. This group included not only children from the Uchiha clan, but also those from the Nara and Yamanaka clans. As the final child concluded their assessment, the Shuriken testing came to a close. The second phase of the evaluation, the Taijutsu test, was about to commence. This round of testing would be conducted by me, as I would engage in practice matches with you all to ascertain your eligibility for enrollment. Once all the children had completed their Shuriken tests, a teacher known as Jiraiya stepped forward to announce the initiation of the second assessment. Wasn't the Taijutsu test supposed to involve sparring among the students? Upon hearing the method of the Taijutsu evaluation, Naruto cast a curious glance at the teacher referred to as Jiraiya by the Third Hokage. He had initially assumed that the Taijutsu assessment would simply consist of children battling each other in a straightforward display of strength. However, he was taken aback to learn that the test would involve sparring with the instructor. This arrangement granted the teacher a significant degree of authority, as the fate of the children's passage hinged upon his judgment. This seemed rather unjust to Naruto, who furtively glanced at the Third Hokage standing nearby. Judging by the Hokage's demeanor, this method had received his approval, yet Naruto remained puzzled as to why such an evidently inequitable testing approach was employed. Nevertheless, among the young participants, none perceived the testing method as inappropriate. In fact, many felt that it presented a splendid opportunity to showcase their abilities. Those with formidable taijutsu skills regarded it as a chance to shine. Those who completed the Shuriken test first should have had ample time to rest. Let us begin with you. Rather than following the roster, I invite anyone who wishes to volunteer as the first participant in the taijutsu test. Jiraiya, a chunin with a patient disposition and unwavering loyalty to the Third Hokage, was well suited to instruct at the Ninja Academy. Although it had been quite some time since he had stepped onto the battlefield, the prowess of Jyodai remained remarkably outstanding within the realm of chunin. It was more than sufficient for testing these children, who were barely even genin. After all, as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he was aware that the students present were somewhat hesitant to unleash their full potential, thus rendering the atmosphere rather subdued. Is there truly no one willing to step forward? Jyodai inquired, his gaze sweeping over the silent crowd. If no one volunteers, I shall call upon names. At that moment, the quietude reminded Jioming of the teachers from his own school days. Whenever a teacher posed a question in class, silence would envelop the room, and the ensuing roll call was a true trial for the students. Oftentimes, it was the top achievers who would liberate the class from such discomfort. In the world of Naruto, the same dilemma had a parallel resolution. Teacher, allow me to go first, Hyuga Hayashi declared, as he pushed aside several children obstructing his path and stepped forward to a clear space before Jyodai. An expression of excitement and determination adorned his face, exuding confidence in his abilities. Ah, indeed, a true member of the Hyuga clan. Go for it, Hyuga. The previously serene training ground erupted into a lively cheer, invigorating Hyuga Hayashi, who stood at the center. The prospect of showcasing his skills before such an audience filled him with enthusiasm. Teacher, let us begin. Hyuga Hayashi bowed respectfully and then assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist technique practiced by his clan. Very well, come at me, Jyodai replied with a smile, standing firm in place, inviting Hayashi to make the first move. Noting Jyodai's somewhat relaxed posture, Hyuga Hayashi's expression sharpened with intensity, the veins around his eyes bulging. Byakugan, he exclaimed, charging forward with alacrity, unleashing a palm strike aimed directly at Jyodai's face. Whoosh! The gust from his palm grazed Jiodai's cheek, who effortlessly evaded the attack with a simple tilt of his head. Not bad. Your speed is commendable, a true testament to the Hyuga clan. Although the words were meant as praise, Hayashi did not seem particularly elated by them. Quickly adapting from his missed strike, Hayashi transitioned from a palm to a piercing finger thrust, targeting Jiodai's shoulder. The unique body techniques of the Hyuga clan, combined with their special ocular prowess, allowed them to perceive the body's meridians, acupoints, and the flow of chakra. This foresight enabled them to anticipate potential jutsu from their opponents and respond swiftly. Such techniques could permit the practitioner to infuse their chakra into the opponent's body, obstructing the flow of chakra and sealing their acupoints. With a single successful strike, victory could be claimed. Unbeknownst to them, Narashikaku had positioned himself beside Uzumaki Gyoming, observing the duel while taking on the role of commentator. Upon hearing his voice, Gyoming cast a sidelong glance at Shikaku before redirecting his attention back to the unfolding battle. Merely a glance, yet Uzumaki Naruto, though encountering Hyuga Hinata for the first time, had long been acquainted with the combat style of the Byakugan. Boom. In the arena, the finger strike from Hyuga Hayashi not only failed to land on Jubei, but was instead met with a forceful kick to the chest. The immense power sent the unsuspecting Hayashi flying a considerable distance. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to retain his combat capabilities despite the blow. What astonishing speed! Is this instructor truly a Chunin? After sliding from the kick, Hyuga Hayashi regained his footing, his expression turning more serious. He was no naive child. On the contrary, hailing from the esteemed Hyuga clan, he had encountered numerous shinobi of varying ranks, including Jonin and Chunin. During his training, he had sparred with many exceptional Jonin and Chunin. Thus, he recognized that this seemingly inconspicuous instructor was undoubtedly a concealed master. Adjusting his mindset, Hayashi assumed a combat stance, markedly different from before. What is this? The third Hokage's eyes sparkled at Hayashi's movement, while Jubei's expression also grew slightly more grave. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A whirlwind erupted from thin air, and as Hayashi's voice echoed, his figure surged towards Jubei, unleashing a torrential flurry of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures exchanged blows with blinding speed, leaving the onlookers, aside from the third Hokage and a few accompanying teachers, unable to clearly perceive the actions of the combatants. Could this truly be the entrance examination for the Shinobi Academy, rather than the Chunin exam? Uzumaki Naruto stared in bewilderment at the frenzied assaults from Hyuga Hayashi, momentarily rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that what was supposed to be merely an entrance exam could involve an 11-year-old child executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The first man to reveal this technique in the series was the prodigious Hyuga Niji, who, at the age of 13, showcased it during the Chunin exams. Now, the same technique was being employed by Hayashi, who was merely an 11-year-old boy. The title of genius would surely be bestowed upon Hyuga Hayashi. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Hayashi's attack frequency was astonishingly rapid, and as he proclaimed the 64 palms, his hands formed a hexagram, directly striking 2 chakra points on Jubei's body. Upon the completion of Hayashi's 64 palms, Jubei was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Had he succeeded? The surrounding students craned their necks, peering at Jubei's prone form, their minds filled with uncertainty. Was it the body replacement technique? Naruto mused, brushing aside his bangs with a gentle motion. His perception had already detected something amiss with Jiodai when Hinata unleashed his 2 strikes. I've lost, Hinata remarked, gazing at Jiodai sprawled on the ground. As his words fell, Jiodai abruptly transformed into a plume of smoke, revealing only a wooden stump once the haze dissipated. Very well. Although you merely grazed me twice, your martial prowess is exceptionally commendable, Hinata. Your performance is outstanding. Jiodai's voice emanated from behind Hinata. He had cleverly utilized a substitution technique to evade the assault. Despite the fact that Hinata's strikes had barely caused any discomfort, Jiodai had nonetheless acknowledged Hinata's martial capabilities for the assessment. Has yet another genius emerged from the Hyuga clan? Pondered the third Hokage, feeling a mixture of joy and unease. The esteemed clan of Konoha was undeniably a reservoir of talent, and as Hokage, he was acutely aware of the mounting pressure. Thank you, Sensei. Upon seeing Jiodai appear behind him, Hinata displayed no signs of astonishment. His Byakugan had detected the evasion, though he had realized it a moment too late. After concluding the first evaluation, Hinata returned to his lineup, and soon thereafter, students from the academy began to challenge Jiu-Dai in succession. However, many of those who followed Hinata failed to land even a single blow on Jiu-Dai. This only reinforced the notion that Hinata's martial strength was indeed formidable. Thus far, he was the only one capable of striking the instructor. Observing his peers being toyed with by Jiu-Dai, Narashika could not help but exclaim his thoughts aloud. Just as he intended to engage in conversation with Uzumaki Naruto, he noticed the latter stepping out of the lineup, striding towards Jiu-Dai. "Teacher, allow me to take the lead in the group under 6 years old." Naruto, clad in a white training outfit, entered the center of the arena. Even as the previous student remained prostrate on the ground, he approached with a smile, ready to greet the evaluation instructor. "Oh, are you eager to begin? Very well. You shall go first in the juvenile group," Jiu-Dai remarked, smiling at the striking young boy before him. "I appreciate your guidance," Naruto dutifully responded, bowing slightly in a display of courtesy. "Let us commence." No sooner had Jiu-Dai's voice trailed off than Naruto vanished from his previous position. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Jiu-Dai, executing a powerful front kick aimed precisely at Jiu-Dai's vulnerable area, given Naruto's modest height of approximately 1.3 meters. This boy is quite devious, Jiu-Dai thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he swiftly raised his arms to block the incoming strike. Frustrated, he then watched as Naruto performed 2 somersaults, landing beside the previous student still on the ground. What is he up to? Jiu-Dai wondered in astonishment as Naruto hooked his right foot around the prone student and sent him sprawling away. "You are a nuisance." Juming lowered his gaze, and after sending away the troublesome student, he transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards Jiu-Dai. Swiftly, yet not swiftly enough. Observing Jiuming's fierce approach, Jiu-Dai curled his arms in preparation. After sending the previous student tumbling out of the arena with a swift kick, Jiuming surged towards Jiu-Dai. His incredible speed left the surrounding students in a daze. The spectators could hardly track Jiuming's movements with the naked eye. Even Hinata had to employ his Byakugan to barely catch a glimpse of Jiuming's fleeting form. Swiftly, yet still not swiftly enough. With a sharp exclamation, Jiu-Dai launched an offensive as Jiuming reached him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Jiuming's chest. Unlike his previous matches where he had always been on the defensive, blocking the students' attacks to assess their martial prowess, he felt an urge to strike back against Jiuming. A flicker of fear crept into his heart. Had he not reacted swiftly to Jiuming's sudden onslaught earlier, he would have been incapacitated. Fueled by anger, he sought to teach Jiuming a lesson. Such rapid movement could not evade my attack. As Jiu-Dai's fist neared its target, he readied to temper his strength to mitigate Jiuming's potential injury. However, just as Jiu-Dai was about to temper his force, he noticed Jiuming had planted his right foot firmly on the ground, abruptly halting his advance. In a flash, Jiuming seized Jiu-Dai's outstretched arm with his right hand, and with a swift kick, aimed directly at Jiu-Dai's groin. "What?" Jiu-Dai gasped in surprise, unable to retract his arm in time to defend against the impending strike. He could only lift his left hand to intercept Jiuming's kick. Just as he thought he had successfully thwarted Jiuming's assault, he suddenly found himself losing control, his body lifting off the ground. "Incredible strength," Jiuming exclaimed, pivoting on one leg and effortlessly lifting Jiu-Dai off the ground. Despite being merely a child, he possessed the strength of an adult. Bang! Jiu-Dai, having previously restrained his strength, was caught off guard and was thrown over Jiuming's shoulder, crashing to the ground. Dust swirled around him as he hit the earth with tremendous force. The sheer power of Jiuming had exceeded all his expectations. He never imagined that the 5-year-old Jiuming could possess strength rivaling that of an adult. However, despite being thrown down, Jiu-Dai suffered no injuries. A ninja's resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. While a typical adult would be rendered momentarily dazed by such a blow, Jiu-Dai remained conscious. After successfully landing a strike, Jiuming released Jiu-Dai and stepped back to assess his condition. Soon, Jiu-Dai rose from the ground, brushing off the dust as if nothing had happened, a nonchalant expression gracing his face. "Ha ha ha, I was careless, I didn't dodge." Jiu-Dai let out a light chuckle, as if he had not just been thrown over the shoulder by a child. However, after being tossed by Jiuming, he began to recognize the latter's strength. While he still intended to hold back during their sparring, he realized that the manner in which he did so required careful consideration. Had he not eased up during his attack, he would not have found himself on the receiving end of such an impressive throw. Vortex Jiuming, is it? Your taijutsu is quite commendable. Come at me again. I wish to witness your prowess once more. Rather than displaying anger, Jiudai offered genuine praise for Jiuming's skills, harboring a sense of admiration within. Yet, despite his accolades and appreciation, the fact that Jiuming had embarrassed him left Jiudai pondering how to salvage his dignity as a ninja academy instructor. Thus, he resolved to impart a thorough lesson on taijutsu to Jiuming. Observing Jiudai rise and assume a stance, coupled with the latter's broad smile, the astute Jiuming decided to withdraw, opting not to press the attack any further. Naturally, Jiuming, engaged in direct confrontation with Jiudai, recognized that his opponent had been holding back. Having already succeeded in feigning strength, he knew that this was not the moment to continue his assault. Did he truly wish to charge in for further humiliation? Jiudai-sensei, I feel as though I might be the only student who has managed to land a hit on you. Surely, my taijutsu must now meet the standard, correct? A naive expression graced Jiuming's face, betraying no intention of resuming his offensive. Ah, well, you have indeed passed, Jiudai responded, momentarily taken aback by Jiuming's words. After a moment's thought, he smiled, though inwardly he berated the clever child for attempting to escape. Haha, I believe there will be ample time for me to understand your taijutsu abilities in the future. Since you have already passed, let us allow the others to have their turn. Jiuming, perceiving Jiudai's intentions, chuckled awkwardly, and then turned his gaze towards the Third Hokage. Hee, a cunning child. The Third Hokage thought, noticing Jiuming's glance. When Jiuming's eyes met Jiudai's once more, he turned back to the Third Hokage, who surprisingly nodded slightly. With a resigned sigh, Jiuming remarked, very well, there will be opportunities to learn later on. Vortex Jiuming, your performance in taijutsu is outstanding. Jiudai, feeling somewhat defeated, realized that he had completely lost face today. Initially, he had hoped to redeem himself, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. As Jiudai announced Jiuming's results, the expressions of the other students shifted in response. Having already showcased his unique destructive capabilities during the shuriken test, the children now regarded him with a newfound sense of danger. In an astonishing display of prowess, Naruto Uzumaki managed to topple a teacher from the Ninja Academy in a single round of taijutsu sparring. This was not merely a matter of danger. It was an extreme peril. Although Jiraiya had allowed some leniency, Naruto's physical skills were undeniably impressive. His speed was extraordinary, his strength formidable, and his combat awareness exceptional. To suddenly halt amidst such rapid movement, one cannot claim he had not anticipated Jiraiya's counterattack. Undoubtedly, this young man is a prodigy. It seems prudent to keep a closer watch on this child moving forward. The Third Hokage stroked his beard with a smile, his attention towards Naruto differing from that of others. While many recognized Naruto's remarkable abilities, the Hokage contemplated much more. As a scion of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto was not to be compared with mere commoners. At such a tender age, he had already begun to reveal considerable talent, a matter of great significance for both the Third Hokage and the entirety of Konohagakure. This pertains to the future selection of the Jinchuriki. As the leader of the village, the Third Hokage had long assessed the capabilities and character of Kushina Uzumaki. Compared to the average individual, Kushina was also quite gifted, possessing a chakra affinity that inherently suppressed the Nine Tails, being of Uzumaki descent. Furthermore, Kushina had thus far demonstrated a profound sense of belonging to Konoha, leading the Hokage and the Council of Elders to consider her as a candidate for the next Jinchuriki. However, being a girl implies potential future marriage and motherhood. While other villages might remain unaware, the higher-ups in Konoha understood that the childbirth of a Jinchuriki entails immense risk, something that cannot be avoided. Yet now, upon witnessing the extraordinary talent of Naruto Uzumaki, the Third Hokage's mind began to envision a path previously unconsidered. Perhaps, before the passing of Lord Mito, he could cultivate a low-risk Jinchuriki. As the Third Hokage silently strategized, the youngest group of students commenced their individual assessments. The outcomes were as anticipated. The children participating in the early enrollment at the Ninja Academy displayed commendable skills. Although none could execute a shoulder throw like Naruto, their demonstrated abilities in taijutsu were sufficient to earn Jiraiya's approval. All students aged 8 and under achieved outstanding results in their physical assessments. Upon the conclusion of all evaluations, Jiraiya announced the end of the day's assessments. Children, today's evaluations have concluded. All students who have been eliminated will have an opportunity for a retest, the timing of which will be determined and communicated by the school. For those who have passed the first 2 evaluations, assemble at the village entrance tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock as you prepare for a week-long wilderness survival assessment. Now, let me elaborate on the content of the wilderness survival assessment. When Uzumaki Naruto completed 2 of the Ninja Academy's evaluations and stepped out of the school gates, Kushina and Minato, who were initially seated and engaged in conversation at the entrance, did not immediately notice his emergence. Conversely, Nara Shikaku, who was chatting with Sarutobi Kinomaru, spotted his brother, Shikadai, trailing behind Naruto as they exited the academy. Shikadai, the parents waiting outside the school, primarily those of children under 8, were not numerous, as the older children participating in the assessments usually returned home independently. Thus, the crowd of waiting parents was rather sparse. Nara Shikaku's exclamation captured the attention of all the parents, prompting them to rise eagerly and scan the throng for their own children. This commotion also alerted the animated Kushina and Minato to the fact that school had concluded. Has Naruto come out? I wonder how he fared. Surely he did well. With a sudden burst of energy, Uzumaki Kushina sprang to her feet, scrutinizing the stream of children exiting the school. Naruto's strikingly vibrant red hair made him remarkably easy to identify, and she quickly spotted him among the crowd. Naruto, over here despite her youth. Kushina possessed a voice that resonated, effectively overshadowing the chatter of many parents. Oh, Kushina. As Naruto emerged from the school, he heard her call and jogged over, affectionately addressing her. How did the exam go? As anticipated, like most parents, Kushina's first inquiry upon seeing her brother was about the exam's outcome. It was a breeze. Such an assessment is trivial for me. As Naruto boasted to his sister, other children were similarly reporting their examination experiences to their parents. Soon, numerous parents shifted their attention to the conversation between Naruto and Kushina. Many of the students' parents were ninjas, and upon learning of the events within the academy, they became quite curious about Naruto. Truly impressive to have bested a veteran like Jiraiya. The strength he possesses is certainly remarkable for one so young. It's astonishing that he has already mastered such advanced chakra techniques. What a formidable little prodigy. At this moment, Nara Shikadai had also reunited with his brother, Shikaku. Upon encountering him, Shikadai eagerly relayed the news about Naruto, speaking of him with admiration. Among the children, many who had witnessed Naruto's prowess felt a mix of fear and admiration towards him. The allure of strength is a universal sentiment among all ages. From Shikadai's descriptions, Shikaku gleaned much about Uzumaki Naruto, and he quickly formed a judgment regarding Naruto's taijutsu skills. In the Hidden Leaf Village, only the first Hokage's wife and his granddaughter Tsunade were known to possess such extraordinary strength. In the present day, Tsunade, renowned for her formidable strength and exceptional medical ninjutsu, actively resides within the village. Even among the elite jonin, she stands as a remarkably powerful kunoichi. Nara Shikaku, now in his teenage years, evidently recognizes Tsunade and is well aware of her ninjutsu characteristics. It is precisely because Shikaku understands the essence of tremendous strength that he realizes merely having a teacher is insufficient for mastering such techniques. Despite the vast repertoire of secret arts and ninjutsu in Konoha, the ninjutsu accessible to ninjas of varying ranks is quite limited. Generally, a low-ranking genin who can master a B-rank ninjutsu is considered exceptional, while those less skilled may struggle even with a C-rank technique. For the average chunin, the highest attainable mastery is typically confined to 1 or 2 B-rank techniques, with the number rarely exceeding 5. A-rank ninjutsu remains a distant dream. Proficient mastery of B-rank ninjutsu, and potentially an A-rank technique as a trump card, is generally reserved for jonin, and may even pertain to elite jonin. Those possessing S-rank ninjutsu, wielding its power, can approach the threshold of Hokage-level prowess. As previously mentioned, while Konoha boasts an extensive array of ninjutsu across various elemental categories, the ninjutsu mastered by ninjas of differing ranks is limited. This phenomenon arises not from the Hokage hoarding techniques, but rather from the innate talent of individuals, which restricts the ninjutsu they can learn. Not everyone possesses the ingenuity of Minato or Kakashi to develop their own ninjutsu, nor do all individuals, like Naruto and Sasuke, grasp techniques like Rasengan or Chidori in mere days. Such feats demand exceptional talent. Consider Shizune, Tsunade's niece, who, despite years of training under Tsunade, has not mastered the Ein sealing technique or the strength This is not due to Tsunade's unwillingness to teach, but rather Shizun's lack of aptitude. Over the years, aside from Tsunade and Mito, no other ninja in Konoha has been able to wield such tremendous strength, not because Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito are withholding their knowledge, but simply because most individuals lack the requisite talent. The conversation between Nara Shikaku and his brother caught the attention of Sarutobi Kotaro, the eldest son of the Third Hokage, who has taken an interest in Uzumaki Naruto. His understanding of the technique of immense strength surpasses that of Shikaku, and he is acutely aware of the challenges involved in learning it. Currently, Sarutobi Kotaro is in a team with Kushina and Minato, and prior to joining this group, he was already familiar with his teammates. His Hokage father had privately informed him about the division of Genin and being assigned to work alongside Minato and Kushina. Kotaro carries a mission of his own. Let us return home, he hears Kushina say, having asked Naruto a few questions before deciding to take him home. Observing Kushina and Minato departing with Naruto, Sarutobi Kotaro's expression reveals a contemplative demeanor. Not long after Gyoming and his companions departed, other parents gradually left the school as well, preparing for their children's needs, for tomorrow marks the final assessment. Many parents intended to provide their children with a last-minute intensive training session. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kushina, holding Gyoming's hand, bid a reluctant farewell to Minato at the entrance of the Uzumaki clan's residence. Since the incident, the precocious Kushina harbored unique feelings for Minato, and now that they were grouped together for the Chunin exams, the bond between them seemed to be blossoming. Minato, see you tomorrow, Kushina said, her cheeks flushed as she waved goodbye. Indeed, see you tomorrow, Minato replied with a smile, watching her intently. Although the words of farewell were exchanged, Gyoming sensed no intention of departure in Minato's demeanor. Kushina felt similarly, although they stood at the threshold of home. Stepping through the door seemed an insurmountable challenge. Unable to bear the sight of Kushina and Minato, Gyoming, despite having not eaten dinner, felt inexplicably full. After freeing himself from Kushina's grasp, he stepped into the residence, determined to attend to his own myriad of tasks as a diligent genin. That night, in the study of the Uzumaki household, Gyoming knelt before a writing desk adorned with 3 specially crafted blank scrolls. Beside the scrolls lay numerous bamboo tubes filled with fresh water and an array of military rations. These bamboo tubes were newly crafted, and Gyoming was preparing for the final wilderness survival assessment. The 3 blank scrolls were intended for him to inscribe storage seals, compact enough to fit easily within his ninja tool pouch. It was astonishing that an entrance examination for a ninja academy included a wilderness survival test. And for an entire week at that. Gyoming scoffed at the notion that those young children could possibly pass. As he muttered to himself, he picked up a brush and began to inscribe seals on the scrolls. Initially, he had presumed that the wilderness survival would last just a day or 2. If that were the case, he could simply follow the example of his mentor and endure through hunger. However, upon learning from his teacher that the survival challenge would extend for a week, Gyoming realized he must make preparations. After all, he had no prior experience in wilderness survival, and relying solely on hunger would not suffice for an entire week. Thus, he needed to stockpile resources to avoid finding himself in a dire predicament. Currently, most of the ninjutsu Gyoming had mastered stemmed from the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. He was quite proficient at crafting basic storage scrolls and explosive seals. Beyond that, the only ninjutsu he had genuinely mastered were the fundamental body flicker technique and shadow clone technique. He had invested considerable effort into learning the shadow clone technique, hoping to expedite his learning of sealing arts through its unique properties. Additionally, aside from the taijutsu he had consistently trained, he had only explored some advanced applications of chakra. His formidable strength and the Yin sealing technique were the fruits of his years of training, though he had yet to fully harness the latter's potential. His innate divine perception now extends merely to a radius of around 50 meters, which, when compared to his peers, is indeed formidable. However, it still pales in comparison to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Given my current capabilities, coupled with an ample supply of provisions, I should encounter no significant issues. Soon, the 3 scrolls on the desk were entirely inscribed, and QB meticulously arranged the military rations and fresh water atop each scroll. After performing the necessary seals, these items vanished from the surface of the desk. This should suffice. Having completed these tasks, Uzumaki QB placed the 3 scrolls into his ninja tool pouch and exited the dim chamber. A night passed in silence. In late September, A gentle drizzle fell incessantly, enveloping the lush woods outside of Konoha village, where verdant trees, bamboo groves, wildflowers, and ancient vines thrived. Raindrops danced upon the leaves, creating a melodious patter. To facilitate ingress and egress, a small clearing was established at the entrance of Konoha village. However, the road had become muddy due to the rain, causing several carts transporting goods to become ensnared in the muck. Only with the assistance of the Konoha ninjas stationed at the gate were they able to advance slowly. Within the gates, a group of children had gathered on the path. The inclement weather did not deter the assessments. With all present, I began to announce the rules. First, everyone must inspect their ninja tool pouches. Shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags are permitted. Compasses and maps will be distributed by the school. Judai stood before the children and, upon confirming their numbers, commenced the final assessment's rules. Due to numerous eliminations in the first two assessments, the number of children participating in the third was rather scant. The total from all age groups barely exceeded 50. As Judai announced the examination rules, the children bowed their heads to inspect their tool pouches. Now, the maps and compasses would be distributed. Judai glanced at the children and gestured to the ninjas standing to the side to hand out the maps. Kyubi, positioned near the front, received his map and began to study it intently. This was a simplified map, roughly marking rivers and mountains, and in the center, a conspicuous red cross denoted the destination, inscribed boldly in red to ensure visibility. Now, as you observe the map in your hands, the location marked by the red cross is the destination for this assessment, a temple situated 75 kilometers outside of Konoha village. Arriving within the stipulated time will be deemed excellent. Those who arrive after 10 days or fail to arrive will be disqualified. For this assessment, I have arranged for Chunin from the village to monitor your progress throughout. They will evaluate your physical condition, and should the instructors deem you unable to continue, they will intervene to escort you back. However, this will also be considered a disqualification. Is that clear to everyone? After Judai explained the rules of the assessment, he scrutinized all the children, his face etched with seriousness. This particular evaluation would be exceedingly simple for some, yet an insurmountable challenge for others, especially those in the younger age group. A 75-kilometer trek through mountainous terrain would take even a normal adult a considerable amount of time, let alone these children, armed only with a rudimentary map and a compass. The verdant woods surrounding Konoha posed further risks. A single misstep could lead a child astray, and once lost, the assessment would equate to failure. Such daunting difficulty? Uzumaki Naruto initially brimmed with confidence, yet as he grasped the intricacies of the assessment, his expression grew somber. How could such a rigorous task be part of a mere entrance examination for a ninja academy? Naruto pondered, troubled by the realization that this level of difficulty was beyond the capabilities of children who had yet to attend school. The assessment resembled an orienteering challenge he had encountered in his past life, albeit with significantly heightened difficulty and targeted at young children. While children in the ninja world are generally precocious, such maturity has its limits. A task of this magnitude was undeniably fraught with challenges. Now, as the assessment commenced, the children were free to form teams. Whether opting to collaborate or proceeding solo, they could set off at once. Just as Naruto contemplated the absurdity of such a strenuous entrance exam for a ninja academy, Judai issued the command to begin. With that proclamation, some children departed alone, confident in their abilities, while others, timid and younger, sought companions among the crowd to venture forth as a team. Through his keen perception, Naruto sensed that as certain children set out, hidden Konoha ninjas discreetly followed in their wake. It appeared that the Third Hokage was indeed quite concerned for the welfare of the children during this assessment. Dispatching so many Chunin was a significant commitment. As Naruto observed his peers departing, his excitement grew. It was his first venture beyond the village in many years, and he was eager to behold the world outside. "Let us go," he exclaimed, glancing at the map and carefully orienting himself before joyfully exclaiming, bending his legs slightly, and launching forth like an arrow. Instead of taking the main road like some of the other early starters, he infused his feet with chakra and plunged directly into the woods. His mastery of chakra application had long surpassed that of his peers. It was precisely because he had already perfected the ability to adhere chakra to his feet that he chose to act independently. He had no desire to carry any dead weight along. Naruto's departure was swift, and Nara Shikamaru, initially intending to team up with him, found himself taken by surprise as Naruto sped away. Resigned, he could only seek out other children to form a team. Hinata possesses an amiable disposition, and during the initial assessments, he demonstrated commendable combat prowess. The children who sought to form a team with him were indeed fortunate, and Hinata welcomed all with open arms. Soon, an extensive team of 8 was assembled, and they stepped beyond the gates of Konoha. There are not many lone wolves among the children. Most prefer to form groups of 3 or more to advance together. After all, in the Wilderness Survival Challenge, a larger group provides a sense of security. Whoosh! Bang! The figure of Naruto Uzumaki darted through the forest, leaving traces of his passage upon the branches above. In the distance, another figure pursued Naruto's swift footsteps, navigating the woods with equal agility. Truly, Naruto's speed was remarkable, far exceeding that of an ordinary 5-year-old. Minato Namikaze trailed Naruto from afar. Though he could not see him directly, the footprints and marks upon the branches revealed the boy's direction. Indeed, during this recruitment for the Ninja Academy, the Chunin assigned to protect Naruto was none other than Minato, who had recently graduated from the academy himself. At the age of 12, Minato had already attained the rank of Chunin. However, Naruto remained blissfully unaware that his protector was an old acquaintance, as he was focused solely on his journey. After an indeterminate duration, Naruto glanced up at the dim sky, contemplating a moment's respite. He felt a growing fatigue, and since leaving Konoha, a light rain had been falling, which had now intensified. This time, the instructors had not provided the students with raincoats. Consequently, by now, Naruto was thoroughly soaked, and as his stamina waned, he could distinctly feel his body temperature dropping. Continuing onward was no longer feasible. Traversing in the rain was proving to be exceedingly inefficient. It would be prudent to find a place to rest for the day. The sky remained as gray as it had been in the morning, rendering it impossible to discern the passage of time. Yet, the fatigue enveloping his body indicated to Naruto that he had been running for quite some time. As the rain grew heavier, he was compelled to halt his advance. Whoosh! Naruto leaped down from the tree to the ground, surveying his surroundings in search of a suitable shelter. Alas, lacking the skill to construct a villa like Yamato, he found himself facing the prospect of sleeping in the woods. Previously, he had thought Yamato's mastery of wood release to be lacking. Now he realized that such skills were essential for survival. Upon landing, the environment darkened considerably, as the dense foliage obscured much of the light. Naruto envied Yamato's wood release ninjutsu and began to assess his surroundings. The area where Naruto had paused offered little in terms of open space. However, not far from his position stood a massive tree, large enough to be embraced by 3 individuals. Beneath this tree, the ground was relatively dry, and Naruto decided that this would serve as his resting place for the night. Once the location was determined, the next task was to construct a shelter. After some contemplation, Joming decided to employ the simplest form of shelter, a triangular one. He sought out a sturdy tree branch, leaning it against a grand tree, and then distributed several smaller branches atop it to expand the shelter's area. Finally, he laid leaves over these branches, completing a rudimentary refuge. With his plan set, Joming swiftly set to work. His extraordinary strength enabled him to move branches that would have been unmanageable for a child. Thus, aside from the minor intricacies, erecting the shelter posed little challenge for him. Supported by his remarkable might, Joming erected the shelter in less than 2 hours. This speed was indeed commendable, although it could not compare to that of a seasoned adult. For a child, the ability to construct a shelter was a notable achievement. Upon finishing the shelter, Joming gathered some dry leaves and dead branches beneath the enormous tree. Fortunately, the forest was sufficiently dense. Despite the rain, he managed to find ample dry firewood. Once he had collected enough, Joming retrieved a kerosene lighter from his ninja tool pouch and ignited the kindling. Thankfully, his cleverness in bringing an Asuma brand lighter spared him from the folly of using flint like others might. As the campfire flickered to life, Joming shed his damp outerwear and nestled into the shelter to warm himself. The warmth of the flames brought a deep sense of satisfaction. Outside, the rain intensified, its gentle patter against the leaves soothing Joming's spirit. In this relatively tranquil setting, after consuming half a soldier's ration and drinking some fresh water, Joming set up vigilant seals around the vicinity before sinking into a deep slumber within his makeshift refuge. When he awakened, light rain still fell from the sky, though the thick canopy of trees shielded him from most of the droplets, resulting in only a modest amount of rainwater reaching the ground. However, the paths through the forest had become muddy, more challenging to traverse than before his rest. It seemed the conditions were not favorable for travel. Seated cross-legged within the shelter, Jiuming noticed that the campfire had completely extinguished, leaving only a pool of embers. Listening to the sound of rain striking the leaves outside, he felt a reluctance to continue his journey. He pondered how long he had been asleep. Surely, no one could have overtaken him given his pace yesterday, and he needed to maintain that advantage. Despite the inclement weather and muddy paths, Jiuming resolved to press on. The dim sky obscured the passage of time, and after his nap, he could no longer gauge how long had elapsed since his departure. Losing track of time, he was uncertain if anyone had managed to get ahead of him. Having made his decision, Jiuming donned his now-dry outerwear and stepped out of the shelter. A chill breeze enveloped him, prompting him to tighten his coat before he leapt into the branches, embarking on his journey. After an unknown interval, while traversing the route, Jiuming suddenly changed expression, abruptly halting his steps. What is this scent? The air was thick with a pungent, metallic odor, the stench of blood invading Jiuming's nostrils. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the forest, sending a powerful shockwave that made the trees shudder. Upon hearing the blast, Jiuming wasted no time. He turned and sprinted towards the direction of Konoha village. Such a colossal explosion could not have been orchestrated by mere children. The heavy scent of blood suggested that calamity had struck. In this perilous place, it was crucial to make a hasty exit. Jiuming's mind was sharp. He refrained from foolishly investigating the cause of the explosion, understanding only that danger loomed ahead, and the best course of action in such circumstances was to flee. However, fate had other plans. The moment he set foot in this domain, he was already detected. Oh, a stray fish has slipped through. A deep voice echoed in the silent woods, followed by the whistling sound of shuriken slicing through the air. These sounds sent a chill down Jiuming's spine, causing his body to tense instinctively as he braced for an assault. Was it too late? Curse it! Jiuming's figure leapt into the air, twisting to evade the rapidly approaching shuriken, and without looking back, he dashed forward once more. He was not arrogant enough to engage with his assailant. The audacity to attack so close to Konoha village suggested that this foe possessed formidable strength. As he attempted to escape, a shadow materialized directly in front of him, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Jiuming's pupils constricted at the sudden attack. He barely had time to raise his hands to shield himself. Thud. Oh, quite impressive. Before Jiuming could fully assess his opponent, a second attack followed swiftly. This time, a close-range strike aimed directly at his face. Recognizing the motion of the assault, Jiuming bent low to evade the punch, then propelled himself backward, swiftly creating distance between himself and the attacker. It was only then that Jiuming had the opportunity to scrutinize his assailant. The attacker was a middle-aged man of considerable stature, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall and possessing a robust build. Jiuming estimated him to weigh around 200 pounds and appeared to be in his 30s, an entirely unfamiliar face. His imposing physique could rival that of the Akimichi clan members. Who are you? Jiuming inquired while assessing his opponent, reaching into his weapon pouch to retrieve a kunai, which he clutched tightly, feeling a slight surge of reassurance with the weapon in hand. Hey, kid, you've got some skills, far superior to those previous brats. Konoha truly knows how to train its people. The middle-aged man did not directly answer Jiuming's question. Instead, he spoke to himself, his narrow eyes appraising Jiuming as he hesitated to launch another attack. Although the man refrained from divulging any information about himself, Jiuming gleaned some insights from his words. Before him, the adversary had likely encountered several children from the Hidden Leaf village. Coupled with the ominous words of the opponent and the sanguine scent wafting from ahead, Jiuming deduced that the foe had purposefully come to intercept the children emerging from the leaf. Was it truly the slaughter of exam candidates from the Ninja Academy? For what purpose? To diminish the leaf's reserve strength, perhaps? Or were there ulterior motives at play? Jiuming was acutely aware that among this generation of children were numerous offspring of the clans bearing the bloodline limits of the leaf, coveted by other ninja villages as valuable research subjects. Including himself, the Uzumaki clan also represented a significant research interest. Earth Release, Earth Spike. While Jiuming pondered the identity of his adversary, the middle-aged man had already taken action. With swift hand seals, he shouted, and the ground beneath the enemy erupted with numerous earthen spikes, aiming directly at Jiuming. Could such a ninjutsu truly reach him? Observing the execution of the technique, Jiuming felt perplexed. The spikes sprouted from the ground where his opponent stood, yet he was positioned approximately 45 meters away. and the spikes were extending at a rather leisurely pace. Such a sluggish ninjutsu could hardly pose a threat. Divine Eye of Kagura. Juming quickly formed a seal, expanding his sensory field. Through the perception granted by the Divine Eye, he could distinctly sense the fluctuation of the opponent's chakra beneath their feet. Not only that, but he also detected the chakra fluctuations beneath his own feet. A revelation dawned upon him. The moment he recognized the presence of the adversary's chakra below him, Juming leaped away from his previous position. Just as he vacated the spot, several sharp earth spikes erupted from where he had just stood, their speed astonishing. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been impaled like a mere hedgehog. The spikes before him were a feint. The true lethal strike lay beneath the ground. Was he truly so meticulous in dealing with a mere child? Juming leaped onto a branch, gripping his kunai tightly, his expression stern. This boy was unlike those he had previously dealt with. Witnessing Juming evade his ambush, the middle-aged man's smile faded, his demeanor darkening. This technique had proven effective time and again. He had claimed the lives of numerous children from the leaf, even some chunin who had fallen prey to his hidden tactics. The fact that the red-haired boy perched on the distant branch could evade his assault genuinely surprised him. Earth Release. The middle-aged man formed hand seals, uttering the name of the technique, but in the next moment, he appeared at Juming's side, thrusting the kunai toward him. Body Flicker Technique. Juming sensed the opponent's presence the instant he materialized beside him. Had he relied solely on his eyesight to detect the intruder, he would have been pierced through the moment he turned to locate him. Juming's reaction was swift. As the adversary appeared, he pushed off from the branch, accelerating away from his previous position and descending towards the ground. TCH, has he evaded again? What is that scent? Boom. In the fleeting moment before Juming departed from the branch, he affixed an explosive talisman to it. Upon his departure, the talisman detonated, unleashing a violent gust that caused Juming to lose his balance, sending him crashing to the ground, where his arms bore several abrasions. Yet he was not dead. With no time to heed the pain radiating from his wounds, Juming sprang to his feet, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. In the next instant, a perfect replica of Juming materialized at his side, heedless of the winds generated by the explosion, racing towards the ground beneath the branch he had just vacated. Boom, boom. With a series of thunderous blasts, the shadow clone detonated several more explosive talismans, and the force of the blast compelled Juming to shield his eyes with his arm. Is it over? Within the perception of Kagura's heart, the opponent's chakra had completely dissipated. However, Juming remained vigilant, not relaxing his guard until the smoke fully cleared, allowing him to scrutinize the site of the recent explosions. The two detonations had transformed that spot into a small crater, with surrounding trees toppled in all directions, their charred bark still flickering with embers. Scattered among the wreckage were remnants unrecognizable, revealing stark, white bones, prompting Juming to exhale in relief. As he gazed upon the scene, Juming's expression turned ashen, and he could not suppress a wave of nausea. Yet, having consumed nothing, what he expelled was merely a clear and watery substance. Is this all? Is this your attempt to kill me? I would scatter your ashes. After regaining his composure, Juming wiped the corner of his mouth, a slight smile curving his lips, filled with the joy of having survived. The Kagura's heart also closed with this realization. The ninja who had been obliterated by Juming would have never imagined that despite his superior strength, he was felled in an instant. This incident underscored the brutal reality of ninja combat, where even the strong must never underestimate the weak. Oh, kid. Well done indeed, managing to eliminate the hefty one? Silently, a figure approached Juming, and it was only upon the utterance of words that he realized someone was at his side. Juming's skin prickled, and as Kagura's heart activated, he swiftly shifted his body, but in the next heartbeat, a line of blood shot from his back. There was still someone? How careless. Juming quickly created distance from the newcomer, feeling the fabric of his shirt torn by a kunai, a long gash slashing diagonally from his shoulder to his waist. Though the blood loss was minimal and the wound not deep. Earth Release. With style. Before Juming could discern the identity of his assailant, they had already initiated a jutsu. As the words left their lips, the ground beneath Juming cracked open, and two 2-meter-high hemispherical stones arose, rapidly converging towards him. Bastards, do they all seek my life? Juming's expression hardened as he swiftly reached for his weapon pouch. Earth Release. With style. As his adversary executed their technique, two massive, semicircular boulders rose from the ground, advancing upon Juming. Due to the alteration of the terrain, Jiuming found himself momentarily unsteady and lost the opportunity to escape swiftly. Confronted by the attack, he swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a shuriken, gripping it tightly. Lightning blade. Without any visible hand seals, Jiuming infused the shuriken with his chakra and, without the need for precise aim, hurled it towards the massive rock to his right. Boom! What transpired? With a thunderous sound, a thick cloud of dust erupted from the spot where Jiuming had stood, completely obscuring the vision of his assailant. Die! Jiuming's youthful voice resonated through the haze as two shadow clones suddenly sprang forth from the dust, rushing towards the enemy. As his words echoed, the clones swiftly reached the enemy and detonated the explosive tags affixed to them. Boom! The explosion of the shadow clones stirred up a whirlwind of dust, utterly engulfing the adversary. TCH, not dead yet. As the dust began to settle, Jiuming, covered in grime with wounds caked in dirt, grimaced in pain. However, he had no time to dwell on his injuries. He sensed that the recent explosion of his shadow clones had not claimed the enemy's life. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive battle awareness. The technique wielded substantial force, managing to create a hole in such thick rock. It turned out that, in a moment of dire peril, Jiuming had infused the shuriken with a piercing lightning chakra, forcibly creating a small opening in the rising stone wall and escaping through it. Jiuming's expression turned grave as he beheld a blonde-haired youth emerging from the dissipating dust. The newcomer's attire further indicated his identity. From the way he was dressed, Jiuming surmised that he was a ninja from a Wagakure. This truly posed a dilemma. As the dust cleared, Jiuming discerned the newcomer's serene demeanor, his lips curving into a confident smile, and his hands clapping incessantly. Although he praised Jiuming, the pressure he exuded was palpable. Remarkably, after enduring the explosion from Jiuming's shadow clones, the youth bore only a slight dusting on his clothing, and scathed. "Who are you?" Although Jiuming was aware that the likelihood of receiving a response was slim, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Simultaneously, he reached for his ninja tool pouch behind him, silently counting the remaining tools and explosive tags. He had brought very few explosive tags with him. Was it down to 3? The supply of shurikens and kunai was also limited, compelling him to use them judiciously. Damn it! How could such a situation arise during a ninja academy exam? Are the ninjas from Konoha utterly incompetent? Uzumaki, Jiuming mentally assessed his remaining tools with growing frustration. Nevertheless, despite his annoyance, he needed to devise a means to navigate the imminent crisis. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. You can call me Lord Earth. I'm here to kill you. The blonde youth unexpectedly engaged Jiuming in conversation, seemingly in no hurry to strike. Not in a rush to kill me? Given the proximity to Konoha, the village must have received the news. Why then is the adversary not in haste? Jiuming refrained from responding. Sensing the peculiarity of the situation heightened his vigilance to its utmost. Kagura's perceptive abilities were fully engaged, and at last, she discerned some telltale signs beneath his feet. Tiny, almost imperceptible creatures were creeping towards them. Had Jiuming not focused, he might have engaged in idle chatter with the enemy, thus delaying for reinforcements. Clearly, the opponent had anticipated his next move and had laid a trap. Cursed fiend, how insidious! Jiuming raised an eyebrow, concealing his discovery while tensing his legs, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Although Jiuming's movements were subtle, the golden-haired youth detected the anomaly. Art is an explosion. Before the minuscule insects reached Jiuming, the youth formed hand seals and triggered an explosion. The familiar phrase left Jiuming in astonishment. Boom. Just as Jiuming took a step back, the ground erupted in an explosion, transforming the spot where he stood into a deep crater. Damn, this fellow is. There was no time to ponder further, as Jiuming swiftly leaped to a branch of a nearby tree. Hardly had he caught his breath when the sound of flapping wings filled the air. As he steadied himself, he saw 3 small white birds darting towards him. Clay bomb. How infuriating. Realizing the danger, Jiuming threw a kunai, which trailed an explosive tag behind it. After releasing the kunai, he quickly vacated the branch and landed on the ground. Boom. An explosion resonated above as Jiuming's explosive tag successfully detonated the clay bombs released by the golden-haired youth. Just as Jiuming landed, a mocking voice echoed in his ear, followed by the youth's knee striking his abdomen. Ugh! Struck by the force, Jiuming's body curled into a shrimp-like position, propelled away as he coughed up clear water. The immense power rendered him momentarily unable to rise after hitting the ground. For a child, Your strength is indeed remarkable. However, a child is still a child. How could you possibly contend with an adult? As Jiuming regained his senses and attempted to stand, a foot pressed down on his chest, the overwhelming force causing him to cough blood. Cough. Despite being subdued, there was no despair in Jiuming's gaze. Was there truly no way out? Were the 2 years of effort to be in vain? At this moment, Jiuming's chakra was nearly depleted. The influence of the Yin seal had already limited his chakra reserves, leaving him with scarcely a card's worth. Since the battle commenced, he had employed multiple shadow clones, and the substantial chakra expenditure during his recent escape from the enemy's technique had nearly drained his reserves. Faced with an impending crisis, Jiuming could conceive only one solution: to lift the Yin ceiling. However, this would mean activating it before it had fully accumulated chakra, necessitating a complete reconstruction of the seal and a fresh accumulation of chakra, which would be a significant setback for him. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiuming had no desire to prematurely unravel the Yin ceiling. Boy, bid farewell to this world one last time. To dedicate oneself to art is a privilege. With that, a lump of clay tumbled from the sleeve of the golden-haired youth, landing squarely on Jiuming's chest. Following a brief expansion, the clay adhered Jiuming firmly to the ground, while the golden-haired youth withdrew his foot from Jiuming's chest, gradually distancing himself. At that moment, Jiuming, with eyes tightly shut, appeared to the golden-haired youth as one who had relinquished all resistance. Yin ceiling activate. Deep blue chakra began to swirl around Jiuming, as strands of lightning permeated the clay bomb. Farewell, boy. With a shout, the golden-haired youth, having positioned himself at a safe distance, formed a hand seal and commanded the detonation of the clay bomb affixed to Jiuming. What is happening? The anticipated explosion did not occur. An astonishment washed over the golden-haired youth's face. In stark contrast to his expectations, the whirlpool Jiuming, once bound to the ground by the clay bomb, now sat upright, enveloped in lightning. The clay bomb fell away from him like a mass of soft mud. What is this? What have you done? The golden-haired youth's voice turned sharp. For a ninja's greatest fear is the unknown, and now, everything unfolding around the whirlpool Jiuming was shrouded in mystery. You wish to learn? I shan't teach you. I merely intended to pass the Ninja Academy's exam. So why do you obstruct me? Rising to his feet, Jiuming bore the visage of chakra upon his face, golden patterns extending from his forehead across his entire body. As the chakra reached its zenith, it began to manifest, enhancing his physical form. At that moment, Jiuming's gaze towards the golden-haired youth was rife with animosity. No one would feel good about having their years of effort undermined, let alone facing the threat of death from another. Pain surged from the wounds on his back and arms, the intensity fueling his agitation, and as his emotions shifted, the chakra swirling around him began to fluctuate violently. If prior to breaking the Yin ceiling, he could harness chakra equivalent to that of Kakashi, now he could summon an amount akin to 50 Kakashis. This immense chakra formed a vast vortex, exerting a tremendous pressure upon the golden-haired youth. How is it possible that such a young age has mastered the transformation of chakra? If this were true, I would never permit someone like you to exist in Konoha. Here, I shall utterly extinguish you. The gaze of the golden-haired youth hardened, his eyes radiating murderous intent. The formidable aura emanating from Naruto Uzumaki's chakra did not sway his resolve to eliminate Naruto. Instead, it ignited his bloodlust entirely. If his previous assault on Naruto had been tinged with a sense of playful malice, now he was genuinely serious. Kill me? Naruto Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, a swift kick aimed directly at the back of the golden-haired youth's head was unleashed. Naruto was acutely aware of his own martial prowess. Although his body had undergone chakra enhancement, such augmentation had its limits, and the essence of martial arts lay in the body's inherent capabilities. Even as a child, Naruto's chakra reserves had far exceeded those of Kakashi. Yet their martial skills were on entirely different levels. The strength of martial arts is not solely determined by the volume of chakra one possesses. Thus, Naruto did not harbor the illusion that the absence of chakra limitations would easily allow him to overpower his opponent. His physical age and developmental stage had already set the ceiling for his martial arts. Nevertheless, his immense chakra could still amplify his extraordinary strength. And in his quest for a decisive blow, Naruto chose to strike the most lethal target, the back of the head, given that the brainstem resides there. Any damage to it would directly impair a person's ability to breathe and their cardiac functions. Such a vulnerable anatomical location does not require immense force to be fatal, which is why modern boxing rules prohibit strikes to the back of the head. With his monstrous strength, Naruto could already exert the power of an adult man. And following this chakra enhancement, he was confident that a strike to his opponent's occiput would render them defenseless. Surrounded by chakra, Naruto materialized behind the golden-haired youth, his rapid assault catching his adversary off guard. The opponent had not anticipated the astonishing speed with which the rejuvenated Naruto moved. Bang! With no time to evade, the golden-haired youth barely managed to shield the back of his head with his hands. With a faint sound, he was propelled forward, crashing to the ground. However, as he attempted to block Naruto's attack, a few minuscule clay bombs slipped from his sleeve. Despite being the one under attack, the golden-haired youth seized every opportunity to counterattack. Boom. The golden-haired youth, sprawled on the ground, let out a fierce shout, and a violent explosion resonated from behind. Quickly rising to his feet, he stood poised, watching the smoke ascending before him, well aware that the little brat would not perish so easily. After a prolonged wait, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing that Naruto's figure was conspicuously absent. I shall take my leave first. In the heart of the jungle, Naruto swiftly navigated through the thickets, his sensory abilities remaining perpetually activated, for he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. At this juncture, his chakra had been thoroughly unleashed, and he spared no effort in its application. Although he had completely dispelled the Yin seal, the instant he attempted a surprise attack, he discerned that he was no match for his opponent. The majority of techniques he had mastered were ill-suited for combat, and his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of his adversary. Having failed in his ambush, he recognized that a direct confrontation would only lead to his demise. Thus, he resolved to play along with his adversary, utilizing the explosion that ensued from the counterattack to make a hasty escape. I am still young. I have ample time for revenge. For now, I shall bide my time. One day, I shall scatter your ashes to the winds. At this moment, Naruto's route of escape did not lead towards Konoha, given the audacity of his foes to intercept him in such a perilous locale. The path back to Konoha surely lay fraught with ambushes. Therefore, he chose to head directly towards the examination's destination. For the most dangerous places often served as the safest havens. As the designated site for the examination, it would undoubtedly remain under Konoha's vigilant oversight. After all, how could the Third Hokage, a master of psychological warfare, resist capitalizing on the significant opportunity presented by the examination to bolster his presence? However, it was not long before Naruto came to a halt in an open clearing, the sight before him piercing his heart with profound anguish. The ground was littered with charred corpses, and from the remnants, it was evident that these bodies belonged to children of tender age. In the distance lay several relatively intact bodies, presumably the fallen Jonin sent by Konoha to protect the children. A few of them had been witnessed by Naruto from afar as they departed the village. Sachikage, I shall remember this grudge. Do not think that your silence conceals your identity from me. I will see you dead. Struggling to suppress the urge to retch, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. After a prolonged moment, he shut his eyes and swiftly plunged back into the forest. Whoosh! Shortly after Naruto's departure, a golden-haired youth appeared at the scene, his white garments now soiled with dust, and streaks of blood marred his face, though it was not his own. Behind him trailed 3 masked Umbu operatives, each bearing swords upon their backs. Damn it, I arrived too late. They have already been slaughtered, including the Jonin tasked with protecting the children. The Umbu swiftly examined the corpses, searching for any signs of life, while Minato's heart raced as he scanned the area. Naruto, please be safe. Among the fallen, Minato found no trace of Naruto, and he let out a sigh of relief, though his heart remained heavy with concern. After all, the absence of Naruto's presence filled him with unease. Initially shadowing Naruto to offer protection, Minato had encountered a formidable foe, and after an intense battle, he emerged victorious. Just as he dispatched the enemy, he crossed paths with a reinforcement team from Konoha. The group promptly commenced a search for the children who had ventured outside the village. Let us continue the search. Upon confirming the absence of survivors, the Umbu swiftly marked the area with chakra. Subsequently, Uzumaki Gyoming waved his hand and embarked once more on the path of exploration. Verdant meadows stretched before him, alongside a gently flowing brook. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the riverbank, illuminating the pebbles scattered on the ground, which glimmered with a faint light. Juming sat bare-chested upon a rock by the river, while his shadow clone diligently tended to the wounds on his back with warm water. At Jiuming's feet lay a pot of boiling water, now tainted with blood. The pain radiating from his back sharpened Jiuming's awareness. It had been 2 days since he was ambushed, and after 2 relentless days of travel, he was compelled to pause and tend to his injuries. The neglect had led to signs of infection in his back wound. Moreover, Jiuming felt a subtle dizziness, indicative of a potential fever. Fortunately, his robust constitution prevented him from becoming bedridden. The destination was not far off. With unwavering effort, he could reach it within a day. Yet, uncertainty lingered about potential ambushes along the final stretch, leading him to consider a day of rest before proceeding. As the shadow clone meticulously addressed his injuries, Jiuming's original self gazed contemplatively at the babbling brook. Over the past 2 days, he had witnessed the harsh realities of the ninja world. His prior understanding had been limited to the realms of manga and anime, primarily through the perspective of the fated protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, which provided little opportunity to grasp the true brutality of the ninja realm. However, having experienced it firsthand, he gained a visceral understanding. Even with a stable mindset, he found himself shaken by the cruel scenes he had witnessed. He had previously struggled to comprehend why the young Kakashi had become withdrawn or why Itachi resorted to the slaughter of his own clan for the sake of village stability. Now, he felt he could empathize with the turmoil within their hearts. Both Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi had stepped onto the battlefield at the tender age of 16, and it was not difficult to imagine that the trials of war had deeply affected their fragile psyches. These experiences had driven Kakashi into solitude and propelled Itachi toward an obsessive pursuit of peace. At present, the techniques at his disposal proved inadequate against formidable adversaries. Should he survive this ordeal, he vowed to expand his repertoire of jutsu. Reflecting on his encounter with the Earth Lord, he recognized the multitude of weaknesses he had exposed during the battle. His limited variety of jutsu hindered him. Even the most powerful shuriken lacked precision. Although he had mastered brute strength, its effectiveness was diminished by his youthful physique. He felt akin to a soldier armed with countless bullets, yet lacking a weapon to unleash them. The sealing technique and brute strength were undoubtedly advanced jutsu, and the shadow clone technique was indeed practical, while the sealing arts passed down through the Uzumaki clan were anything but trivial. However, when these formidable abilities were concentrated in the hands of a mere child, they seemed rendered nearly useless. While Uzumaki Jiuming possessed an immense chakra reserve, the methods to wield such chakra were painfully few. Since Jiuming had been exposed to the forbidden techniques inscribed in the sealing books from a young age, he regarded the ordinary C-rank ninjutsu with disdain, showing no interest even in shuriken techniques or kunai. Surely, one could not unleash a great fireball against Tendo or stab Susanoo with shuriken. From the very beginning, his gaze had been fixated on the S-rank ninjutsu contained within those sealing books, believing that only the techniques of such caliber would ensure his survival in the impending era of towering mechs. However, the battles he had encountered over the past few days had imparted a crucial lesson. If he persisted in his previous mindset, he might not even survive long enough to witness that age. Just as Jiuming was deep in thought, the shadow clone behind him abruptly vanished, relaying its consciousness back to his mind, indicating that his wounds had been tended to. After attending to his injuries, Jiuming resolved to rest for the day by the riverbank, having decided to travel by night henceforth. With his Kagura Shin'ai, he could navigate even the darkest nights without difficulty, remaining unaffected during combat situations. And he perceived the night as a potential ally, diminishing the scouting range of any lurking enemies. He had also conjured several shadow clones to expand the range of his sensory abilities and set up protective barriers around him, allowing Jiuming to enjoy a comfortable slumber. Continuous travel had drained his spirit significantly. As time flowed, night gradually enveloped the land. After a day of rest and consuming a soldier's pill, Jiuming advanced toward his destination, Wishing Bright Temple, without encountering any further mishaps that evening. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, he arrived at the site of his assessment. However, something felt amiss. The temple gates stood firmly shut, and despite being the final destination for the examination, there was not a single guard in sight. Several days had passed since he had encountered enemies from a rival village. Even if the village's information network was lacking, they should have received word by now. Moreover, Konoha relied on ninja hawks for communication. It was improbable that the village would be informed while the destination remained in the dark. With no presence detected within his sensory range, Jiuming hesitated. After traveling for so long, he found himself reluctant to leave without setting foot inside. The peculiar circumstances hinted at potential danger within the temple, yet he was unwilling to abandon the quest without investigating. Preparing a sealing technique, he decided to send in a shadow clone for reconnaissance, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Resolute, Jiuming concealed himself within a thicket. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand signs to create a shadow clone for vigilance while retrieving a blank scroll from his tool pouch. Biting his finger to begin inscribing runes upon the scroll. The sealing technique of the four symbols. Swiftly inscribing the runes, Naruto Uzumaki quickly formed the necessary seals and placed one hand upon the scroll, infusing it with chakra. The blood rapidly congealed upon the scroll, subsequently turning black to solidify the technique. The inner four symbol seal bears similarities to the outer four symbol seal, yet the former is considerably less arduous, as the outer four symbol seal is an active sealing technique, capable of seeking out targets for encapsulation. In contrast, the inner four symbol seal is a fixed sealing method. Once activated, it centers around the medium, sealing all objects within 100 meters, devoid of the ability to actively locate targets for sealing. Furthermore, the rate of expansion for the inner four symbol seal is exceedingly slow, rendering it less practical than its outer counterpart. Despite its numerous shortcomings, this technique serves as an excellent method for reconnaissance and as a decoy for shadow clones. Should the temple be swarmed by adversaries, the shadow clone, upon executing this seal, would induce panic among foes, leaving them little time to search for its true form. Upon completing the sealing technique, Naruto stowed the scroll and tossed it to the shadow clone, which promptly darted out of the forest, bypassing the temple's main entrance by scaling the side wall. What is happening? Has the chakra of the shadow clone become undetectable? It should not have exited my sensing range so swiftly. Concealed among the foliage, Naruto lost his perception of the shadow clone the moment it vaulted over the temple's high wall, causing a wave of astonishment and a tinge of unease. He cautiously retreated, ensuring no one was around before hastily distancing himself from the temple. A barrier, perhaps? No wonder I could not perceive the situation inside. The main body failed to detect the existence of this barrier. It appears that my proficiency in sealing techniques requires further enhancement. Surely, I have been discovered. As Naruto's shadow clone cleared the lofty walls of the temple, it immediately sensed multiple chakra signatures within, with several exhibiting extraordinarily high intensity, creating an overwhelming aura of pressure. The main hall of the temple, once a sanctuary for the Buddha's idol, had been repurposed as a temporary office for the Hokage. Ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village moved in and out, while the monks of the temple had been relocated for safety by the village. Unbeknownst to Naruto, just a day prior to his encounter, the Land of Earth dispatched a ninja force to assault the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. The formidable IWA ninja village overwhelmed the defensive forces of the Land of Grass in less than half a day, while simultaneously, their troops sent to the Land of Rain achieved significant victories. With the swift collapse of the Land of Grass, the reinforcements sent from the Hidden Leaf Village had yet to arrive as IWA ninja completed their infiltration mission into the Land of Fire. Their objective was to sabotage roads and bridges within the Land of Fire, while also harassing the rear lines of the Hidden Leaf Village whenever possible. Due to the sudden aggression from the Rock Ninja Village, the Third Hokage, who had originally intended to merely enhance his presence at the Wishful Temple, promptly responded by mobilizing a substantial number of Umbu and ninjas from Konoha. They transformed the Wishful Temple into a frontline command post, while the main base of Konoha was entrusted to his three most trusted disciples. In the very center of the Grand Hall of the Wishful Temple, Sarutobi Hiruzen diligently perused a scroll, cradling it in his hands. Behind him stood two masked Umbu guards, one with black hair and the other with white, their identities concealed by their masks. To either side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, two desks were positioned. Behind one, several clerks assisted in organizing the various pieces of intelligence received, while the other desk was occupied by ninjas from Konoha's barrier team. Urgent intelligence. The demigod of the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, has dispatched envoys seeking an alliance with our Konoha village to collectively counter the invasion from the Rock Ninja Village. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared in the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee to report an invasion. Concurrently, a ninja from the barrier team exclaimed, their voice overwhelming that of the reporting Umbu. Invasion? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. then slightly turned his head to glance at the black-haired Umbu guarding him. Receiving the cue, the Umbu vanished in an instant. Please elaborate on the alliance with Hanzo of the Salamander. The third Hokage inquired about the developments in the Land of Rain as the black-haired Umbu departed. Uzumaki Naruto softly scaled the tall wall. Realizing the moment, he breached the barrier that he must have already been detected. Although he was unfamiliar with this barrier, he could discern its purpose from the chakra fluctuations emanating from it. Having been discovered, he decided to ascertain who was in command here. Upon landing, Naruto immediately surged toward the strongest chakra within his sensory range, eager to identify the leader. However, he had not ventured far before sensing an extraordinarily sinister chakra rapidly approaching him. Who is coming? Such potent and peculiar chakra. As curiosity about the approaching figure filled Naruto's mind, the four-symbol seal scroll had already found its way into his grasp. An intruder? A masked ninja suddenly materialized before Naruto, swiftly drawing a short blade from behind to strike at him. Yet, upon realizing that the assailant faced a mere child, the blade's edge transformed into the back of the knife, aimed instead at Naruto's neck. Who are you? Faced with the abrupt assault, Naruto had no time to react, barely managing a light leap that redirected the strike from his neck to his arm. Is that the Sharingan? Nevertheless, the tremendous force propelled Naruto sideways, and as he landed, he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. However, before the shadow clone vanished, Naruto glimpsed the pair of three-tomo Sharingan behind the assailant's mask. Shadow clone technique? A child. What is that? Just before Naruto's shadow clone disappeared, it dropped a scroll. Uchiha Shursui, intrigued, approached and sliced open the scroll with his blade. The moment the scroll unfurled, black ink began to erupt forth. A sealing technique? In the instant that Uchiha Seishin sensed the ink spewing forth, he swiftly took flight. The ink erupted violently, rapidly engulfing a considerable area, encompassing both the high walls and the side halls of the Inmei Temple. Mere seconds later, a blinding white light enveloped a significant portion of the temple. What is happening? The barrier has been breached. What transpired? Are there invaders? Following the intense illumination, the areas shrouded in white vanished entirely, leaving behind a massive hemispherical crater in the ground. While the grand sensory barrier that had once enveloped the entire Inmei Temple lay utterly shattered, several figures emerged at the edge of the crater, their expressions alert as they surveyed the scene. Seishin, what is the situation? The third Hokage, sensing a tremendous surge of chakra, hastily exited the main hall. Many other vigilant jonin, having perceived the anomaly, turned their gazes towards the man he referred to as Seishin. It is a sealing technique. The intruder is a young boy, approximately 5 years of age, with a head of crimson hair and bearing some injuries. I shattered a shadow clone. Before it vanished, it dropped a scroll, and out of curiosity, I opened it, inadvertently triggering the seal. My apologies. I underestimated the situation due to the child's age. Upon hearing Uchiha Seishin's explanation, the third Hokage bowed his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face, as a potential realization flickered in his mind. Such a powerful sealing technique should belong solely to the Uzumaki clan. Could this child be one of them? Just as the third Hokage pondered this, a figure emerged from the gaping hole in the barrier. Wonderful. It is indeed someone from the village. Haha. Uzumaki Naruto appeared at the base of the broken wall, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at the people inside. With his exuberant shout, the crowd, previously focused on the crater, redirected their attention to him. Hokage-sama. That boy was the intruder. Uchiha Seishin immediately recognized Naruto as the assailant and promptly informed the third Hokage standing beside him. Indeed, upon seeing Naruto, the third Hokage felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, and he waved his hand to the gathered crowd, saying, "All right, return to your duties. This child is from our village. Please check if there were any casualties during the recent attack." The third Hokage gently rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this blunder. Should Naruto have caused any harm, he would have been at a loss on how to explain the situation to everyone. Report. Everyone is safe. At the time of the incident, no one was in the vicinity. Shortly thereafter, an Umbu returned with the news, and upon hearing their report, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there had been no casualties, a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Meanwhile, from a distance, Naruto observed the third Hokage and the two Umbu flanking him, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As soon as his shadow clone had relayed the information, he had surmised that this place was under the control of the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, the Uchiha clan is unique to Konohagakure, and those who ascend to the ranks of the Umbu from this clan are rare gems. Each Uchiha who becomes an Umbu shares a conspicuous trait: unwavering loyalty to the village. Thus, the moment Uzumaki Naruto laid eyes on a member of the Uchiha clan, he was convinced of his safety and surmised that those in charge here were aligned with the Third Hokage. Given Danzo's notorious stance towards the Uchihas, it was inconceivable for him to expect their loyalty and servitude. "Hokage-sama!" Naruto exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the Third Hokage. After all the trouble, it turned out he had been engaging in a battle of wits with nothing but air. The dark-haired individual must be the Uchiha who had just dispatched his shadow clone, while the white-haired man, if his instincts served him correctly, was none other than Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Naruto swiftly navigated the large pit in the ground and arrived before the Third Hokage, donning what he believed to be an innocent smile, while his peripheral vision observed the two Umbu behind him. "Uzumaki Naruto, are you unaware that this is the final assessment location? Why would you bring such a perilous object to test the waters? Thankfully, you encountered my most elite subordinates. Otherwise, you could have easily lost your life," Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. A serious expression etched across his face. "My apologies. I was ambushed on my way here and barely managed to escape. I feared this place might have been seized by the enemy, hence I sent a shadow clone to probe." Naruto scratched his head and replied cautiously, though his face revealed no trace of remorse. "Ambushed? You escaped?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Naruto's words, and the two Umbu behind him exchanged astonished glances, gazing at Naruto with intrigue. Initially, Hiruzen had attributed Naruto's safe arrival to sheer luck, believing he had not encountered any foes along the way. But now he was astonished to learn that Naruto had indeed faced an ambush and had managed to evade it. According to the intelligence at my disposal, the ninja from Awagakure infiltrating the Land of Fire are no ordinary adversaries. The leader is even a favored disciple of the Third Hokage, Anoki, commanding a team composed entirely of Jonin-level shinobi. How could a mere child possibly escape from such formidable opponents? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned contemplative, while Naruto's smile dimmed slightly under the weight of scrutiny. "By the way, Naruto, what was that sealing technique you just employed?" the Third Hokage inquired, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh, that. Granny Mito gave it to me before I set out. She said to unleash it if I encountered a powerful enemy. I had no idea it possessed such formidable power." "My apologies for the trouble," Naruto casually responded, then shifted his gaze to the two Umbu behind the Third Hokage, his young face lighting up with curiosity. "I see," the Third Hokage mused. Lady Mito truly acted recklessly. Such a potent tool should not be carelessly bestowed upon a child. Nevertheless, speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto, congratulations. You are the sole child who has successfully completed the Shinobi Academy assessment and reached the destination. The Third Hokage revealed a knowing expression, his face soon adorned with a broad smile. "The only one." Naruto, upon hearing the third's words, expressed surprise, followed by a sorrowful demeanor, as the joy of entering the safe zone vanished without a trace. "Have they all perished?" Naruto's voice dipped in somberness, his heart weighed down. "That is not the case. Many students actually lost their way shortly after leaving the village, and numerous individuals were escorted back by Chunin. Only one small team of 5 students was tragically slain, while the majority were merely sent back. However, these matters do not concern you anymore. You have passed the school's examination. The other returned students will need to undergo a retest, but you can report to school in 7 days. The specifics regarding enrollment will be explained to your sister by the school's teachers." Seeing Naruto safe and sound lifted the Third Hokage's spirits considerably. After all, Naruto was raised by Uzumaki Kushina, and in terms of status, he was considered a scion of Konoha's elite. As Hokage, he naturally held a higher level of concern for such distinguished offspring. So, they were merely sent back. Naruto nodded, although he shared no emotional bond with those children. They were nonetheless compatriots from the same village, and as children, the act of harming them remained utterly unforgivable. "Jonin, please take this child to receive treatment. Let him rest in the camp for a day, and tomorrow we shall return to the village together," the Third Hokage instructed, patting the dark-haired Umbu beside him. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Naruto beamed with joy and then accompanied Uchiha Shursui to the medical unit at the camp for treatment. Once Naruto and Shursui departed, the Third Hokage mused, "Shikaku, what are your thoughts on that child? How does he compare to Kushina?" The Third Hokage produced a pipe from somewhere, lit the tobacco, and took a puff, the rising smoke obscuring his expression. His talent is exceptional. Though young, he possesses a keen mind and remarkable ninjutsu aptitude. At such a tender age, he can utilize the shadow clone technique. The sealing technique that caused such destruction must be a rearguard maneuver. He appeared here immediately after the incident, not far away. Bold and meticulous, in terms of talent, he likely surpasses Kushina by a considerable margin. Kakashi Hatake cast a distant glance at Naruto, who was leaving with Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, his talent is extraordinary, but he is still quite young. One wonders how he will fare in Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His gaze lingering on Naruto's receding figure, lost in contemplation. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, is it not? Why did you lie just now? Uchiha Shursui inquired as they made their way to the medical unit. Lie? I did not. It wasn't me. Please do not say such things. Naruto hesitated momentarily before immediately denying it, his face displaying an expression of innocence. Oh, is that so? I belong to the Uchiha clan, and before my eyes, no technique holds any secrets. Of course, the most significant aspect is that through these eyes, I can discern the unique properties of chakra. The properties I speak of are not the ones you might assume. Rather, they refer to the distinct chakra attributes that vary from person to person. Do you comprehend my meaning, young boy adept in sealing techniques? Uchiha Jing nodded at the word sealing techniques, and his statement made Jiuming realize that the lie he had just told was indeed seen through by the man before him. I must say, it is no surprise that he belongs to the Uchiha clan. However, before I address your question, I have one for you. If a 5-year-old boy from your Uchiha clan were to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, would you inform the Third Hokage? My other abilities are already sufficiently remarkable and have garnered ample attention. If I were to stand out even more, the consequences might extend beyond mere recognition. Vortex Jiuming retracted his previously innocent expression and spoke with indifference. It would certainly be best if this individual chose not to inform the Third Hokage, nonetheless. Revealing it would not have any substantial impact. Under Mito's protection, no one could act against him within the village. The most significant issue would be the inability to play the fool anymore, which indeed poses a considerable problem. After all, battles among ninjas not only test strength, but also the exchange of information. If others were to discover his exceptional sealing techniques, they would take precautions in advance, which would not be advantageous for Jiuming in the long run. Such a narrow-minded perspective, yet it is understandable, considering he is still a child. Now, to answer your earlier question, if the Uchiha clan were to produce a super genius, I would undoubtedly inform the Hokage. For such a talent represents a vital asset for the village, capable of contributing to its strength. I shall not disclose your matters to the Third Hokage. Time is on our side, and you will witness the efforts the Hokage makes for the village. Uchiha Jing stated, subsequently disregarding Jiuming and leading the way. Jiuming, taken aback by the man's words, found himself at a loss for words, unsure of which of his statements had been mistaken. Was it I who was narrow-minded? Or were you simply naive? Such a naive Uchiha clan. He cannot possibly be Uchiha Jing, can he? That would be unlikely, for I recall that Uchiha Jing had perished long ago, and even if he had survived, he would be of a similar age to the Third Hokage. The individual before me is undoubtedly young. By the sound of his voice, he can only be around 17 or 18. Vortex, Jiuming mused, speculating about the identity of the man before him. Although Jiuming did not completely deduce the truth, he had managed to uncover a significant portion regarding this individual from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jing's father was Uchiha Jing, a contemporary of the Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jing is the man praised by the Second Hokage for being unbound by the ideologies of his clan, the son of Uchiha Jing. Uchiha Seishin inherited his father's will, remaining loyal to Konoha and the village, unbound by the opinions of his clan, and became one of the most trusted ninjas of the Third Hokage. In silence, not long after, Uzumaki Naruto followed Uchiha Seishin to the medical unit. Once Naruto was entrusted to the medical team, Uchiha Seishin took his leave. Naruto, indifferent to the departure, soon settled into the dormitory of the medical unit, where his wounds were treated with utmost care. After days of tension, he finally found solace on the hospital bed and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. In September, Konoha's weather gradually turned cooler. In the morning, a thin layer of mist enveloped the village gates, and in the distance, a group approached. Quickly, notify the elders. The Third Hokage has returned. The ninjas on guard swiftly confirmed the identities of the distant figures, having completed his handover with his 3 disciples, the Third Hokage, accompanied by his elite Umbu and Uzumaki Naruto. Returned to Konoha. Before long, they reached the village gates. Although their absence had not been long, for some reason, upon seeing the familiar gates of Konoha, Naruto felt a serene calm wash over him. His days in the wilderness had been far from enjoyable, and his time at the temple had also been somewhat torturous. Uzumaki Naruto, you may return home now. Don't worry your family, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Naruto to leave. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave, Naruto replied. During his time at the temple, he had spent most of it in the medical unit. Thus, he had little opportunity to interact with the Third Hokage. There was no deep emotional connection between them. They had merely exchanged a few encounters. With the Third Hokage's directive in mind, Naruto hurried into Konoha, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Let us return to the office, the Third Hokage instructed. And shortly after Naruto's departure, he and the Umbu made their way to the Hokage building. The movements of the IWA shinobi were becoming increasingly pronounced. The specter of war loomed ever closer to Konoha, and preparations for supplies were necessary to face the impending conflict. However, the notion of war held little significance for the 5-year-old Naruto. Upon returning to Konoha, his foremost desire was to visit his sister and Granny Mito, the 2 individuals he had grown deeply attached to in this world. Granny Mito, sister, I'm back, he exclaimed, knocking on the door of the compound while calling out. After a while, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a bleary-eyed face. Sister. Upon seeing Kushina, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, Naruto, you have finally returned. Upon seeing her brother, Uzumaki Kushina was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Once she confirmed that the boy before her was indeed her younger brother, she let out a shriek and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Yes, I have returned. The fervent reaction of Kushina left Naruto somewhat flustered, and after a brief pause, he softly spoke. Kushina, come. Grandma Mito said that as soon as you returned, I should take you to see her. Kushina held Naruto tightly for a considerable time, and as if suddenly recalling something, she quickly grasped his hand and dashed toward Mito's room. Aren't you concerned about whether I encountered any danger or if I was hurt? Is this sister of mine even real? Naruto silently lamented while still savoring Kushina's embrace, only to be abruptly pulled along. Before long, they arrived at the threshold of Mito's room, which stood ajar. Just as they approached, Mito's voice resonated from within. Is that you, Naruto? Kushina, let him in. Following Mito's words, Kushina gently nudged Naruto forward, signaling him to enter. However, as Kushina reached the doorway, the joy she had displayed upon seeing her brother faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow. What has transpired? Naruto wondered, but refrained from voicing his curiosity. Casting a glance back at Kushina, he crossed the threshold and stepped into Mito's chamber. Naruto, you have returned. Come, let me see you well, Mito beckoned. The room was dimly lit, with the windows seemingly obscured, and only a single candle flickered, casting a soft glow. In the center of the room lay a futon, slightly raised, indicating that Mito had yet to rise. The candlelight illuminated Mito's face, which bore deep signs of fatigue as she sat partially upright in bed, draped in a simple garment. Grandma Mito, what troubles you? Are you unwell? At the doorway, Naruto had been unable to discern the room's condition. But as he stepped inside and his eyes adjusted to the low light, he clearly perceived Mito's state. Unlike before, her countenance now displayed not only profound weariness, but also unmistakable wrinkles. Wrinkles? How could this be? Grandma Mito, what has happened to you? If it were typical for elderly individuals to exhibit wrinkles at an advanced age, Mito's condition was extraordinary. As the master of the Yin sealing technique, she possessed an abundance of chakra that allowed her to maintain a youthful visage. Previously, she had always appeared to be in her 20s. Yet now, upon closer inspection, Naruto discerned that Mito's appearance had aged to that of someone in their 40s. Do not be alarmed. Come sit, Mito said, understanding Naruto's astonishment. She smiled and patted the tatami mat beside her, inviting him to take a seat. Grandmother, what is happening? Juming inquired with concern. Let me see. How did you come back with so many injuries? It must have been quite arduous, especially since even the Yin seal has been broken. Did you encounter a formidable enemy? Vortex Mito did not respond to Joming's questions, but instead gently placed her hand on his back. The warmth of her palm transmitted to him, and soon, a soft glow emanated from her hand, causing the wounds on Jiuming's back to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At the Yiming Temple, the medical ninjas merely treated Jiuming's wounds using conventional medical techniques. In this era, very few possessed genuine medical ninjutsu, and those who did were primarily stationed at Konoha's General Hospital, far from the front lines. I did indeed encounter some troubles, yet I managed to navigate through them smoothly. By the way, grandmother, what happened to your face? Jiuming swiftly shifted the topic, expressing concern for Mito's condition. You child, Mito sighed, feeling somewhat resigned to Jiuming's persistent inquiries about her. After Jiuming's wounds had fully healed, she withdrew her hand, unaware that a new wrinkle had appeared on her face following the use of her healing ninjutsu. I urgently called for you because there is something we must discuss. I have already spoken with Kushina. Now, I wish to hear your thoughts. Mito retracted her hands beneath the covers, her expression serious as she regarded Jiuming. What is it? Please tell me. Jiuming straightened his posture, lowering his head slightly in response to Mito's solemn demeanor. Do you know why you and your sister came to Konoha all those years ago? The matter I wish to discuss is related to this. Mito paused, observing Jiuming's expression stiffen as if he had recalled something significant. She paid no mind to this change and continued. Jiuming, are you familiar with tailed beasts? Tailed beasts are creatures entirely composed of chakra, possessing immense power, and in the past, they wreaked havoc upon the human world. Consequently, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces to capture all of the tailed beasts. At the end of the Warring States period, my husband, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, in an effort to balance the combat capabilities of the major nations, distributed the 9-tailed beasts he had collected across various countries. To harness the power of these beasts, they were sealed within individuals, known as Jinchuriki. As Mito spoke, she noticed a look of understanding dawning on Jiuming's face. Given your perceptive abilities, you must have sensed it already, right? Our village, Konoha, has its own Jinchuriki, and that Jinchuriki is me. A few years ago, I sensed that my time was drawing near, so I had the monkeys send ninjas to the Uzumaki clan to find a suitable host for a tailed beast. It was for this reason that your sister, Kushina, came to Konoha. However, I did not anticipate that Kushina had a brother who would accompany her here. Jiuming, your chakra nature closely resembles that of your sister, possessing the ability to suppress the chakra of tailed beasts. In other words, like your sister, you meet the conditions to become a Jinchuriki. Jiuming, I recognize your intelligence and have never regarded you as an ordinary child. I believe, given your acumen, you must understand the gravity of what it means to become a Jinchuriki. Once you assume that role, you will irrevocably lose your freedom, perhaps never to leave the village again. Moreover, due to the presence of the tailed beast, you may face relentless assassination attempts from rival ninja villages. Even those within the village may regard you as an outcast, and former friends may distance themselves from you. I ask you, do you wish to become a Jinchuriki? After Watergate spoke, he quietly observed Jiuming, awaiting his response. Jiuming, upon hearing Watergate's words, felt a tempest of emotions within. Did I hear that correctly? He actually asked me if I want to become a Jinchuriki? The surprise within the whirlpool of Jiuming's heart was but a fleeting moment, as he began to ponder the purpose behind Watergate's inquiry. Watergate, how much longer can you seal the tailed beast? Jiuming did not directly respond to Watergate's question. He was already contemplating his options. If he had come to this world hoping to change something, thus far, he had not altered anything significant. However, the chance to have a say in the choice of the 9-tails Jinchuriki was an opportunity he could not easily forego. Perhaps in the near future. Watergate casually replied, unaware of the intentions swirling in the young boy's mind. I wish to become a Jinchuriki. If sealing the tailed beast entails numerous hardships and dangers, and it must be our responsibility alone, I would prefer to bear those burdens rather than my sister. Jiuming's gaze grew resolute. Though sealing the 9-tails posed risks, he perceived it as an opportunity to fundamentally alter the future landscape. Really? You have not disappointed me. Your answer mirrors that of your sister. You truly are a good child. Upon hearing Jiuming's response, Watergate felt a wave of relief. If Jiuming had declined the chance to become a Jinchuriki, her perception of him might have shifted. A child willing to shoulder greater risks and responsibilities for their loved ones is inherently endearing. Yet, Watergate remained oblivious to the fact that Jiuming had not considered the risks of becoming a Jinchuriki. He was solely focused on the prospect of harnessing the power of the 9-tails, gaining an additional means of self-defense. I understand your thoughts. I will seriously consider the matter regarding you and your sister. By the way, Congratulations on your successful admission to the Ninja Academy. What would you like for lunch? I will have someone prepare it for you. After receiving a satisfying response, a warm smile graced Watergate's face. Anything is fine, as long as it's not soldier pills. I've had enough of those lately. Witnessing Watergate's smile, Jumming realized that he truly had a chance to become a Jinchuriki, and his mood soared. He immediately began to act charmingly. All right, I understand. I will have someone prepare it. You have only just returned. After enjoying your meal, take a moment to relax with a warm bath. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in reconstructing the Ein seal. Once the seal is successfully established, you must exercise caution, refrain from utilizing your chakra. For any misuse will lead to the seal's immediate collapse. Go now, seek out your sister. I too wish to indulge in a bit more rest. For age has its demands. Uzumaki Mito gently patted Naruto's back and spoke. Thank you, Grandma. Please take care of yourself. Naruto replied before rising to extinguish the candles in the room. He then cautiously exited, ensuring to close the door behind him. Unbeknownst to Naruto, as he shut the door, Mito's figure had already vanished from the room. The dawn was shrouded in mist, with layers of blue fog enveloping the mountains. The Ninja Academy of Konohagakure is situated less than 1,000 meters from the Ien, merely 100 meters from the Hokage building. In contrast, Mito's residence is a fair distance from the academy. Today marks the commencement of the new school year at the Ninja Academy. Accompanied by Kushina, Naruto arrived early at the academy. The gates had yet to open, but the teachers responsible for welcoming new students stood ready at the entrance, preparing to register the children. Hello, Class 1A, Uzumaki Naruto. It was now autumn, and the weather had begun to cool. Naruto wore a white short-sleeve shirt beneath a black long-sleeve coat, adorned with the Uzumaki clan's swirl emblem on the back. His black three-quarter pants gave the 5-year-old boy an unexpectedly tall appearance. Uzumaki Naruto, the teacher, who had been focused on the registration form, looked up with curiosity upon hearing Naruto's name. The boy before him was strikingly handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth. His round face framed by a cascade of red hair. The light blue diamond mark on his forehead added an air of mystique to his appearance. Are you Uzumaki Naruto, the only student to reach the finish line? The registering teacher, unfamiliar to Naruto, displayed a hint of excitement upon hearing his name, as though he had encountered a celebrity. Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto quickly deduced the reason for the teacher's enthusiasm. His exploits had circulated within the village, and some ninja familiar with the circumstances had even hailed him as a prodigy. For the teachers at the academy, a student bearing the title of genius was undoubtedly a coveted asset. Very well, please sign here. Once the gates open, you may proceed to your class on the first floor. The teacher scrutinized Naruto for a moment before producing a sheet of paper and handing it to him, along with a pen. Thank you. Naruto accepted the brush and inscribed his name on the paper. Having studied sealing techniques from a young age, he was adept at drawing symbols, and his calligraphy was quite impressive. The registering teacher paused momentarily, taken aback by the elegance of Naruto's handwriting as he retrieved the registration form. After signing, Naruto Uzumaki walked with Kushina Uzumaki to the side of the gate, awaiting its opening. Observing the demeanor of their teacher, it seemed that you, my dear brother, have already garnered quite a reputation at school. After finishing the registration with Naruto, Kushina did not rush to return. Instead, she engaged him in conversation by the entrance. I'm not boasting, but my abilities are on a different level than those of the other kids. Before long, my name as a prodigy will echo throughout Konoha. Sensing Kushina's teasing, Naruto puffed up with pride. Oh, is that so? Wasn't your Ein seal just reconstructed a few days ago? Have you really managed to store chakra so quickly? Can you actually perform jutsu now? Or do you believe that a genius cannot even execute a single jutsu? Kushina couldn't help but criticize her brother's arrogant demeanor. Her words struck a nerve with Naruto. The initial construction of the Ein seal had indeed been somewhat of a shortcut, aided by Minato, which allowed him to grasp it sooner than expected. At that time, he had left a back door to draw out some chakra without compromising the seal. However, this time was markedly different. During this reconstruction, Minato had not granted Naruto any opportunity for a backdoor. If Naruto attempted to draw chakra before fully activating the Ein seal, it would collapse entirely. This meant that he could not utilize any chakra until the seal was completely activated, a process that could take anywhere from 1 to 3 years, depending on the speed of his chakra accumulation and the stability of the Ein seal. It's not a big deal. I'm still young. Now is the perfect time for me to focus on physical training, shuriken techniques, and even weapon combat. Naruto remained optimistic. noting that the study of sealing techniques would not be hindered by chakra limitations. With his physical prowess, he believed he could still stand out among his peers. Once the Ein seal stabilizes in a few years, there would be ample time to learn jutsu. After his previous battle with the golden-haired youth from Iwagakure, Naruto had come to value physical training and shuriken techniques greatly, including weapon combat, which he urgently needed to practice. In battle, a ninja's reaction time in the face of attacks could determine life or death. Exceptional physical skills would maximize his chances of survival. At the very least, if he couldn't win, he could still escape. So you've already mapped out your training path. I was planning to offer you some advice, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Kushina smiled at Naruto and affectionately ruffled his hair. No need for advice. You should take care of yourself. You've been a genin for a while now. And I hear your most common tasks involve walking dogs, playing with cats, and babysitting? If you keep doing those things, my dear sister, your dream of becoming Hokage may never come to fruition. Gyuming stretched languidly, resting his hands behind his head, and casually remarked, "Damn it, you needn't worry. I'm leaving. You'll go in by yourself later." Jusanai seemed to be stung by Gyuming's words, delivering a sharp punch to his head before furiously standing up and departing without a backward glance. "You've ruined my hairstyle." Watching Jusanai's retreating figure, Gyuming felt a wave of exasperation. After gently rubbing his head, he muttered to himself. Yet, he remained indifferent and began surveying the other children who had registered. The gates of the ninja school had yet to open, and a throng of students and their parents had gathered at the entrance. Among the crowd, Nara Shikaku spotted Gyuming from a distance and waved in acknowledgement. Gyuming nodded in return, a simple greeting between acquaintances. The only two individuals he recognized among the crowd were Nara Shikaku, whom he had met briefly, and Hinata Hisashi from the Hyuga clan. Are there enough children my age to form a class? Gyuming pondered, scratching his head as he observed the cluster of children at the entrance. He felt a twinge of concern. If the class size proved insufficient, the teachers at the ninja school would possess ample energy to guide the students. However, for Gyuming, he preferred minimal guidance from instructors. He had his own plans and arrangements, devoid of the need for others' interference. Gyuming held little faith in the physical training methods of the school's teachers, nor did he believe any instructor could impart remarkable ninjutsu to him. Had it not been for Mizuho's insistence, he would have had no desire to merely stroll through the ninja school. Yet, Gyuming did not aspire to follow in Uchiha Itachi's footsteps and graduate early. Graduation from the ninja school signified becoming a genin. At a time when war could erupt at any moment, he had no wish to become cannon fodder prematurely. Having already endured the harrowing trials of the battlefield, Gyuming had learned to appreciate peace and tranquility. Creak. The school's iron gate swung open, prompting Gyuming to rise, dust off his trousers, and stride inside. Parents accompanying their children began bidding farewell, their hopes and expectations accompanying the young ones as they entered the school. This establishment served as the starting point for most ninjas. As the children stepped within, the memorial stone in Konoha had already prepared a place for them. Konoha village was founded by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, along with numerous ninja clans. Under the guidance of Lord Hashirama, the morning light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the desks. This marked Gyuming's first class at the ninja school, with his seat situated in the second-to-last row by the window, famously known as the Sunshine Spa Zone. The class comprised only a handful of students. At that moment, Gyuming rested his left hand on his chin while his right toyed with a kunai beneath the desk. Gazing absently out the window, on his desk lay a pristine copy of the history of Konoha, yet Gyuming had yet to even open the book. He had received the school schedule, and to be frank, it had left him profoundly disappointed. In the first-grade curriculum, aside from the study of so-called history, the most significant portion of students' learning is dedicated to recognizing characters. As for ninjutsu, there is scarcely even half a class devoted to it. Instead, physical training occupies 3 sessions a week. Although disheartened, Naruto soon comprehended the rationale behind the school's course structure. It is quite simple. Most children in the first grade are not yet 7 years old, and many have yet to fully grasp the most fundamental characters. Therefore, learning to read is indeed essential. The study of the history of Konoha village appears to be aimed at fostering a sense of identity among the children, which is entirely understandable. As for the lack of ninjutsu instruction in the school, Naruto quickly reconciled himself to this reality. After all, in a 6-year ninja academy, the ultimate graduation assessment is merely the basic transformation technique. Given such circumstances, Naruto harbored no expectations that the school would impart any remarkable ninjutsu. To suggest that the ninja school serves as a mere factory for cannon fodder during wartime would not be an exaggeration. A group of youngsters proficient only in the transformation technique. What else could they do on the battlefield besides serve as fodder? It is no wonder that there are so many prodigies graduating early. Mastering the transformation technique is trivial. He had mastered it by the age of 4. Alas, it is a lamentable fate that he must spend another 6 years alongside these children. 6 years. He could scarcely fathom how to endure this duration. However, it is fortunate that the chakra for the Ein seal must be accumulated, ensuring he will not be idle for the next 2 years. Naruto Uzumaki's attentiveness in class starkly contrasted with that of his peers. While the other children gazed in admiration at the mention of Senju Hashirama, Naruto's attention was far from the lesson. His peculiar demeanor soon caught the teacher's eye. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of chalk striking the blackboard resonated through the classroom. Uzumaki Naruto, stand up and tell me where we left off. The instructor discussing the history of Konoha was a middle-aged man in his 30s named Katori Shinobu. A staunch supporter of the Third Hokage. Slightly plump, he trembled a bit when he spoke. Were all teachers, whether from the previous world or this one, so similar? Would he be made to stand outside if he failed to answer? Naruto mused as he leisurely rose from his seat, casually tucking his kunai into his sleeve. My apologies. Teacher Shinobu, I do not know, Naruto admitted, having not even opened his textbook and therefore unaware of the lesson's progression. Although he spoke the truth, his posture elicited a mixture of anger and dismay on Katori Shinobu's face. Uzumaki Naruto, you didn't even open your book? Are you belittling me? You insolent child. Now, take your book and stand outside. With the teacher's furious shout, Naruto dejectedly picked up the history of Konoha and made his way outside. Indeed, teachers are all the same. Had he known, he would have prepared a shadow clone to spare himself from attending class. Once outside, he casually spread the book over his head, retrieving his kunai with his right hand behind his back. After a moment of reflection, he closed his eyes slightly and began to concentrate on refining his chakra. The Ein seal of Uzumaki Naruto was constructed with the assistance of Uzumaki Mido, resulting in an exceptionally stable structure capable of storing an immense amount of chakra. Although Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan and possesses a naturally large chakra reserve, it still requires considerable time to fill this Ein seal. Consequently, most of Naruto's time is devoted to refining his chakra, seizing every opportunity to do so during school. That concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. The moment the bell rang, Katori Shinwu exited the classroom, casting a glance back at Naruto, who was surprisingly with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Anger surged within him, and he instinctively reached out to poke Naruto's head. Yet, as he extended his hand, a thought crossed his mind, and he snorted in disdain before walking away. Though Naruto was engrossed in refining his chakra, he did hear the announcement of class dismissal and opened his eyes just in time to see Katori's departing figure. Next time, try to act more serious. It's certainly more comfortable to refine chakra while seated rather than standing. Naruto removed the book from his head and turned to re-enter the classroom. However, before he could reach his seat, a shrill voice pierced his ears. Is this the only student who has reached the finish line, Uzumaki Naruto? How arrogant. Already slacking off in the very first class? 3 boys blocked Naruto's path. With the boy in the center speaking, his outrageous hairstyle causing Naruto to momentarily lose his composure. To think that a child, not yet 10 years old, could utter such words without a decade's worth of experience. Since you're aware that I am the only one who has reached the finish line, you must also understand that my strength is on a different level from yours. If I were you, I would refrain from provoking someone whose prowess surpasses my own. Step aside. I shall consider this encounter as though it never occurred, Naruto replied coolly, attempting to brush past the boy. How dare you, an outsider, be so arrogant? You underestimate me. The boy with the absurd hairstyle erupted in fury, launching a punch toward Naruto's face with such speed that it caught him off guard. You know I'm from a foreign village? Are you from the Leaf S ninja clan? Faced with the sudden assault, Naruto barely had time to tilt his head and evade the blow. Initially reluctant to engage with a child, he felt a surge of irritation upon witnessing the boy's aggressive approach. Dodging the punch, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick aimed at the boy's abdomen, exerting 8/10 of his strength. Should the boy absorb this strike, he would instantly be rendered incapable of further combat. However, to Naruto's astonishment, his retaliation was effortlessly evaded. He thought, surprised by his empty kick. In the next moment, the boy produced a piece of paper covered in intricate symbols from his pocket and aimed it directly at Naruto's chest. Damn it, these kids are no ordinary students. How audacious of them to attack me at a ninja academy. The opponent's strike was alarmingly swift. Although Jiuming was unaware of the nature of the talisman wielded by his assailant, he understood that he must not allow it to connect. Due to the constraints of the Yin seal, he was incapable of harnessing his chakra. Regardless of what the adversary held, a hit would leave him defenseless. Who are you? Jiuming bellowed, swiftly drawing a kunai from his sleeve and aiming it at the approaching hand. He fervently hoped that his shout would draw his teacher's attention. The other children in the class had initially perceived the situation as a mere instance of schoolyard bullying, many of them eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, with Jiuming's exclamation, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation, and soon, several students exited the classroom in search of a teacher. The boy with the distinctive hairstyle, upon seeing Jiuming brandish the kunai, immediately retreated, executing a swift backward leap before deftly flipping through the classroom window and hastily escaping. His series of movements was remarkably proficient, indicative of a professionally trained ninja. Even as the assailant vaulted through the window, Jiuming remained in a state of shock, while the children who had previously obstructed his path vanished the moment he was attacked. Was this a premeditated assault? Were the children accompanying that individual using a shadow technique? What he had anticipated to be a tranquil school life now appeared far more complicated. Contemplating the identity of his attacker, Jiuming sheathed the kunai, his expression darkening. If he could not ascertain who was behind this, placing the blame on Wang would be a prudent course of action. Had my presence already captured Danzo's attention? As Jiuming returned to his seat, deep in thought, it was not long before a teacher from the Ninja Academy arrived at the classroom, summoning Jiuming outside to discuss the situation. After briefly recounting the events to the school officials, Jiuming resumed his studies, while the academy teacher promptly made their way to the Hokage building to report to the Third Hokage. In a subterranean palace somewhere within Konohagakure, a figure knelt before a stone chair, reporting the mission's failure to the individual seated there. Lord Danzo, the mission has failed. I was unable to cast the heart-stealing curse upon Uzumaki Jiuming. You disappoint me greatly. To fail in ambushing a 5-year-old child is unacceptable. The deep voice of Shimura Danzo resonated, tinged with both dissatisfaction and curiosity. His subordinates were seasoned ninjas, handpicked from the elite ranks of the Foundation's members. The young man before him, an assassin he had trained for over a decade, had faltered on his first mission. The target's reaction speed was exceptionally fast. My ambush was unsuccessful, the man replied, lifting his head to reveal a youthful visage, perhaps no older than 15 or 16, with guilt etched across his features. Unsuccessful? Are you implying that the boy managed to evade an elite Chunin's ambush? How is that possible? If the excuse for the task's failure is merely a jest, it is indeed quite absurd. Danzo raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat displeased with his subordinate's response. This time, he had been lenient regarding the failure of the mission. Yet the other party dared to treat him as a fool. Lord Danzo, I speak the truth. I was indeed ambushed unexpectedly. However, I never anticipated that my first strike would be evaded by Naruto Uzumaki. His reflexes are astonishingly swift, far from those of an ordinary child, the young man explained, slightly lowering his head. Is that so? Could it be that the rumors hold truth? Did Naruto Uzumaki truly escape from a jonin of IWA during the entrance examination at the Ninja Academy? If the rumors are accurate, then your failed ambush becomes understandable, Danzo said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low tone. Very well, go and receive your punishment. This matter ends here. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo decided to let the issue slide. The young man before him was someone he had invested considerable effort in nurturing, and he did not wish to impose too harsh a penalty. Moreover, a failed ambush at the Ninja Academy would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Third Hokage. For Danzo, it was prudent to exercise restraint and await a more opportune moment. Naruto Uzumaki, only by acquiring you can I have a chance to seize the Nine Tails. Following Danzo's whispered words, the underground palace once again fell into silence. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, while a teacher from the Ninja Academy was reporting the recent incident that had transpired there. Is that so? I am aware of this matter. Notify the barrier class to begin establishing sensory barriers around the academy. We cannot allow a similar incident to occur again. As for the investigation into this event, I will arrange for someone to look into it. You should calm the students' emotions, Hiruzen said, his gaze fixed on the intelligence that had just come in from the borders, not lifting his head as he spoke. Yes, Lord Hokage. After receiving a clear response from the Third Hokage, the academy teacher left the office. Once he had departed, Hiruzen raised his head and took a deep drag from his pipe. Danzo, have I granted you too much freedom? A complex emotion flickered in Hiruzen's gaze as he pondered for a long while before returning his focus to the intelligence report that had just arrived. The immediate priority was to address the situation with IWA. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the roads of Konohagakure. Outside the academy, a throng of parents had gathered to pick up their children from school. Although Naruto Uzumaki had experienced an ambush from an unknown ninja, he resumed his classes as usual after the incident. The barrier class had already re-established the protective barriers at the academy by noon. Sensing the efficacy of this barrier, Naruto's spirits lifted considerably. While the barrier could not guarantee his absolute safety, it certainly provided a significant degree of protection. As Naruto emerged from the academy, his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Beside her stood a golden-haired boy, also awaiting Naruto's arrival. As Uzumaki Kushina emerged from the school, she joyfully waved her hands in an attempt to capture Naruto's attention. However, Naruto, with his head bowed, seemed lost in thought and failed to hear her calls. It appears he hasn't noticed you. Perhaps we should approach him, suggested Namikaze Minato, standing beside Kushina. Let us go, Kushina agreed, quickly grasping Minato's hand as they navigated through the crowd to reach Naruto's side. Once they arrived, Kushina and Minato walked alongside Naruto in silence, eagerly anticipating the moment he would recognize their presence. Intriguingly, the attack seemed to precede a raid on the Ninja Academy, indicating that the assailants were likely from Konoha. If they were from a foreign village, they would typically strike when fewer people were around, a common understanding among ninjas. Should the radius be traced back to Konoha, the individuals capable of such actions would be notably limited. In the past 2 years, there had been a need to accumulate in seals, restricting their use of chakra and necessitating a focus on enhancing physical techniques and shuriken skills. Lost in his own world, Naruto suddenly sensed someone following him. He lifted his head in surprise, only to discover that his sister, Kushina, and Minato were right behind him. Sister? Minato? A fleeting glance at the hands they held prompted a smile to bloom on his face. A method to strengthen his physical prowess had just presented itself. The man who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was equally adept with shuriken. What are you so deeply absorbed in, my child? Kushina inquired. Naruto, did you enjoy your first day at the academy? Unaware of her brother's peculiar expression, she did notice him glancing at their entwined hands, prompting her to shyly release Minato's grip. Upon hearing Kushina's question, Naruto composed himself and replied, not particularly. My skills in physical techniques and shuriken throwing are lacking, and my classmates mocked me. I was just contemplating how to improve in those areas. Given that Grandma Mito isn't feeling well lately, I feel reluctant to trouble her. While Naruto's words were directed towards Kushina, his gaze lingered on Minato. Mock you? How dare they? Kushina's immediate reaction was to recall her own experiences of bullying during her time at the Ninja Academy, stemming from her hair color and being a transfer student. However, her cheerful disposition and resilience allowed her to adapt quickly to the academy life. Nonetheless, those days were far from pleasant, and upon hearing that Naruto was being bullied, her first instinct was anger. Minato, on the other hand, wore an awkward smile as he listened to Naruto's words. Bullying? With Naruto's abilities, is there truly anyone at the academy who could intimidate him? Having briefly sparred with Naruto before, Minato was well aware of his strength and could hardly believe that anyone at the academy possessed the power to bully Uzumaki Naruto. In the heart of Watergate, a silent grievance brewed, as Kushina had already sold him out. Training in physical techniques is quite manageable. If Grandma Mito is unavailable, you can invite Watergate to your home for guidance. He was the most proficient in physical arts during his school days. His shuriken technique was also remarkable. Even the Hokage has praised it. Is it truly possible? Does Brother Watergate really have the time to teach me? At this moment, Jonin displayed an innocent expression, his gaze fervently fixed upon Watergate. Of course, Watergate replied, though he was already concocting excuses in his mind. Before he could articulate his hesitation, Jonin interjected, wonderful. If Brother Watergate has no missions, please come to my house to teach me physical techniques and shuriken arts. I beg of you. Without allowing Watergate to finish his thought, Jonin continued, even bowing slightly to convey his sincerity. Fine, Watergate acquiesced, though initially reluctant. The prospect of spending more time with Kushina while instructing Jonin lightened his heart, making his previous reluctance dissipate. I shall rely on you for guidance in the future. Upon hearing Watergate's agreement, Jonin's face blossomed into a radiant smile, which, to Watergate, appeared somewhat unsettling. Quickly, notify the village. The IWA Ninja Village has dispatched a considerable number of ninjas across the border, advancing towards our Land of Fire. In early October, after nearly a month stationed at the border of the Land of Fire, the IWA ninja forces finally exhibited new movements. A battalion of thousands seemed to have received orders, launching a significant offensive towards the Land of Fire. Concurrently, in the southeastern region of the Land of Water, ninja forces were covertly mobilized, targeting the allies of the Land of Fire, the Land of Whirlpools. Bang! Bang! At noon, as the sun reached its zenith, its blinding rays dazzled all. Within the dojo of the Uzumaki family, shadows flickered as two individuals engaged in an intense battle. Konoha, Great Whirlwind. Though it was merely an ordinary backsweep, Jonin shouted the name of the technique. For reasons unknown, during his sparring with Watergate, Jonin could not suppress his youthful exuberance, feeling compelled to announce the names of his moves to feel invigorated. Yura Yura Yura. Despite his youth, Jonin's sweeping kick bore significant strength, compelling Watergate to raise both hands in defense. Following a successful strike, Jonin swiftly pressed the attack, launching a flurry of punches while shouting excitedly. In the dojo where Uzumaki Jonin and Namikaze Watergate practiced, Kushina and Sarutobi Kotaro sat on either side of a tea table, sipping tea while observing the pair sparring. This kid is truly formidable. He can subtly overpower Namikaze Watergate. Kotaro watched the two in the arena, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This marked his fifth visit in a month to observe Jonin's physical training. As a member of the same ninja team as Watergate and Kushina, Kotaro accompanied Watergate to assist Jonin during their downtime from missions, though it is referred to as guidance. The role of Minato Namikaze seems more akin to that of a sparring partner. Initially, during the practice sessions with Naruto Uzumaki, Minato was able to easily seize the initiative in their confrontations. However, as their training progressed, Naruto's physical prowess began to escalate dramatically. While there was no significant enhancement in strength or speed, his mastery of countering and the seamless execution of techniques became increasingly refined. Moreover, Naruto's style appeared to subtly target Minato, making it evident that without relying on his advantages in strength and speed, Minato could hardly withstand Naruto's onslaught through mere technique alone. Bang! In the arena, Minato seized an opportunity to counterattack, landing a strike to Naruto's abdomen. Following this blow, he swiftly created distance between himself and Naruto. Although Minato's palm successfully struck Naruto, the latter had anticipated the attack and had already begun to evade. However, his speed was insufficient to outpace Minato, allowing the hit to land, albeit with diminished force. Let's pause here for a moment, Minato said, observing Naruto's inclination to press forward. I'm not tired. Let us continue. Naruto replied, a look of puzzlement on his face. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, his stamina was abundant, and several hours of practice posed no challenge for him. In contrast, a child of his age might have faltered after just an hour of exertion. I'm feeling fatigued. Let us take a brief break. Naruto, Minato remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Naruto, puzzled by Minato's statement, found it odd that a 12-year-old would feel tired when he, a 5-year-old, did not. Noticing the inquisitive expression on Naruto's face, Minato explained, apologies, I stayed up quite late last night, and my energy today is not at its peak. You stayed up late? What were you doing? Before Naruto could inquire further, Kushina, who had been quietly sipping tea, raised an eyebrow with curiosity. Nothing much, just studying a jutsu. Minato scratched his head, casting a furtive glance at Kakashi. Have you already begun researching the Flying Thunder God technique? Kushina nodded thoughtfully at Minato's response, while Naruto suddenly grasped the implication, regarding Minato with a serious expression. If Minato had indeed commenced his studies on the Flying Thunder God, then he must engage him to exchange insights on the learning process of this technique. He had already encountered the principles of the Flying Thunder God in the Book of Seals and had committed them to memory, yet he faced significant challenges in mastering it. Previously, he had believed those challenges could be overcome while studying the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. After all, sealing techniques, in many respects, could also be categorized under spatial ninjutsu, with applications such as the four-symbol seal and the storage seal being considered forms of spatial ninjutsu. The initial motivation for Jiuming to learn sealing techniques was to better master the Flying Thunder God technique. However, as he delved deeper into sealing arts, he found himself unable to resolve certain complexities surrounding the Flying Thunder God, a technique he had yet to even begin to grasp. In the presence of Sarutobi Konohamaru, the son of the Third Hokage, Jiuming refrained from inquiring about the Flying Thunder God. He decided to temporarily tuck this matter away, planning to discuss it with Minato at a more opportune moment, hoping to study the technique together. With Minato's assistance, mastering the Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly be far more efficient. Then, may I trouble you, brother Konohamaru, to guide me in my physical techniques? Jiuming asked. As the son of the Hokage, Konohamaru's prowess in taijutsu must be exceptional. Though Minato intended to take a break, Jiuming was not inclined to rest at this moment. Currently, he was unable to utilize chakra, having set aside all ninjutsu studies temporarily. Most of his time was devoted to refining chakra and training in both taijutsu and shuriken techniques. Even his evenings were occupied with researching the intricacies of sealing techniques, leaving his schedule quite full. Should I? I don't want to hurt you. Minato has exceptional control over his body. If I were to strike without caution, it might lead to injury. Konohamaru hesitated, voicing a genuine concern. He acknowledged his own limitations, feeling that he did not possess the same innate talent as Minato, and his strikes lacked the finesse required to be safely executed. It's perfectly fine. Enduring a few hits is part of training in taijutsu, Jiuming said dismissively, waving his hand. Although Konohamaru had observed Jiuming's training many times, they had never sparred together. At that moment, Jiuming was curious to gauge the capabilities of the eldest son of the Hokage, the future father of Sarutobi Konohamaru. All right, I'll give it a try. Konohamaru relented, unable to refuse Jiuming's insistence. After all, he was Uzumaki Kushina's brother, and as comrades in the same team, he did not mind offering Jiuming some guidance. As Konohamaru rose to his feet, Minato, who was just about to sit down, offered a quiet warning as they crossed paths. Be careful, Jiuming is quite strong. Don't hold back. Minato had been on the same team as Konohamaru and had served as Jiuming's taijutsu instructor for some time, so he was well aware of the taijutsu levels of both Jiuming and Konohamaru. Given Jiuming's current abilities, he had already reached the proficiency of an average genin. If Konohamaru underestimated him, it was entirely possible that he would find himself at a disadvantage. Minato recognized Konohamaru's strong sense of pride and did not wish for him to be outmatched by a 5-year-old. After all, the eldest son of the Third Hokage being bested by a mere child would be a significant blow to his pride. Let us begin, Jiuming declared, standing in the center of the training area, awaiting Konohamaru's approach. As Konohamaru positioned himself before Jiuming, he suddenly felt an unexpected sense of pressure emanating from the child. So, it seems I cannot afford to underestimate him, he realized. As Sarutobi Kotaro's expression grew serious, he felt the weight of pressure emanating from Jiuming, a presence that was far beyond that of an ordinary child, especially now that he stood directly before him. Come, Kotaro shouted, a mix of a reminder and self-encouragement. And in the next moment, the battle between the two erupted. The following day, early in the morning, Jiuming, as usual, arrived at the Ninja Academy accompanied by Kushina. After an entire day of rigorous training, Jiuming felt an overwhelming sensation of soreness throughout his body, a lingering reminder of the intense exercise. The bruises on his arms had faded considerably, yet a dull pain still persisted. Indeed, as he had surmised, Kotaro's control over his strength was lacking. During their practice duel, Jiuming suffered some minor injuries due to the disparity in their power. Hiss, I can't believe I still feel pain despite my recovery abilities. These bruises seem to linger far too long. One could only marvel at the prowess of the Third Hokage's son. His physical abilities were truly remarkable. Given his strength, he could easily pass the Chunin exams. At this time, the standards for Chunin in Konoha were starkly different from those in the future era of Uzumaki Naruto. The future expectations leaned more towards intellectual capabilities. With elite ninja rarely deployed, Chunin were often tasked with leading teams, thus necessitating a broader assessment of their overall abilities. In contrast, the current requirements were much more straightforward and brute in nature. It was paramount for ninjas heading into battle to survive and maintain the combat effectiveness of the frontline troops, placing a heavy emphasis on sheer strength. This disparity arose primarily from the differing demands of warfare. In times of conflict, battles often involved dozens or even hundreds of ninjas, with only a handful needed to command such forces. Conversely, in peacetime, ninjas were more frequently engaged in fulfilling assigned missions, where most C-rank tasks could be adequately completed under the leadership of Chunin, and even some B-rank missions could be easily accomplished by a four-man team led by a Chunin. Kotaro and Namikaze Minato, who were both on the same team as Uzumaki Kushina, had already demonstrated Chunin-level strength. However, the missions they executed alongside Kushina were mostly trivial C-rank tasks. Juming speculated that they had been positioned by the Third Hokage to protect Kushina, as having both Minato and Kotaro serving as her bodyguards was more than sufficient in the village. "Sister, I'm going in, you can head back now." After parting ways with Kushina at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Juming stepped inside. Simultaneously, in his office, the Third Hokage received the latest intelligence from the front lines. Bang! The Third Hokage slammed his fist onto the table, unable to contain his emotions even with his typically composed demeanor upon receiving such distressing news. "Damn it! They've actually made a move. Shikaku, inform all elite Jonin and the Council of Elders to convene." Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression as he tightly grasped the scroll, speaking in a low voice before rising and departing the office, heading towards the conference room. Hatake Sakumo moved with remarkable speed, and before long, the conference room within the Hokage building was filled with attendees. The spacious meeting room of Konoha was furnished with a single elongated table and 30 chairs corresponding to the number of high-ranking officials present. However, due to the significance of the meeting's agenda, in addition to the clan leaders of the various ninja families who could sit at the table, a number of elite Jonin and talented Chunin, carefully nurtured by Konoha, were also assigned seats in other areas of the room to listen in. At one end of the long table, 4 chairs were evenly placed, with Sarutobi Hiruzen occupying the middle chair on the left. To his left sat the only female member of the Elder Council, Mitarashi Anko. On his right was Shimura Danzo, while the farthest right was occupied by Mido Kazuma, another member of the Elder Council. Below them, on either side, sat the heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, though at that moment, they were not the well-known Hizashi and Fugaku, but rather 2 composed middle-aged men. Following the 2 major clans of Konoha, other ninja clans, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, occupied positions of relative prominence closer to the seats of the Third Hokage and his companions. As for the 3 disciples of the Third Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, there were no reserved seats for them at the conference table. They, like the majority of the ninjas, were seated on chairs against the walls of the meeting room. The atmosphere was thick with tension, seemingly influenced by the somber expression of the Third Hokage. "Hey, Orochimaru, do you have any idea what has transpired this time?" Jiraiya quietly inquired, observing the oppressive ambience within the room. Originally, the 3 of them had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the command center at the front lines of the Land of Rain. But that temporary command post had not remained operational for long and was disbanded shortly after the Third Hokage returned to Konoha. After their return, each had been assigned different tasks, and this meeting marked their first reunion after a considerable period. "Where have you been with your thoughts? Are you unaware of the significant events unfolding at the front lines?" Orochimaru replied, not as preoccupied as Jiraiya with personal matters. He was well informed about the current state of the ninja world and thus possessed a clear understanding of the situation. Recently, the Land of Earth dispatched a large army to conquer the Land of Grass, while substantial forces have also entered the territory of the Land of Rain. Previously, wasn't there a ninja attack on our Konoha's examination team? The teachers suspect it was the work of individuals from the Land of Earth. Today's high-level meeting should be related to the movements of the Land of Earth. In the present day, Orochimaru, though merely in his 20s, possesses a visage adorned with an abundance of collagen, his pallid complexion bordering on the unhealthy, combined with his strikingly handsome features, lends him an air of the uncanny. Despite his somewhat morbid and enchanting appearance, those who share a close bond with Orochimaru are well aware of his reliability as a comrade. At this moment, Jiraiya could scarcely fathom that his dearest friend and ally would one day transform into a treacherous rogue ninja who would slay his teacher. So that is the case. Could it be the Land of Earth? I recall hearing from QB during dinner that the assailants had already been driven from our borders. After all, the village hidden in the clouds of the Land of Lightning had already exerted immense pressure upon us. If the Land of Earth were to complicate matters further, we could very well find ourselves besieged on 2 fronts. Tsunade, upon considering Orochimaru's words, spoke softly. Jiraiya, listening to his two companions, wore an expression of grave concern. During his time of training in Miyaboka Mountain, he had become somewhat detached from the unfolding events in the ninja world, yet he was no fool. He recognized the profound implications for Konoha if Tsunade and Orochimaru's claims held any truth. The assembled ninjas were not lacking in skill. And although Jiraiya and his companions endeavored to keep their voices low, their conversation was overheard by all present in the meeting room. Familiar faces among the ninjas began to whisper amongst themselves, and soon the chamber was filled with a cacophony of murmurs. The third Hokage, seated at the head of the table, did not immediately intervene, instead surveying the crowd of discussants. After a considerable pause, he cleared his throat. Ahem. At the sound of the third Hokage's gentle cough, the previously boisterous meeting room fell abruptly silent. I have a significant announcement to make. This morning, I received word that the Land of Earth has dispatched ninjas into the Land of Grass, and signs indicate they are advancing towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Their vanguard has already engaged our border guards. Although the skirmishes have yielded mixed results, this is before their main forces have arrived. Furthermore, I have learned that the troops dispatched by the Land of Earth into the Land of Rain have also achieved notable successes. No sooner had the third Hokage concluded his statement than Danzo Shimura interjected. The various movements of the Land of Earth unequivocally reveal their ambitions. Whether it be the invasion of the Land of Grass or the Land of Rain, their ultimate target remains singular, our Land of Fire. I have also ascertained the identities of those who attacked our Ninja Academy's entrance examination team. At the forefront is the chief disciple of the Tsuchikage, Anoki, known as Kotu, who is being groomed as the next Tsuchikage. Danzo's words detonated like a bomb dropped into water, creating ripples of agitation throughout the chamber, which had previously been quiet. The ninjas began to exchange hushed remarks. However, the leaders of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, seated near the front, remained silent, each with their eyes gently closed, seemingly deep in contemplation. In this meeting, I seek to gather your opinions. In the face of the Land of Earth's various maneuvers, should we engage in battle or send envoys to negotiate peace? As the voice fell, an enveloping silence descended upon the entire conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving the absence of discourse, turned his gaze towards the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, noticing that the latter seemed disinclined to voice his opinion. He then shifted his attention to the head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. If one were to identify the foremost martial families in Konoha, they would undoubtedly be the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Conversely, the Nara clan has long been recognized as the bastion of intellect. Since the inception of Konoha, generations of the Nara clan have served as strategists on the battlefield and within the decision-making echelons. Even as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he deemed the insights of Nara Shikaku to be of paramount importance. Seated in the assembly, Nara Shikaku perceived the prevailing quietude of the room. And with the third Hokage's gaze still fixed upon him, he understood that it was incumbent upon him to speak first. With a gentle sigh, he began. In the absence of others wishing to speak, allow me to share my thoughts. Nara Shikaku, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bore a striking resemblance to his predecessor, Nara Kakazu, and sported the clan's distinctive pineapple hairstyle. As he commenced his address, all eyes in the room turned to him. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the Land of Earth has not issued any grand declarations regarding an all-out war against Konoha. Rather, their actions appear to be more of a probing nature. Should their provocations continually yield favorable outcomes, it is highly probable that these so-called tests may escalate into full-scale warfare. Fortunately, the presence of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass serves as a strategic buffer between our Fire Country and the Land of Earth. My proposal is to deploy forces to ambush the troops dispatched by the Land of Earth within the territories of Rain and Grass, engaging in a tacit proxy war. While Nara Shikaku was not considered a hawkish figure within Konoha, instead favoring diplomacy and peaceful resolutions, this did not imply that he would passively endure the provocations from the Land of Earth. This was, after all, the merciless world of shinobi. His wisdom allowed him to discern the intentions behind the Land of Earth's tests, which is precisely why he advocated for a show of force, aiming to instill a sense of trepidation in them. Nara Shikaku's remarks could indeed be deemed as counsel for the nation. However, there were still dissenting voices among the assembly. The moment he concluded, an elderly shinobi with a mane of white hair rose from his seat. Despite his silver locks, This individual was merely in his 40s. Hokage-sama. I must express my disagreement with Nara Shikaka's perspective. The third Hokage turned his gaze toward the end of the conference table, where Kato Eagle stood in opposition. Kato Eagle, the patriarch of the Kato clan and father of Kato Dan, hailed from a lineage renowned for their unique transformation techniques, endowing them with formidable assassination capabilities. Thus, despite their relatively small numbers, the Kato clan distinguished themselves among the many families of Konoha, earning a place at the conference table. Oh, Kato, please share your thoughts. The third Hokage invited, intrigued by the differing opinion, as the purpose of the assembly was indeed to gather diverse insights. Lord Hokage, I believe that provoking the Land of Earth at this juncture is not a prudent choice. In comparison to the Land of Earth, our adversary to the northeast warrants far greater attention. Unlike the Land of Earth, the Raikage is notably more aggressive, and the Land of Lightning has already dispatched a substantial force into the Land of Moon. According to the intelligence I have received, the northeastern border is already experiencing disturbances from the enemy. I propose that we send envoys to the Land of Earth to facilitate communication, thereby buying us time, while our main forces swiftly mobilize to the northeastern border to repel the incursions from the Land of Lightning. Engaging on two fronts would be detrimental to our Leaf Village. After Kato Takashi concluded his remarks, he seated himself once more. The third Hokage nodded slightly, indicating he had heard his words. Following Kato's speech, the heads of various clans began to voice their opinions. Some supported Nara Shikaku, others sided with Kato Takashi, while a few merely expressed their family's willingness to serve the village diligently. Additionally, some clans expressed a desire to hold positions within the combat forces. The conference room was soon filled with a cacophony of thoughts, causing the third Hokage considerable distress. The meeting continued from dawn until noon, yet no consensus was reached. Sarutobi Hiruzen and several elders grew increasingly impatient as they listened. All right, everyone, let us take a break for now. We'll conclude this morning's discussion here. Later, I will confer with the elders, and we will finalize our strategy for this afternoon's meeting. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the third Hokage could no longer endure the ceaseless debate and rose to announce his decision. Yes, the crowd, still yearning for resolution, began to slowly exit the conference room. Before long, the chamber was emptied, leaving only the third Hokage, two members of the Elder Council, and Shimura Danzo. Sighing heavily, Hiruzen reflected on the prolonged discussions that had yielded no clear conclusions. It is truly frustrating, he lamented, allowing himself to be vulnerable in front of his old friends. Daybreak. Your approach is flawed. Strategic matters should not be brought to high-level meetings for debate. You must make decisive choices. You are the Hokage. Everyone ought to heed your commands. What kind of example is this hesitation setting? In private, Danzo did not afford the third Hokage any leniency, directly criticizing him. Danzo, it's not as simple as that. One misstep could jeopardize the legacy of our predecessors. Hiruzen harbored deep concerns. He wished to avoid conflict with both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. War inevitably leads to significant casualties, and as Hokage, he dreaded witnessing such devastation within the village. Stop being naive, Hiruzen. The ambitions of both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are glaringly obvious. War is unavoidable. The question now is whether we strike the Land of Lightning first, the Land of Earth, or confront them both simultaneously. It is imperative to make a decision swiftly. The tides of war do not wait for anyone. After Tuanzong finished speaking, he leaned on his cane and departed from the conference room. Once he left, Mito Minion advised, Tuanzong is correct. Discussions yield little. You should make the decision directly. My suggestion is to heed Nara Shikaka's counsel. Dispatch troops to assert dominance over the Land of Earth, and subsequently focus on the Land of Lightning. Very well, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, took a puff of his pipe, and fell into contemplation. Noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed pondering the matter, Mito Minion chose to remain silent and exited the conference room alongside Tono Kamaru. After everyone departed, the third Hokage approached the window, gazing at the shadow of the former Hokage, and his mind finally settled on a resolution. Now, I shall commence with the appointments. I hereby command Shimura Danzo to serve as the commander of the Northeastern Front, with Hyuga Hayashi as strategist, leading the troops to the border of the Land of Moon to intercept the ninjas dispatched by the Land of Lightning. I command Mito Minion to be the commander of the Northwestern Front, with Nara Shikaku as strategist, leading the troops to the Land of Rain to confront the ninjas from the Land of Earth. I appoint Tono Kamaru as the deputy commander of the Northwestern Front, leading the troops into the land of grass to engage the enemy. The Uchiha clan shall protect Konoha, oversee the barrier team, and organize reserve forces to provide support to the front lines at any time. Furthermore, from this day forth, we shall implement martial law. I will oversee the logistics of the front line from Konoha, and I will issue a detailed personnel roster for the various units and their specific duties by tomorrow. Now, everyone should return and prepare. The captains, strategists, and the head of the Uchiha clan were asked to remain. Shortly after the meeting commenced, the Third Hokage announced his decisions, and the clan leaders, who had initially been divided in their opinions, uttered not a word more, promptly leaving the conference room to prepare. What is the path for a ninja to ascend? Undoubtedly, war serves as the most effective means. Large-scale warfare presents an opportunity for some to ascend. Once the unrelated individuals departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen began discussing specific implementation plans with several captains and members of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the Hokage building held little significance for Uzumaki Naruto. As a mere student of the Ninja Academy, he had no stake in the impending war. At that moment, Naruto sat in the academy's classroom with a group of younger students, listening to the instructor expound on the history of Konoha. After a night and morning of adjustment, the fatigue from yesterday's physical training had completely dissipated. In a state of good spirits, Naruto began to multitask, feigning attentiveness to the lesson while simultaneously accelerating the infusion of chakra into his in-sealing technique. Indeed, a certain electrical essence resided within my chakra, allowing for an exceptionally rapid filling of the in-seal. It may not even take 2 years to complete. Moreover, as I refine my chakra, this lightning attribute noticeably enhances my physical constitution. Though still faint, if accumulated over time, it could yield remarkable results. This concentrated chakra refinement period has deepened Naruto's understanding of himself, leaving him curious about the effects his unique chakra might have when applied to ninjutsu. However, one thing is certain. As long as he continues with his current training regimen, once he has accumulated the requisite energy for the in-seal, his physical prowess and martial skills will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Time passes swiftly, and unbeknownst to him, 2 years have elapsed since Uzumaki Naruto entered the Ninja Academy. During this period, the village of Konoha has not experienced significant changes. Aside from the aging of the buildings lining the roads, the architectural layout of the village remains unaltered, and Konoha continues to exude an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. In stark contrast, the ninja world has undergone a monumental transformation. 2 years prior, Konoha dispatched troops to the border, and shortly after their arrival, they engaged in combat with the ninjas from the Cloud and Rock villages. What began as a minor proxy war swiftly escalated into a full-scale conflict, with Konoha facing 2 opponents at once. As Konoha grappled with this intense struggle, its steadfast ally, the Land of Whirlpools, fell victim to an unprovoked invasion by the Kagaya clan from the mist village of the Land of Water. In December of that year, the Land of Whirlpools sent a plea for assistance to Konoha, but the envoy was met with the disheartening response that Konoha, embroiled in 2 fronts of battle, was unable to provide support. Upon returning to the Land of Whirlpools, the messenger bore the grim news that by January of the following year, the Land of Whirlpools had been completely ravaged by the Kagaya clan. Many members of the Uzumaki clan fled their village, only to be captured and scattered by other ninja villages. Tragically, the sealing techniques that had been passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan were lost in the flames, along with the self-immolation of the current clan leader. Upon learning of the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, Kushina was deeply saddened, for it was the place of her birth and upbringing, and she held a profound emotional connection to it. In contrast, Uzumaki Mito remained silent, her health deteriorating after several days of quiet contemplation. Today, Mito spends most of her time in slumber, rarely leaving her room except for meals and necessary visits to the restroom. Even when her energy permits, she merely instructs Naruto in his training within the confines of their home dojo. Not long after the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the Mist Village launched a significant incursion into the Fire Country, transforming Konoha's 2-front war into a 3-front conflict. The already precarious situation became even more dire. However, Konoha's ninjas, renowned for their formidable strength and strategic depth, managed to prevent the flames of war from encroaching upon their village. Nevertheless, the conflict has persisted, and as of today, skirmishes continue to erupt along the borders of the Fire Country. Fortunately, The fires of war have not yet reached the heart of the land of fire, allowing the village to maintain its former splendor, albeit with dark undercurrents lurking beneath the surface. In the dojo of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto sits cross-legged upon a mat, chakra swirling around his body, gradually converging at his brow. Opposite him sits an elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles, her frail frame and silvery hair betraying her advanced age. The woman seated before Jiuming, merely by her appearance and wrinkles, must be over 80 years of age. Between her brows lies a faint diamond-shaped mark, so subtle that it is hardly discernible unless observed closely. Suddenly, with his eyes shut in meditation to refine chakra, Jiuming opened them wide. As he spoke, a deep purple diamond mark emerged upon his forehead. With the appearance of this mark, Jiuming's 2-year endeavor in mastering the sealing technique reached its culmination today. The elderly woman coughed violently, prompting Jiuming to step forward anxiously and gently pat her back. "Grandma Mito, you are unwell. You must rest properly. I have thoroughly researched the sealing technique over the past 2 years. Today's completion would pose no issues even without your supervision." His words elicited a warm smile from Uzumaki Mito, who reached out to affectionately ruffle Jiuming's hair. Looking at the child before her, she remarked, "Jiuming, your talent is truly astonishing, and your proficiency in sealing techniques is remarkably profound. After completing the seal today, you may commence systematic training in ninjutsu. With a foundation in sealing and sealing techniques, your control over chakra has undoubtedly reached an advanced level, making this an opportune moment to learn ninjutsu effectively." As she gazed at the boy, a smile graced her face. Uzumaki Jiuming, whom she had nurtured with great care, was now 7 years old and stood at an impressive height of 13 meters, quite tall for his age. His long hair was simply tied back with a black ribbon. The baby fat that once adorned his face had vanished, transforming it into a relatively standard oval shape, albeit slightly rounder than the typical. His features bore a striking resemblance to Uzumaki Kushina, yet Jiuming's facial contours exuded a more masculine allure. At 7, Jiuming appeared decidedly mature for his age. With a sudden crash, the dojo door was flung open. "Jiuming, have you truly completed it?" Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina appeared at the entrance, with Tsunade voicing her inquiry. Having just returned from the front lines, she had heard of Jiuming's impending completion of the seal. As someone who had mastered the technique herself, Tsunade understood the formidable challenge it posed and found it hard to believe that a mere 7-year-old could have achieved such a high-level ninjutsu. Thus, her first words upon entering were to confirm the veracity of Jiuming's accomplishment. "Is that you, big sister and sister Tsunade?" Jiuming turned at the sound. Although he did not respond to Tsunade's question, the astute Tsunade quickly noticed the diamond mark on his forehead. For a moment, she was left speechless. "It's real. He has truly mastered the seal." Even upon seeing the mark on Jiuming's forehead, Tsunade still wore an expression of disbelief. A child who mastered the seal at the tender age of 7 left Tsunade at a loss for words to adequately describe Naruto Uzumaki. In Tsunade's eyes, Naruto's talent was undoubtedly terrifying, for even she had only grasped the seal by the age of 18. Although Tsunade was astonished by Naruto's ability to wield the seal, Naruto himself felt that he was somewhat late to the game. His understanding was simple. He began learning the seal at the age of 5, but took 2 years to fully master it. This 2-year period of mastery placed him at a level comparable to Sakura Haruno, who hailed from a civilian background and was learning the seal around the same time, which was undeniably rather weak. What Naruto was unaware of, however, was the significant disparity that existed between different practitioners of the seal. Each individual's comprehension of the seal varied, leading to substantial differences in the construction of the seal itself. Consequently, the amount of chakra that could be stored within the seal often differed vastly. At that time, Sakura primarily utilized excess chakra to enter the seal, all while also balancing her studies in medical ninjutsu. Under such circumstances, it took her nearly 2 years to completely master the seal. In contrast, Naruto devoted most of those 2 years to refining chakra for the seal. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he possessed a naturally abundant chakra reserve and a speed of refinement that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, even with these advantages, he required 2 years to fill the seal to capacity. Thus, it was evident that Naruto Uzumaki's seal and Sakura's were of entirely different strengths, a fact that could be discerned from the colors of their respective marks. Upon fully completing the seal, Naruto found himself free from any limitations on chakra usage. The first thing he accomplished with the Yin seal was to circulate chakra throughout his body. As the powerful chakra surged within him, Naruto could distinctly feel a marked enhancement in his strength. "Tsunade, would you care to test whether my Yin seal is authentic?" he inquired, rising to stretch his limbs, feeling invigorated and eager to find someone to spar with. "Hey, little brat, do you want to practice with me?" Tsunade, upon hearing Naruto's words, wore a perplexed expression. Although Naruto's mastery of the Yin seal exceeded her expectations, it did not imply that he was qualified to be her opponent. "I wish to gauge the strength of the Yin seal to gain a clearer understanding of my own abilities. I have no desire to recklessly charge into battle against formidable foes without comprehending my limits." Naruto formed hand seals and released the Yin seal, an immense wave of chakra erupting from the mark on his forehead. Purple patterns began radiating from the seal, soon enveloping his entire body. "Is this the true power of the Yin seal? It surpasses the half-finished version I had back in my day by leaps and bounds," he murmured as he felt the power coursing through him. "Very well, then I shall be your opponent." Upon witnessing that Ming had successfully unsealed the Yin seal, Tsunade refrained from further words and positioned herself directly in front of him. Sensing the intense chakra fluctuations emanating from this child, her expression could no longer maintain its tranquility. How could one so young already possess such formidable chakra? This must not merely be a consequence of the Yin seal's effects. In the realm of ninja confrontations, the simplest method to gauge an opponent's strength is by observing their chakra quantity. Generally speaking, those with lesser chakra are far easier to contend with than those endowed with greater reserves. At that moment, the chakra fluctuations exhibited by Ming astonished even the well-versed Tsunade. In terms of chakra alone, even with the Yin seal lifted, her reserves would not surpass his. Nonetheless, today, she intended to impart a valuable lesson. Battles among ninjas are not solely determined by the volume of one's chakra. Tsunade swiftly assumed a combat stance, extending her hand toward Ming, signaling him to commence his attack. Concurrently, Uzumaki Mito waved her hand to activate the barrier, enveloping the entire dojo in protection. She was equally curious about the extent of Ming's abilities and thus refrained from interrupting their sparring match. "Be cautious. I am no longer the person I once was. I have officially transcended the era of Gundam and stepped into the age of tattoos." Although Ming had never actually traversed the Gundam era, as Ming's declaration echoed, he vanished from his original position. Before Tsunade's eyes, a blue figure surged towards her, accompanied by a distinct rumble of thunder in the air as he moved. Remarkably swift. Tsunade's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, Ming's fist was already before her. She slightly tilted her head, and with the thunderous punch, the force surged past her cheek, creating a powerful gust that severed several strands of golden hair. "You little rascal," Tsunade thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and surprise at nearly being struck by Ming. In response, she swiftly executed a sweeping kick, channeling her immense strength. If Ming were to take this blow, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of continuing the fight. However, being mindful that this was a friendly spar, she held back slightly, ensuring she would not deliver a fatal blow. Noticing Tsunade's sweeping kick approaching, Ming did not flinch, but instead retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at her lower leg. Bang! Ming's strike, fueled by his immense chakra, matched Tsunade's strength perfectly, and a tempest of chakra erupted within the dojo. Mito, quick to react, swiftly pulled Kushina into her embrace, enveloping her with her own chakra to shield her from the ensuing clash of chakra between Ming and Tsunade. "That little brat managed to block it?" Tsunade mused, astonished at Ming's audacity to stand ground. Simultaneously, she began to amplify the power in her kick. "Such weight! I cannot possibly match her strength." As Tsunade gradually increased her strength, Naruto found himself struggling to keep up. Under Tsunade's watchful gaze, he swiftly formed hand seals and summoned 3 shadow clones, launching them towards her. As the clones advanced, Tsunade was compelled to retract her foot. Seizing this moment, Naruto's original form quickly leaped backward, creating distance between them. 5-element seal. In the next instant, a chakra flame ignited atop his right index finger as he shouted, propelling himself towards Tsunade with great speed. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 shadow clones that Naruto had conjured were swiftly dispatched by Tsunade. However, unbeknownst to her, the locations from which the clones disappeared followed a distinct pattern. Naruto had no intention of granting Tsunade a moment's respite. His original form surged forward, delivering a palm strike aimed at her abdomen. Such an offensive? You underestimate me gravely, Tsunade remarked, noticing the chakra enveloping Naruto's hand, realizing that if this strike landed, it could lead to a significant embarrassment. Acting quickly, Tsunade seized Naruto's right hand and hurled him violently away. Success! A smile graced Naruto's face as he soared through the air, completing 2 rotations before landing gracefully on the ground. Confinement seal. Upon landing, he struck the ground with his palm, and with his shout, dark runes began to materialize where the 3 shadow clones had vanished, rapidly encircling Tsunade in the center. Though he had proclaimed the 5-element seal, in truth, Naruto had yet to master it. It was merely a feigned attack. His true intention was not to assault Tsunade directly. What? As several runes converged into a single pattern, Tsunade felt her body become immobile within the confines of the seal. A seal? Was it the shadow clones? The young boy's tactics caught her off guard. Despite her extensive combat experience, she had fallen for Naruto's ruse in that moment. Sealing techniques are indeed effective. Perhaps I should combine them with the multi-shadow clone technique. In due time, the enemy will be unknowingly ensnared. Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction with his strategy, having taken a significant step in mastering sealing techniques. And he had grasped some peculiar seals as well. Now, amidst battle, he could incorporate his understanding of sealing techniques into his approach. A commendable technique, but alas, you have encountered me. Tsunade appeared unwilling to concede defeat, her chakra surging with ferocity, seemingly intent on breaking free from Naruto's seal through sheer force. Observing the veins bulging on her temples, Naruto promptly released the sealing technique. He was acutely aware of its limitations. Should Tsunade exert her full strength, the technique would only restrain her for a brief moment. Nevertheless, in a life-or-death struggle, that moment could prove fatal. Sister Tsunade, please do not be angry. I believe I've come to understand my own capabilities. Naruto reassured Tsunade, whose expression had turned stern. Once a smile broke through her demeanor, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gyoming, given your current prowess, the Ninja Academy may no longer serve you. Would you like me to recommend that you graduate directly? Tsunade expressed her strong recognition of Gyoming's abilities and suggested as much. However, upon hearing Tsunade's words, Gyoming fervently shook his head in refusal. I find the life at the academy quite enjoyable and have no desire to graduate prematurely. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Tsunade. I prefer to let things unfold naturally. Furthermore, the ninja world has been rather tumultuous of late, and the danger of missions has escalated. I aspire to become even stronger. After all, Gyoming is not the type to rush heedlessly into battle, risking his life. Why would he sacrifice his potential by hastily becoming a genin and becoming cannon fodder? Following the recent battle, Gyoming gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Yet he does not believe that his current strength would render him invulnerable on the battlefield. Speed and power. He has discerned the gap between himself and Tsunade through their confrontation. With the activation of the Yin seal, Gyoming's strength has reached approximately 60% of Tsunade's normal capacity, while his speed has attained 70%. If one were to consider strength and speed alone, a fully exerted Gyoming would be deemed elite even among the Chunin ranks. In comparison to Kakashi, who graduated from the academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, Gyoming has already surpassed Kakashi of the same age. Yet, Uzumaki Gyoming has yet to graduate from the academy. His journey remains long. Currently, he cannot compel even Tsunade in her Jonin form to exert her full strength. The disparity between him and the top-tier ninjas is indeed vast. Gyoming does not take pride in his present abilities. He understands that with his current strength, he may not even qualify to survive on an external battlefield. Since he can now utilize chakra, he should first strive to master 1 or 2 formidable ninjutsu. A new plan began to form in Gyoming's mind, and his gaze grew resolute. All right, let us take a break and have lunch. Mito observed that the duel between Gyoming and Tsunade had reached a conclusion and, with a smile, rose with the support of Kushina. Grandma, I'm back. Where's my sister? I want her to take me to the battlefield. Just as Mito intended to lead several individuals away from the dojo, a shout echoed from the courtyard. Upon hearing that familiar call, Tsunade's previously cheerful countenance immediately darkened. That fool. The shout from outside the dojo caused Tsunade's smile to vanish, and even Mito's expression turned somewhat grim. Her little grandson was truly a source of constant worry. Before long, the dojo's door swung open, revealing an 11 or 12-year-old boy standing outside. The boy had a head of black hair, slightly tinged with brown under the sunlight. He wore a forehead protector bearing the emblem of Konoha and stood at about 155 centimeters tall, not particularly tall even among his peers. Shoju, why aren't you training at home? Where have you run off to? Tsunade's expression soured at the thought of her younger brother clamoring to go to battle, her mood quickly deteriorating. Not to mention, she had just witnessed Jiuming's talent and maturity, which left Tsunade increasingly dissatisfied with her younger brother. Oh, I was practicing with my brother Kataru. As soon as I learned you returned to the village, I rushed back. Shungtian bore a striking resemblance to the young Naruto Uzumaki, both in appearance and in his carefree demeanor. He remained oblivious to Tsunade's expression and continued with innocent enthusiasm. Sister, the battlefield in the land of rain must be thrilling. When will you go to the front lines again? Take me with you. As he spoke of the battlefield, a hint of excitement crept onto his face. Brother Shingtian, why do you want to go to the battlefield? Before Tsunade could respond with anger, Jiuming interjected. The siblings had been in Konoha for 7 years now, and having lived in the Mito household for quite some time, both Tsunade and Shingtian regarded Jiuming as one of their own. Thus, Jiuming's inquiry did not seem out of place. Oh, Jiuming, why aren't you in the study? Shingtian greeted Jiuming with a smile, slightly surprised at his absence from the study, as he had always perceived Jiuming as a bookworm who preferred to stay indoors. Why go to the battlefield? Of course, it's because I want to become Hokage. Without military achievements, how can I become Hokage? Shingtian's response was spontaneous, indicating that the aspiration to become Hokage was deeply ingrained in his heart. Much like Naruto, he often proclaimed his desire to become Hokage, making it a hallmark of his speech. To become Hokage, huh? Brother Shingtian, why do you wish to become Hokage? Upon hearing Shingtian's declaration, Jiuming's face exhibited an inquisitive expression. I aspire to be a great Hokage like my grandfather. I wish to restore the glory of the Senju clan. That is my dream. However, you, as a child, may not comprehend what a dream truly means. Shingtian's expression turned nostalgic as he seemed to envision himself as Hokage, akin to Hashirama Senju. Are you implying that to become Hokage, one must achieve military exploits? You wish to go to the battlefield to earn them? Jiuming's expression turned playful, and at that moment, neither Tsunade nor Mito spoke, both intrigued by what Jiuming was hinting at. Is there a problem with that? Shingtian, noticing Jiuming's peculiar expression, was momentarily unsure of where he had gone awry. There isn't a problem per se. It's just that I wonder if, given your current strength, what notable achievements you could accomplish on the battlefield. Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama were great ninjas who ended the Warring States period, while the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was instrumental in concluding the First Shinobi World War. Do you truly believe you could achieve such feats with your current abilities and bring an end to the ongoing conflict? In whatever position one finds oneself, one ought to contemplate matters pertinent to that position. You, who have yet to ascend to the rank of Chunin, should not this be the time to undertake C-rank missions and diligently enhance your own prowess? Is it not more fitting for seasoned ninjas, endowed with greater experience, to engage in battle? Although Naruto maintained his naive demeanor, he spared no mercy in admonishing Shoju. Naruto could not fathom why someone as young as Shoju would desire to venture onto the battlefield. Surely, there are more prudent ways to meet one's demise than to thrust oneself into the role of cannon fodder. The very thought of going to war filled Naruto with dread. So how could a headstrong youth volunteer himself for such perilous endeavors? He found this line of reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Naruto was correct. With your slight limbs, what could you possibly achieve on the front lines? Was it not the very purpose of your grandfather's founding of Konoha to prevent youngsters like you from being sent to war? If your true ambition is to become Hokage, then focus on honing your skills. Once you attain the rank of Chunin, more challenging missions will naturally be assigned to you. At that juncture, you can exhibit your capabilities. For now, remain safely within the village. Tsunade interjected, initially pleased that her brother aspired to become Hokage and bravely pursue that goal. She wholeheartedly supported his endeavors along this path. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of war firsthand, she recognized the profound cruelty inherent in such conflicts. In comparison to the large-scale wars, the perils of missions she had previously undertaken now seemed trivial. The dangers of the battlefield, where survival was often a matter of life and death, starkly contrasted with the relative safety of assignments from employers. Witnessing Shoju's fervent desire to engage in battle, Tsunade realized that his understanding of the Hokage's role had become skewed. Her brother appeared to be straying from his intended path. But I have already made a pact with Kotaro to see who can achieve more on the battlefield. Shoju exclaimed, visibly agitated by Tsunade's disapproval. Kotaro? How audacious to drag others into this reckless pursuit of death. From Shoju's mouth, Naruto heard a familiar name. Sarutobi Kotaro, the eldest son of the Third Hokage, who was now a Chunin. With the pressure on the front lines steadily increasing, Kotaro had been assigned logistical support and supply transport tasks by his father. In a strict sense, Kotaro was already engaged in battle. Naruto was taken aback to discover that Shoju's insistence on going to war was influenced by Kotaro. Currently, the backbone of Konoha's front line consisted of Chunin, as the ranks of Jonin were sparse. In military operations, Jonin typically assumed roles as commanders and squad leaders, while the majority of combatants were Chunin. Consequently, throughout the prolonged duration of the conflict, the highest casualty rates had befallen the Chunin. Due to their superior individual strength and smaller numbers, Jonin experienced lower casualty rates compared to their Chunin counterparts. Thus far, the ninjas dispatched by the Leaf Village to the front lines are predominantly seasoned veterans aged over 20, while the younger Chunin and Genin, typically under the age of 20, generally serve in auxiliary roles, primarily tasked with the transportation of supplies within the borders, where the risks are comparatively minimal. Individuals like Shoju, who are both youthful and possess familial connections, are seldom sent into battle unless circumstances are dire. The Leaf Village is unlikely to deploy such individuals unless a member of the Shoju family takes it upon themselves to train the child on the battlefield. However, my word is final. Tsunade, witnessing Shoju's defiance, swiftly delivered a punch to the crown of his head, eliciting a pained grimace from him as he winced in silence. Ouch! Shoju exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands. Yet he demonstrated enough awareness to refrain from further discussing the notion of battle in Tsunade's presence. Nonetheless, his expression betrayed that his resolve was far from quelled. Enough of this commotion. Let us proceed to our meal, Mito suggested, observing the chastened Shoju. With a gentle hand, she ruffled Shoju's hair, and under her soothing gesture, the pain in his head dissipated. He then made a face at Tsunade and darted out of the training hall. Tsunade's brow furrowed in irritation, ready to unleash her wrath, but Shoju had already vanished from sight. That boy, I shall certainly teach him a lesson, Tsunade exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. At his age, it is natural for a child to admire the predecessors. I have already communicated with Monkey. Shoju will not be deployed to the battlefield, Mito assured, exuding confidence regarding Shoju's fate. Yet, observing Mito's optimistic demeanor, Naruto felt a twinge of unease. Indeed, Shoju did not perish on the front lines. Rather, he was dispatched towards the end of the war. It would be more accurate to say he was sent for training rather than for actual combat, and due to Tsunade's influence, he entered the fray as a subordinate of Orochimaru. Little did they know that during the mop-up operations, Shoju fell victim to a trap meticulously laid by the enemy, with Orochimaru unable to intervene in time, leading to his untimely demise. Had Shoju remained securely by Orochimaru's side on the battlefield, no unfortunate incidents would have occurred, allowing him to garner invaluable experience and enhance his professional credentials. The carelessness of Shoju himself, Tsunade's oversight, and Orochimaru's negligence collectively led to his premature passing. Such is the cruel hand of fate. If only Shoju could exhibit the same steadiness as Naruto, Tsunade sighed, casting a glance at him. Sister Tsunade, each individual possesses a unique character. I, in fact, would prefer to be as lively as brother Shoju, Naruto remarked softly, observing the retreating figure of Shoju. Shoju's abrupt departure without partaking in the meal dampened the spirits of those present, and lunch concluded in a somber atmosphere. Subsequently, Tsunade hurriedly exited the house, and Kushina appeared to receive some information, departing as well. After dinner, Mito appeared somewhat fatigued and, with the assistance of Juming, returned to his room to rest. What was initially intended as a joyful family gathering culminated in a desolate and silent courtyard. Having just completed the sealing technique, Juming did not immediately embark on his subsequent training, as he was still uncertain about his starting point. Feeling a bit bored after the meal, he too left the house and aimlessly wandered through the streets of Konoha. As he walked along the bustling roads of the village, observing the vibrant shops on either side, Juming began to earnestly contemplate his training direction. One thing was clear: he must maintain his physical training intensity, as such discipline requires the accumulation of sweat and effort. Moreover, given his young age and ongoing growth, his chakra reserves have yet to stabilize. Consistent exercise would fortify his physique, enhancing his chakra capacity. Therefore, abandoning physical training was not an option for Jiuming. Over the past 2 years, he had diligently pursued the study of sealing techniques, mastering numerous B-rank seals and many C-rank ones, and even a few A-rank seals, including the S-rank sealing technique. Consequently, he decided to temporarily pause his studies in sealing. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his combat readiness. Children of Sarutobi Kataru's age had already been dispatched to the battlefield. The most brutal phase of the Second Shinobi World War was surely approaching. It was likely that those his age would be required to fight, necessitating the mastery of several high-damage ninjutsu. While he could rely on sealing techniques for defense, he pondered where to learn offensive techniques. The techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals could not be mastered in a short span. As he contemplated these matters, Jiuming passed by a dango shop and noticed a middle-aged man with white hair exiting alongside a heavily pregnant woman. However, labeling the man as middle-aged was somewhat inaccurate, as he appeared to be around 30, still quite distant from that classification. This man was Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Upon seeing him, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jiuming's mind, leading him to recall a technique suitable for his current stage of development. The woman accompanying Hatake Tsukumo must be his wife, and the child she carried could only be Kakashi. Jiuming observed them closely, speculating about their identities, yet he refrained from approaching to greet them. Recognizing that he did not share a deep connection with Tsukumo, it would be impolite to intrude upon their time off. Nevertheless, watching Hatake Tsukumo inspired Jiuming to think of a ninjutsu he could learn at this stage, the technique invented by Kakashi, known as Chidori. Although he was unsure of how to specifically learn Chidori, he had formed some foundational ideas about the technique in his mind. With this thought, Jiuming swiftly departed, intent on finding an unoccupied training ground to experiment with his ideas. In the home dojo, there was no opportunity to experiment with the highly explosive ninjutsu known as Chidori, for he had no desire to destroy his family's dojo. It seemed that Hatake Tsukumo sensed someone observing him. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered Uzumaki Naruto, who had just turned to leave. Uzumaki Naruto, the remarkable prodigy. Hatake Tsukumo pondered, perplexed as to why the young man was watching him. "What's the matter, dear?" The woman beside Hatake Tsukumo noticed her husband's unusual demeanor and inquired. "Nothing, just saw an acquaintance. I'll continue to accompany you," he replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he tenderly placed a hand on the pregnant woman's belly, soothingly explaining. The pregnant woman beamed sweetly, resuming their shopping. After departing from the street, Naruto swiftly arrived at an abandoned training ground. Due to the war, many ninjas from the village had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving most training facilities within the village vacant. After ensuring that no one was around, Naruto quickly erected a barrier around the perimeter of the training ground. This barrier could isolate sounds and chakra fluctuations from outside, while also possessing a degree of sensory capability, alerting him if anyone intruded. With this in place, his training here would likely go unnoticed. Having found a suitable training site, Naruto suddenly found himself at a loss, unsure of how to commence. Chidori, he surmised, should be similar to the Rasengan, the latter being a ninjutsu that forms a spherical mass of chakra through compression, its lethality deriving from the immense force generated by its rotation, predominantly focusing on the transformation of chakra's form. Chidori, in essence, should revolve around the nature transformation of chakra, utilizing the speed and piercing properties of lightning chakra to manifest formidable destructive power. The essence of this technique bore similarities to the Third Hokage's lariat, though its power perhaps exceeded that of the lariat itself. Contemplating this, Naruto endeavored to channel chakra into his palm. Despite it being his first attempt, his lightning chakra effortlessly adhered to his hand, shimmering in arcs of lightning that dazzled his eyes. Why can't I utilize Chidori without the Sharingan? I've never seen the Third Hokage activate his Sharingan while using the lariat. In terms of speed, his lariat should be swifter, shouldn't it? Naruto mused, harboring some doubts. Subsequently, he mimicked the hand sign used by the Third Hokage for the lariat and thrust toward a nearby boulder, applying force without resorting to brute strength. The rock remained utterly unmoved. A sharp pain radiated from his fingertips, causing Naruto to double over in agony, gripping his right hand with his left, gasping sharply as he rolled on the ground, grimacing. Damn it! The intense pain overwhelmed Naruto's composure, prompting an exclamation of frustration. As night fell, with stars twinkling in the sky, Uzumaki Naruto returned home after a day of training, the clock reading 8 p.m. Upon pushing open the door to the living room, the voice of Uzumaki Kushina filled his ears. "Where have you been all afternoon? What happened to your hand?" Jiuming found himself momentarily frozen at the entrance upon hearing Mito's voice. He had not anticipated that Mito would still be awake at this hour. Ever since the day Mito discovered the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, his health had deteriorated significantly, spending at least 20 of the 24 hours in slumber. Ordinarily, at this hour, Mito would have already retired to his room for rest. "My apologies, Grandma Mito. I was training on the back mountain this afternoon. The injuries on my hand are from practicing a new technique." Observing Mito's grave expression, Jiuming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Akin to a child returning home late from school and facing their parents' inquiries, rendered momentarily flustered. His right hand bore numerous wounds. Although the bleeding had ceased, the injuries appeared quite severe. Moreover, fatigue was etched across his face, as he had employed multiple shadow clones during his training, resulting in a state of exhaustion resembling that of someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. "The back mountain? To be frank, I did not sense your chakra there." Mito's brow furrowed, and his previously closed eyes opened a narrow slit, scrutinizing Jiuming with intensity. "Grandma Mito, it's true. I opened a barrier while training, which is why my chakra did not leak." Seeing Mito genuinely angry, Jiuming hastened to explain. It was indeed his fault. This was the first time he had returned home at such an hour, and it was understandable that Mito would be concerned. "Come here." Mito's expression softened slightly as he beckoned Jiuming closer. Upon reaching Mito's side, Jiuming's right hand was enveloped in Mito's warm grasp, and the soothing chakra emanating from Mito began to heal Jiuming's wounds at a visibly rapid pace. "Jiuming, there must not be a next time." While tending to Jiuming's injuries, Mito spoke earnestly. Jiuming understood Mito's sentiment and nodded gently, yet his gaze remained curiously fixed on the healing ninjutsu being employed. This technique would undoubtedly prove invaluable for his future training. "Jiuming, you must recognize that even within the confines of Konoha, your situation is not entirely secure. Attacks can occur even at the Ninja Academy, let alone on the sparsely populated back mountain. If you were to train, is there not enough space in the dojo at home for you?" Mito's words carried a weight of concern, and upon witnessing the complete healing of Jiuming's hand, he ceased his technique and regarded Jiuming with a serious demeanor. "I understand. Ever since you discussed the Jinchuriki matter with me, I have been aware of my circumstances. Moreover, since that incident at the Ninja Academy, I have not encountered any further attacks, so I believe the risk is minimal. Besides, I was not without precautions during my training. I had opened a barrier, after all. Grandma Mito, please do not worry. Take care of your health." As Jiuming withdrew his gaze and observed Mito's solemn expression, a warm current surged within him. This sensation was unmistakably that of familial love. Indeed, caution prevents great errors. The absence of attacks upon you these past 2 years, I surmise, is due to the current state of war in Konoha, leaving those who might wish you harm preoccupied with their own troubles. Today, you have just completed the Yin Seal. What technique were you practicing this afternoon? Mito seems to have spared you, beginning to take an interest in your ninjutsu training. With Mito Uzumaki, Naruto feels a profound sense of assurance. Thus he does not hesitate to reveal his progress, directly channeling chakra into his hand. He executed a technique that could barely be considered a half-formed chidori. Naruto's right hand became enveloped in a formidable lightning chakra, yet unlike Kakashi's chidori. He performed the technique without forming seals, and there was no chirping sound accompanying his execution. Rather than a chidori, it resembled more closely the hell stab used by the Third Hokage, a technique of singular prowess. Is this technique, laden with high-density and high-intensity chakra, indeed the hell stab of the Third Hokage? Do you intend to emulate it? Mito Uzumaki, having emerged from the era of war, possesses an extensive understanding of ninjutsu. Upon witnessing Naruto's technique, her immediate thought was of the hell stab. In the past, after the tragic ambush of Tobarama Senju in the Land of Lightning, she had taken it upon herself to investigate the incident. Initially, she believed it was a ploy by the Land of Lightning to eliminate Tobarama. But her inquiries unveiled a grave misunderstanding, as the Second Hokage had also fallen victim to an assassination during that time. During her infiltration, she had briefly crossed paths with the current Third Hokage, imprinting his ninjutsu in her memory. The hell stab? Is that the technique renowned as the strongest spear in the ninja world? I have never witnessed it. I am unaware of its intricacies. I merely sought to harness the properties of lightning chakra and thus engaged in some experimentation, Naruto sheepishly remarked, scratching his head. Mito harbored no suspicions. After all, she had watched him grow, and he had never strayed far from the village. The only exception was during the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, which hardly afforded him the opportunity to observe the Third Hokage techniques. Your idea is commendable. However, there are pioneers who have tread this path before you. The Hell Stab is classified as an S-rank technique even within the Land of Lightning, and its complexity is beyond that of ordinary ninjutsu. Among the many ninjas of our hidden village, only the Third Hokage, A, has mastered this technique. The learning curve is already exceedingly challenging, and to replicate it would be akin to creating a new S-rank ninjutsu from scratch. You should not squander your time on this endeavor. Mito scrutinized the chakra coiling around Naruto's hand, then gently shook her head, continuing, since childhood, you have exhibited an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Whether in chakra control or elemental transformation, your proficiency far surpasses my expectations. Frankly, before you, I never imagined anyone could master the Ein Seal at your age. Yet, even so, I do not endorse your desire to replicate the Hell Stab. At this stage, there is an abundance of knowledge for you to acquire. As for this particular technique, I would advise you to set it aside for the time being. Initially, Jiuming was quite eager to showcase his latest masterpiece to Whirlpool Mizuho, hoping that her extensive experience in ninjutsu would provide some valuable advice. However, Mizuho directly urged him to abandon it, which significantly dampened Jiuming's enthusiasm. Although he felt somewhat disheartened, upon reflection, he realized that Mizuho's words held considerable merit. What he truly needed at this moment was to swiftly enhance his combat capabilities and to find ways to utilize his vast chakra in battle. Consequently, studying the ninjutsu of his ancestors would greatly improve his efficiency. The development of new ninjutsu is inherently a time-consuming endeavor. Not only would his combat power not be enhanced before the technique's completion, but there was also no guarantee of its successful fruition. While Jiuming considered himself a genius, the creation of ninjutsu requires more than mere talent. A stroke of luck is also essential. Even if a new technique were to be completed, its potential impracticality could result in a considerable waste of time. Currently, Jiuming had not reached a bottleneck in his abilities. Rather, he had initially set his aspirations too high, contemplating the development of new techniques without having even mastered a single lightning-based ninjutsu. However, his chakra affinity was solely for lightning, and no one was available to teach him lightning release techniques. The instructors at the academy were incapable of teaching him anything beyond the basic transformation technique. Having completed the Ein Seal, he now sought to learn more lightning release ninjutsu to bolster his strength. Other than developing techniques himself, he could conceive of no alternative. A troubled expression crossed Jiuming's face, yet he had already established a clear objective in his mind. He understood that the completion of new techniques could not be achieved overnight. The best course of action at this stage was to find a teacher who could instruct him in lightning release. However, he did not know any lightning masters in Konoha. This was where his beloved Mizuho would need to step in to help him seek out a suitable ninjutsu instructor. This is indeed a matter I overlooked. Your learning of sealing techniques has reached a certain level, and further improvement will require continuous study and research. Accumulation is essential for advancing your sealing skills. However, in terms of technique, you do need a teacher to guide you, and unfortunately, I am not well versed in lightning release and cannot instruct you in that area. After listening to Jiuming, Mizuho lowered her head in contemplation. Currently, the lightning masters in Konoha had mostly been dispatched to the borders. I recall that there is a child from the Hitaki clan who excels in lightning release ninjutsu, known as Shumo. If it were peacetime, I could certainly ask him to teach you, but he is quite busy now, and it would not be appropriate to trouble him. Upon hearing Mizuho's words, Jiuming felt a pang of frustration. The 30-something Hitaki Shumo was still referred to as a child in Mizuho's eyes. Yet, indeed, before Mizuho, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely be considered a child. I have thought of someone who should be able to spare some time to teach you ninjutsu. You should rest early today. When you return from school tomorrow, I will have him come to the house. Mizuho contemplated for a moment, then smiled and gently patted Kyumin's head. Although Kyumin was unaware of the teacher that Mizuho had chosen for him, the joy on Mizuho's face suggested that the individual must indeed be formidable. Grandmother, let me assist you back to your room for some rest. Upon seeing Mizuho's intention to rise, Kyumin quickly stepped forward to offer his support, his gratitude towards Mizuho beyond words. The reason family ninjas generally possess greater strength than their civilian counterparts lies not only in their inherited talents, but also in the extensive networks that families cultivate, which civilians cannot hope to rival. If it were anyone else in a similar situation, they would not even be able to secure a private tutor for instruction at home. Even if one were to approach a skilled teacher for tutelage, they would likely assess the child's potential before deciding whether to invest their time. All right, you haven't eaten yet. Let the kitchen prepare something for you. As for the matter of the lightning release instructor, you need not worry. I will ensure that a suitable teacher is arranged for you. With Kumin's assistance, Mizuho returned to her room. After escorting Mizuho back to her quarters, Kumin proceeded to the kitchen to request some food from the cook. After finishing dinner in the dining hall, Kumin returned to his room, where he spent some time studying sealing techniques and jotting down notes on his experiences from the afternoon's training before finally retiring for the night. Though Kumin had not entirely abandoned the development of new techniques, he had merely postponed its priority. To become a strong ninja, possessing a no-hand seal ninjutsu is crucial, and he could not forsake the Chidori technique. Originally, the Chidori required hand seals, but Kumin intended to merge it with a specific technique to create a new no-hand seal ninjutsu. However, this endeavor would be quite substantial. The night passed without incident. In the morning, after bidding farewell to his family, Kumin set off for school alone. Before leaving, he stealthily entered Tsunade's room and pilfered a cosmetic to conceal the mark on his forehead. The children at the Ninja Academy were truly exceptional, hailing from prominent families with extensive knowledge and experience. He had no desire to reveal his mastery of the Yin sealing technique, as doing so could attract unwelcome attention. While it would be one thing to draw the gaze of his fellow villagers, he feared that spies from other villages might learn of this information and send assassins after him. In the current ninja world, talented individuals face numerous dangers, including rivalries among factions within their own village and attempts by opposing ninja villages to eliminate gifted shinobi. Such occurrences are all too common in the realm of ninjas. Though makeup may not provide complete concealment, it is prudent to take precautions. Upon arriving at school, Kumin greeted a few familiar classmates before settling into his seat. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to his classmates, yet the depth of their relationships remained rather shallow. In the eyes of his peers, Kumin had always been a quiet and peculiar individual. Primarily, Uzumaki Naruto found it challenging to engage with the younger children, as the amusing tales they shared were, in his eyes, rather mundane. Consequently, Naruto spent most of his time at the Ninja Academy engrossed in his own pursuits, whether refining his chakra, contemplating sealing techniques, or listening to the teacher's lectures. Thus, for Naruto, time at the academy passed swiftly, and before he knew it, school was dismissed. At present, Uzumaki Naruto was a third-grade student, alongside classmates aged 7 to 8. The lower grades at the Ninja Academy had minimal class hours, with students generally released around 3 in the afternoon. This arrangement afforded the academy's students a considerable degree of freedom, while simultaneously catering to the needs of the clan children. After school, the children from the ninja clans returned home to undertake additional training, making this time crucial for them to distance themselves from their civilian counterparts. Curious about whom Mito had chosen as his teacher, Naruto dashed out of the classroom the moment the dismissal bell rang, leaving the teacher's calls far behind. The instructor, observing Naruto's hasty retreat, shook his head gently. He had intended to discuss a few matters with Naruto, but it seemed that would have to wait until the following day. Once outside the school gates, Naruto did not hold back his speed, leaping onto the rooftops and swiftly making his way home. In the living room of the Senju household, Uzumaki Mito sat in the main seat, cradling a cup of tea while conversing with a middle-aged man beside her. "Monkey, the boy should be home shortly. Please enjoy your tea and wait a moment," Mito said, eyes closed as if in meditation, though her tea drinking remained unaffected. "Lady Mito, you are too kind. If Uzumaki Naruto's situation is indeed as you describe, then it is quite essential to carve out some time to mentor the boy, even at this juncture," replied the middle-aged man, sporting a goatee and wrinkles that betrayed his age. His slender frame was wrapped in a white haori. Beside him rested a red hat inscribed with the character for fire. "See, he has arrived," Mito said, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Almost immediately, a shout echoed into the living room, followed by the sound of the door swinging open. "Grandma Mito, I'm back." Hokage-sama," Naruto exclaimed, pulling open the door to the living room, momentarily stunned upon seeing the middle-aged man seated next to Mito. To his astonishment, The teacher Mito had found was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the presence of the man, known as the ninja hero, was a remarkable surprise for Naruto, causing him to gasp and hesitate at the doorway, unable to move. Naruto, why are you standing at the door? Come in. Sit here beside me. This is the ninjutsu teacher I arranged for you. Are you satisfied? The swirling vortex of Watergate waved at the figure of Uzumaki Naruto standing outside the door, a smile gracing her face. Seated at her side, Sarutobi Hizashi, after exchanging a nod of acknowledgement with Naruto, began to scrutinize him. It was no surprise that even Lady Watergate deemed him a prodigy. His physique clearly bore the marks of years of rigorous training. His prowess and physical techniques must be formidable, Hizashi mused as he observed Naruto taking a seat opposite him. This was not their first encounter. They had met during the school's opening ceremony. And Hizashi had kept an eye on Naruto's progress during a subsequent speech at the Ninja Academy. However, none of those instances afforded him the opportunity to closely examine Naruto as he could now. Proximity and duration of observation revealed much. Lady Watergate, I am but a child who is yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, not even a genin. It seems unnecessary to trouble the Hokage for my instruction when any chunin could suffice, Naruto expressed subtly, though he refrained from outright refusal. In terms of teaching, Sarutobi Hizashi was more than qualified, being a celebrated figure in the ninja world, often referred to as the ninja doctor, and a mentor to the future legendary Sannin. However, from Naruto's perspective, Hizashi was not the ideal choice for a teacher. Becoming his disciple would inevitably entangle him in the internal politics of Konoha. No matter how much Naruto might deny it, once he took Hizashi as his mentor, he would undoubtedly be branded with the Hokage's faction. Of course, aligning with the Hokage's faction was not inherently negative. Yet, for Naruto, whose abilities were still in their infancy, drawing the attention of Konoha's upper echelons prematurely could prove detrimental. It's perfectly fine, Uzumaki Naruto. While it is indeed a request from Lady Watergate, I am genuinely keen to take on the role of your teacher. Nurturing the next generation is a duty I hold as Hokage, Hizashi stated with a smile before Naruto could interject. He found himself quite pleased with Naruto. Recognizing that within Konoha, only two individuals were eligible to become Jinchuriki. One was Uzumaki Kushina, who had already established her bonds within the village, a source of comfort for him. Even if Lady Watergate chose Kushina as the Jinchuriki, Hizashi felt assured that she would not harbor resentment towards the village. He had also taken the time to understand Namake's Minato, a person he deemed trustworthy. However, he felt uncertain about Naruto, the other potential Jinchuriki. Based on Naruto's performance at the academy, it was evident that he had not forged significant connections with his peers. His only ties in Konoha seemed to be with Watergate and his sister. Yet, should he become Naruto's mentor, he would have ample opportunity to instill in him the values of the will of fire. In this manner, regardless of who among the siblings becomes the Jinchuriki, their allegiance to the Hidden Leaf Village is unwavering. Mito requested that he serve as a mentor to Naruto Uzumaki, which aligned perfectly with Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. Well then, thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied, recognizing the implication in Hiruzen's words, rendering any further refusal inappropriate. His previous hesitation seemed polite, merely reflecting a child's reluctance to trouble the Hokage. However, to reject the offer now would be to show blatant disrespect. Such an action could provoke the third Hokage's displeasure and suspicion. A typical child would likely be elated at the prospect of having the Hokage as their teacher, and Naruto's refusal would be an extraordinary act. Ah, Naruto, I look forward to your future guidance, Hiruzen said with a smile, nodding slightly at Naruto. Understanding that the reality of having Hiruzen as his teacher was now inevitable, Naruto decided to embrace the situation. Establishing a good rapport with Hiruzen became paramount. Since he was destined to be associated with the Hokage's faction, it would be wise to make that association as prominent as possible. Sometimes, neutrality can be the most perilous stance. With this thought, Naruto rose from his seat and approached Hiruzen, sitting cross-legged before him. He bowed deeply and said, Master Hiruzen, I entrust my future to you. Witnessing Naruto's gesture, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What had begun as a simple teacher-student relationship transformed into a profound bond following Naruto's bow. Should Hiruzen accept this relationship, Naruto would unequivocally become part of his lineage. As a mentor, Hiruzen would be obliged to protect his disciple. Naruto remained with his head bowed, while Hiruzen, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a broad smile. He had only 3 official disciples, each a prodigious talent. Now, Naruto had already begun to earn a reputation as a genius, and mentoring such a child would certainly enhance Hiruzen's own legacy. Hiruzen's expression became solemn as he reciprocated the bow. From this day forth, you are my disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. At Hiruzen's words, Naruto lifted his head, a smile illuminating his youthful face. Yes, Mito, watching from her seat, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she observed the smooth interaction between Naruto and Hiruzen. Aware of her own health limitations, she understood that she could no longer protect the Uzumaki siblings as they grew. She had intended to use the opportunity of finding a teacher for Naruto to also secure a guardian for them both. As the current Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was undoubtedly the best choice. Among all the high-ranking officials in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen was renowned for his kindness and tolerance towards his own, a fact Mito was confident in. In the years to come, Hiruzen would become the new protector of the Uzumaki siblings. As the master-disciple relationship had been established, Juming diligently followed Sarutobi to learn. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Mito expressed his intention to return and rest. Upon saying this, he attempted to rise, but Sarutobi Hizashi, with remarkable swiftness, was at Mito's side in an instant, offering his support, a speed that left Uzumaki Gyoming, who had intended to assist, several beats behind. Haha, monkey. Sit here for a while. Gyoming, please escort me to my room, Mito said, waving to Gyoming as he stood with the aid of Sarutobi's strength. Gyoming immediately moved to Mito's side, allowing the latter to drape his arm around his shoulder. Please wait a moment, sensei. Gyoming called to Sarutobi Hizashi before acting as Mito's crutch, guiding him out of the living room. Once the two had departed, Sarutobi Hizashi returned to his seat, letting out a gentle sigh as he murmured to himself, even someone as formidable as Lord Mito cannot escape the clutches of aging. I wonder how much longer the village's foundation can endure. Observing Mito's condition had filled Sarutobi with concern. Although the front lines were progressing relatively smoothly, any issues arising with Mito, the Jinchuriki, could lead to the rapid dissolution of the advantages Konoha had painstakingly accumulated on the battlefield. Should the situation evolve into such a dire state, it would pose a threat to the very heart of the village. This was a scenario that Sarutobi, as Hokage, dreaded most. Before long, Gyoming returned to the living room after escorting Uzumaki Mito back to his quarters. No longer feeling reserved in the presence of the third Hokage, Gyoming eagerly approached Sarutobi Hizashi, exclaiming, "Sensei, please teach me lightning release techniques today." Observing Gyoming's excitement, Sarutobi was reminded of the days he had taught Jiraiya and others, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Very well, I happen to have some time this afternoon. Let me first assess your current level. Let's head to the training ground, where you can truly let loose." Sarutobi, eschewing pretense, donned his hat and stood up, leading the way out of the door, with Gyoming promptly following him without any signs of preparation. "Hokage-sama, I have some eggs at home. I will bring them to you later. Thank you for taking care of my husband. Without you, he would have perished in the hospital," Gyoming said as he walked alongside the third Hokage through the streets of Konoha. It was during this outing with Sarutobi that Gyoming truly grasped the immense prestige Sarutobi held within the village. The journey from Mito's home to the training ground took less than 10 minutes, yet many villagers greeted Sarutobi along the way, expressing their gratitude and appreciation. Sarutobi's response was notably amiable. He conversed easily with even unfamiliar faces, resulting in what should have been a 10-minute walk stretching to a full 30 minutes before they reached the training ground. Witnessing this, Gyoming couldn't help but question the sinister theories he had encountered online about the third Hokage in his previous life. At present, it appears that the third Hokage is undoubtedly a pacifist. However, based on previous analyses from netizens, the darkness lurking within him is perhaps beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Despite the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra is both substantial and warm, he should not be that type of person. Along the way, Naruto has been discreetly using his Kagura mind's eye to probe into the situation of the third Hokage. He can sense the immense power of Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra and its inherent warmth. Although Hiruzen is aware of someone watching him, he assumes it to be a few Umbu protecting his safety. While the world of ninjas does not embrace the notion that one's appearance reflects their inner self, the sensation evoked by chakra often conveys aspects of one's character. I hope I am merely overthinking. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto has already arrived at the training ground alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is training ground number 1 of Konoha, spanning nearly 500 square meters. Currently, with most ninjas deployed to the front lines, few are present at this training ground. Look, it's the Third Hokage. Father? What brings him here? Naruto? Why is he with the Third? In the training ground, the members of Minato's team, who were practicing shurikens, paused their training upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Naruto's arrival. Oh, Kataru, and Kushina and Namikaze Minato, you are here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed surprise upon spotting his son training at the same location. Kataru, didn't you have a mission? Have you completed it so soon? I did not receive any notification, Hiruzen inquired, looking at his son. I returned to the village after finishing my mission at noon. When I went to the Hokage office to submit my report, I didn't see you. A middle-aged man received it instead. By the way, Father, why are you here instead of in the office, and why are you with Naruto? If it's to guide my training, there's really no need. I don't require your instruction. Sarutobi Kataru turned his head away defiantly, appearing to be in a rebellious phase. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not angered by his son's demeanor, smiled and explained, I came to teach Naruto. He is my new disciple. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Kataru glanced at Naruto, a hint of jealousy flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kushina rushed over to Naruto's side, her excitement bubbling over upon hearing that Naruto was accepted as a disciple by the Third Hokage. Naruto, is this true? Has the Third Hokage really taken you as a disciple? Is it real? Uzumaki Kushina, who had long aspired to become Hokage, was elated at the news of her younger brother being accepted as a disciple, jumping with joy. Yes, I can't breathe. Kushina's sudden embrace left Naruto momentarily stunned, unable to escape her grasp, and he struggled to voice his discomfort. Sorry. Realizing her oversight, Kushina finally released him. Afterward, Naruto coughed heavily a few times before feeling somewhat relieved. On the brink of death, Naruto cautiously moved his neck, still haunted by the memory. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall rely on you from now on. As Naruto continued to stretch his neck, Kushina Uzumaki solemnly bowed before Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Third Hokage, a sudden appearance that surprised even him. After observing quietly for a moment, a smile graced the Third Hokage's face as he gently patted Kushina's shoulder, reassuring her. Do not worry, I will teach Naruto well. Naruto, witnessing his sister's sincere bow, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes grew misty. You must diligently learn from the Hokage. If I find out you are not putting in the effort, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Without warning, Kushina delivered a playful punch to Naruto's head, causing him, who had just felt a flicker of emotion, to crouch down, clutching his aching head. That hurts. Why did you hit me? Naruto could not fathom Kushina's thought process. The slight warmth in his heart vanished instantly. Haha. You two continue your training. Naruto and I can manage with just a small space, Hiruzen said, observing the playful siblings with a smile. It's fine to set training aside for now. I am eager to see how you will instruct your disciple. Sarutobi Konohamaru crossed his arms and sulkily settled under a nearby tree, looking quite petulant. However, Naruto could understand this behavior, as the Third Hokage. Hiruzen likely had little time to devote to training Konohamaru. This was evident in the later experiences of Sarutobi Konohamaru, as sometimes being Hokage meant Hiruzen had to share his affection widely. Noticing that Konohamaru had paused his training to sit aside, Minato and Kushina exchanged glances and joined him. Minato aimed to soothe Konohamaru's feelings, while Kushina was curious to see how the Third Hokage would instruct her brother. Meanwhile, Naruto took note of Minato training alongside Kushina and Konohamaru, and he could not help but think, I didn't realize he hasn't yet taken Jiraiya as his teacher. I've already acknowledged the Third Hokage as my master. This could complicate our hierarchy. If he marries Kushina in the future, should I call him brother-in-law, or should he refer to me as uncle? Perhaps we should keep it separate. I could call him nephew, and he could call me little brother? As Naruto indulged in these mischievous thoughts, the Third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, unaffected by Konohamaru's remarks. He nonchalantly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in Naruto's hands. Naruto, this is a chakra test paper. It can determine the nature of your chakra. Generally, at your age, a ninja possesses a single chakra attribute. However, with training, and as you grow older, you may master multiple chakra types. Although I've heard from Lord Minato that you possess lightning chakra, I would be glad to teach you if you have other attributes as well. The Third Hokage's words piqued Naruto's curiosity about the chakra test paper. Throughout his upbringing, He had never utilized a chakra test paper to ascertain his chakra nature. This was largely due to an incident during his training under the guidance of the Vortex Watergate, where his chakra had erupted uncontrollably, revealing a formidable lightning chakra. In the subsequent days, Jiuming predominantly focused on sealing techniques, with little practice devoted to ninjutsu. By attempting to infuse chakra into this test paper, I shall discern your chakra nature, he stated. Jiuming held the white chakra test paper in his hands, curiously examining both sides before firmly grasping it. Let me give it a try, he declared. As he began to channel chakra into the test paper, a faint, inexplicable sound emanated from it. Suddenly, the test paper crumpled into a tight ball and ignited spontaneously. Startled by the sudden combustion, Jiuming swiftly discarded it. Yamato Sarutobi, witnessing the event, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is that fire chakra? Kushina, didn't you always claim your brother possessed lightning chakra?" Hearing this inquiry, Kushina could only shake her head in bewilderment. While the thoughtful Minato Namikaze remarked, it could be a dual nature. Jiuming likely possesses both lightning and fire chakra. After speaking, Minato cast a curious glance at Kushina. As a teammate, Minato was aware that Kushina's chakra nature was water and wind. Logically, Jiuming's chakra should not exhibit fire and lightning properties. He is indeed your biological brother, Kushina retorted, vexed by Minato's peculiar look. Well, I haven't said anything definitive, Minato replied defensively. Perhaps the girl takes after her father and the boy resembles his mother, he mused, while in the testing ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared momentarily perplexed. I must not have been mistaken. It is undoubtedly lightning chakra. The test paper crumpling was irrefutable evidence. The subsequent combustion, could that indicate he possesses fire chakra as well? The test paper detects fundamental chakra attributes. If it ignites, it signifies fire. If torn, it indicates wind. If wet, water. If shattered, earth. And if wrinkled, lightning. A possibility flickered in Hiruzen's mind. While Jiuming was acutely aware of why the test paper had ignited, he was confident that he did not possess fire chakra. The combustion occurred because he had infused too much chakra, overwhelming the paper entirely. Whether my speculation holds true can be determined through experimentation, Hiruzen resolved. He then addressed Jiuming. I shall now instruct you in a C-rank lightning technique. Lightning release, lightning pillar. This jutsu generates a blinding light that obscures the enemy's vision, proving quite effective in combat. Allow me to demonstrate it for you. As the conversation unfolded, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually formed 3 hand seals, and soon a brilliant flash emanated from his hands, saturating the already sunlit training ground with an overwhelming light pollution. The intense luminosity rendered Jiuming and the 3 onlookers momentarily blind, instinctively shielding their eyes. Goodness, it's transformed into light. After the brief, blinding white glow dissipated, Jiuming and the others slowly opened their eyes. However, the lingering effects of the Third Hokage's technique left Jiuming with a multitude of illusory white dots before his vision, inducing a sense of dizziness akin to having consumed a flashbang. Feeling discomfort in his eyes, Jiuming shut them once more and, after a considerable pause, gradually acclimated back to normalcy. Upon reopening his eyes, his vision had finally returned to clarity. Damn it, couldn't you announce your technique beforehand? On the sidelines, Sarutobi Kanohamaru fared even worse than Jiuming, his eyes closed and tears streaming down his face as he rubbed his eyes. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Minato Namikaze had already regained his composure and was now engaged in light-hearted conversation with Kushina. Indeed, it was a remarkably practical ninjutsu. Jiuming, regaining his focus, nodded in agreement. Although this technique only required a simple 3 hand seals and was classified as a basic C-rank ninjutsu, its utility was undeniable. In the absence of the enemy's vigilance, it effectively obstructed their line of sight, creating opportunities for ambush with ease. Even in a retreat, it proved to be exceedingly useful, especially in scenarios devoid of smoke bombs. Showcasing its true potential, when paired with my Kagura Shingon, it could effortlessly establish the upper hand. The sole drawback was its brief duration, falling significantly short of Sage Kabuto's white flash technique. Inwardly, Uzumaki Jiuming compared it to the white flash technique, which produced a brilliant light and a powerful vibration, capable of obstructing both the sight and hearing of opponents for an extended duration. During combat, utilizing the sensory abilities of the Snake Sage, it easily contained the combined assault of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. While this technique may not rival the White Flash, it was perfectly suited for Jumin at this stage. How about it, Jumin? Give this technique a try. At this moment, the Third Hokage intended to demonstrate the sequence of hand seals to Jumin, fearing that he may not have clearly observed the previous sequence. However, before he could begin, Jumin, standing before him, interlocked his fingers as Sarutobi Hiruzen had just done, forming the sign of the serpent. With a soft exhale, he declared, "Lightning release. Lightning pillar." Jumin, the lightning pillar requires 3 hand seals, not 1. The Third Hokage attempted to correct Jumin's seal sequence, but before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling burst of light erupted from Jumin's hands, more intense than the light produced by Hiruzen's earlier technique. The air crackled with the sound of electrical currents, resonating painfully against the eardrums of those present. Vortex Naruto was utterly unaware of the principles behind the lightning pillar's hand seals. He merely understood that the technique's purpose was to generate a blinding light, obscuring the enemy's vision. Thus, he attempted to channel his chakra to produce a brilliant radiance, and it was as simple as that. Moreover, his hand-sealing gestures were superfluous, merely a fanciful attempt to appear more impressive. Here it comes again. Just as Sarutobi Kotaro had adjusted to the current illumination, he opened his eyes only to be met once more with Naruto's technique. This time, he was unable to evade it. The intense brightness compelled him to rapidly shut his eyes again. Meanwhile, on his side, Minato appeared to be well prepared, standing face to face with Kushina, shielding her gaze from Naruto's technique while turning his back to the source of the light. Conversely, Sarutobi Hizashi, who stood alongside Naruto, was directly impacted by the technique, leaving him unable to open his eyes momentarily. I see. As long as chakra continues to be infused, this technique can be sustained indefinitely. However, the rate of chakra consumption is alarmingly swift. At my current chakra level, I could maintain it for about an hour, perhaps. With his eyes closed, Naruto calculated the chakra expenditure of the technique, ceasing after a while. He then slowly opened his eyes, only to find Sarutobi Hizashi standing before him, eyes tightly shut, with a dazed expression. "Well, Teacher Sarutobi, I have mastered this technique. It's quite effective, although it does consume a considerable amount of chakra." After a prolonged moment, Hizashi finally regained his sight, gradually opening his eyes. Although his expression bore astonishment, he nodded and remarked, "I never anticipated your talent for ninjutsu to be so remarkable. You are correct about the technique's drawback. It is well known that lightning release techniques are among the most chakra-consuming of all ninjutsu. Despite this technique lasting merely around 3 seconds, an average genin can only use it about 45 times before exhausting their chakra. Thus, in utilizing this technique, one must judiciously select the moment to unleash it in order to maximize its effectiveness." The Third Hokage was evidently astonished that Naruto had so quickly mastered this ninjutsu, and that his hand seals deviated entirely from traditional methods. Although taken aback, he cleared his throat and assumed the demeanor of a stern instructor, guiding Naruto on the proper application of the technique. "Teacher, what did you just say? A typical genin can only execute it around 45 times, and it lasts about 3 seconds? Naruto seized upon the salient points in Hizashi's discourse. Indeed, lightning release techniques are inherently chakra-intensive. For a genin to manage 45 executions of a C-rank ninjutsu is already quite impressive. A genin capable of that would be among the elite of their rank. Given that you hail from the Uzumaki clan, your chakra reserves greatly exceed those of your peers. Naruto, how many times do you think you could execute this technique with your chakra levels?" Hizashi, pondering Naruto's question, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If we consider all factors, the upper limit for a typical genin performing a technique is approximately 15 seconds. Based on my current chakra levels, this equates to merely 240 genin. I wonder how this translates into chakra units." Although I pondered this internally, when Naruto responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not articulate such thoughts. "As for me, given my current chakra, I should be able to perform around 8 times, Naruto said, lowering his head and feigning contemplation. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not display any surprise. Instead, he looked at him with approval, saying, as expected of the Uzumaki clan, "Naruto, you are merely 7 years old. Yet you possess such an immense chakra reserve. Truly remarkable. Most genin do not have as much chakra as you." Sarutobi's face was filled with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Naruto's considerable talent for ninjutsu. After a moment of thought, he addressed Naruto. "In that case, I shall teach you a B-rank ninjutsu. Given your current chakra levels, it should pose no problem for you. As for C-rank ninjutsu, I will arrange for someone to deliver a scroll to you later. You can study it independently. Should you encounter any difficulties during your self-study, feel free to come to my office and ask me. By the looks of you, your foundational chakra control does not require further training. Lord Mizuki has already instructed you well in that regard. The so-called training for chakra control consists primarily of tree climbing and water walking, fundamental skills that Naruto had mastered long before the age of 4. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of Naruto's precise level of chakra control, witnessing Naruto's recent display made it evident that he did not require practice in such rudimentary exercises. A B-rank lightning release technique? Excellent. I want to learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen referred to the B-rank ninjutsu in terms of its power. However, in terms of learning difficulty, the technique he intended to teach Naruto was more challenging than a standard B-rank ninjutsu. The classification of ninjutsu levels generally correlates with their power, and typically, the difficulty of learning a technique is proportional to its power. It is improbable to encounter a technique that is S-rank in power but C-rank in learning difficulty. Only through profound comprehension of the technique can one wield sufficiently powerful ninjutsu. The technique Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to impart to Naruto was, in fact, not suitable for a genin's learning. He merely wished to provide Naruto with a challenge, as his talent was exceptionally formidable. If he were to teach him something that Naruto could master instantaneously, what purpose would it serve for him as a teacher? This technique was, in essence, a test of Naruto's abilities. The learning curve was steep, and even if a typical genin were to succeed, they would seldom have the opportunity to execute it, as their hand-sealing speed would often falter, leading to interruptions before the seals could be completed. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his hands began to form seals at an astonishing speed, so rapid that Jumei's naked eye could hardly keep pace. He was compelled to open his Kagaya's hard eye, employing perception to observe the sequence of Hiruzen's hand seals. Thunder release, Thunder Dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. After completing 44 seals, he brought his hands together and shouted, summoning a dragon entirely composed of lightning. This nearly 5-meter-long thunder dragon spiraled through the air before plunging directly towards the training ground. In the next moment, the dragon dissipated, and the area where it landed was enveloped in a brilliant display of lightning, spanning nearly 10 meters. A fierce gust of wind followed, sending sand and stones flying, causing Jumei to stagger slightly in his stance. Such formidable ninjutsu. The thunder release technique executed by the Third Hokage unleashed an intense wind, even causing the distant trio of Kushina, Minato, and others to lean against the force of the post-technique gale. Once the tumultuous wind subsided, the area where the thunder dragon had descended revealed a stark alteration in the landscape. The once thriving weeds had vanished, leaving only a blanket of ashen debris. Between the cracks in the earth, flashes of lightning flickered, and visible steam rose from the scorched ground. Impressive indeed. At that moment, Jumei truly grasped the might of the Third Hokage. Such a technique offered no possibility of defense. Aside from the intricate sequence of seals, this jutsu, once executed, possessed a speed and range of expansion, along with a tremendous force sufficient to effortlessly overwhelm the majority of ninja. However, why did this technique strike him as so familiar? Could it be a lightning-infused version of the water dragon bullet? Must he truly perform 44 seals? Surely, the Third Hokage was not jesting with him. Upon regaining his composure, Jumei sensed something amiss. Although this technique lacked the sheer power of the water dragon bullet, its appearance bore a striking resemblance. He recalled watching the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi, where they exchanged water dragon bullets. He had once thought their frantic hand seals were incredibly cool. Yet later, he witnessed the Second Hokage battle against Uchiha Izuna, where the water dragon bullet required far fewer seals, leading him to conclude that Zabuza was rather inept. To need 44 seals for a single water dragon bullet seemed utterly absurd. Kakashi, engaged in battle with him, had foolishly copied the 44 seals. Why not simply employ another jutsu to overcome the challenge instead of waiting for the enemy to complete their seals? Jumei pondered this, noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had also begun to shift, displaying a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of joy, smiling as he thought, "Kid, are you astonished by my technique? Can you learn it in a single go? What do you think, Jumei? This technique is rather impressive, isn't it? You truly are remarkable." "Teacher Sarutobi," Jumping from 3 seals straight to 44. Are you teaching advanced mathematics? Did I doze off in class while you filled the entire blackboard? As he observed Sarutobi Hizashi, Human couldn't help but let out a sigh, reminiscent of his past experiences in mathematics class, despite his attentiveness today. Foolish old man, you're forming the seals so swiftly. How could someone so young possibly comprehend them? And with so many seals, how could one possibly memorize them all at once? Before Human could respond, Sarutobi Kataru shouted out. Initially, he was astonished to see Human grasp the lightning pillar technique instantaneously, pondering that his father's disciple indeed possessed extraordinary talent. However, the next moment, he witnessed Sarutobi teaching the lightning dragon, a leap in instruction that even he, as the son, found difficult to bear. Sensei, you executed the seals a bit too quickly just now. I wasn't able to memorize some of them. Could you please demonstrate again? Over the years, Human had been diligent in his study of seal formation. However, this time Sarutobi was teaching 44 seals. Although he discerned the seals clearly through his Kage's insight, the sequence was not something one could memorize at such a rapid pace. Reflecting on the order of the seals demonstrated by Hizashi, he requested again for clarification to solidify his memory. Very well, I shall slow down and demonstrate the sequence once more. Pay close attention. Sarutobi thought that Human would not be able to learn everything at once, and he had already contemplated repeating the demonstration. Moreover, he considered writing down the sequence for Human to practice on his own for a while, allowing him to familiarize himself with the seals. He also aimed to use Human's opportunity to learn new techniques to devise a comprehensive training plan that would fully harness his genius. As the distinction between a talented ninja and an ordinary one was considerable, a tailored training regimen based on the genius's aptitude was essential, whereas standard training sufficed for those of average talent. While Sarutobi Hizashi contemplated how to instruct Human in ninjutsu, he formed the seals with ease, his familiarity with this technique allowing him to multitask without error. This time, it took Hizashi a full 22 seconds to execute the seals, a leisurely pace of 2 seals per second that felt tortoise-like to him. However, to Sarutobi Kataru and the others, his speed was still remarkably swift. How impressive! The Third Hokage's speed in forming seals is extraordinary. Kushina could hardly contain her admiration for the Third Hokage. Indeed, Lord Hokage's strength is unparalleled in the village. Even when slowed down, his seal formation is beyond what ordinary ninjas can compare to. Minato concurred with Kushina's sentiments, and the praise and adulation from their companions filled Sarutobi Kataru with pride, while the others exchanged thoughts on the sidelines. Human remained fully focused on memorizing the sequence of seals demonstrated by Hizashi. 44 seals might seem extensive, yet when viewed as a cohesive phrase, they were indeed brief. Lightning release. Lightning dragon. In no time, Sarutobi Hizashi completed the seal formation once again, and with a light exclamation, summoned another lightning dragon, albeit smaller in size than the previous one, suggesting a reduction in the chakra used this time. Human, this is the sequence for the seal formation. Did you manage to remember it this time? Though Sarutobi Hiruzen posed the question, he held little belief that Naruto could master such a complex series of hand seals. Should he fail to grasp it, I shall demonstrate once more. In terms of teaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited remarkable patience. However, just as he prepared to witness the spectacle, Naruto had already begun to act. Once a sign language interpreter for Zhu Guangquan, despite being compelled to resign and take on the role of a teacher. My hand speed ranks among the best in the nation. Determined, Naruto swiftly formed the seals. Though his practice of hand seals was limited, his speed rivaled that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had executed 2 seals per second moments earlier. His rapid and precise sealing sequence caused Hiruzen's pupils to constrict in disbelief. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in astonishment at Naruto's seals, momentarily forgetting to scrutinize for errors. So fast. This fellow's sealing speed is astonishing. Beside him, Sarutobi Kanoamaru had already exclaimed in awe. Lightning release. Lightning dragon. Naruto completed the seals with a mighty shout, and in the following instant, his entire being was enveloped by his own chakra. What is this? Has this boy made a mistake with the seals? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unusual phenomenon surrounding Naruto. It was clearly not indicative of a lightning dragon technique, causing his heart to race. In the next heartbeat, a formidable surge of lightning chakra rapidly expanded from Naruto's form. With quick reflexes, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly vacated the area, ensuring to take the 3 children watching the training with him. However, By the time he arrived, Minato had already carried Kushina several meters away. Grabbing his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily departed as Naruto's chakra turmoil began to reach that vicinity. Boom! The ferocious wave of lightning chakra swiftly engulfed the entire training ground, a tempest of energy radiating outward. Even a few Umbu operatives covertly following the Third Hokage in the trees were caught in the onslaught, forced to leap down and take cover behind the trunks to evade the sudden storm. What is happening? Has the Hokage been attacked? A ninja with a fox mask murmured solemnly. No, the Hokage is unharmed. This is a technique unleashed by Uzumaki Naruto. It was an accident. Beside him, an Umbu wearing a Grim Reaper mask spoke softly, his pale eyes concealed beneath the mask. Indeed, continue to observe. I will take up a watch in another location. Such commotion should attract the attention of many. Having said this, the fox-masked Umbu promptly vanished, leaving another Umbu to keep watch alone. After some time, the chakra storm enveloping the training ground gradually subsided. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly made his way to Naruto's previous position, anxiously awaiting the clearing of the smoke. It was Naruto's first day training under his guidance. Should an incident occur on the very first day, he would struggle to explain it to Uzumaki Kushina. Fortunately, as the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to catch sight of Naruto's red hair, keenly noting the lightning chakra entwined within it. Naruto, are you alright? As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Kushina and Minato had already arrived at his side. Unlike Sarutobi, there was not a trace of concern on Kushina's face. Such situations had occurred many times before during Naruto's training at the dojo, each time resulting in damage to the dojo's facilities, while the instigator, Naruto, remained utterly unscathed. As the smoke dissipated completely, the figure of Uzumaki Naruto emerged, his body enveloped in chakra, his crimson hair billowing without a breeze. I'm fine. Naruto responded to Sarutobi's inquiry, shaking his head slightly, and as he spoke, the chakra surrounding him began to dissipate. I never expected you to be so reckless. My child, such intricate jutsu requires a phased approach. First, you must practice the hand seals, followed by the infusion of chakra. If the hand seals are executed incorrectly, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Do you understand your mistake, Naruto? Seeing Naruto was unharmed, Sarutobi sighed in relief before admonishing him. Naruto's eagerness to learn jutsu reminded him of his past experience teaching Jiraiya the summoning technique. Jiraiya had hastily attempted to perform the technique before Sarutobi could finish explaining it. Fortunately, Jiraiya had summoned creatures from Mount Mayaboku. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Now, Naruto's behavior mirrored that of the young Jiraiya, causing the Third Hokage to feel a slight headache. I'm sorry, Sensei. I have had little training in ninjutsu and have never attempted so many hand seals before, Naruto said, a hint of regret gracing his features. Yet, he was secretly pleased with the lightning release technique he had unintentionally manifested, a technique that allows for indiscriminate, wide-range attacks centered on oneself was indeed highly practical for him. Merely relying on his chakra's explosive power would not yield such results. The technique bore a resemblance to a chaotic surge akin to the fluctuations of a toxic milk powder, yet its potency and area of effect were incomparable. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Now, let us proceed step by step to complete this technique properly. Sarutobi's gaze towards Naruto had shifted significantly. He had previously learned from Mito that this child was a prodigy in ninjutsu, quickly mastering the C-rank technique, Lightning Pillar, which showcased Naruto's innate talent. What surprised Sarutobi even more was that Naruto could replicate the B-rank technique, Lightning Dragon, merely after observing the hand seals twice. Although there were apparent errors that led to the technique's failure, Sarutobi clearly noted that Naruto exhibited remarkable speed and precision in executing the hand seals. Once he became familiar with the seals of this technique, mastering it would merely be a matter of time. Remarkably, this achievement was made without any guidance on how to manipulate chakra. Naruto had relied solely on his own ability to perform the hand seals to achieve such results. As the afternoon progressed, Naruto's learning finally returned to the right path. He began to humbly seek guidance regarding the issues he encountered while studying the Lightning Dragon technique, as well as questions pertaining to chakra manipulation. As a doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an extensive reservoir of knowledge and harbors no intention of withholding information from Naruto Uzumaki. Regardless of the challenges Naruto encounters while performing techniques, Hiruzen is always ready to provide answers and demonstrations. As a mentor, Hiruzen is undeniably exceptional, which has allowed Naruto to progress at an impressive pace. During Naruto's practice, Kushina, Minato, and Sarutobi Kanomaru departed due to other commitments, leaving the vast training ground echoing with the teachings of the Third Hokage and the occasional explosive sounds generated by Naruto's techniques. Crimson clouds unfurled across the horizon, and before one realizes it, the sun had descended close to the horizon. The sky above Naruto's training area was shrouded in a veil of darkness, speckled with twinkling stars. Faintly visible, lightning release, lightning dragon. With a fervent roar, Naruto unleashed a purple lightning dragon that leaped into the air, twisting its body before diving toward an empty patch of ground. In the next moment, dust and debris flew as a fierce whirlwind enveloped both Naruto and the Third Hokage. Triumph. The Third Hokage shielded Naruto with his own body, protecting him from the flying debris. Standing behind Hiruzen, Naruto eagerly peeked out to witness the eye of the storm. As the smoke dissipated, the already scarred ground bore new marks, with steam rising and purple lightning flickering between the cracks. He had truly succeeded. Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, with all signs indicating that Naruto had indeed successfully performed the lightning dragon technique. It had taken less than 4 hours from the moment he began instructing Naruto to the moment of success, including Naruto's requests for breaks to recover his chakra and Hiruzen's explanations. In reality, Naruto had mastered the technique in under 3 hours. Such innate talent in ninjutsu left even the seasoned Third Hokage feeling a sense of wonder. At last, we have a remarkable ninjutsu. Naruto's face radiated excitement, and upon witnessing the successful execution of the technique, he could not contain his joy. Since his arrival in this world, he had long fantasized about learning a few powerful and impressive ninjutsu. The lightning dragon technique, regardless of its effects, was incomparable in appearance to the techniques he had previously learned. Though Naruto is a pragmatic individual, possessing a few stylish and impressive ninjutsu had always been his dream. Previously, he had focused on learning sealing techniques, which, while practical and formidable, lacked in extravagance. Even the Yin sealing technique, although powerful, was challenging to master and lacked a sense of coolness. It was in this moment that Naruto truly revealed a glimpse of his youthful exuberance, gradually regaining his composure. Hiruzen turned to look at Naruto, whose elation was evident. A warm smile spread across the Third Hokage's face, reminiscent of his time teaching Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Witnessing the child's excitement allowed Hiruzen to once again experience the joy of being a mentor. At that time, he was genuinely happy, relishing the peaceful days in Konoha under the protection of the Second Hokage. His most significant daily endeavor was to instruct 3 exceptionally gifted children. Unlike the present, where he must worry about the tumultuous battles on the front lines and maintain the delicate balance of power among the various clans within the village. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently rubbed his cheek, kneeling slightly before Naruto, embracing him tenderly, and softly uttering, "Naruto, you are truly a genius. I shall impart all that I know to you, and I will ensure you become an outstanding ninja." Hiruzen's actions took Naruto by surprise, feeling the warmth of Hiruzen's embrace. He sensed the sincerity in his words. The warm chakra emanating from Hiruzen enveloped Naruto in an indescribable comfort, a sensation he had previously only experienced from Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade. "Thank you, Master Hiruzen. I will study diligently," Naruto replied. As night fell, exhausted from a day of training, Naruto returned home, hastily consumed his dinner, bid goodnight to Minato and Kushina, then took a bath before retreating to his room to sleep. The moon ascended into the night sky, its silvery light filtering through the crack of Naruto's door, casting a gentle glow upon his bedside. At that moment, Naruto had already succumbed to dreams, the room resonating faintly with the whispers of his thunder dragon. As the night deepened, the Hokage Tower remained brightly illuminated. The communication room on the first floor was bustling with activity. Even in the dead of night, numerous ninjas returned to the village, delivering the latest intelligence. On the second floor, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished processing the backlog of documents from the afternoon. After stretching lazily, he stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the darkened Konoha, his thoughts adrift. Suddenly, without the door of the office opening, a figure appeared within. Kneeling on one knee to report, "Hokage-sama, the situation in the Land of Rain is dire. Captain Minato Gate in requests reinforcements." Listening to the report from the Umbu behind him, Hiruzen inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. Hadn't the lower ninjas from the reserve already been dispatched to the Land of Rain? How could the situation still be critical? What was Mito's strategy as the commander? The village had no surplus forces to send to the battlefield. Hiruzen's voice was cold, his tone unmistakably laced with reproach. The report indicates that for unknown reasons, the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo, has suddenly allied with the Land of Earth, and the Rain ninjas have shifted their focus toward us in Konoha. Previously, the lower ninjas from the Land of Rain assisted us in transporting supplies and participated in minor skirmishes. However, now that they have turned against us, our supply lines on the front are severely compromised. Several critical battlefields have suffered defeats, and we have discovered a significant number of Rain ninjas engaging in destructive activities within our occupied territories. As I arrived, Captain Mito had already ordered a sweep of our occupied areas, dispatching forces to eliminate all Rain ninjas. Currently, the manpower on the Rain front is entirely insufficient. The reporting Umbu relayed the information he had gathered swiftly. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened, shrouded in a cloud of foreboding. I need a moment to reflect. You may leave, he instructed, glancing back at his aide before gesturing for him to depart. Once the Umbu had exited, Hiruzen appeared to be drained of strength, collapsing into his chair. Has it truly come to this? What course of action must I take, my teacher? The Third Hokage lifted his gaze towards the portrait of the First Hokage that adorned the office wall, his expression a tableau of inner turmoil. To maintain stability along the Rain Country front, there remained but a singular course: to dispatch the remaining reserve ninjas of Konohagakure to the battlefield. Yet, the reserve ninjas that remained were mere children, and it was precisely this dilemma that weighed heavily upon Hiruzen's heart. However, should the Rain Country front collapse entirely, and the flames of war encroach upon the Land of Fire, countless innocent lives would be ensnared in the carnage. The Third Hokage soon reached a grim resolution. Send word forth. Starting tomorrow, all students in their third year and above at the Ninja Academy shall undergo assessments. All results are to be forwarded to me. Inform the frontline commander, Mito Minyin, that he must maintain the defense of the Rain Country front until reinforcements arrive. He is to consolidate the occupied territories and hold the line, refraining from any further offensive maneuvers until support is on the ground. Additionally, summon the lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas currently on rotation. I have significant announcements to make. Finally, reach out to the retired ninjas who are in good health and inquire if they would be willing to contribute to Konohagakure once more. If they are amenable, have them assemble as well. Even as the Third Hokage uttered the command, a ninja had already appeared before him. Upon the completion of his orders, the Umbu ninja silently withdrew. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen felt a surge of resolve, despite a lingering sense of regret. With the weight of his decision lifting his spirits, he shook off any lingering drowsiness and summoned more documents to his workspace. As if through relentless labor, he might assuage his guilt. The morning dawned bright and cheerful. Uzumaki Naruto had risen early, stretching his limbs in the yard. After a restful night, he was awake with the first light, only to discover that Kushina was absent from their home. However, he paid little mind, opting to complete his morning routine before heading to school. Just as he finished his exercises and was about to eat breakfast, Kushina trudged through the front door, her weary form evident. "Good morning. Where have you been so early?" Naruto inquired, noticing the deep shadows beneath her eyes. "This morning? I was urgently summoned by the Hokage last night. It wasn't just me. Nearly all the lower and mid-ranking ninjas of Konohagakure were called in," Kushina explained, leaving Naruto bewildered. He was unaware of the reasons behind the late-night gathering of the lower and mid-ranking ninjas, and thus curiously pressed, "An urgent summons? What were you all called for?" Seeing Naruto's inquisitiveness, Kushina felt no need for secrecy, as she had no reservations in discussing matters with him. As the battlefield beckons, last night all the lower and middle-ranked ninjas were summoned to prepare for their deployment. Presently, they are likely gearing up, awaiting the final call from Lord Hokage. Kushina's response caused Naruto's pupils to constrict sharply, prompting him to inquire hastily, "What about you, sister?" "I, along with a few younger girls. I've been assigned to the Konoha hospital. After a hectic night, I've only just returned to rest. I mustn't linger. I need to recharge for my shift at the hospital this afternoon." Kushina's eyes seemed heavy with fatigue, blinking rapidly. Noticing Naruto's intent to ask further questions, she waved him off and retreated to her room. Watching Kushina depart, a sense of foreboding crept into Naruto's heart. Has the war escalated to this extent? With this unsettling premonition, He hastily consumed his breakfast before stepping out the door, heading towards the school. Along the way, he could sense the impending storm. As the mobilization speech from the Third Hokage appeared to have spread throughout the village, stirring anxious sentiments among families with children deployed as lower-ranked ninjas. While passing the familiar barbecue shop, he overheard a woman's voice rising in anger. How outrageous! Forcing a mere 13-year-old onto the battlefield. What is the Third Hokage thinking? Your son has only just become a lower ninja, having barely completed any missions. What purpose does sending him serve? No. I must speak to Lord Hokage and demand he rescinds this order. In the next moment, a child's pleading voice emerged. Mom, please don't make a scene. Lord Hokage isn't just sending me, my peers are going too. My teacher will also be there. With him, we won't be in danger. If you cause a ruckus, how can I hold my head high in front of my comrades? The child's words seemed to resonate with his mother, yet moments later, Naruto witnessed a tearful woman burst from the barbecue shop, sprinting towards the Hokage's office. Mom! Mom! A boy, wearing a forehead protector, rushed out after her, calling out desperately. But his pleas could not halt her frantic pace. He appeared no older than 11 or 12, barely reaching a height of 155 centimeters, truly a child. The commotion at the barbecue shop had drawn the attention of several neighbors, who gathered to whisper among themselves. It's so tragic, sending such young ones to war. Yet the child is undeniably brave. They truly embody the spirit of our Konoha ninjas. The child shows understanding, but the mother seems lost. How can the Hokage manage the village if everyone behaves like her? That's a fair point. How many from your family are going to war? My family. We have no ninjas. We're not going to war. Naruto merely cast a distant glance at the scene and, after hearing a few murmurs from the onlookers, let out a soft sigh as he departed. However, compared to the moment he first stepped out, a heavier weight now bore down upon his heart. Having emerged from an era of peace, he is by no means a warmonger. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto has indeed faced life and death, comprehending the sheer terror that war entails. Understanding such horror, he does not yearn for the battlefield. However, there are certain truths that Naruto can grasp during these dire times. A nation requires individuals who can step forward. It is only today that he realizes that the current Konoha resembles the Armenia of his past life, having reached a point where even children are being sent to the front lines. With a heavy heart, Naruto arrived at school, the morning's events etched deeply into his mind. He scarcely recalls how he made his way there, as if he had wandered in a daze. Yet, upon reaching the school gate, he summoned his spirits, adopting a more composed demeanor before entering. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto took his usual seat, but scarcely had he settled when someone leaned in beside him, a mysterious expression gracing their face. Naruto, have you heard? The village is preparing to send younger Genin and Chunin into battle, Nara Shikamaru whispered. I know, I've heard. Naruto replied nonchalantly, resting his chin on his right hand while casually flipping through a book with his left. My dad mentioned that the Third Hokage will select a group from the Ninja Academy to send to the battlefield. Our third-year class is among those being considered, Shikamaru added. Sensing Naruto's lack of enthusiasm, and promptly divulged a significant piece of information. Indeed, Naruto's interest was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference as he inquired. Is that so? Is the information reliable? Absolutely. It's not just our family. The Akimichi clan has also been circulating this news. Moreover, I heard from my dad that our class is a key selection group, and if nothing unforeseen occurs, everyone in our class will be sent to the front lines, Shikamaru revealed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Although he appeared to be just a child, his words sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Ah, I see. It must be that after gathering the Genin and Chunin last night, they realized the numbers for the battlefield were insufficient, prompting this decision, Naruto pondered. His class had been admitted early, and in terms of ability, every student in this class could match the standards of a 45-year-old ninja. With several exceptional individuals already reaching the level of Genin, it is not difficult to understand that those with outstanding abilities would be prioritized for deployment. Nevertheless, is it truly wise to send the most gifted children to the front lines? Has Konoha really reached a point of desperation? I do not recall the second great ninja war being this dire. Naruto contemplated why the Third Hokage would make such a decision, ultimately concluding that it must be out of sheer necessity. If the children of their class are the future of Konoha, then those currently fighting are its present. If the present ceases to exist, the future, no matter how bright, holds little significance. Hey, Naruto, are you listening? Shikamaru, noticing Naruto's prolonged silence, gently tugged at his sleeve and asked softly, "I'm listening." Naruto nodded in response. "Do you truly not care about this matter? We're about to head into battle," Shika urged, noticing Uzumaki Kyumen's nonchalant demeanor. "Is worrying of any consequence?" Kyumen replied, casting a sidelong glance at Shika. The weight of Kyumen's words momentarily stunned Shika, who, after a brief contemplation, quietly conceded, "It is futile. Then why bother? Instead of fretting, you might as well return home and practice a few more techniques. If your fears prove true, our class will also face the battlefield. Acquiring additional skills might just save your life." Kyumen gently patted Shika's shoulder, speaking softly. After hearing Kyumen's remarks, Shika fell into a contemplative silence. As Uzumaki Kyumen and Shika engaged in their conversation, the classroom door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a masked ninja. This newcomer was Kyumen's class teacher, Kimura Hisashi, a man of humble origins who also served as the proctor during Kyumen's entrance examination. The Umbu? Why would they come to our school? Could it be that the little rascal was telling the truth? Kyumen mused upon spotting the Umbu ninja trailing behind Hisashi, casting a brief glance at Shika seated beside him. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Umbu, Shika began to tremble slightly, fear gripping his heart. "Relax, don't be tense," Kyumen said, wrapping his arm around Shika's shoulder. Understanding his friend's trepidation to some extent. "Students, today we have a special announcement. All morning classes are suspended. The individual beside me is a messenger sent directly by the Hokage, here to assess the strength of our class. This morning, there will be a temporary test, and those who pass will qualify as genin," Hisashi proclaimed before the entire class. Moreover, those who become genin today will have the opportunity to receive direct instruction from the Third Hokage himself, becoming his disciples. The Hokage's own Umbu are here to ensure the fairness of the test. To become genin and even be a disciple of the Third Hokage? Does that mean we can skip school altogether? How splendid. Hisashi's announcement sparked a flurry of chatter among the students, while Kyumen's expression darkened considerably. The Third Hokage was using them as bait to entice these naive children into graduating early. Having some understanding of what lay ahead post-graduation, Kyumen could easily deduce the implications. The anger within him began to swell uncontrollably. If the Third Hokage had been forthright about sending capable individuals to the battlefield, Kyumen would have no objections, as everyone is entitled to their own choices. However, such duplicitous rhetoric was utterly revolting. "Mr. Hisashi, does passing this test truly grant us the status of genin?" Kyumen stood up, unable to bear the thought of the innocent children being led astray. "Oh, Uzumaki Naruto, indeed, as long as one can pass the test, they will be able to become a genin, and there exists the possibility of receiving guidance from the Third Hokage," Kuda-Kimu casually replied upon seeing Naruto stand up to ask a question. Meanwhile, the Umbu beside him cast a curious glance at Naruto, their eyes hidden beneath their masks glimmering with intrigue. "If I become a genin, does that mean I will be dispatched to the battlefield?" A flicker of cold resolve flashed in Naruto's eyes as he inquired in a chilling tone. Kuda-Kimu appeared momentarily taken aback by Naruto's inquiry, unsure of how to respond. Following Naruto's question, a commotion erupted within the classroom. "Battlefield? We are still so young. How can we possibly go to war?" One child exclaimed. "Humph, cowardice. To think I might have the opportunity to see the battlefield. I must seize this chance and surely pass the test." Another declared, "On the battlefield? Does that mean I could slay foes and earn money for my family?" A group of 7 to 8-year-olds began to chatter excitedly, some yearning for the battlefield, others fearful, while a few naively viewed it as a stepping stone to ascendancy. Although Naruto understood that children in the world of shinobi tend to mature early, he felt a discomfort in his heart upon hearing the discussions in the classroom. A group that should embody innocence was instead revealing desires and ambitions that belied their tender age. Initially concerned that Naruto's words might provoke resistance among the students, Kuda-Kimu found himself at a loss for how to respond. However, after listening to the children's fervent chatter for a while, he relaxed his worries. Yet before he could speak, the Umbu interjected. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" "You are indeed correct. If you pass today's test, you will become a genin and may even be dispatched to the battlefield to undertake certain wartime duties. I believe every child in this school aspires to be a ninja. Since your goal is to become a ninja, you must be prepared for the responsibilities that come with it. Glory, merit, wealth, status. All of these can be obtained from the battlefield. If it were not for such aspirations, you would not be here at the Ninja Academy, would you?" This opportunity has presented itself before you. So what now? Will you retreat? The Umbu's words not only dispelled the fears of many children, rather, they stirred a primal instinct within some. Those who had previously voiced concerns about the dangers of the battlefield found themselves swept up by their peers, now clamoring for the chance to fight. Even Nara Shikaku, who had trembled in fear at first, was now shouting his eagerness to head to the battlefield. Remarkably, even Kuda Kimu displayed a glimmer of yearning. Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of his classmates, Naruto's eyes radiated a chilling intensity. "Who are you?" he asked coldly, his abrupt question momentarily startling Kuda Kimu. "I am a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu. As for my identity, it is not convenient to disclose," the Umbu replied, then turned to Kuda Kimu, saying, "Sensei Kuda, it would be prudent to arrange the test promptly." "Very well," Kuda replied, seeing the surrounding students brimming with enthusiasm. However, in the next instant, Jioming sprang from his seat and charged towards the Umbu operative standing beside him, delivering a powerful punch to the operative's abdomen. The Umbu reacted swiftly, dodging the blow with remarkable agility, and, in a seamless motion, struck Jioming on the back, using his own momentum against him. This force rendered Jioming unable to halt his advance, and he collided with the blackboard. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the blackboard and the wall behind it cracked, a deep dent illustrating the sheer strength behind Jioming's strike. "What are you doing, Vortex Jioming?" Kimura Jyodai bellowed upon witnessing the scene. "How dare you use Jinjutsu on such a young child? You are not a direct subordinate of the Hokage. Who exactly are you?" Jioming disregarded Kimura's outburst and turned his attention to the Umbu. "Jinjutsu?" Kimura felt a jolt of realization, slowly piecing together the circumstances. "I do not know what you are talking about," the Umbu ninja retorted. Nevertheless, Jioming had no intention of engaging in a debate. He surged forward once more. The Umbu, witnessing Jioming's relentless advance, snorted derisively and formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, a dark curse mark surged forth from Jioming's back, binding him entirely and rendering him immobile. "Was that the curse mark you placed on me when you struck my back?" Evading an attack while simultaneously countering. "Impressive," Jioming mused internally, ceasing his struggles as he remained fixed in place. The Umbu, seeing Jioming subdued, declared, "You have assaulted a direct subordinate of the Hokage. I must take you to the interrogation room. Jyodai-sensei, I shall take this individual first. Please expedite the arrangements for the test," the Umbu stated as he strolled towards Jioming. Yet, just as he reached for Jioming's collar, he noticed a smile creeping onto Jioming's face. Sealing technique, solid binding. Upon uttering these words, the curse mark that had once restrained Jioming rapidly expanded, turning its focus on the Umbu operative, ensnaring him entirely. "Impossible. This cannot be." The Umbu's exclamations filled the air as the curse mark swiftly enveloped him, binding him like a dumpling. "You dare strike at me?" The bound Umbu, still possessing some strength, began to struggle, causing the restraints to loosen slightly. "Enough." Jioming shot a sidelong glance at the ensnared operative, channeling chakra into his fist and delivering a blow to the Umbu's abdomen. His garments tore, revealing skin, and in the blink of an eye, a black sealing formation emerged upon the Umbu's yellow skin. The masked operative felt his chakra completely locked away, unable to summon even the slightest amount. Though he opened his mouth to protest, only muffled sounds escaped. Words eluded him entirely. "Your sealing technique leaves much to be desired." Jioming withdrew his right hand, tucking it back into his sleeve. The entire encounter, from Jioming's surprise assault on the Umbu to his complete subjugation, transpired in mere moments. Until Jioming subdued the Umbu, the students in the classroom remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Even Judai struggled to comprehend why Jioming had suddenly attacked the Umbu. "Teacher, this individual was not sent by Lord Hokage. I suggest we deliver him directly to Lord Hokage," Jioming remarked, turning to Judai. Initially, Jioming had not sensed anything amiss. But once the Umbu ninja spoke and employed Jinjutsu, he realized that the individual posed a potential threat. Nevertheless, he was uncertain whether the person was indeed dispatched by the Third Hokage. However, Jioming's reasoning was straightforward, regardless of the origin of the individual. Since he had already used Jinjutsu on the children in the classroom, Jioming felt compelled to act preemptively. He thought, whether or not he is a true emissary, I shall first label him as having ulterior motives. Jioming doubted that the Third Hokage would publicly acknowledge someone who had used Jinjutsu on children as one of his agents. valuing his reputation too highly for that. The suggestion for Judai to deliver the individual to the Hokage carried its own implications. If the person were indeed sent by the Third Hokage, handing him over would allow the Third to easily cover up the incident, ensuring that no damaging rumors would tarnish his reputation. Conversely, if the individual was not dispatched by the Third, it would present an opportunity for the Hokage to uncover the true mastermind behind the situation. Genjutsu? I thought something felt off just now. That fellow used Genjutsu on us? At this point, the children in the class had returned to normal, yet they remained in shock over Jiuming's unexpected attack on the Umbu. Only a few students reflected on the events that had just transpired. Judai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, uneasily retrieved steel wire from his tool pouch. Securely binding the Umbu, and after applying a chakra sealing seal, he swiftly departed with the captured individual. Self-study for now. Other teachers will come to instruct shortly, Judai announced to the students as he hastily exited the classroom. Not long after, several teachers, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the classroom. After a brief reassignment, a female teacher remained to conduct the class and soothe the students' frayed nerves. Amidst the astonished gazes, Jiuming returned to his seat. Jiuming, you actually subdued an Umbu? Nara Shikaku eagerly approached Jiuming as soon as he sat down, excitement evident in his voice. It was merely a matter of encountering a type I could handle. And without a sneak attack, I wouldn't have had the opportunity, Jiuming replied, fully aware that his physical prowess did not match that of his opponent. Without employing the sealing technique, he knew he would have no chance of success. Furthermore, prior to his dash, he had already contemplated dragging Judai into the fray. But he had not anticipated that Judai would choose to restrain the Umbu with sealing techniques. Witnessing this, Jiuming seized the opportunity. The Umbu had clearly underestimated Jiuming's vigilance, allowing him to execute a successful counterattack. Such is the nature of ninja combat, where the scheming often outsmarts the unsuspecting, leading to unforeseen outcomes. That is indeed quite impressive. Just now, I witnessed the Umbu subduing you, yet you managed to break free, and astonishingly, you even utilized that technique against them. Remarkable. Nara Shikaku, at this moment, resembled an ardent fan encountering his idol, incessantly inquiring about various matters. Kurama Naruto responded with casual indifference, which only heightened Shikaku's admiration. Is this what it means to embody strength? Truly captivating. The classroom returned to its usual tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage found himself experiencing a slight headache. He had already confirmed the identity of the Umbu operative sent by Jiraiya. The cursed seal on their tongue made it easy to ascertain their affiliation, an operative from Danzo's route. Upon realizing the identity of this individual, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head began to throb. Danzo, now at the forefront of operations, was a longtime comrade, and regarding today's incident, if one were to criticize the root ninja, it would be for misappropriating the identity of the Hokage's direct Umbu and casting Genjutsu on a child. The severity of this transgression did not warrant a death sentence from Sarutobi, especially since the matter was one that ideally should be handled by Danzo himself. However, the ramifications of such an incident occurring within the school were significantly detrimental, compelling the Third Hokage to take a stance. Otherwise, his authority would suffer a fatal blow. This was the source of his distress. If he dealt too harshly, it would be detrimental. If he were lenient, it would lack deterrence. A troublesome predicament indeed. Jiraiya, did you say that the one who subdued this ninja was Uzumaki Naruto? The Third Hokage, contemplating how to address this situation, suddenly recalled that it was his own somewhat wayward disciple, Uzumaki Naruto, who had subdued the individual. He promptly confirmed, indeed. I never expected that child Naruto to be so formidable, taking down this Umbu in just 2 exchanges. Undoubtedly, he is a genuine prodigy. Is it not a waste for such talent to be studying at the Ninja Academy? Jiraiya merely expressed his thoughts, but the Third Hokage took his words to heart. You are correct. It is indeed a waste of time and talent for such a prodigy to remain at the Ninja Academy. He resolved to transfer Uzumaki Naruto's records to the Ninja Archives, facilitating his early graduation. You shall return and inform the students of this ninja's identity. He is a spy sent by the IWA Shinobi Village, and the announcement regarding the Academy's assessments will be made tomorrow. Additionally, notify Uzumaki Naruto to come see me after class. After issuing these directives, the Third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Jiraiya to depart. Once Jiraiya left, he summoned one of his direct Umbu operatives to escort the root ninja away. After arranging all these matters, The third Hokage moved to the window, gazing out at the scenery of Konohagakure, lost in contemplation. Prodigies must be nurtured in a manner befitting their exceptional abilities. The sudden appearance of an odd Umbu in the classroom could only be orchestrated by either the third Hokage or Danzo. If it were the third Hokage, he would not resort to such clumsy tactics. His office was in close proximity, and a mere appearance at the academy, bolstered by his prestige, would suffice to invigorate the students. If it were Danzo, what could his motivations possibly be? After Kimura Hisashi led that Umbu away, Naruto Uzumaki pondered the identity of the visitor. Presently, Naruto was quite invested in the events unfolding around him. After all, this was the world of ninjas, where unexpected occurrences signified peril. Had he not perceived the use of Jinjutsu today, and if the intruder's intent had been to eliminate those present, the outcome would have diverged entirely. Lost in thought, the substitute teacher concluded her lesson. Before the students could exhale in relief, Kimura Hisashi entered the classroom. He ascended the podium and proclaimed, "The ninja who just cast Jinjutsu on you has been confirmed as a spy sent by IWA, Shinobi Village. He has already been dealt with by Lord Hokage. You need not worry, simply focus on your studies. However, today's events must remain confidential, even from your families, to prevent any leaks that could alert potential other spies within the village. Uzumaki Naruto, you are to visit the Hokage's office after school. This is an order from Lord Hokage. Now, you may take a break." Hisashi's announcement stirred a commotion among the children. They had not anticipated that the intruder was indeed a spy from IWA, Shinobi Village. Despite their precociousness, nearly all of them chose to believe the third Hokage's assertion. This was less due to the sophistication of the lie and more because it emanated from the lips of the most esteemed figure in their hearts, the Hokage. The idea of an IWA Shinobi spy seemed to them a mere tale to amuse children. Naruto smirked, dismissing Hisashi's directive to meet the third Hokage from his mind. For he could surmise the reason for the summons and chose not to delve into the identity of this faux Umbu. For the students, time in class dragged excruciatingly slow, particularly for those disinterested. However, for individuals like Naruto, engrossed in their training, time seemed to fly. Before long, the sun had dipped in the west, signaling the end of lessons at the Ninja Academy. Make sure to review today's material. If you have any questions, come to the office to ask your teacher. Do not run off after school. Return home promptly. Class dismissed. As Hisashi's voice faded, the children erupted from the classroom like birds released from a cage. Some even leaping out of the windows instead of using the door. Hey, don't do anything so reckless. Hisashi's admonition was evidently in vain, as several mischievous boys had already vaulted through the window. Naruto, let us hang out after school. How about we go to the back mountain, once you've seen the third Hokage? Narashikaku inquired from his seat. Yet, upon turning, he found Naruto's spot utterly vacant. When did he leave? That was quick. Upon encountering the vacant seat, Narashika found himself momentarily speechless. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, leisurely puffing on a pipe while gazing at the harmonious scene unfolding in the village. This activity served as his favorite means of relaxation during work hours. Observing the tranquility of the village greatly enhanced his motivation. Although the village of Konoha had been embroiled in conflict for several years, the flames of war had not yet reached their homeland, allowing a semblance of stability to persist. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that such peace might not endure for long. As he pondered, the office door creaked open, and a young boy with flowing red hair entered, pushing the door aside. At merely 7 years of age, he stood approximately 130 centimeters tall, a considerable height among his peers, and one might easily mistake him for a 10-year-old. Master Hokage, you summon me? Uzumaki Naruto entered the office without a formal greeting, immediately beginning to scrutinize the room's arrangement. Under Sarutobi's tenure, the Hokage's office was rather simply appointed. Apart from a large desk by the window, there were no extravagant decorations. In fact, the office felt somewhat empty, lacking even a single sofa for guests. On the desk lay 2 stacks of documents, likely unfinished business, alongside a conspicuous crystal ball, the sole ornament on the desk. So this is your first visit to my office, is it? How does it compare to your expectations of the Hokage's office? The third Hokage spoke without turning, engaging Naruto in casual conversation. The difference is quite significant. I believe the Hokage's office would be far more opulent than what I see now. I didn't expect it to be so unadorned. The simplicity of the Third Hokage's office was indeed far removed from any notion of luxury. Even the modest offices of small business owners that Naruto had seen in his previous life were far more lavish. Huh, are you perhaps disappointed in your teacher? Sarutobi turned around and took a seat at his desk. Not at all. It was unexpected yet entirely sensible, Naruto replied with a calm demeanor. Unexpected yet sensible, indeed. Sarutobi reflected on Naruto's words, contemplating their meaning. The boyish demeanor was surprisingly composed for one so young, suggesting that his temperament was not easily matched. However, considering Naruto's innate talent, the Third Hokage reasoned that such behavior was to be anticipated. I called you here today to discuss something important. Upon hearing the Third Hokage's words, Naruto remained silent, standing quietly in place. I have received reports from your teacher regarding your performance at the Ninja Academy. Although your performance in cultural classes has been abysmal, you have effortlessly achieved full marks in both physical and ninjutsu disciplines. Having trained under my guidance in ninjutsu, your innate talent suggests that you are ill-suited to continue your studies at the Ninja Academy. I have arranged for your teachers to submit an application for your early graduation, which I have already approved. Henceforth, you shall no longer be a student of the academy. Instead, you will assume the role of a genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a metallic forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Leaf Village, placing it upon the table. Is it not necessary to inform my family about my early graduation, Teacher Sarutobi? Uzumaki Naruto inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. He recalled that when Uchiha Itachi graduated early, his family had to be notified, and their consent was required to complete the process. I have already discussed this matter with Lady Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Her opinion aligns with mine, given your capabilities. It is indeed inappropriate for you to remain at the academy. With that, he nudged the forehead protector forward and gestured for Naruto to come and claim it. Realizing that Lady Mito was already informed, Naruto approached the desk and grasped the forehead protector. So, I am officially a genin now? He pondered, feeling the cool metal against his fingertips. Just moments ago, he had been attending classes at the academy. Now, he found himself in the Hokage's office, being informed of his new status and exempted from attending classes. Such a turn of events would bewilder anyone. Indeed, congratulations, Naruto. You have successfully graduated from the academy and are now a genin, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile as he stood and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Thank you, Teacher Sarutobi. The unfolding of events had taken Naruto by surprise. He had anticipated that his visit to the office would pertain solely to the matter of the Umbu Ninja. Little did he know he would leave as a newly minted genin. The rapid progression of these developments was overwhelming, and he needed time to process this information. Teacher, what should I do now that I am a genin? Naruto inquired, seemingly coming to a realization. Rather than donning the forehead protector, he cradled it in his arms and posed the question. The circumstances faced by genin during this period were markedly different from those experienced by Naruto in a previous era. In Naruto's time, freshly graduated genin undertook trivial tasks such as walking dogs and were primarily assigned C-rank missions. By contrast, escort missions had escalated to B-rank and were typically reserved for chunin. However, the current state of the Hidden Leaf was one of war. Even Hiruzen's own son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, had been dispatched to the battlefield for missions. Naruto found it hard to believe that his standing could surpass that of Konohamaru. Moreover, from the tasks Sarutobi Hiruzen had alluded to, Naruto could discern the likelihood of his role as a Jinchuriki. From the information recently disclosed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Xiaoming surmised that his promotion to genin was also known to Uzumaki Mito. Consequently, the tasks assigned to him were likely aligned with Mito's expectations. If he were to be considered a candidate for the next Jinchuriki in the eyes of the Third Hokage, the tasks he would undertake would undoubtedly be straightforward, predominantly symbolic in nature. However, if the assignments were of a perilous nature, it would imply that he had been excluded from the pool of potential Jinchuriki candidates. The possibility of becoming a Jinchuriki bore significant implications for Xiaoming's future aspirations. Being a genin diverges starkly from his days in the Ninja Academy. It necessitates collaboration with teammates to execute missions dispatched by the village. Currently, Konoha is embroiled in a state of war, and the jonin of the village are preoccupied with their respective duties. Typically, the ninja teams assigned to missions consist of 4 members, 1 leading jonin and 3 genin. However, the current circumstances are peculiar. Ordinarily, Newly minted genin would be accompanied by a jonin minter during a transitional phase. But the village lacks the resources for such arrangements at this time. Thus, Jiuming's assigned team comprises a standard trio, with specific roles designated for each member during missions. His teammates have already been allocated, and they will collectively embark on their missions together. Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently elucidated the fundamental knowledge pertaining to the life of a genin, while Jiuming listened intently. Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the ninja vocation, the specifics were most accurately conveyed by the Third Hokage himself. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, your teammates have arrived, Hiruzen remarked as the office door was rapped upon. Come in, he called out with a resonant voice. Shortly thereafter, two boys stepped through the doorway, one following the other. The foremost boy appeared to be around 14 years of age, sporting a neat head of short black hair. He was clad in the standard Konoha vest, a short blade slung across his back, its hilt clearly visible within Jiuming's line of sight. This black-haired youth exuded an air of competence. Somehow familiar. I feel like I've seen him before. Jiuming mused as he scrutinized the leading boy before shifting his gaze to the one who followed. The latter, in stark contrast, was easily identifiable with his meticulously arranged long black hair and strikingly pale eyes, unmistakably marking his lineage. This boy was of similar age to the short-haired youth, but his attire differed significantly. Instead of the Konoha vest, he donned a sleek white ensemble. From the Hyuga clan, I could hardly recognize him after 2 years. Is that Hinata? Jiuming pondered as he observed the two boys entering. Jiuming, these two will be your teammates. Now, let us introduce ourselves, Hiruzen said with a smile, giving Jiuming a reassuring pat on the shoulder before addressing the two boys. Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon entering, the youth with short black hair offered a slight bow to the Third Hokage before turning his gaze toward Naruto Uzumaki. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. My name is Fugaku Uchiha, a chunin from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I look forward to your guidance. After finishing his introduction, Fugaku extended his right hand toward Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku. No wonder he seems so familiar. It is indeed him, Naruto thought, observing the boy who towered over him by more than 30 centimeters. Feeling a sense of astonishment. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of calmness as he reached out to grasp Fugaku's hand. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. I look forward to your guidance as well, he replied, appraising the young Uchiha. After exchanging greetings, Fugaku released Naruto's hand and stepped aside. Another boy, however, did not approach like Fugaku did. Instead, he stood in place and introduced himself directly. I am Hinata Hizashi, 14 years old, and a chunin. Hizashi exhibited a somewhat aloof demeanor, offering no further words after his introduction. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi gently patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, This is Naruto Uzumaki, who has just become a genin today. From now on, the three of you will form a team and undertake missions together. I hope you can quickly adapt to your new teammates and establish mutual trust. Hiruzen addressed the trio with a firm voice. Now aware of the identities of his teammates, Naruto's gaze shifted frequently between them. Both Fugaku and Hizashi held significant status within Konoha, despite their youth, being direct descendants of the esteemed Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Their standing was comparable to that of Hiruzen's own son. To have such prestigious teammates means I am under the protection of the Third Hokage. With them in my team, the missions should not be exceedingly difficult. After all, given their backgrounds, they would be prioritized for protection even on the battlefield. The future clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, and Hizashi of the Hyuga clan. My team appears rather formidable, Naruto thought gleefully. It was not only because of their high status, but also due to their exceptional abilities among their peers, ensuring his own safety. You three have just formed a team today. I will give you 3 days to become acquainted with one another. In this unit, both Fugaku and Hizashi are chunins, and Naruto. You should heed their advice during this time, Hiruzen continued. After 3 days, I will dispatch a guide to accompany you to the land of rain. Your first mission as a newly formed team will be to deliver supplies to the frontline forces in the land of rain. Upon completion, you will be assigned to my disciple, Orochimaru's unit and follow his commands. As Hiruzen concluded, Naruto stood rooted in place, bewildered. What? Deliver supplies to the land of rain? And then follow Orochimaru's orders? Does that mean we are heading straight into battle? As I find myself paired with these two individuals, shouldn't we be entrusted with safer missions? This arrangement by the elder seems deliberately aimed at my detriment. In the depths of his mind, Uzumaki Jiuming could not help but criticize the situation. He had anticipated that being teamed with the two prominent clan leaders of the future Konoha would ensure his protection. To his astonishment, they were immediately tasked with delivering supplies. This supply mission was far from secure. The inhabitants of Awagakure were no fools and would not idly allow the forces of the Land of Fire to complete their deliveries unopposed. Along the way, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous ambushes, and even within the borders of the Land of Fire, safety was not guaranteed. During wartime, bandits thrived in abundance, making the journey to the Land of Rain anything but tranquil. The Third Hokage could not fathom the scathing thoughts brewing in Jiuming's mind, as he reveled in the pride of his own arrangements. I have truly done well for my student. At the tender age of 7, I have allowed him to graduate early as a genin. Such an achievement surpasses even what Minato had accomplished in the past. Fresh from the Ninja Academy, he had formed a team with 2 Chunin and was immediately assigned such a pivotal mission. This would undoubtedly elevate the child's starting point, facilitating a swift descent to Chunin and even Jounin. Alas, will my favoritism towards this child invite gossip? He pondered, hoping that Jiuming would not overly express his gratitude, as it was merely the duty of a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, adorned with wrinkles, brightened like a blooming chrysanthemum. Very well, you 3 may return. I must attend to my duties. Having concluded these arrangements, the Third Hokage waved his hand, signaling for Jiuming and the others to depart. Jiuming, who had initially intended to voice more, swallowed his words upon witnessing the Hokage's beaming expression. After bidding farewell, he turned and exited the office. Upon seeing Jiuming leave, Uchiha Fugaku also took his leave, grasping Hyuga Hizashi's hand as they hurried to catch up with Jiuming. Uzumaki Jiuming, wait a moment. The call echoed behind him as Jiuming stepped out of the Hokage building, prompting him to turn around. Curiosity piqued. Not far behind, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi, who had just exited the building as well, approached him rapidly. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you want? Jiuming's tone bore a hint of impatience. Having just learned about their impending deployment to the battlefield, he was in a rather foul mood. Anxiety about the battlefield loomed over him, and he was eager to return home and prepare, particularly for the sealing techniques that were of utmost importance. Haha, I thought since we've just become comrades, we should head to the training ground together to hone our skills and get to know each other better. Familiarity with each other's abilities will undoubtedly benefit us in future missions, Fugaku cheerfully suggested, seemingly oblivious to Jiuming's cold demeanor. At that moment, Hizashi wriggled free from Fugaku's grip. Rubbing his wrist as he chimed in, Fugaku is right. Although I am unaware of how you managed to be assigned with us, it is imperative that we understand your strengths, as we are now a team. Although it was the Hokage who assigned you, should your abilities prove inadequate, I shall petition the Hokage for your reassignment. I do not wish for your presence to diminish the strength of our team. Prior to your arrival, both Fugaku and Brother Kato Dan and I executed A-rank missions. However, due to you, our assignments have been reduced to B-rank. While I am indifferent to the decrease in difficulty, I do not want our team to forfeit the opportunity to undertake A-rank missions because of you. Upon hearing Hinata Hizashi's words, Uzumaki Kamae finally comprehended the source of the cold demeanor exhibited in the office. One aspect that Kamae had never anticipated was that Fugaku, hailing from the prestigious Uchiha clan, and Hizashi, of the esteemed Hyuga clan, were not sheltered by their families and village as he had presumed. Instead, since becoming ninjas, they had been assigned numerous high-risk, high-difficulty elite missions, which facilitated their rapid growth. The scions of Konoha's noble families are not the fragile beings Kamae imagined. They endure the most rigorous trials and training within their clans. The cultivation of successors among these noble families is forged through sweat and blood, not the sheltered existence Kamae envisioned. Thus, this is the mindset of a ninja? It appears I had previously fallen into a misconception. Consequently, if I wish to thrive in this world, relying solely on survival to enhance my strength is exceedingly limited. Only through combat can one experience swift growth. Kamae suddenly grasped why the Third Hokage had arranged for these 2 individuals to be his comrades. From the outset, the Third had no intention of shielding him. Since the moment his talents became evident, what he received was not the village's protection, but rather more trials and training. This is indeed the method through which the world of ninjas cultivates prodigies. As for whether this prodigy can withstand such trials, that is no concern of the Hokage. A fallen talent is unworthy of the title. On the battlefield, one may perish. This is not a matter of the battlefield, but rather a reflection of one's own capabilities. Very well, I also believe that since we are to become teammates, we should familiarize ourselves with one another. Let us proceed to Training Ground 7. With clarity on the matter at hand, Kamai's face brightened with a smile as he readily acquiesced to Hisashi and Fugaku's request, making his way towards the training ground without further ado. To be honest, I am quite curious to ascertain the extent of my current abilities. I hope my skills will not disappoint you. After a considerable time, the trio of Uzumaki Kamai, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hisashi arrived at Training Ground 7. This locale, situated at the farthest edge of Konoha village, is quite remote. During such times of war, the number of ninjas venturing to training grounds is already scarce. And in a location as secluded as Training Ground 7, one would find even fewer individuals. Thus, when Kamai and his companions arrived at this training ground, they encountered no one else, ensuring that their sparring would not disturb anyone nor be observed by prying eyes. Since this is an exchange, let us keep it concise. I am not particularly skilled in physical techniques, and my prowess in combat is rather overwhelming. I fear I might not exercise the necessary restraint. Thus, I shall leave this matter of communication in your capable hands, Rizuki. Upon arriving at the training ground, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to speak. He held no objections to Naruto Uzumaki joining their ranks, although he was indeed curious about the young man's abilities. He was not inclined to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Consequently, he deftly passed the responsibility to Rizuki, his claim of lacking physical prowess merely a convenient excuse. "Fear not, I shall take care of it," replied Hyuga Rizuki, who, despite recognizing Fugaku's pretext, remained unfazed. Stubbornly, he stepped into the center of the trial arena, awaiting Naruto's entrance. Is this truly appropriate? Since we are to exchange insights, the aim is to familiarize ourselves with one another's capabilities, is it not? Brother Fugaku and Brother Rizuki have collaborated for quite some time and possess a mutual understanding and a degree of synergy. However, I am still a stranger to both of you. This splendid opportunity warrants your participation as well, Fugaku, so that I may gain a deeper understanding of you. Although Naruto spoke with subtlety and a sense of humility in his address, Fugaku discerned no trace of modesty in his tone, despite his diplomatic wording. It was clear that Naruto sought a one-on-two confrontation. "This is not quite fair," Fugaku objected, his words polished yet tinged with dissatisfaction. He perceived the young boy before him as rather presumptuous, and his impression of Naruto began to wane, revealing a hint of derision in his voice. "There's no need for such formality. Please, both of you, come at me. I am pressed for time." In an instant, Naruto's countenance shifted from a genial smile to one of steely resolve, pride radiating from his gaze. As he uttered his audacious proclamation, Rizuki, already growing impatient, interjected before Fugaku could respond. "Let us commence, young one." "Very well," Naruto declared, forming a single-handed seal as a gesture of courtesy, before effortlessly launching a punch towards Fugaku. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Rizuki. From a distance, Rizuki observed the shuriken flying towards him at a moderate speed with average accuracy. He neither dodged nor activated his Byakugan. Instead, he casually extended his hand, deftly catching the shuriken with ease, discarding them onto the ground with a series of clattering sounds. In contrast, Fugaku, witnessing Naruto's punch approach, took a slight step back and tilted his head to evade the strike. "Is this all you can muster, child?" Rizuki remarked, unable to suppress his disdain at Naruto's clumsy assault. Meanwhile, Fugaku shook his head subtly, disappointment flickering in his dark eyes. "Ah, this is merely a preliminary greeting." Suddenly, the ground around Naruto began to tremble, sand and gravel swirling outward from his center. A visibly deep purple chakra began to envelop him. The sudden tremor prompted Uchiha Fugaku to instinctively leap aside, swiftly creating distance between himself and Naruto Uzumaki. His ebony eyes transformed abruptly into a vivid crimson, three black tomo rapidly taking shape within them, as he gazed in astonishment at the source of the chaos, Naruto. Meanwhile, from afar, Hyuga Hisashi's expression hardened, and he softly uttered, "Byakugan, what an intimidating chakra. What on earth is this individual?" Upon activating the Byakugan, Hisashi was finally able to glean some insights from Naruto's presence. Under the enhancement of his Byakugan, he could perceive the tumultuous chakra surging within Naruto, which was becoming increasingly ferocious. Moreover, chakra continued to surge ceaselessly from within Naruto's body to various parts of his form. Such chakra, it seemed, would likely surpass even that of the village's elite Jonin. Although Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan could not detect the chakra flowing within Naruto, its perceptive capabilities allowed him to witness the terrifying chakra enveloping Naruto's exterior. In that moment, both Fugaku and Hisashi shed their earlier dismissive attitudes, their expressions turning serious as they began to acknowledge Naruto's prowess, all the while rapidly analyzing the jutsu he might unleash. After all, with chakra already erupting, the technique he was about to employ must surely possess great power. Yet, they perhaps underestimated the situation. For Naruto, unleashing chakra for pressure before a fight was merely a customary tactic, not a precursor to a jutsu. It was akin to a battle against a Grim Reaper, where even before one could be seen, an oppressive aura would already signal their formidable nature. Similarly, Naruto aimed to assert dominance before the confrontation commenced, ensuring that in terms of momentum, he gained the upper hand. As for the chakra expended in this display, it was but a trifling matter for him, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Just as Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi braced themselves for Naruto's imminent assault, the very epicenter of the chakra eruption, Naruto unexpectedly abandoned the proximity of Fugaku, instead charging towards Hisashi in the distance. As Hisashi watched in astonishment, Naruto surged forward, delivering a soft yet forceful punch to his abdomen. Such an attack, Hisashi initially dismissed, but his disciplined instincts compelled him to defend with full effort. Once somewhat underestimating Naruto, Hisashi, upon catching the incoming punch with his hand, immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra coalescing within Naruto's fist. In the next heartbeat, an immense force propelled him away. What? The terrifying power that struck him was formidable, yet fortunately, Hisashi had not underestimated Naruto in his defense. As the colossal energy surged toward him, Hisashi swiftly leaped into the air, performing several flips to dissipate much of the force. Nevertheless, when he landed, he slid backwards several meters before finally coming to a halt, his hands trembling slightly. The effort to withstand that tremendous force had been quite taxing. Impressive indeed, you managed to block my ordinary punch with such finesse. Your abilities are commendable, Hyuga Hisashi. Rather than pursuing further, Uzumaki Naruto praised Hisashi in a tone of admiration. This fellow possesses remarkable strength at such a young age. It is improbable he could wield such power without more than mere physical skill. Could it be the extraordinary strength of Lady Tsunade? After all, it is said that Uzumaki Naruto grew up in her household. Hisashi paid little heed to Naruto's words, as he swiftly analyzed Naruto's capabilities. Initially, he intended to maintain the dignity of an elder, testing Naruto's strength, but now he was fully alert, regarding Naruto as an equal adversary. Such force in his strikes. Though Hisashi blocked with both hands, he could not suppress a tremor. It was evident that he could not withstand the attack head-on. In that case, I must rely on the prowess of the Uchiha clan. A short distance away, Uchiha Fugaku had completely abandoned the notion of not teaming up with Hisashi. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Although Naruto faced Hisashi, Fugaku's movements were unmistakable under Naruto's keen perception. The instant he sensed the chakra behind him, Naruto leaped, evading Fugaku's fire-based technique. As Naruto soared into the air, he was slightly startled, looking up to see Hisashi, who had also leapt high, casting a shadow over him and preparing to strike down upon his shoulder. Ah, I see. He aims to lure me into the air, where I cannot evade. Such impeccable coordination. Uzumaki Naruto understood the function of the Byakugan and the effectiveness of Hisashi's gentle fist technique. As Hisashi's attack approached, Naruto did not attempt to meet it forcefully. Just as Hisashi's palm was about to make contact, he swiftly grasped Hisashi's wrist and pushed to the side, effortlessly dodging the assault. Yet, Naruto did not release his grip. Instead, he intensified his hold. This fellow can actually keep pace with my speed. How infuriating. Reversal. Realizing the immense strength coursing through his wrist, Hisashi was taken aback. Chakra surged from his body's chakra points, enveloping him in a sphere of energy as he shouted fiercely. In that moment, Naruto sensed impending danger and quickly released his hold, delivering a kick. However, his foot struck not Hisashi's abdomen, but rather the chakra wall he had conjured. The recoil forced Naruto to descend rapidly, but before he could land, he heard Fugaku's voice. Fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Countless fireballs surged from the ground towards Naruto, who found himself in midair with no leverage to evade. As the flames closed in, Fugaku heard a faint cry, and the fiery onslaught enveloped Uzumaki Naruto, culminating in a significant explosion. Boom! The explosion unleashed a fierce whirlwind. However, standing firmly on the ground, Uchiha Fugaku remained unaffected by the tempest. His Sharingan focused intently on the epicenter of the detonation. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi had also descended to the ground, his Byakugan activated, and the gravity etched on his face showed no sign of waning despite Fugaku's successful assault. After a prolonged interval, the smoke in the air gradually began to dissipate. Yet the figure of Uzumaki Naruto had vanished completely. Had he perished without a trace? Huh, do you presume we would think that? Before the gaze of my eyes. No illusion can elude our sight. Uzumaki Naruto, there is no need to hide. I am well aware that you remain unscathed, Hizashi stated coldly. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku shifted his attention to the forest. Both of them had detected Naruto's presence. Being scions of the bloodline limit clans, their perceptive abilities were formidable. Haha, my apologies, I momentarily forgot the capabilities of you two. The Byakugan and Sharingan indeed pose quite a challenge, Uzumaki Naruto remarked as he stepped from behind a towering tree, the shadows concealing his expression. His white attire bore no signs of burns. Though shrouded in shadow, his tightly closed eyes were vividly captured by Fugaku's gaze, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this fellow also a sensory-type ninja? It appears his sensory ninjutsu is remarkably powerful. I had not detected any means by which he sensed us. Hizashi observed, equally taken aback by Naruto's ability to engage them while his eyes remained shut. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Fugaku mused. Recognizing his inability to employ his ocular genjutsu, he continued, you are not a match for either of us. While your taijutsu is commendable under our combined efforts, you shall find no opportunity to prevail. Moreover, regardless of your ninjutsu, you stand no chance against our bloodline limit. Just now, you utilized shadow clones to withstand my attack, managing to escape unscathed amidst such relentless onslaughts. As a teammate, you are indeed commendable. Fugaku concluded that prolonging the confrontation held no value. The opponent's strength was considerable, and in the absence of lethal intent from either side, neither would pose a significant threat to the other. Yet, neither could they find a way to best Uzumaki Naruto, who, in turn, seemed equally incapable of overcoming them. Is that so? In truth, the moment you both stood together, I had already claimed victory, Naruto declared with a smile. As his words echoed, a black curse mark materialized on Hizashi's wrist. Nanny, this is bad. Fugaku reacted swiftly, noticing the curse mark emerging on Hizashi's wrist, prompting him to attempt an immediate retreat. However, before he could make a move, the curse mark had already spread throughout Hizashi's body, with portions of it creeping along the ground and ensnaring him. The intended swift escape of Fugaku was thwarted as he found himself ensnared by the curse mark, unable to move a single inch. Self-imposed curse seal. As Gyoming slowly emerged from the forest, the shadows receded from his form, and sunlight illuminated his face. Observing the two individuals bound by the curse mark, a brilliant smile graced Gyoming's features. Was it when they had just seized my hand? My attention was entirely consumed by the pain in my wrist, rendering me oblivious to the fact that the other had cast a curse mark. Hinata Hizashi was fully restrained, yet he could still speak, displaying no sense of resentment. Rather, his tone bore a hint of incredulity. Not only had he mastered Lady Tsunade's extraordinary strength, but he had also just evaded my attack using the A-rank ninjutsu, Shadow Clone, along with that peculiar sensory ninjutsu. Now, he had even grasped the A-rank sealing technique, self-generated curse binding seal. For an average genin, mastering any one of these techniques upon graduating from the Ninja Academy would be the hallmark of a terrifying genius. I never anticipated that a mere child, who had yet to reach graduation age, could command such advanced ninjutsu. Truly, he is a formidable little brat. We have underestimated you. Fugaku Uchiha clearly recognized the sealing technique Gyoming had just executed. The self-generated curse-binding seal was the same technique used by Shimura Danzo against Sasuke in the original storyline, a simple incantation with frightening effects. At Sasuke's level at that time, he needed the Susanoo to break free. Had it not been for Sasuke's Susanoo evolving once more, that battle would have necessitated Obito's premature intervention. However, while Danzo had learned a watered-down version of the single-target sealing technique from the Mito lineage, Gyoming had acquired the authentic sealing passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan. with binding effects and scope of an entirely different caliber. Now, both Hinata Hizashi and Fugaku Uchiha evidently lack the ability to escape from this self-generated curse binding seal. I wonder if my abilities have satisfied my two older brothers. If not, we can continue, Juming teased as he approached Fugaku Uchiha, leaning against him without releasing the curse mark. Such a malicious disposition. Observing Juming's demeanor, Hizashi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, rendering him speechless. Never mind. Let us go. Your abilities are formidable. Even if we had exerted ourselves from the very beginning, we might not have triumphed over you. We acknowledge your strength. Please, release us, Fugaku Uchiha expressed with a resigned countenance, pleading somewhat. At this moment, Fugaku completely forgot his initial disdain for Juming's arrogance. After all, the other was a true genius, and a few quirks were to be expected. However, had Juming not bested them today, Fugaku's attitude towards him likely would not have been so accommodating. With a hiss, the curse marks faded from both individuals, and they regained their mobility. Hizashi flexed his wrist and examined the spot where the curse mark had been applied, finding no lingering marks. He nodded towards Juming. Hizashi was a peculiar individual, often unsure of how to articulate his emotions. Although he wished to express his gratitude, his proud nature kept him silent. A nod towards Juming was his way of acknowledging the gesture. Juming, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Fugaku Uchiha. From this day forth, you shall be my comrade, and I willingly entrust my back to you. The resolute Uchiha Fugaku, having regained his composure, smiled warmly and, after adjusting his attire, extended his right hand earnestly, stating, Naruto Uzumaki, I look forward to working with you. Observing Fugaku's demeanor, Naruto too adopted a more serious expression, his playful demeanor fading as he clasped Fugaku's hand firmly. After releasing Naruto's hand, Fugaku turned to Hyuga Hizashi, who, under the intensity of his gaze, hesitantly reached out his hand. Initially shy, Hizashi's expression soon transformed into one of solemnity. I apologize for the previous incident. I hope you can forgive me. From this moment on, you are our teammate. I look forward to your guidance. Bowing slightly in a gesture of contrition, Hizashi's sincere posture stirred something within Naruto's heart, prompting him to smile and grasp Hizashi's hand gently, whispering, It's all right. After all, we will be like family from now on. What did you say? Hizashi inquired, puzzled, not quite catching Naruto's words. Yet, Naruto had no intention of clarifying, glancing at the darkening sky before stretching and exclaiming, All right. To commemorate the establishment of our team, let us indulge in a meal together. Let us head to the barbecue restaurant in the west of the village. It's been too long since I've had it. Since I'm the youngest, you two shall treat me. Seeing Naruto's exuberant expression, Hizashi and Fugaku exchanged glances, both resignedly shrugging their shoulders. Subsequently, they found themselves being led by Naruto as they made their way into the village. Despite being merely 7 years old, Naruto's grip was unyielding, and neither Hizashi nor Fugaku could escape his hold. The night enveloped the village like a delicate veil, shrouded in mist and hanging from the branches, curling around the eaves. The moon peeked through, casting a soft glow upon the tranquil and serene Konoha village. Uncle, please bring me another plate of beef and a box of milk, called out Naruto from the bustling street market, less than 1,000 meters from the Hokage building, where lay the renowned barbecue establishment, Yakitori House. The villagers, young and old alike, had savored the delights of this eatery. With its fresh ingredients and relatively reasonable prices, Yakitori House had become the most celebrated barbecue joint in all of Konoha. Thus, even in these tumultuous times, the restaurant thrived, with patrons flowing in continuously. Fortunately, Naruto and his companions arrived early, allowing them to be seated without delay, and they quickly received their dishes, ready to feast. Naruto, can you truly eat any more? This is already the second plate, and we barely touched the first. You devoured it all, Fugaku remarked, observing Naruto across the table. He instinctively reached for his wallet, feeling its weight with a tremor in his voice. The previously mentioned reasonable prices do not imply that this establishment is inexpensive. It merely suggests that most villagers can afford it relative to their income. However, the ongoing war has persisted for quite some time, and recently, Fugaku had been engaged in missions dispatched by the village. The term war mission implies the absence of commissioned remuneration, and despite having long considered himself independent and refraining from soliciting financial aid from his family, Uchiha Fugaku finds himself grappling with considerable economic pressure. It's no trouble. I digest quickly, he mused. The portion sizes at this establishment are rather meager. A few hundred grams of beef hardly suffices for anyone. Uzumaki Naruto, seemingly oblivious to Fugaku's predicament, remarked nonchalantly. Observing Naruto's buoyant demeanor, Fugaku deftly shifted the conversation, reluctant to dwell on the matter further. By the way, Naruto, you are 7 years old this year, correct? Who taught you your ninjutsu? They are truly formidable techniques. No longer preoccupied with how much Naruto could consume, Fugaku grew curious about the origins of Naruto's ninjutsu. He was aware that Naruto had been raised in Tsunade's household, yet, from his perspective, it was evident that Naruto's combat style was markedly distinct from that of Tsunade. It seemed improbable that she was his instructor. As for Uzumaki Mito, Fugaku had not even considered this avenue, given that Mito had become somewhat of a legendary figure in Konoha. Since the tenure of the Second Hokage, Mito had vanished from the village, known only to the upper echelons of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, wary of the Second Hokage, possessed even less knowledge about her. Ninjutsu. My grandmother taught me, and also the Hokage. I am the Hokage's disciple, Naruto replied, taking a piece of beef from the grill, dipping it in sauce, and speaking with his mouth full. Upon hearing Naruto's revelation, not only Uchiha Fugaku, who had posed the curious inquiry, but also Hinata Hisashi, who had been quietly eating, looked at Naruto in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. You are the Hokage's disciple? Fugaku exclaimed, utterly astonished. His interest in Naruto's grandmother was irrelevant. What mattered to him was whether this individual truly was a pupil of the Hokage. Is that so? Is it so strange? Naruto replied, puzzled by their astonishment. Well, that explains why you are seated with us, and why you possess such capabilities at your age. Naruto, enough talk. Order anything you desire. It's on me. Indulge yourself. Fugaku declared, taking a deep breath. Witnessing the dramatic shift in Fugaku's demeanor, Naruto felt compelled to inquire. You seem quite excited. Is my status as the Hokage's disciple truly such a remarkable revelation? I am aware you are not the son of the Uchiha clan leader. By status and identity, you shouldn't be surprised. Moreover, isn't the heir of the Hyuga clan seated next to you? What is there to be astonished about regarding a mere Hokage disciple? Naruto questioned, genuinely baffled by their exaggerated reactions. In truth, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans occupy somewhat precarious positions within Konoha. I can somewhat empathize with Fugaku's sentiments. Within the entirety of Konoha, the Hokage undoubtedly wields the greatest power, followed closely by the Council of Elders, and then the various ninja clans. The Hinata and Uchiha clans, as the two most prominent families in Konoha, indeed attract considerable attention within the village. To put it simply, our two clans are formidable. So much so that even the Hokage harbors a degree of apprehension. The previously silent Hinata Hayashi finally spoke, yet despite his lengthy discourse, Kamai still failed to grasp his meaning. The fact that the Hokage has chosen to assign you to a team alongside myself and Fugaku signifies one thing. The Hokage is intent on mending the rift between the Hokage faction and our two clans. Historically, whether it be the Hinata or Uchiha, our teammates were always common ninjas. A situation like the current one has never occurred before. This team is the only one of its kind that I am aware of. Furthermore, the three of us possess significant identities, deliberately arranged by the Hokage himself. After finishing his words, Hinata Hayashi let out a soft sigh, his gaze towards Kamai tinged with curiosity. While the great clans of Konoha dutifully obey the Hokage's orders, they remain wary of the Hokage faction. Upon learning of Kamai's identity, Hinata Hayashi was eager to discern the true purpose of Kamai's collaboration with him and Fugaku. Really? Even something as mundane as a meal and team formation can be politicized? What are these two boys constantly pondering? Kamai couldn't help but mentally scoff at Hinata Hayashi's demeanor. He had never previously involved himself in the political affairs of Konoha, and his understanding of the village's dynamics remained rooted in past impressions. He was indifferent to Hayashi's assertions and had no desire to delve into such matters. However, his disinterest did not equate to ignorance. In fact, Kamai had already formed a rough judgment of the Third Hokage's political inclinations based on the subsequent developments in Konoha. In the Third Hokage's perspective, the village's interests supersede all else. He would not permit any clan or individual to possess the capability to undermine the Hokage's authority and plunge Konoha into chaos. Consequently, in the ensuing events, the Uchiha clan would face extermination due to their unjust treatment, while Hinata's branch family heir, Hinata Hisashi, would be replaced and executed for his brother Hayashi's interference in preventing the kidnapping of Hinata. It is essential to recognize that had Hinata Hayashi not had his twin brother Hisashi, it could very well have been him, the heir of the main family, facing execution. At that point, the main Hinata family would be left with only the 4-year-old Hinata, and in a scenario where the branch family is strong and the main family weak. It is implausible for the Hinata clan to avoid internal strife, a notion Kamai found hard to accept. Does what you say concern me at all? Kamai pondered briefly, halting the motion of his chopsticks, sitting up slightly to face Hayashi and Fugaku opposite him. He sensed a shift in the attitudes of Hayashi and Fugaku. Does the Hokage have any instructions for us? Fugaku inquired, though his tone remained courteous, his gaze towards Kamai betraying a sense of scrutiny. Hayashi mirrored this sentiment. The two 14-year-old boys exhibited a remarkable level of maturity, and the atmosphere around the dining table began to grow increasingly tense. Sir, your order of beef and milk has arrived. The waiter's voice suddenly pierced the oppressive silence, subtly breaking the stalemate. Just leave it here, thank you. Naruto Uzumaki lifted the empty plate before him and received the beef and milk from the server. Once the server had departed, he spoke up. I have not inherited the will of the Third Hokage. The reason I am on the same team as you is quite simple. I possess sufficient strength and remarkable talent. I can surmise what you are both thinking, yet I believe that is not a concern for you at this moment. In the world of ninjas, power is always paramount. Schemes and deceptions are mere illusions in the face of absolute strength. What you should be pondering is not whether the Third Hokage has ulterior motives, but rather how the three of us can survive in the wars to come and grow even stronger. Naruto picked up a piece of freshly served beef with his chopsticks and placed it on the grill. The moment the meat made contact with the wire rack, it sizzled delightfully. The two individuals seated across from him fell into a contemplative silence. Dinner concluded in this heavy atmosphere, and Uchiha Fugaku, burdened with thoughts, forgot to lament the state of his wallet while settling the bill. Similarly, Hyuga Hisashi was also preoccupied with his own worries, neglecting to offer any assistance to Fugaku. After dinner, Naruto bid farewell to the two and made his way home, leaving Fugaku and Hisashi exchanging glances of disbelief. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's residence, Fugaku could not shake off his concerns. He sought out his father in the study and recounted the events of the day's team formation, alongside a wealth of information regarding Naruto. Father, what do you think the Third Hokage's intentions are with this arrangement? Is he sending someone to monitor us? With Naruto Uzumaki's capabilities, it wouldn't take long for him to discern our strengths and weaknesses. As Fugaku was about to continue, his father raised a hand to silence him. Your thoughts stem from a lack of understanding of Naruto Uzumaki. Since he and his sister, Kushina, arrived in Konoha, they have been residing in Tsunade's household. You may not be aware, but there is a living ancestor in Tsunade's family. Naruto was likely raised by that ancestor, and his ninjutsu is probably a product of their teachings. You need not worry, Naruto's relationship with the Third Hokage cannot be that profound. Fugaku's father reassured him, pleased that his son displayed such keen political insight at a young age. A similar discussion unfolded in the Hyuga household, although Hisashi's father, Hayashi, was currently stationed as a strategist on the front lines and not at home. Hisashi consulted his grandfather, who also offered comforting words, urging him to harmonize well with his teammates. Meanwhile, as Fugaku and Hisashi were troubled by the day's team composition, Naruto received a ninjutsu scroll dispatched by Sarutobi, Hiruzen's trusted envoy. Uzumaki Naruto, this is the lightning release ninjutsu scroll entrusted to you by the Third Hokage. He hopes that you will study diligently, and if there is anything you do not understand, you can always inquire at the Hokage's office. The Umbu handed a scroll, 50 centimeters wide and indeterminate in length, to Naruto. Feeling the weight of the scroll in his hands, Naruto knew that the Third Hokage had undoubtedly provided him with substantial jutsu. Even if the scroll contained only low-level techniques, it was still of immense value. Please convey to the teacher that I have received it. Thank you as well for your efforts. Naruto accepted the scroll and nodded slightly at the Umbu messenger in gratitude. At the moment he grasped the scroll, the seals that adorned it dissolved instantaneously. Observing this scene, the Umbu nodded and swiftly departed. It seems that I must dedicate myself to mastering lightning release techniques in the coming days. The more I grasp before heading to the front lines, the better. Naruto cradled the scroll and made his way directly to his study. He had already discussed his impending deployment with Mito, who had said little more than to be cautious. Tonight, Kushina was not home. According to Mito, she was still assisting at the Konoha hospital. Thus, at present, only Mito was aware of Naruto's upcoming mission. With the lightning release scroll in hand, Naruto embarked on a new journey of training. In the following days, his routine became erratic. He would sleep late into the morning, spend the night poring over the scroll, and in the afternoons, he would begin to practice the techniques. During Naruto's training with the new jutsu, he and his teammates Fugaku and Hayashi convened several times. In their conversations, Naruto noticed that these two no longer seemed preoccupied with his identity. The harmonious team organized several simulation trainings, refining their foundational coordination. Naruto's displayed combat prowess during training astonished both of them. Time flowed swiftly amidst Naruto's rigorous training, and soon their squad received the latest mission from the Third Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage urgently requests your presence. At the primary training ground of Konoha, Naruto was practicing his jutsu when an umbu appeared silently not far from him. In the next moment, two bolts of lightning streaked past the side of the umbu's face, leaving a mark on his fox mask. That was quite dangerous. Your sudden appearance startled me. Naruto gazed at the umbu, showing no surprise but instead smiled and suppressed his fluctuating chakra. I understand. However, to be honest, I do not relish the sensation of being watched. After responding, Naruto turned to leave but slightly tilted his head to address the umbu. The umbu had been observing him practice for 3 consecutive days. Had he not recognized this individual as the one who delivered the scroll, Naruto might have taken action against him. He knew the umbu was sent by the Third Hokage to assess his progress in training, although he sensed no malice. Being under constant scrutiny still unsettled Naruto. Your progress in ninjutsu is truly remarkable. I imagine that the Hokage would be quite astonished to witness your current prowess. It is rare for the umbu to engage in conversation, yet after their words, they departed swiftly, leaving no opportunity for Naruto to respond. Has this day finally arrived? I have waited for so long. With that, Naruto vanished from his location. The first floor of the Hokage building remained bustling with activity, exuding an air of urgency. Conversely, the second floor was considerably less populated. As Naruto traversed the corridor, he arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, foregoing the courtesy of knocking and instead pushing the door open directly. The umbu guarding the sides did not impede his entry, allowing him passage without question. Master Sarutobi, I have arrived. Upon entering the office, all eyes immediately turned to Naruto. Present were not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi, who had received the same news. Behind the Third Hokage stood an umbu wearing a menacing mask, who was also observing Naruto intently. Everyone is here. Seishin, please introduce yourself. As Sarutobi spoke, the umbu behind him removed his mask. Beneath the formidable visage of death was a strikingly handsome young man. Uchiha Shursui. No. Who is this person? The moment Naruto beheld the umbu's face, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The young man's features bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Shursui, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. However, unlike Shursui, this man radiated a palpable aura of menace. Indeed, I am Uchiha Seishin. I was originally under the direct command of the Hokage, but from today onward, I shall serve as your captain. Seishin introduced himself, while Uchiha Fugaku displayed evident excitement, gazing at the young man with admiration, suggesting that Fugaku was already familiar with him. Uchiha Seishin was a paragon of the Uchiha clan, proficient in Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, Fire Release, Lightning Release, and Jinjutsu. This upcoming transport mission will be led by him. Under Seishin's guidance, you must all strive to perform admirably. Seishin, I leave the subsequent matters to you. After Sarutobi concluded, he paid no further attention to the individuals present and began perusing scrolls. The situation at the front lines grew increasingly dire, and his responsibilities multiplied. At this juncture, Sarutobi had scarcely any time for rest. Is the Third Hokage merely an NPC? Once he finished his instructions, he returned to his own affairs. Naruto glanced at Sarutobi, who was engrossed in his tasks, and inwardly scoffed before redirecting his focus to the newly appointed captain. A Jonin leader hailing from the Uchiha clan, this was a first for him. Naruto was now filled with intrigue regarding the young man named Uchiha Seishin, as his appearance led Naruto to formulate a preliminary hypothesis about his identity. Nevertheless, it was uncharted territory for Naruto to witness a member of the Uchiha clan assuming the role of a leading Jonin. Since the establishment of the Konoha police force, members of the Uchiha clan have served within its ranks. Even now, amidst the tumult of the Second Great Ninja War. The police force shows no signs of being dispatched to the battlefield. The Uchiha clan remains stationed in Konoha, refraining from engaging in combat. This is also the reason why, in recent years, no member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, without the crucible of war to temper them. The Uchiha have found themselves without the conditions necessary to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the number of those who have awakened the standard Sharingan pales in comparison to the figures from the Warring States period. Come, let us first get to know one another, Uchiha Shinken said, a gentle smile gracing his face. After speaking softly, he led the group out of the Hokage's office. Upon exiting the Hokage building, under Uchiha Shinken's guidance, they arrived at the 7th trial ground at the edge of the village. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Uchiha Shinken, proficient in Genjutsu and fire release. As for lightning release, as mentioned by the Hokage, I have merely dabbled in it. Nothing remarkable, really. From this day forward, I shall be your captain. Oh, by the way, I am 20 years old, so you may call me either teacher or big brother, but please refrain from calling me captain. It feels rather awkward. Now, please introduce yourselves. Let us all become acquainted. Uchiha Shinken maintained his warm smile, still clad in his dark attire. Though he had removed his mask. Uncle, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I specialize in sealing techniques, and I am 7 years old. I believe you should remember me. From their earlier encounter in the Hokage's office, Naruto had used the Kagura mind's eye to probe Shinken, recognizing the familiar chakra. During the entrance examination at the Ninja Academy, it was this very man who had effortlessly sliced through his shadow clone, a speed that had left Naruto utterly unprepared at the time. Uncle, that feels rather too much. I am only 20. If you prefer, you may call me teacher instead, Uchiha Shinken said, awkwardly rubbing his face. He anticipated being addressed as uncle by this young boy, and it stung a bit. Observing the man's flustered reaction, Naruto found himself momentarily taken aback. Despite the intimidating aura that Shinken exuded, he now appeared as an amiable, neighborly young man. Hey, Naruto, you are being quite rude to Shinken and I can hardly believe that our new captain is actually you. This is truly wonderful. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, his excitement unmistakable. Fugaku, now that you are my subordinate, I shall not lower my standards merely because of your relationship with Chingshan and Shinken replied, clearly an old acquaintance of Fugaku. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, Shinken turned his gaze towards Hyuga Hizashi. Upon meeting Shinken's gaze, Hizashi introduced himself. I am Hyuga Hizashi, proficient in gentle fist techniques. I look forward to your guidance. Hizashi's words were few, and after speaking, he fell into silence. After everyone had introduced themselves, Uchiha Shizuka retrieved a scroll from the ninja tool pouch behind her and tossed it to the youngest member, Uzumaki Naruto. This pertains to our transport mission. We are tasked with carrying a substantial quantity of military rations, assorted ninja tools, and even a considerable amount of medical supplies and equipment to the battlefield. The scroll I have given you contains the route planned by the Hokage. Along the way, ninjas from Konoha will assist us. The mission is classified as B rank, yet its significance could potentially sway the entire course of the conflict. As Uchiha Shizuka spoke, Naruto had already unfurled the scroll, while Hinata and Fugaku leaned in to examine the route. At that moment, a sense of doubt began to stir within Naruto. Excuse me, I have a question. I'm unsure if you can provide an answer, he said, scrutinizing the contents of the scroll, his confusion deepening. Oh, what question do you have? Please ask away. Uchiha Shizuka replied, her expression revealing surprise. I took a brief look at our team's route, and it appears extensive and quite remote, avoiding the main roads entirely. This aligns with the characteristics of a special mission, but given the importance of this task, why hasn't the Hokage dispatched more ninjas to escort us? You mentioned that this batch of supplies could influence the battle, so logically, it ought to be accompanied by a formidable escort. A small team like ours may not be suitable for such a critical undertaking. Naruto voiced his concerns, feeling that sending a mere 4-person squad was a significant underestimation of the supply's importance. Hey, Naruto, watch your words. Don't lump me in with your small cats. I am a notable genius of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku interjected, eager to defend his reputation. Moreover, I have undertaken numerous A-rank and B-rank missions, so many that I've lost count. The only thing I lack is an S-rank mission. Were it not for my father, I would already be a jonin. Clearly, Fugaku felt slighted by Naruto's remarks, as they undermined his prowess, yet he maintained a strong confidence in his abilities. Indeed, The only small cat here is you. Fugaku and I are seasoned Chunin, elite fighters. Unlike you, the rookie Jinin, Hinata chimed in, adding to the friendly banter. You two are missing the point. I believe my uncle understands what I'm getting at, Naruto said, shaking the scroll in his hands, awaiting Uchiha Shizuka's response. Fugaku and Hinata turned their attention back to Shizuka, both of them comprehending Naruto's underlying concerns. After the light-hearted teasing, their curiosity about Shizuka's answer grew. I am surprised you have considered this aspect. At your age, to pose such an insightful question speaks volumes about your capabilities. Indeed, the quantity of supplies we are transporting does seem to exceed our team's defensive capacity. However, the mission we are currently undertaking is classified as top secret. Initially, only the Hokage and I were privy to the route we are to take. The information publicly disseminated indicated that the escort of ninja tools to the front lines was undertaken by our Konoha village's dispatched reserve forces, numbering in the thousands. Uchiha Shizuka smiled as she spoke, and Uzumaki Kyumaru sensed that a barrier had silently enveloped their surroundings just prior to Shizuka's words. The ability to discern this barrier stemmed largely from Kyumaru's specialization in such matters. He was well versed in the sealing techniques that circulated within Konoha. Oh. So this is the clever maneuver of openly constructing a facade while subtly executing a covert operation. It seems that our teacher, Sarutobi, possesses a keen intellect. So, uncle, when do we depart? Inquired Uzumaki Kyumaru, now acutely focused on the timing of their mission after learning the specifics. Tomorrow morning. The main force of Konoha will set out in batches, and we will disguise ourselves as merchants in the afternoon, heading towards the land of rain. Shizuka informed Kyumaru and the others. Upon hearing that they would depart the following day, Fugaku let out a soft exclamation of joy, and even Nezuki displayed a hint of anticipation. As merchants, the route appears to avoid the main roads. Isn't it somewhat unusual for merchants to take such paths? In these times, which merchant would eschew the safety of the main roads? Kyumaru pondered, his curiosity piqued by the notion of their team masquerading as merchants. The route detailed on the scroll provided by Uchiha Shizuka consisted of obscure trails, and under normal circumstances, merchants would not traverse such secluded routes. Given the current tumultuous environment, the security within the Land of Fire had deteriorated significantly. The number of bandits claiming dominion over the mountains was substantial. A legitimate merchant would never abandon the safer main roads for such perilous alternatives. This was indeed contrary to reason, and numerous unforeseen dangers loomed along the way. Indeed, the boy has a point, Fugaku concurred after a moment of contemplation. Shizuka, if we proceed along this route, masquerading as merchants is certainly inappropriate. I believe a simple disguise as commoners would suffice. At this juncture, Uchiha Shizuka regarded Kyumaru with a transformed gaze. Initially, he perceived Uzumaki Kyumaru merely as an exceptionally talented genius, valued by the Third Hokage solely for his aptitude in ninjutsu. However, through this brief interaction, Shizuka recognized that Kyumaru possessed not only remarkable ninjutsu talent, but also a maturity of mind that far surpassed that of his peers. The perspective with which he approached problems and his meticulous thought processes were, to Shizuka's surprise, quite remarkable. This is indeed a consideration I overlooked. You are correct. I shall discuss the matter of our disguises with Lord Hokage. Now that you are all aware of the mission's details, you may return to make preparations. Rest well today. For once the mission commences, comfort will be a luxury. Especially you, Uzumaki Kyumaru, as this marks your first assignment as a genin, and the task is both crucial and confidential. I hope you can swiftly adjust your mindset and adapt to the circumstances. Uchiha Shizuka's gaze settled on Kyumaru. The significance of this mission was paramount. Otherwise, the Third Hokage would not have entrusted it to him. In the present day of Konoha, aside from the Third Hokage and the esteemed Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Shizun stands as the mightiest within the village. Any mission requiring his direct involvement is far from trivial. Thus, the inclusion of a novice genin in such a significant task raises his concerns about Uzumaki Naruto's potential to falter. Despite the fact that Naruto is acknowledged as a prodigy by the Third Hokage, rest assured, I have come to terms with it, Naruto affirmed. Uchiha Shizun nodded in response, uttering a word of dismissal before vanishing from sight. After Shizun's departure, Naruto and his companions engaged in idle chatter until he excused himself first, needing to finalize his preparations before embarking on his journey. That night, while crafting a scroll in his study, Naruto suddenly sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze toward the door. Naruto, your grandmother told me you are heading to the front lines? Is this true? With a soft creak, the door swung open, and a weary Kushina Uzumaki burst into the study. The moment she stepped inside, the room's protective seals activated, unleashing a flurry of black, cursed seals aimed at her. Just as the seals were about to ensnare Kushina, Naruto rose swiftly from behind his desk, causing the dark seals to retreat rapidly, vanishing silently into the walls surrounding them. Indeed, sister, I intended to tell you days ago, but you were quite busy. So I refrained, Naruto confessed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for not having shared such a significant matter with Kushina. You idiot. I must speak with the Third Hokage. How can such a young child venture into such perilous territory? Kushina fumed, her hair bristling with fury as a violent surge of chakra erupted from her, shaking the study and sending scrolls tumbling from the desk to the floor. In a fit of rage, Kushina turned on her heel, seemingly intent on confronting the Third Hokage. Such formidable chakra, Naruto thought, and in an instant, he rushed forward to grasp her arm. What are you doing? Don't pull me, Kushina snapped, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as she glanced back at him. Sister, there's no need to be angry. Long before attending the ninja academy, I understood the fate of a ninja. Although I took considerable time to mentally prepare, I am indeed ready. While this is a command from Sensei Sarutobi, it is also my choice. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina appeared taken aback, her gaze filled with confusion as her tumultuous chakra began to subside, her emotions evidently calming. Why? Not long ago, you were advising Shoshin against going to battle, and now you are the one volunteering? She questioned, her agitation mounting as her hands instinctively pressed on Naruto's shoulders. I yearn for strength. The battlefield is the swiftest avenue for a ninja to enhance their abilities. As Gyoming observed the excited demeanor of Kushina, a warm current flowed through his heart. He cherished the feeling of being loved by family, which is why he was reluctant to lose such affection. Your abilities already set you apart among your peers. There is no one in the entirety of Konoha who can surpass you. Must you elevate your strength at such a relentless pace? Is it truly necessary to rush to the battlefield? What drives your urgency? First it was Minato, and now you. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Kushina, clearly unable to comprehend Gyoming's sense of urgency, felt tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Minato is also going. Well, it is only natural for him to go given his strength. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Gyoming was initially taken aback, then replied, it is not enough. My strength is still inadequate. In the past, I was not so anxious, for Grandma Mito could protect us. However, ever since the destruction of the Uzumaki clan and Mito's declining health, I have sensed that my progress is too slow. Sister, you may not understand. If anything were to happen to Grandma Mito, the consequences for us siblings would be dire. Only by possessing sufficient strength can we weather the storms that lie ahead. There were certain thoughts Gyoming could not share with Kushina in her current state. Even if he did, she might not believe him. Yet, one thing was certain. Should Mito pass away, they would undoubtedly face tumultuous challenges. In the political strife among Konoha's upper echelons, to avoid becoming a casualty, one must possess adequate leverage, be it status or strength. Presently, while Gyoming could not wield the leverage of status, he could strive for strength. It was entirely natural for Gyoming to feel a sense of urgency. In the environment of Konoha, even someone as formidable as Minato, with his exalted position as the Fourth Hokage, could find himself embroiled in turmoil, leading to his and his wife's untimely demise. Even Orochimaru, a direct disciple of the Third Hokage, ultimately fell from grace due to his human experimentation. Yet, it seemed that few were aware that the initiation of the Senju Cell Research Project had been unanimously agreed upon by Konoha's leadership. Later still, even those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku, could not escape the fate of being manipulated. Gyoming was far from naive enough to believe that becoming a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi would exempt him from becoming a victim. After all, Orochimaru served as a cautionary tale. He was also aware that his current abilities could not compare to those of the Fourth Hokage or Shursui in their prime. He was merely at the beginning of his journey along the path of a ninja. Gyoming's words plunged Kushina into deep contemplation. Though 14 and yet to experience the dark intricacies of politics, she had encountered significant upheaval in her childhood, which had matured her mindset. After hearing Gyoming's response, she clenched her fists tightly, rendered speechless. Sister, do not worry. You are still unaware of my capabilities, and I fear death above all else. I assure you, I will return alive. Who knows? By then, I might even have become a jonin. And truly, will you not go see Minato? As far as I know, he is set to depart tomorrow. As Kushina calmed down, Naruto breathed a gentle sigh of relief and, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, smiled as he spoke. Yet, his words did little to lift Kushina's spirits. Instead, they drew her ire. You rascal, you are my little brother. Kushina suddenly embraced Naruto tightly, her body trembling slightly. Though she scolded him, her tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks and soaking into Naruto's shoulder. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Soon, I will unveil my dance to the entire ninja world. In the early morning, the fragrant aroma of porridge mingled with a hint of meat, wafting through the Uzumaki household's courtyard. Inside the dining room, Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged at the table, pouring milk into his cup. At the head of the table sat an elderly woman with silver hair, while beside Naruto, Kushina stared vacantly at the porridge before her, lost in thought. Across from them, Senju Rope stood attentively, his curiosity fixed upon Naruto. It was a rare occasion for the family to gather for breakfast. Although Tsunade was absent, it was perhaps the most complete gathering in recent years. Naruto, you have a mission this afternoon. While you are away, make sure to eat on time. You are still growing, and this cannot be taken lightly. Have you prepared everything? Uzumaki Mito inquired from her seat of honor. The food before her remained untouched. It was unclear whether it was unappealing to her or if she simply lacked an appetite. Grandma, everything is ready. Food, water, and ninja tools. I have everything stored. As he spoke, Naruto finished pouring his milk and quickly drank a few gulps before letting out a satisfied sigh and beginning his porridge. Observing him relish his meal, Mito smiled and advised, eat slowly. There is plenty more if you need it. That little rascal, who had insisted he wouldn't go to the battlefield, has cunningly received a mission from the Hokage. Rope felt a twinge of annoyance as he watched Naruto eat. He had only learned that Naruto was to embark on a mission that very morning, and the news had left him feeling quite vexed for quite some time. How could the Third Hokage have dispatched a mission without including him? His peers were already out there fighting on the battlefield, and the vast disparity between them weighed heavily on his heart. With such thoughts, Rope found little appetite for his breakfast. Meanwhile, seated beside Naruto, Kushina wore a concerned expression as she gazed at her brother, her own plate untouched. The dining room was filled solely with the sound of Naruto eating, while the others quietly observed him. Unperturbed by the peculiar atmosphere, Naruto finished his meal and stood up, preparing to take his leave. Grandma, I'm done. I must go join them. Please take care. Jiuming gently bowed towards Mito, seated at the head of the table, then softly patted Kushina's shoulder, saying, Sister, I'm leaving. Don't worry. I shall return once the war is over. After bidding farewell to everyone, Jiuming intended to depart from the dining hall, but was halted by Mito's voice calling from behind. Jiuming, wait. Unbeknownst to him, Mito had risen, and as Jiuming turned around, she leisurely stepped away from her seat. Approaching him, do not hurry to leave. Before your departure, your grandmother has prepared a gift for you. Come here, child. Mito stopped in the center of the dining room. Her breath slightly hurried. Observing Mito's condition, Kushina quickly moved to support her. Meanwhile, Jiuming, who had reached the doorway, swiftly stepped forward to gently grasp Mito's arm. Grandmother, you are aging. You must take care of your health. Looking at the elder before him, Jiuming felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Life, aging, illness, and death. I have long since come to terms with these truths. There is no need for concern. Now, give me your hand. Mito gently patted Jiuming's head, recognizing the worry in his eyes, then tenderly took his left hand and placed her own left hand in his palm. Grandmother? Jiuming gazed at Mito in confusion, and in the next moment, a brilliant red light burst forth from her hand. The intense glow compelled Kushina, standing nearby, to instinctively shield her eyes, while Rope Tree, who was seated and curiously observing the scene, also covered his eyes with his hand. After the blinding light dissipated, a purple circle appeared on Jiuming's left wrist, etched with black sealing symbols. At the center of the circle was inscribed the character for sword in crimson. Suddenly, a sealing technique sprang to mind for Jiuming, one he was certain he had never learned before. Once the sealing was complete, the chakra within Jiuming surged uncontrollably towards the seal, continuing until nearly 90% of his chakra had been consumed, at which point the seal ceased its absorption. Following the completion, all the surrounding black symbols faded, and the purple circle lightened to a sky blue, while the central character grew increasingly scarlet, tinged with hints of violet. Grandmother, what is this? Jiuming inquired. scrutinizing the seal on his wrist with bewilderment. What I have given you is a treasured artifact passed down through generations of our Uzumaki clan. Today, I bestow it upon you. This is known as the Heavenly Feather Blade, which contains our clan's most powerful sealing technique. Those struck by it will be permanently sealed. The seal upon your hand is its resting place. You may open it and take a look. After completing the seal, Mito appeared considerably weaker, her voice diminished. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Heavenly Feather Blade? What is that? Juming pondered, perplexed. As he had no recollection of any artifact by that name in the world of the Hokage, and its title suggested it might be a weapon. However, no matter how hard Juming racked his brain, he could not recall such a weapon from the original Naruto series. Nevertheless, since he could not remember, he decided to let it go. After all, he had been in this world for quite some time, and not everything was familiar to him from his previous life. He had grown accustomed to the peculiarities. Without further contemplation, his mind immediately recalled the method to unseal the recently appeared sealing technique. He bit his finger, smeared the blood onto the seal on his left hand, and then formed seals with his right hand. Unseal, with a soft command from Juming. Red smoke erupted from the sealing mark on his left hand. In that moment, Juming felt as though he was gripping something in his left hand. As the smoke dissipated, he discovered he was holding a red gourd. This gourd lacked a tangible form, being entirely composed of chakra. What is this? Upon catching sight of the gourd, Juming's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he was taken aback, his left hand, seemingly of its own volition, gently shook the gourd, causing red chakra mist to emanate from its opening. Juming, this is the sword hilt. Grasp it and draw the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. Mizuho instructed from the side with narrowed eyes. Understood. Juming complied with Mizuho's guidance, gripping the red mist with his right hand. Contrary to his expectations, the red mist felt almost tangible, offering a cool sensation as he held it. As Juming attempted to draw the red mist outward, he could only pull it a short distance. The remaining 10 chakra within his body began to deplete rapidly, and despite having extracted only a few inches, his chakra was entirely consumed. What the heck? Does it require this much chakra to draw a sword? Although Juming had only expended 10 chakra, if measured in units, it would be equivalent to approximately 15 calories. Open the Yin seal. Juming felt his chakra dwindling, but the weapon remained unextracted. Without hesitation, he activated the Yin seal, and the curse markings quickly spread across his entire body. Empowered by a vast reservoir of chakra, Juming swiftly drew out the weapon. Isn't this the Taka no Kiba? Juming marveled at the weapon in his hand, his heart racing. The entire Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi was composed of a vivid crimson chakra, radiating a magnificent aura akin to flames enveloping the sword. The hilt he grasped measured approximately 30 centimeters, while the blade extended nearly 90 centimeters, making the entire katana as tall as Juming himself. Oh my goodness! Incredible! Shoju, who had been seated, was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, gasping in awe. Meanwhile, Kushina stared at the weapon in Juming's hands, momentarily speechless. Indeed, this child is capable of drawing it, Mizuho thought to himself, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Observing the weapon in his grasp, Uzumaki Juming was filled with elation. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled about what Mizuho referred to as the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. And to his surprise, it turned out to be the legendary Taka no Kiba. Although this weapon had only made a fleeting appearance in the original work, its power was beyond question. What Juming had not anticipated was that this weapon was now in the hands of Uzumaki Subuto. The Mingluan chains. Sealing. As Juming observed the Tianyu Yuzhan in his grasp, Uzumaki Subuto formed hand seals, and then struck the blade of Tianyu Yuzhan with considerable force. With a low exclamation from Subuto, the sword, which had been composed entirely of chakra, swiftly transformed from ethereal to tangible. The chakra that had enveloped the blade began to retract. Before long, the red hue had entirely faded, and the chakra sword, once wholly composed of spiritual energy, had astonishingly materialized into a solid entity, its surface a deep black, reflecting a metallic sheen. What is this? Feeling an unexpected weight in his right hand, Juming was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of the Ten Fists sword being capable of manifesting into a physical form. The official formula book had clearly stated that this weapon was composed of spiritual energy. Staring in astonishment at the black long sword in his hand, Juming regarded Suibuto with wide eyes. Do not be surprised. I have merely sealed a portion of Tianyu Yuzhan's capabilities. Now, you should return the wine gourd to its seal. For the Tianyu Yuzhan you now possess has become a tangible entity, its hardness rivaling that of any blade. Moreover, Tianyu Yuzhan can conduct chakra, making it the most suitable weapon for a ninja. The spiritual form requires an enormous amount of chakra, a fact you have likely already sensed. However, in its physical form, there is no need to expend chakra, albeit it has lost the ability to pierce seals. This Tianyu Yuzhan is a gift bestowed upon you by your grandmother. Uzumaki Jiuming listened attentively to Suibuto's explanation, casually wielding the Tianyu Yuzhan to create a flourish of swordplay. Although he had not practiced swordsmanship in a systematic manner, he was not unfamiliar with the use of weapons. After all, the martial arts he trained in encompassed more than mere physical combat. The mastery of weaponry was fundamental to engaging in battle. Do you like it? Suibuto asked, playfully patting Jiuming on the head. I do like it, though I fear it will take some time to wield it adeptly. This sword is nearly as tall as I am. Even as a two-handed sword, it feels somewhat unwieldy. Despite his words, the affection in Jiuming's eyes was unmistakable. I shall teach you the Mingluan chain seal. This way, you will have the choice to execute physical attacks or spiritual seals at your discretion. Jiuming had initially intended to gather with his comrades after breakfast, but due to Suibuto's instruction on the sealing techniques related to Tianyu Yuzhan, he had to postpone his departure. Though Jiuming's sealing techniques had reached a commendable level, the Mingluan chain seal was evidently not a trivial one. After dedicating time to learning the seals and their principles, he barely grasped the technique by midday. By the time he had mastered it, it was already noon. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Shoju had left during Suibuto's instruction, as they were now genin and had their own obligations. Once Jiuming had learned the Mingluan chains, he reluctantly bid farewell to Suibuto and departed from his home to the rendezvous point. The assembly was set at the entrance of Kanahigakure, and by the time Jiuming arrived, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had spent nearly 6 hours mastering the sealing techniques pertaining to Tianyu Yuzhan. When he finally arrived at the rendezvous point, the majority of the lower ninja forces from the Hidden Leaf Village had already departed. The once bustling entrance now stood desolate, occupied only by a handful of individuals, several of whom were merely the village guards. At long last, he has arrived. Under the blazing sun, Naruto Uzumaki, clad in a simple gray garment and carrying a small bag, appeared at the end of the village road. Hayashi Hyuga, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, remarked softly upon spotting Naruto. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui turned their gazes in the direction of Naruto's approach. Although the original assembly was scheduled for the morning, Naruto had earlier requested his sister to convey that he would be delayed, thus pushing the time to the afternoon. While the initial plan was indeed to depart in the afternoon, Shursui had hoped to set out earlier to make up for lost time. However, due to Naruto's unforeseen delay, they were compelled to postpone their departure until later in the day. Departing at this hour meant that their team would likely need to spend the night in the forest. I apologize for my tardiness. I was held up by some matters. Soon, Naruto reached the gate, and despite Hayashi, Fugaku, and Shursui attempting to disguise themselves, Naruto recognized them at once. After all, none of them had utilized transformation techniques to alter their appearances. They had merely changed their attire slightly. The reason for not employing transformation techniques was that, while it is a fundamental C-rank ninjutsu, using it unexpectedly in battle could deceive a tense opponent. However, seasoned ninjas could easily discern whether someone had employed a transformation technique in everyday situations. It would be foolish to walk along a secluded path using such techniques. Well, you've made it. Though it deviates from my initial plans, it aligns with the timeline set forth by Lord Hokage. Let us proceed. Shursui, wishing to avoid further discussion regarding Naruto's lateness, understood that everyone harbored their own secrets and would not foolishly inquire about Naruto's delay. You, my friend, are far too slow. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, playfully draping an arm around Naruto's neck, before joining Shursui as they made their way out of the village. After Shursui submitted the necessary documents for leaving the village, the quartet embarked on their journey to the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is a small nation located to the northwest of the Land of Fire. Due to its geographical proximity to the great nations of Fire, Earth, and Wind, the Land of Rain often finds itself as a buffer state during times of conflict, becoming a battleground for the competing powers. Moreover, because of its small population, the political structure of the Land of Rain differs significantly from that of the 5 great nations. In larger nations like the Land of Fire, Matters of civil and political life are generally overseen by the daimyo, while ninja villages are primarily tasked with warfare and, in times of peace, accepting missions to assist the citizens of the Land of Fire and neighboring nations in overcoming various challenges, such as combating banditry, which is typically entrusted to the ninja villages. While nominally the daimyo holds the authority to appoint the village leader, known as the Hokage, it is generally the case that the Hokage is elected by the senior ninja of the village, who then present the list to the daimyo, who typically offers little more than a symbolic nod of approval. In the realm of great nations, a system of dual leadership prevails. However, the Land of Rain stands apart. There exists but a single authority figure, Hanzo the Salamander, a man revered with a semi-divine title. Sanfeng City, located in the southeastern corner of the Land of Rain, has traditionally served as one of its economic and trade hubs. Due to its prosperous economy, Sanfeng City has historically attracted merchants from the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. This flourishing trade has rendered Sanfeng City a vital town within the Land of Rain. Yet now, it has become an occupied territory of the Land of Fire, providing refuge for the ninjas of Konohagakure. Has the support from Hizashi not yet arrived? If this continues, we shall soon be unable to hold our ground. The rain pattered softly outside, and within a dilapidated structure in Sanfeng City, Minato Gate In stood beside a table, scrutinizing the map laid before him as he spoke, commanding the entire northwest front. He was a contemporary of the Third Hokage and a veteran of the First Shinobi World War. At just over 40, the passage of time had not etched deeply into his features. In this modest room gathered nearly all the senior commanders from the Northwest Front, including not only the Third Hokage's contemporaries and his 3 prized disciples, but also other elite ninjas from Konoha. They are already en route. According to the schedule, they should be entering the Land of Rain shortly. The reinforcements dispatched by the Hokage were substantial, though primarily comprised of genin and shunin, many of whom had never experienced war, and some had not even faced a proper battle. Concerns regarding the combat readiness of the reinforcements were warranted. Nara Shikamaru glanced out the window, the dreary weather mirroring his somber mood. For now, we need not fret about combat prowess. The lack of battle experience is inconsequential. A ninja who survives a few skirmishes emerges as an elite. I trust that our village's ninjas, having tasted blood, will undergo a swift transformation. Without lifting his gaze from the map, Minato Gate and seemed to ponder something before inquiring, "What of the supplies?" I received word from Hizashi a couple of days ago that the supplies were to be delivered secretly by a team of ninjas. Have they arrived? Upon hearing Minato Gate's question, Nara Shikamaru briefly perused the intelligence report in his hand and replied, "No, we have yet to receive any news." At this, Minato Gate finally shifted his attention from the map, raising his head slightly to meet Nara Shikamaru's gaze, and said gravely, "Inform me immediately if the supplies arrive. How far away are the reinforcements?" As he spoke, he turned his attention to Orochimaru, who was responsible for liaising with the reinforcements. 3 days remain. Orochimaru's cold and hoarse voice resonated, causing the already cool room to drop several degrees in temperature. Can we expedite the process? Our burden is heavy, and the enemy's assault grows increasingly fierce. It seems they have received word of our reinforcements and wish to eliminate us from Sanfeng City before the support troops arrive. Mito Minyan spoke solemnly. Their territory in the Land of Rain had shrunk considerably, and Sanfeng City was the last substantial walled city under Konoha's control. Should this location be lost, the flames of war would inevitably spread into the Land of Fire, and the resulting pressure on its populace would likely cascade upon Konoha. This was a scenario Mito Minyan wished to avoid, as did Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is already the fastest pace attainable. Many of the reinforcements are inexperienced, some embarking on their first missions outside the village. This speed is the culmination of my repeated urgings. Orochimaru's words deepened Mito Minyan's frown. After a soft sigh, he ceased inquiring about the reinforcements and redirected his focus to the unfolding battle. Soon, the command center was filled with the sound of high-ranking officials engaged in discussion. The rain pattered against the leaves, producing a gentle rustling sound, while mist enveloped the forest, lending a poetic air to the scene. Amidst the woods bordering the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, several figures swiftly maneuvered through the trees. A young man with black hair landed on a branch and paused, choosing not to proceed further. The Land of Rain is nearly upon us. Let us take a moment to recuperate before crossing the border. With Uchiha Shizune's words, The accompanying Uzumaki Naruto and the others also came to a halt. As they approached the land of rain, the weather grew increasingly harsh. The rain had persisted since the previous night, heavily impacting even Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan's range of vision. The adverse weather has even prompted me to complain, Hisashi remarked, cloaked in a black raincoat that obscured his figure. Beneath the coat, he wore his usual attire from the village, although ninja tool pouches were now strapped to his waist and thigh for unexpected situations. "Oh, your Byakugan can be affected by the weather?" "I was unaware," Naruto inquired, having leaped down from the tree to the ground. "There is much you do not know," Hisashi replied, jumping down to join Naruto. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Shizune and Uchiha Fugaku descended from the trees, and the group quickly convened. "Let us rest here. At this time of year, it will be dark in an hour. Once night falls, we should cease our journey. After our long trek, we must take the time to adjust before entering the land of rain, where dangers can arise at any moment," Uchiha Shizune remarked, casting a glance at the sky. As he spoke, Naruto had already pulled out a scroll from beneath his raincoat and unfurled it. With a soft thud, a black rain tarp and scattered iron frames appeared on the previously empty ground beside Naruto. Standing not far from Gyuming were Rizu and Fugaku, who promptly approached, skillfully picking up the iron frame to begin constructing the rain shelter. Upon unsealing his storage, Gyuming strode towards the nearby woods, casually carving some seals onto the trees as he passed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Seishin activated his Sharingan, leaping onto a branch to maintain vigilance. Since departing from Konohagakure, their team had been marching for nearly a week, during which the four had developed a certain synergy. They no longer needed to remind each other of their tasks. For Fugaku and Rizu, the assembly of the tent had become a familiar endeavor. Within mere minutes, they fashioned a simple rain cover, propping it against a robust tree in the clearing. "Seishin, it's ready. You can take a break now. I'll handle the watch," called Fugaku to Seishin perched above. Their small team possessed a distinctive trait. All members were endowed with remote sensing abilities. Hinata Rizu's Byakugan, Uchiha's Sharingan, and Uzumaki Gyoming's Kagaya-s I allowed them to sense their surroundings from a distance. Consequently, their journey had been devoid of peril, having successfully evaded any bandit encounters along the way. With a swift leap, Uchiha Seishin descended from the tree, gave Fugaku a pat, and entered the rain shelter to rest. "I appreciate it. We'll rotate every hour. Call me when it's my turn," he said, carelessly plopping down onto the muddy ground, splattering some muck. After the shelter was constructed, Hinata Rizu took out a soldier's food pill and sat down to rest with his eyes closed. "All right," Fugaku nodded, climbing to the branch to take Seishin's position. After some time, a voice echoed through the woods. "Oh, is it all done?" Uzumaki Gyuming emerged from the trees, having completed the vigilance barrier. His spirits lifted upon seeing the finished rain shelter. Glancing at Seishin and Rizu resting inside, Gyuming climbed to the branch beside Fugaku. "Is the vigilance barrier complete? Aren't you going to take a break?" Fugaku asked with a smile, noticing Gyuming's arrival. "Never mind, they probably just fell asleep. I'd wake them if I went in," Gyuming replied. "Do you want a soldier's food pill?" He produced a food pill from his ninja tool pouch and offered it to Fugaku. "I wasn't hungry, but now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit." Fugaku accepted the pill without hesitation, also taking the water bottle Gyuming offered. "How has the march been for you? Quite tiring, I presume?" Fugaku inquired, observing the boy who barely reached his chest. "Not too bad. The intensity isn't high." Gyuming gently shook his head and sat at the base of the branch, leaning against the tree trunk. "It seems you've adapted well, as expected of you," Fugaku remarked, popping the food pill into his mouth and taking a sip of water before tossing the bottle back to Gyuming. As Gyuming grasped the water bottle, it vanished from his hands in an instant. "Such a convenient ability indeed. That sealing technique of yours, could you teach me when you have a moment?" Observing Gyuming's effortless use of the skill, Fuyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Gyuming's mastery of the sealing arts. "Not a problem. It's merely a minor ninjutsu," Gyuming replied without hesitation to Fuyue's request, then leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. Although the recent march had not been particularly strenuous, it had disrupted his biological clock, rendering fatigue unavoidable. Fuyue nodded, and the forest returned to its prior tranquility. In a daze, a sharp eagle's cry pierced through to Uzumaki Gyuming's ears, abruptly rousing him from his light slumber. "What is happening?" Gyuming leapt to his feet, noticing the serious expression on Uchiha Fuyue's face, and quickly inquired. "I don't know. The cry wasn't made by an animal, but rather was artificially produced. However, the source lies beyond my detection range, so I cannot ascertain what has transpired there. This sound is a signal from our village, indicating an enemy attack. As Fuyue spoke, Uchiha Jishin and Hyuga Hisashi, who had been resting under the rain canopy, swiftly joined them on the branches, having overheard Fuyue's words. Hisashi, use your Byakugan to investigate. Uchiha Jishin instructed, though he too activated his Sharingan to gaze towards the direction from which the eagle's cry had emanated. Among the 3 children in their squad, Hisashi's Byakugan offered the broadest range of detection, capable of perceiving objects up to 1,500 meters away when he focused intently. Following that was Gyoming's newly enhanced Kagura's heart, which now allowed him to sense approximately 1,000 meters. In contrast, the Sharingan had significant limitations in the dense jungle and rainy conditions. Fuyue's detection range fell to less than 800 meters. As for Uchiha Jishin, no one knew the extent of his probing abilities. Byakugan, Hisashi formed a hand seal, exerting all his power to investigate, just as another series of rapid eagle cries resounded. It's a distress signal. I've spotted our leaf ninjas, a team of 3 under attack by a squad of 15 enemies. They are from the Rock Village. Both Uchiha Fuyue and Hyuga Hisashi exclaimed simultaneously. Fuyue having heard the cry while Hisashi had discerned the specific situation unfolding. Let us move quickly and assist our comrades, Jishin decisively declared, taking a step towards the direction of the sound. Uncle, I believe we should leave here swiftly. I suspect it's a trap. Gyoming furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of reluctance, faced with such an unexpected turn of events. His initial instinct was not to aid the fellow villagers, but rather to find a way to avoid the impending danger. On the battlefield, the best way to survive was to evade peril, especially in the face of unforeseen circumstances. This is an order. I will not stand idly by. Uchiha Shizuke's disregarded Gyoming and swiftly soared in the direction of the eagle's cry. At that moment, Hinata and Fugaku exchanged a glance with Gyoming before promptly following in Shizuke's footsteps. Soon, Gyoming found himself alone. Damn it, is Shirsue's father a fool? He muttered under his breath. Multiple shadow clone technique. Observing the 3 rapidly departing figures, Gyoming swiftly formed hand seals, and 5 shadow clones materialized, dispersing in different directions, with 1 clone hastily pursuing the trio. Meanwhile, Gyoming's real body promptly tidied up the rain cover and erased his footprints, hastening towards the eagle's cry. However, he positioned himself nearly 1,000 meters behind his shadow clone, just within the reach of his Kagura hard eyes. As his real body moved, the recently dispatched shadow clone also began to navigate around Gyoming, expanding the sensory range of his Kagura hard eyes under the influence of the multiple shadow clone technique. Clang, clang. After a flurry of kunai clashing, Might Dai quickly distanced himself from the enemy. Not far from him, a golden-haired youth thrust a kunai into an adversary's chest and, with a few agile flips, positioned himself back-to-back with Dai. How are you holding up? He inquired, noting a long scar on his arm as he stood beside Dai. The once youthful Minato had now matured into a poised young man, albeit in a disheveled state. His Chunin green vest riddled with tears, presenting a rather beleaguered appearance. I refuse to let my youth extinguish here. However, Yagyu's condition was dire. He was besieged by numerous foes. Standing beside Minato was a young man with thick brows and large eyes, clad in tight green pants and a fitted shirt, accentuating his decent physique. Yet, the color of his attire was undeniably garish, resembling a spirited youth. If he were to attend a comic convention, he would undoubtedly attract a throng of similarly exuberant individuals. The battlefield for the trio was divided by their enemies, with Minato and Might Dai back-to-back, facing an onslaught from 6 adversaries. However, just moments ago, Minato had severely injured one, reducing the immediate threat to 5. Not far from them, a middle-aged ninja found himself ensnared in a fierce assault involving no fewer than 9 skilled opponents, creating a perilous situation for him. Kid, surrender obediently, and we can ensure your deaths are swift and painless. Otherwise, you will learn the true meaning of suffering. Among the Rock Village ninjas surrounding Minato and Dai, an elder began to coax their surrender. Dai, can you still fight? Minato asked, surveying the enemies around them. Absolutely, Dai replied, his spirit undeterred by the adversaries, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Excellent, I will cover your escape. Shadow clone technique. As the words fell, Watergate disregarded whether Might Guy would agree or not. swiftly flinging a kunai while forming hand seals, charging towards the rock ninja with great speed. Watergate. Might Guy felt the absence of the person behind him and was startled, only to witness Watergate plunge into the crowd, engaging in fierce combat. Damn little brat, since you prefer not to die easily, I shall accommodate you. Kill him. Several rock ninja quickly evaded Watergate's assaults, yet the leader among them bore the marks of injury, the pain in his arm igniting a furious rage within him. In the next moment, 3 rock ninjas set their sights on Watergate, while 2 remained to encircle Might Guy. Damned! Watergate! Might Guy, witnessing Watergate in peril, shouted in a frenzy. However, his own adversary had already approached, leaving him no room for distraction. With a sharp call, Earth Release, Earth Prison erupted, raising towering walls of earth around Watergate, enclosing both him and the 3 rock ninja within. Observing this scene, Might Guy's eyes blazed with fury, and he abandoned all restraint. The third gate of the 8 gates, open. With Might Guy's roar, a wild surge of chakra radiated from him, causing the ground beneath him to slightly sink. The sudden eruption of chakra startled his 2 opponents, who swiftly distanced themselves from Might Guy. His physical prowess was merely average, yet at his age, unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates was his utmost limit. Nevertheless, even with the third gate opened, his power surged remarkably. His body's capabilities, under the influence of the 8 gates, reached their zenith. In an instant, Might Guy vanished from his original position. Here he comes. The rock ninja confronting Might Guy, upon witnessing his disappearance, immediately dodged, and in that fleeting moment, a figure streaked past him, demonstrating exceptional combat instincts that allowed him to narrowly avoid Might Guy's lethal kick. What astonishing speed! What technique is that? Just as he relished his narrow escape, a thunderous crash echoed behind him. Boom! The walls of the earth prison crumbled under the force of Might Guy's kick, propelling a massive boulder that crushed a rock ninja who had failed to evade in time. The rock ninja within the earth prison stared in bewilderment at the sudden gaping hole and the figure standing at its entrance, enveloped in green chakra. Meanwhile, Watergate, who had been fiercely battling within the earth prison, seized the opportunity presented by his opponent's momentary daze, darting in front of a rock ninja and plunging the kunai into his heart. The initial assault team of 6 was swiftly reduced to 3, significantly altering their numerical disadvantage. Well done, Guy! Watergate quickly rushed to the opening to reunite with Might Guy, exclaiming joyfully, the fewer the enemies, the greater their chances of survival. Hiya! Boom! However, at that very moment, a violent explosion erupted in the battlefield where the Leaf Jonin was located. TCH, that dog wasted quite a bit of my effort. Not long after, a blonde youth led 8 rock shinobi into the line of sight of Minato and Might Guy. Oh, these 2 youngsters have done remarkably well. They are still alive, the blonde rock shinobi remarked with a disingenuous smile, his eyes radiating a formidable aura of menace. His subordinates quickly surrounded Minato and Might Guy, leaving him standing outside the fray, monitoring the entire battlefield. Teacher Yagyu, these despicable scoundrels! Might Guy exclaimed, his body enveloped in chakra. Casting a glance at the charred battlefield nearby, he found no sign of his teacher, suggesting that there were no remains left. Anger surged within him, mingled with cold sweat that began to bead on his forehead, only to evaporate under the heat of his own chakra. At this moment, both Might Guy and Minato found themselves in a dire predicament. Surrounded on all sides, Might Guy and Minato refrained from rash actions, as the enemy's numbers significantly overpowered them, and their individual strength was formidable as well. Any indiscriminate attack could easily lead them to their demise. Despite the overwhelming odds, Minato refused to relinquish hope. I promised Kushina that I would return alive, he declared, his expression resolute, eyes glinting with determination. Die. Just as Minato was observing his adversaries, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, swiftly materializing into a solid form, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Minato's back. When did this happen? Minato was startled. The number of enemies before him had not diminished, and he was oblivious to the assault that had crept up from behind. Though vigilant, he had not anticipated an attack from that direction. Unable to evade in time, he could only narrowly avoid a fatal strike, yet the kunai still pierced his back. Just as the assailant prepared to press the attack, Guy delivered a knee strike, successfully repelling the foe. Minato, are you alright? Guy asked, steadying the unsteady Minato, glancing anxiously at the kunai embedded in his back without attempting to remove it. Be careful. Before Minato could respond, he abruptly pushed Guy away, staggering back a few steps. only to witness Minato engulfed in an explosion. Boom! Minato! Guy's eyes widened in horror as the flames erupted before him. You bastards! Seeing Minato caught in the explosion, Guy could no longer restrain his emotions and charged madly toward the rock shinobi. However, after just 2 steps, he felt a tight grip around his waist, yanked forcefully back. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Guy was pulled back, the ground before him erupted violently. Reinforcements? The blonde youth from the rock shinobi brushed aside his disheveled hair, observing the figures emerging from the dissipating smoke, and spoke in a low voice. As the thick smoke gradually cleared, several silhouettes emerged from within the encirclement of the rock shinobi. At the forefront stood Uchiha Shizune, his crimson eyes fixed on the enemy. Wielding a short blade, he was the one who had sensed the trap and rescued Guy. Behind him, Hyuga Hizashi cradled Minato's waist with one arm, as Minato, seemingly dazed from the recent explosion, hung his head low. On his side, Uchiha Fugaku shielded Might Dai behind him, gripping a short blade with a cold demeanor. Although the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable, the ninjas of Konoha, could that be the Sharingan? The Uchiha clan? And that lad over there, is that the Byakugan? Ha ha ha, what splendid fortune, to gather 2 kinds of bloodline limits at once. In the face of the suddenly appearing Uchiha Fugaku and his companions, the golden-haired young man from IWA Ninja did not retreat despite the reinforcement. Instead, he laughed heartily. This visage, you are the disciple of the 3rd Hokage of IWA Village. Suchi, Uchiha Shizune remarked sternly upon recognizing the golden-haired youth, clearly having seen relevant information about his leader. Brat, do not call me Tsuchi. Address me as Lord Tsuchi. Upon hearing Uchiha Shizune's address, Tsuchi's brow furrowed, and he retorted angrily. At his command, the IWA Nin swiftly charged towards Uchiha Shizune and his companions. Before the IWA Nin could reach them, several white clay birds rapidly soared from Tsuchi's hands, darting towards Uchiha Shizune and the others. Tsuchi's movements did not escape Uchiha Shizune's keen eyes. Witnessing the opponent's initial assault, he stood his ground, awaiting the strike. Dai, take this. Tsuchi sneered as the clay birds approached their target, whispering fiercely. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Just before the explosion erupted, Hyuga Hizashi placed Minato on the ground and swiftly approached the others, erecting a chakra shield in haste. Following the cacophony of explosions, Uchiha Shizune and Uchiha Fugaku, armed with short blades, plunged into the fray, engaging the IWA Nin in combat. Once amidst the melee, Shizune refrained from employing ninjutsu, relying solely on his short blade to contend with the IWA Nin. He faced 6 ninjas, whose attire indicated they were either Chunin or Jonin. Although these IWA Nin lacked the individual prowess in taijutsu compared to Shizune, their collective synergy allowed them to hold their own against him. Meanwhile, 5 other IWA Nin did not concern themselves with Uchiha Shizune, but instead rushed towards Hizashi and Fugaku. The duo, working in tandem, managed to avoid falling behind. Tsuchi, with his hands tucked into his weapon pouch, was seemingly manipulating something within. Unlike his previous rage, he now stood aloof from the battle, observing the conflict with a cold gaze. Might Dai contemplated aiding Hizashi and Fugaku, yet hesitated, glancing at the unconscious Minato beside him. The IWA ninja, Tsuchi, who had appeared so eager to kill me moments ago, now distanced himself from the fray. This individual is not simple. Amidst the clash with the IWA Nin, Shizune also took note of Tsuchi's peculiar behavior, which evidently piqued his interest. After deftly parrying the attack from the clay ninja, Uchiha Shizune swiftly retreated, creating distance between herself and her opponent. She promptly retrieved several shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and launched them towards Tsuchikage. Surprised, Tsuchikage had not anticipated that Uchiha Shizune, surrounded by attackers, would have the audacity to launch a counterattack. He instinctively tilted his head to evade the shuriken's assault. This should suffice, he murmured to himself. Soon, 2 clay centipedes materialized beside him, rushing towards Might Guy and Minato Namikaze with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react. Let us start with those 2 brats. Despite Tsuchikage's arrogant demeanor, his thoughts were quite meticulous. He understood that the essence of a ninja's combat lies in seizing opportunities, given such a perfect target. Failing to exploit, it would be a grave oversight. Get out of the way. We cannot take this head-on. Uchiha Shizune's heart raced at the sight of the enormous clay centipedes. She shouted urgently to Might Guy, intensifying her strikes. She aimed to break through and protect both Guy and Minato, recalling the latter's fighting style. In a battle relying solely on taijutsu, confronting the overwhelming clay explosives posed a significant challenge. After all, no matter how formidable Might Guy's physique was, he remained bound by the limitations of flesh. Having never engaged Sachikage in battle before, Might Guy's initial reaction to the bizarre attack was not to evade, but rather to retaliate against the clay creature. By the time Uchiha Shizune issued her warning, it was too late for Guy to dodge with Minato, and the clay centipedes were already before them, their bodies radiating a blinding white light. Lightning release, lightning dragon. Just as the clay centipedes were about to reach Might Guy, a youthful roar resonated from the nearby woods. In the next moment, a purple lightning dragon smashed through several bushes, rapidly emerging from the forest. It reached Might Guy and Minato in an instant, ensnaring the two clay centipedes firmly. Huh! Sachikage shouted, yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. The clay centipedes, which had begun to shimmer with a brilliant light, lost their radiance as the purple lightning dragon enveloped them. Soon, the two lifelike centipedes transformed into nothing more than white sludge, utterly losing their original form and collapsing to the ground. As the clay centipedes vanished, the purple lightning dragon also began to dissipate, fading into the air. Who goes there? Sachikage's expression changed as he glared in the direction from which the lightning dragon had emerged. The sudden turn of events did not halt the fierce skirmish between the two sides. Rather, both teams were now fully committed, with wounds visible on Fugaku and Hayashi. Meanwhile, Shizune's side had managed to inflict injuries on several of their opponents. Such powerful lightning release. Has that kid arrived? Uchiha Shizune, utilizing her Sharingan, caught sight of a familiar chakra within the woods, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. For him, anyone who comes, as long as they are not an enemy, is a welcome sight. Both Fayake and Hizashi in the field clearly recognized the newcomer, their spirits noticeably lifted. However, the IWA shinobi seemed oblivious to the presence of any sensing ninjas. As they engaged in battle with Shizuka and her companions, they began to conserve their energy. Wary of ambushes, after a lengthy pause, no figure emerged from the depths of the forest. The expression on Sachikage's face grew increasingly grave. Compared to the ninjas confronting them openly, the hidden assailants lurking in the shadows posed a far greater threat. He was acutely aware that he could not predict the form in which the next attack would manifest. Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall compel you to do so. Sachikage swiftly plunged his hands into his ninja tool pouch, and as he withdrew them, they were adorned with countless miniature clay beetles. He then scattered them violently onto the ground, whereupon the clay beetles sprang to life and scurried toward the forest. Lightning blade. Just as the clay beetles were about to penetrate the foliage, an array of chakra needles materialized within the woods, transforming into a tempest of lightning that engulfs the entire ground. What is that? Lightning release. Sachikage observed from afar as his legion of clay beetles abruptly lost their vitality amidst the storm, lying motionless on the earth. A closer inspection revealed that each chakra beetle was pierced by one or several chakra needles, which crackled with residual lightning energy, refusing to dissipate. Realizing that his probing attack had failed, Sachikage swiftly retrieved more clay from his pouch and soon fashioned a small bird. As he hurled the clay bird to the ground, it rapidly enlarged, transforming into a formidable clay eagle. Retreat. As he spoke, Sachikage leaped onto the giant eagle, which ascended into the tempest, soaring over the battlefield. The IWA shinobi, previously engaged in combat with the Konoha ninja, seizing the opportunity, swiftly withdrew from the fray. Uchiha Shizuka and Fayake, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, observed the leader of their adversaries taking flight, mistakenly believing that the enemy intended to retreat. Thus, they refrained from pursuit and quickly regrouped. This is troublesome. In the shadows of the forest, Uzumaki Naruto watched helplessly as the golden-haired IWA ninja rode the giant eagle into the sky. He had initially concealed himself in the woods, ready to launch a surprise attack with a lightning dragon against the IWA ninja outside the battle, but to his dismay, the enemy preemptively targeted Minato and Might Guy. With no other option, he redirected the lightning dragon's trajectory to save the two. However, just as Naruto aimed to cast another jutsu, the enemy initiated a probing attack against him. Had it not been for his recent studies of lightning release techniques, he would have had no choice but to flee in the face of this assault. Though labeled a probing attack, any ninja unfamiliar with the golden-haired IWA shinobi might have fallen victim to a lethal ambush, as the feigned assault morphed into a genuine offensive. While he remained unaware of the connection between that individual and Deidara, the technique bore an undeniable resemblance to Deidara's style. Retreat? Can they truly be retreating? This altitude? Does one wish to consider oneself as a bomber? Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the imposing figure of Kudo ascending into the sky atop a giant eagle, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Soon enough, Naruto's foreboding materialized. It was not long after the rock ninja had departed that something plummeted from the heavens. Kudo's initial strike appeared merely to calibrate his aim, as white clay descended into the distant woods, followed by a mushroom cloud of red and black rising from that very spot. Boom! Accompanying the explosion was a violent shockwave. Run! Retreat! In that fleeting moment of eruption, Naruto's voice echoed through the forest, and the alertness of Shizune and Hinata Hyuga surged in tandem. Furthermore, Fujitake exhibited remarkable quickness, swiftly pulling Might Dai down to safety as he crouched, hoisting Minato onto his shoulder. This way, Uzumaki Naruto emerged from the thicket, gesturing toward the direction. In an instant, he transformed into a plume of smoke, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone. Hurry! Shizune, somewhat taken aback at the sight of Naruto's shadow clone, cast aside her doubts and led the group into the woods, following Naruto's guidance. With the targets of Konoha now obscured, Kudo initiated a relentless aerial bombardment. As his steed soared, clay bombs rained down from above. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air, as the fleeing group witnessed the devastation encroaching upon them. Are we doomed? A wave of terror washed over Fujitake, confronted with the impending explosions. Even his seasoned experience could not maintain his composure. Not only he, but also Hinata and Might Dai furrowed their brows, their pace steadfast and unyielding. Over here. Just when the group feared they would be consumed by the explosions, Naruto's figure emerged from the thicket ahead. Naruto? Hinata's heart raced at the sudden appearance of Naruto. In his singular focus on escape, he had failed to notice someone ahead. Stop dawdling, come. Shizune and the others swiftly descended beside Naruto, peering through the foliage to gauge Kudo's position in the sky, their anxiety mounting. Stand still. Multiple shadow clone technique. Before Shizune could pose any questions, Naruto quickly conjured 3 shadow clones, standing alongside his original self, forming a rectangle around the group. Just as Fujitake opened his mouth to inquire, Naruto was already in motion. 4 purple flames formation. Naruto's clones, together with his original form, swiftly formed hand seals, and with a gentle incantation, a violet translucent barrier enveloped them. Unlike the conventional 4 purple flames formation, the perimeter of Naruto's barrier was not encircled by purple flames, but rather crackled with violet lightning. Boom! The explosions continued unabated, and the land became shrouded in thick dust from the detonations. The once lush forest, after enduring Kudo's relentless bombardment, was now a chaotic scene of toppled trees, strewn haphazardly in every direction. Despite the considerable distance of several dozen meters, a massive crater had formed. For a prolonged period, it seemed as though the thick soil in the sky had exhausted its chakra, or perhaps the adversary believed that the denizens of Konoha should have been annihilated. No further bombs descended from the heavens, as if they had departed. Hyuga Hayashi activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Kumiai's barrier did not impede the reconnaissance from within. There was no rush. Patience was warranted. Kumiai slightly narrowed his eyes, refraining from immediately dispelling the barrier. After a considerable interval, a small black suddenly reappeared in the distant sky, and soon after, a violent explosion reverberated once more across this beleaguered battlefield. The resounding blast sent ripples through the barrier, startling those within. Kumiai furrowed his brow and slightly increased his chakra output. The barrier stabilized swiftly, rendering the explosions incapable of disturbing it in the slightest. Eventually, the intense detonations gradually receded from the area. I did not expect that fellow to turn back, Hayashi remarked with a hint of embarrassment, casting a grateful glance toward Kumiai. The Shishun, a barrier ninjutsu that could only be utilized by 4 elite ninja, was astonishing to see employed by one so young. Uchiha Shizune regarded Kumiai with a peculiar expression. While there was an element of gratitude, her curiosity was even more pronounced. After all, the Third Hokage had communicated with her regarding Kumiai, yet she had never heard him mention the child's sealing techniques were of such a high caliber. Elite level? Perhaps not, as long as the chakra is sufficient. Uzumaki Kumiai appeared oblivious to the remarkable nature of his solo execution of such a jutsu. However, Uchiha Shizun was well aware of the formidable strength of the Shishun. It was a sealing technique that an individual could not unravel without some extraordinary means, barring the depletion of the caster's chakra. After a significant duration, once it was confirmed that there was indeed no further movement outside, Kumiai finally dispelled the barrier. Yet, at the very moment he did so, a deluge of dust and shattered tree fragments cascaded from above. The successive explosions had engulfed them in debris and dust, which now fell in abundance after the barrier was lifted. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Hyuga Hayashi leaped to the forefront, employing the technique to disperse the remnants and clear a space for the group. Has the rain ceased? Kumiai murmured as he observed the sun nearing the horizon. Perhaps the adversary retreated, anticipating the encroaching darkness. Truly, the disciple of the Third Hokage, Inoki, wielded an offensive capability capable of obliterating an entire village. Uchiha Shizun exhaled softly, knowing that for the moment, they were safe. After nightfall, the enemy would likely not remain idle, searching for the corpses of the few remaining survivors amidst the ruins. What of Minato? Kumiai inquired, directing his attention to Fugaku, who had already laid Minato flat on the ground, meticulously assessing his condition. There appears to be no major issue. Merely unconsciousness, Fugaku replied. Let us take a moment to rest here. Such a commotion from the assault is bound to attract the attention of our village. After all, we are still within the borders of the Land of Fire. The enemy, having made such a significant effort, cannot possibly linger for long. We shall spend the night here. Naruto, you tend to this child. The rest of you, gather materials from the nearby trees to construct a shelter. Given the current circumstances, even using these broken branches and leaves will provide an excellent camouflage. Uchiha Shizun noticed Naruto's familiarity with the unconscious blonde boy, thus directly assigning him to care for Minato Namikaze while the others swiftly followed Shizun's orders to begin their work. Before nightfall, they completed the construction of the shelter. Although Might Guy's ninja talents may not be exceptional, he excelled in practical tasks such as these. With his assistance, Fugaku and Hayashi quickly built a shelter that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, achieving remarkable concealment. Who would have thought that the individual employing the same ninjutsu as Deidara would prove so troublesome? Were it not for my mastery of barriers, I would have been blown to bits by this fool today. My strength remains insufficient. I am still far from adequate. If I were to encounter someone like Madara under such conditions, I might very well find myself being confronted with the question, do you wish to dance as well? As Naruto tended to the unconscious Minato, he reflected on the recent battle in his mind. He realized that the ninjutsu he currently possessed posed no real threat to an opponent already airborne. Even if some of his techniques could reach an aerial foe, they offered no defense against the bombs that might be dropped from above. Given this predicament, Naruto began to contemplate how to address such encounters in the future. Without engaging in combat, he remained unaware of his various shortcomings. Passively enduring attacks was not in his nature. As dusk fell, the rain, which had ceased, began to patter down once more. The Konoha team huddled within their newly constructed shelter, gathered around a pile of charcoal embers for warmth. Generally, ninjas on missions are forbidden from making open flames, as the light may attract enemies. However, the barrier created by Naruto outside their shelter concealed them from sensory ninjas. Furthermore, following the intense battle, Might Guy's spirits were notably low due to the loss of their teacher. His despondency affected the morale of Fugaku and the others, prompting Shizun to consider that a fire might lift their spirits. Those accustomed to outdoor life know that an open flame can significantly enhance one's mood and serve as a powerful encouragement. As the moon ascended into the branches, the rain that had been falling since evening gradually ceased. The moonlight broke through the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. The bonfire at the center of the shelter had completely extinguished, and within the shelter, everyone had succumbed to a deep slumber. Only Naruto remained awake, sitting beside Minato, his gaze lost in the scenery beyond the shelter. In such an environment, even with the barrier erected outside, the night watch could not be neglected. After all, ninjutsu is not an infallible art. Should one encounter a formidable ninja, it is entirely possible to silently traverse the barrier. Dai, Yagu-sensei. Suddenly, the voice of Minato echoed within the tranquil sanctuary. Awakening from his stupor, he sprang to his feet, instinctively clenching his fist. However, upon realizing his hand bore no weapon, He swiftly retrieved a kunai from the ninja tool pouch at his back, aiming it directly at the heart of the seated Kumai. Yet, weakened as he was, Minato's attack lacked the swiftness of a seasoned fighter. His consciousness still lingered in the throes of battle. Bang! Kumai's expression shifted as he deftly seized Minato's wrist, swiftly invoking a sealing technique that surged from the point of contact, effectively obstructing Minato's chakra flow. The frail Minato, deprived of his chakra's support, felt his legs weaken. And just as he was about to collapse, Kumai rose to steady him. Kumai? Why are you here? Minato's vision gradually adjusted to the darkness, and as he recognized Kumai's visage, he exclaimed in surprise. The commotion of their confrontation had already roused the slumbering companions, who now lay poised with kunai or short blades, alertly assessing their surroundings. What transpired? After activating his Sharingan to survey the area, Shizen gazed at Kumai supporting Minato, confusion etched on his face. It's nothing, Kumai replied. Having released the sealing technique from Minato, he then approached the remnants of the extinguished campfire, gathering fresh twigs to rekindle the flames. Post-traumatic stress disorder, perhaps. The battle this evening must have affected him greatly. Kumai was not angered by Minato's sudden assault. Having endured his own share of harsh experiences, he could empathize with Minato's predicament. As the fire flickered back to life, illuminating the surroundings, the once tense Minato relaxed in the presence of his comrades. Minato, you're awake. Have something to eat. Might Dai cheerfully approached his valiant friend, offering him a soldier pill. The others, witnessing Minato's revival, also broke into smiles. Everyone present recognized Minato, for he was now a renowned young genius within the village. His peers, Hinata Hisashi and Uchiha Fugaku, had heard whispers of his name and even exchanged brief encounters during task assignments. As for Uchiha Shizun, being a close aide to the Third Hokage, he was well acquainted with the gifted youth of the village. Thank you, Kumai, Fugaku, Hisashi, but how is it that you all find yourselves here, and who is this? Minato inquired after accepting and consuming the soldier pill from Dai's hand, directing his gaze towards Kumai and the others. He recognized Fugaku and Hisashi, but Uchiha Shizun was a stranger to him, and he was unaware of the latter's name. I am Uchiha Shizun, the guiding jonin for these three. We were tasked with supporting the front lines of the Land of Rain, and during our journey, we discovered you besieged, prompting us to rescue you. However, I regret to inform you that I heard from Dai that your teacher tragically perished in this battle. I sincerely apologize for our late arrival. Uchiha Shizun introduced herself and briefly explained to Minato the reason for their presence, though she refrained from disclosing the specific details of their mission, merely stating that they were there to support the front lines. Thank you, Hiruzen-sensei. We owe our lives to you, along with Kumai, Hisashi, and Fugaku. Minato nodded slightly, finding Shizun's response within his expectations. He then deeply bowed to her and the others in gratitude. However, upon learning of his teacher's demise, a somber expression enveloped Minato's face, reflecting profound melancholy. How exceedingly polite, Kumai thought as he observed Minato's deep bow. Feeling a surge of compassion, he gently patted Minato's back in consolation. The group, awakened by Minato's actions, had lost all traces of sleep and gathered around the campfire. Shizun began to inquire about the situation, questioning Minato about the confrontation with the IWNine, hoping to glean insights into their abilities for future encounters. Such inquiries had not gone unasked of Dai, yet it seemed he was singularly focused on combat, utterly unaware of such matters. Minato, why are you here, and how did you engage with the IWNine? Weren't you supposed to be moving with the main force? Shizun asked curiously, seated by the campfire, her short blade now sheathed. Initially, we did move with the main force. This time, Lord Hokage dispatched nearly 3,000 genin and chunin, along with several jounin. Midway, the jounin captain divided the team into 5 squads, each heading toward the Land of Rain from various directions. Yagyu-sensei informed me that the village's intelligence division had received word that IWNine dispatched elite reinforcements. I was assigned to Squad 1, comprising capable genin and chunin, along with some jounin. The jounin led several skilled subordinates to maintain vigilance around the main body. Yagyu-sensei, along with Dai and me, formed one of the scouting teams. We encountered the IWNine unexpectedly. For some reason, they suddenly appeared before us and ambushed us. Listening to Minato's account, Shizun and Kumai exchanged glances at Dai, their curious gazes making him feel uncomfortable. Shizun had posed the same question to Dai previously, only to receive the answer that their squad was executing a mission independently. The disparity in information shared by the two squad members was striking compared to Minato's response. Such revelations clarified many uncertainties. I had previously pondered how such a formidable Iwanin force could manifest in this location. The esteemed disciple of the Third Hokage, Inoki, personally leads a team comprised of highly skilled ninjas. Despite my own prowess, I have yet to achieve any notable victories. I was perplexed by the purpose of a team boasting such formidable strength. However, your words have illuminated my understanding. The initial aim of the IWA ninjas was to serve as a support unit, and their true objective must be to ambush the reinforcements. Upon this realization, I suddenly grasped the urgency of the situation and anxiously turned to Minato, asking whether he could establish contact with the captain of our previous unit or any member thereof. This critical information must be communicated to them, for if the support unit encounters the enemy, it would spell disaster. The earth release techniques employed by Inoki are extensive area attacks, capable of annihilating even a battalion of 100 from the air in an instant. Due to the nature of our covert mission, we had refrained from disseminating any intelligence to ensure the safety of our supplies. Our small team has operated in complete isolation from the outside world. Yet, through Minato's description, I have come to realize the significant implications of this intelligence. It is vital enough to influence the overall situation. Should the support unit face grave danger, our successful delivery of supplies would ultimately be futile. No, Minato replied solemnly. The only means of contacting the team lies with our instructor, but he is no longer available. He, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, yet felt powerless to act. Do not fret excessively, Sensei, I reassured him. When we were attacked, no reinforcements arrived. And we have lingered here for quite some time, without any sign of leaf ninjas searching for us. There are two possible scenarios. First, the unit they were on guard against sensed danger and withdrew without attending to our battle. Second, that unit has been located and defeated. Regardless of which scenario is true, it bears no relevance to us at this moment. Our foremost priority is to reach the Sannin of the Land of Rain. Jumai calmly poked at the campfire with a stick, methodically analyzing the situation. Although he mentioned reaching Sannin, I understood his intent. He urged me to focus on the mission and prioritize the delivery of supplies above all else. You are correct, given the circumstances. We must hasten our journey to Sannin. Now that everyone is awake, let us depart without delay. Every moment counts, I declared resolutely, rising abruptly from the ground. My gaze fell upon Minato and Dai as I continued. You two should accompany us. The more, the safer. While my words suggested a collective endeavor, my underlying motive was to keep Dai and Minato within my control, fearing the potential for information leaks. However, neither Minato nor Dai perceived this layer of intent. They simply viewed my invitation as a gesture of goodwill and readily agreed. Though Minato had only just awakened from a deep slumber, he had enjoyed ample rest. Having slept for nearly 9 hours, it was approximately 3 in the morning. The wounds on his body had been attended to, the bleeding halted, and there was no issue with continuing their journey. The others were also in good condition. Following the skirmish, they had taken turns resting and were relatively refreshed. Let us prepare to depart, Jingshin stated, swiftly extinguishing the campfire with a handful of sand. As the group readied to leave the shelter, he employed a technique to bury the entire refuge underground. After orienting himself, he led the others toward the Tri-City. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, a region perpetually beset by inclement weather, the rare appearance of a bright moon illuminated the night. However, beneath this silvery light, a merciless slaughter was drawing to a close. With a swift thrust, a dagger pierced a man's heart. And as his body crumpled to the ground, the last of the leaf ninjas was dispatched. Lord Thickearth, all had been dealt with. A lone rock ninja knelt behind a golden-haired youth, reporting under the moonlight. Now this is art. Truly captivating. The moonlight illuminated the battlefield before the dark-haired youth, revealing a grim tableau strewn with corpses. Many of the bodies, though mangled, bore the unmistakable signs of youth. The horrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. And as Thickearth surveyed the carnage, a sickly flush appeared on his cheeks, his smile gradually twisting into something grotesque. We are left with 6. The Leaf's elite put up a fierce resistance before their demise. Upon hearing this, Thickearth's smile waned slightly, yet he remained composed as he waved dismissively. That is acceptable. Those who could not survive simply lacked the necessary strength. The old man will not hold me accountable for such results. Fall back. the rock ninjas departed. And after a considerable time, raindrops began to fall from the sky, soon escalating into a torrential downpour that enveloped the area. The mingling of rainwater and blood formed rivulets of crimson. The following day, at the Tri-City, bang! Bastards! 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 Orochimaru bellowed. You, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and 10 other elite ninjas form a squad to intercept the Leaf reinforcements heading this way. In the command center of the Leaf's stronghold in the Tri-City, Minato gaped and clenched his fists, striking the table with force. The news relayed by his subordinate was too shocking, even for someone with his extensive experience as a ninja. Commander, what is the matter? Jiraiya and Tsunade had just entered the command room when they heard Minato Gate-on's voice, perplexed by his agitation. I have just received word that the reinforcements have split into 5 teams, each nearly 500 strong, advancing toward the Tri-City. Last night, one of the teams was ambushed within the Land of Rain and was completely annihilated. Orochimaru's hoarse voice explained to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Nanny? Completely annihilated. How is that possible? How could a 500-man unit be wiped out in a single night? Did not the old man dispatch several elite Anbu alongside them? Where are those ninjas? Jiraiya asked incredulously, looking at Orochimaru in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Annihilation is simply annihilation. You all shall depart with me at once. Although the majority of our reinforcements consist of low-ranking and intermediate ninjas, their influence on the frontline situation is of paramount importance. Orochimaru abruptly interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts, leading the way towards the exit. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from outside the door. One was Kato Dan, well known to Tsunade, and the other, battered and bruised, was an unfamiliar face to the command center personnel. Dan, who is this person? Tsunade inquired, gazing at the gravely injured individual brought in by Kato Dan. Lord Mito Minyan. I am the captain of the Anbu under the Third Hokage, and I have been by the Hokage's side. I was ordered to lead the reinforcements from Konoha to assist at the Sand Village. However, my team encountered traitors, and we were completely annihilated. The injured man knelt before Mito Minyan, his weary visage glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing his report, the command room's occupants turned their attention towards him, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. The kneeling figure was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, though his appearance belied his age. His clothing was tattered and soaked, his body marred with wounds, several of which bore the unmistakable marks of explosive burns over considerable areas. His left arm hung limp, slightly deformed, suggesting it had suffered a severe blow, likely a fracture. The man's woeful condition, coupled with the content of his report, instantly captivated the attention of all present. You claim to have been part of the Third Zanbu? What is your name? Mito Minyan queried. The Anbu operatives typically operated masked during missions, adopting aliases, with their true identities known only to the Anbu captain and the Third Hokage. However, since he claimed to be a squad leader, verifying his identity would be relatively straightforward. My name is Yagyu Tokamasa, and my codename within the Anbu is Black Fox. Under the command of the Third Hokage, I and other Anbu operatives were dispatched as leading jounin. Halfway through our journey, our captain received a message from the Hokage, informing us that the Rock Ninja would dispatch forces to ambush the reinforcements. Consequently, the captain divided our 1,000-strong unit into 5 teams, and I was the jounin of one squad. However, we had a traitor among us who leaked our whereabouts, resulting in a catastrophic assault on my team. I narrowly escaped and hurried here to report this matter. As Yagyu Tokamasa spoke, his pace was measured, exuding a sense of frailty. Yet, when he uttered the word traitor, his demeanor transformed, revealing a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger poised to pounce, his eyes ablaze with rage. Observing his intensity, the gathered individuals harbored no doubts regarding his identity. After all, confirming such matters was straightforward, and his loathing for the traitor was palpable. Who is it? Who is the traitor? Did you eliminate them? Mito Minyan inquired urgently, the assembly focusing intently on him. It is indeed Namikaze Minato and a certain Might Guy. These 2 are spies from the Rock Village, who unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on us during our march. Yagyu Shishin's words startled many present, for numerous individuals had heard tales of Namikaze Minato. Although he hailed from humble beginnings, his extraordinary talent garnered the admiration of the Hokage. Moreover, Jiraiya, the disciple of the Third Hokage, had privately engaged with him, expressing an intention to take him as a pupil, but the outbreak of war had delayed such plans. Nonetheless, Minato's name resonated significantly among the higher echelons of Konoha. Impossible. Who sent you here to dare to slander Minato? I demand the Uchiha clan to employ their secret techniques to extract his memories. Jiraiya reacted intensely upon hearing those words. After all, Minato was the prodigy he had faith in, the one he deemed the child of prophecy. He could not fathom the possibility of Minato betraying Konoha. Furthermore, Minato had grown up in Konoha, and although he was an orphan, his parentage was beyond reproach. Jiraiya had conducted extensive investigations before deciding to take Minato as his disciple. Though they had not formally established a master-disciple relationship, in Jiraiya's heart, Minato was already regarded as his pupil. I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt me, feel free to delve into my memories. Even if I become a fool, I bear no regrets. The traitors are Namake's Minato and Might Guy. I stake my life on it. At this moment, Yagyu Shirshin grew agitated, struggling to rise in order to confront Jiraiya, yet his movements seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then approached Yagyu Shirshin, gently grasping his arm. This is no act. His organs have shifted, he bears a fatal injury. As a medical ninja, Tsunade immediately discerned Yagyu's physical condition the moment she supported him. The wounds on his body were indisputable. Consequently, Tsunade channeled her chakra and began to treat him. Meanwhile, Mito Minin, seated in a position of authority, received reports from his subordinates. Lord Minin, indeed. There is such a person within the direct umbu of the Hokage. Someone has just confirmed it, and it is undeniably Yagyu Shirshin. I shall ask once more. Who are the traitors? Mito Minin secretly employed Genjutsu, and Yagyu Shirshin, appearing dazed, uttered, Namake's Minato and Might Guy. Having received the report and confirmed it through Genjutsu, Mito Minin felt the situation had become sufficiently clear, thus he admonished Jiraiya in a commanding tone. Jiraiya, calm yourself. He then spoke softly to the recovering Yagyu Shirshin. Rest assured, we shall never resort to memory extraction on the esteemed contributors of Konoha. Summon forth the order to apprehend the traitors Namake's Minato and Might Guy. Inform all checkpoints to capture them alive upon sighting. Furthermore, notify the leaders of the support teams that no information regarding Namake's Minato and Might Guy is to be trusted. Although Mito Minin trusted the words of Yagyu Shizuai, he was not a fool. Should Namake's Minato appear among the rock ninja forces battling Konoha, it would undoubtedly confirm Yagyu Shizuai's assertions. However, if Minato intended to continue his role as a spy, capturing him alive would suffice to confront Yagyu Shizuai directly. It would then be easy to discern the truth. If there remained any doubt, a secret technique could be employed on the most suspicious individual. At present, it was imperative to reassure this Konoha hero, for one must not allow a distinguished contributor to feel disheartened. The others concurred with Mito Minin's approach, thus raising no objections. Yet, Yagyu Shizuai's heart brimmed with delight. Such a level of illusion might be effective against novices. But capturing Namake's Minato and Might Guy seemed improbable unless they could ensnare a ghost. The deceased would not confront me. Soon, Mito Minin's orders swiftly reached all divisions. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade promptly led their ninjas to assist the reinforcements. Yagyu Shizuai was also placed in a temporary medical facility, receiving treatment from medical ninjas. As time passed, evening fell. Mito Minin, stationed at the command post, exhaled softly by the window. Throughout the day, he had received numerous pieces of intelligence. Fortunately, the reinforcement teams had not encountered any enemies, and all divisions had successfully made contact. Orochimaru's team had also engaged with 2 large squads, completing their integration, and were now en route to the Tri-Alliance City under Jiraiya's leadership. Observing the stream of good news, a smile graced Mito Minin's face, but it quickly turned somber. A report indicated that the guarding ninjas had spotted Namake's Minato, who, along with Might Guy and several Konoha ninjas, had arrived at Tri-Alliance City. Dismissing his subordinates, Mito Minin restrained his rising fury and spoke coldly. How dare he come here? Does he think that by eliminating everyone, he can continue to remain hidden? At the gates of Tri-Alliance City, after a relentless journey, Uchiha Shinkai and his companions finally reached their destination. Originally planned for 2 days, their travel was condensed to a single day due to Uchiha Shinkai's incessant urging. Setting off at midnight, they had raced against time and arrived at this pivotal city of the Rain Country just before sunset. Perhaps it was their arrival that prompted the long overcast Tri-Alliance City to bask in sunlight. The persistent clouds had quietly dispersed. Here we are. This is Tri-Alliance City. Uchiha Shinkai exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the imposing gates. The weather has cleared. What a good omen. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the brightening sky, a smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, Might Guy carried Minato on his back, both men sharing a laugh. The continuous travel had caused Minato's wounds to reopen, necessitating his being carried forward. Fortunately, while Might Guy may have lacked a ninjutsu, his physical prowess was undeniably formidable. Carrying Minato did not impede their pace. At that moment, 8 Konoha ninjas leaped down from the city walls, approaching Shinkai and his companions. "Who are you?" they inquired. A ninja from the Hyuga clan stepped forward from the ranks to inquire. "I am Hyuga Hizashi, dispatched to the Tri-City, and these are my comrades, Uchiha Shizen, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Naruto, as well as Namikaze Minato and Might Guy." Upon recognizing the presence of another from the Hyuga clan, Hizashi took the initiative to greet him. The gatekeeper of the Hyuga clan, upon seeing Hizashi, had already relaxed his vigilance, for he was familiar with the few members of the main house. However, when he heard the names of Namikaze Minato and Might Guy, his muscles tensed instantly. They are still alive. Among the gatekeeping ninjas, a brown-haired youth's pupils dilated in shock upon seeing Shizen's group, though this fleeting moment went unnoticed, as the mention of Minato and Guy made all the gatekeepers tense up. In the next moment, the gatekeepers surrounded them completely. "What is the meaning of this?" Hizashi demanded coldly, not allowing others to speak. He felt his dignity was being undermined. Having announced his name, the branch house member had actually allowed them to be encircled. Was this an affront to the main house? The fact that he was losing face in front of the Uchiha only intensified his ire. Although Hizashi maintained a good rapport with Uchiha Fugaku, they were both comrades and rivals, and losing face before a competitor was intolerable for him. With this thought, a glint of menace flickered in Hizashi's eyes as he regarded the Hyuga ninja. "Lord Hizashi, you must swiftly distance yourself from Namikaze Minato and Might Guy. They are spies for a Wagakure, traitors to our Konoha." The Hyuga ninja, clearly sensing the murderous intent in Hizashi's gaze, hastily clarified. His words left Shizun and the others momentarily stunned, prompting them to cast peculiar glances at Minato and Guy. "Spies? Who told you this?" Both Fugaku and Hizashi, not particularly familiar with Minato, regarded him with skepticism, while Shizun remained silent, seemingly pondering how such a situation had arisen. Only Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Minato and Guy, coldly demanding, "What is your identity?" "Step aside." The Hyuga ninja, seeing his young master retreat, abandoned any hesitation. Signaling his subordinates to capture Minato and Guy, several swiftly drew kunai and charged at them. Noticing the sudden aggression, Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Stop. Naruto, hold your fire." Uchiha Shizun, taken aback by the immediate action of the gatekeeping ninjas, quickly called out as he emerged from his contemplation. However, it was evident that the city-guarding ninja did not heed his commands, despite his status as the third generation's confidant, for those familiar with him were utterly absent. By the time Uchiha Seishin attempted to intervene, it was already too late, as both sides had engaged in combat. Bang! Bang! Although the defending ninjas were merely genin, their strikes were clearly measured. Their intent was to subdue rather than to kill, thus they targeted non-vital areas. In light of this, Juming refrained from lethal force, merely using 2 swift palms to send 2 Konoha ninjas flying, breaking their ribs and rendering them combat ineffective. "Damn it, you!" Upon witnessing Juming swiftly incapacitate 2 guards, the Hyuga ninja could no longer contain his fury and charged at Juming. Simultaneously, a brown-haired youth quietly approached Minato and Might Guy, a kunai in hand. The Hyuga guard launched a strike at Juming, but just as his hand was about to strike Juming's chest, Juming seized his wrist, the immense strength preventing any further advance. "Cease this. Take us to the commander of Sangwa City. I must ascertain what has transpired." Juming merely constrained the Hyuga, choosing not to escalate the confrontation. Other city-guarding ninjas, witnessing Juming's swift incapacitation of 2 ninjas and the subsequent immobilization of their leader, hesitated, daunted by the turn of events. "Die." At that moment, the brown-haired youth had stealthily positioned himself behind Minato and Might Guy, wielding the kunai aimed at Minato. Lightning release, lightning snake. Without the need for hand seals, 2 small serpents of lightning materialized around Juming, swiftly darting towards the brown-haired youth. The astonishing speed left everyone momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the youth was ensnared by the lightning snakes, letting out a scream before collapsing to the ground. You dare. Observing Jiuming's sudden counterattack, the Hyuga leader's temper flared instantly. Raising his left hand, he prepared to strike again. Calm down. Crack. With a sharp sound, Jiuming dislocated the leader's right hand, the sudden searing pain eliciting a cry of anguish that halted his assault. He merely fainted. There is no need for concern. After employing physical means to restore composure, Jiuming spoke with a measured tone. Just as everyone stood in uncertainty regarding their next move, the gates of Sangwa City began to creak open. Mito Manin led a cadre of ninjas as they emerged from the city. Halt, Uzumaki Jiuming. What are you doing? How dare you assault the city guards? Do you realize that your actions at this moment could warrant a death sentence? Mito Manin glanced at the two ninjas lying on the ground with slightly concave chests and the charred ninja not far away, then turned his gaze back to the kneeling ninja before Jiuming, reprimanding him with an enraged voice. Regarding the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, Mito Manin has a considerable understanding. Although he would show deference to Uzumaki Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen, in such a public setting, failing to reprimand would be hard to justify. As for the mention of execution, it was merely a scare tactic for children. I apologize, it was not intentional. They attacked me first. Upon seeing Mito Manin emerge from the city gate, Naruto immediately released his grip. Before Mito, he would not dare to act like a formidable wolf and instead assumed a posture of feigned grievance, saying, after all, even when causing trouble, one must be mindful of boundaries. My lord Minin, this brat intervened to thwart our attempt to apprehend Namake's Minato and Might Guy. A guarding ninja swiftly reported at Mito Minin's side. However, before he could finish, Mito raised his hand to halt him. Enough, this matter ends here. I will arrange the punishment for Uzumaki Naruto. You all return to your posts, and the injured should be sent to the medical team. Mito Minin intended to handle the situation lightly. Naruto's displayed combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Although as a high-ranking official of Konoha, he needed to maintain fairness in enforcing the law, both Naruto's abilities and his background were compelling enough for Mito to consider sacrificing certain principles to protect the boy. Namake's Minato and Might Guy were spies from a Wagakure, and this matter required further investigation. For now, it sufficed to detain the two, and there was no need for excessive worry. He would proceed with impartiality. Now Uzumaki Naruto, step aside. Upon hearing Mito's words, Naruto showed no intention of retreating. Rather, he approached Mito, glanced at the man with the pineapple hairstyle beside him, and then asked Mito, my lord Minin. Namake's Minato and Might Guy are our companions on this journey. He is injured as well. Naruto's words caused Mito's brow to furrow slightly. Just as he had exited the city gate, he had noticed Uchiha Shizen, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hayashi among others. He understood that Naruto's appearance alongside them implied something significant. Having completely deviated from the main force's covert mission, even without Naruto's explanation, he was aware of the nature of their undertaking. Thus, Mito's immediate reaction upon hearing Naruto's words was the realization that Minato and Guy were part of the team that had completed this mission. Are you saying they left Konoha with you? Mito inquired, astonished. No, Namake's Minato and Might Guy are individuals we encountered and rescued during our mission. Had we not fortuitously passed by, they would have likely perished under the attacks of a Wagakure's ninjas. There was no room for doubt regarding the potential of a trap. As our course of action was classified, the Wagakure forces could not possibly know our route and orchestrate a ploy to deceive us. Just as Naruto was about to respond, Uchiha Shizen approached to provide clarification. From the very beginning, he pondered why the inhabitants here sought to capture Minato and Guy. Although clarity eluded him, one thing was certain. The likelihood of these two being spies for the Rock Village was minimal. Had it not been for the timely intervention of their team, these two might have perished under the onslaught of the Rock Ninjas. Lord Mito, you claim that Minato and Guy are spies. From whom did this information originate? Uchiha Shizen's words evidently held far more weight than those of Cumin. Observing Shizen's subtle defense of Minato and Might Guy, Mito Manin unconsciously frowned. It is from Yagyu Shurgen, a direct operative of the Third Hokage. Upon hearing this name, Shizen's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, both Guy and Minato, who had remained silent, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Cumin and the others had not intentionally excluded others from their conversation, thus they too, though distanced, listened intently. Impossible. Teacher Yagyu has perished. I witnessed him obliterated by an explosion, leaving no trace behind. How could he possibly declare us spies? No way. Might Guy exclaimed passionately, while Minato's expression darkened as if he had suddenly realized something. Upon hearing Guy's words, Cumin experienced a moment of insight. Not necessarily. Who says that being reduced to ashes implies death? Before Cumin could articulate his thoughts, Nara Shikashin, stroking his chin, spoke thoughtfully. Uncle Monin, did Yagyu Shurjin arrive with any injuries? Approximately, when did he arrive? Vortex Cumin altered his address, inquiring. This morning, I believe. The specific time was around 8 or 9 o'clock. He bore injuries, all from the explosion, including even life-threatening wounds. After treatment, he should have completely recovered from the danger now. Mito Monin, having noticed Cumin's change in address, chose not to correct him and pondered before responding. Lord Monin, please dispatch someone to apprehend Yagyu Shurjin. He is undoubtedly a spy for the Rock Village. We set out around 3 o'clock last night, without any rest, and have only just arrived at Sanfeng City by evening. The journey took nearly 14 hours. If Yagyu Shurjin was indeed gravely injured, and as you assert, suffered fatal wounds, he must have begun his journey the moment he separated from Yagyu Shurjin and Minato. This implies that Yagyu Shurjin feigned death during the skirmish with the Rock Ninjas. I have engaged with those Rock Ninjas, and their capability would never allow a severely wounded individual to escape. He was intentionally let go. Uchiha Shizune, upon hearing Monin's words, quickly formulated his judgment, now firmly convinced of Minato's and Might Guy's innocence. The moment he learned the name Yagyu Shurjin from Monin's lips, he had formed a preliminary hypothesis, which Monin's remarks had now confirmed. Shikashin, swiftly send someone to capture Yagyu Shurjin. Monin was not a fool. He did not doubt the veracity of Shizune's claims, for he knew him well and deemed him utterly trustworthy. Understood. As Nara Roshin was preparing to depart, a thunderous roar erupted from within Sanfeng City, illuminating the darkening sky with a burst of fire. The deafening sound startled everyone present, causing them to turn their gaze towards the source of the explosion. What is happening? Mito gaped and exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly questioning the unfolding scene. Swiftly, several figures sprang forth from the city, hastening to Mito Gate's side. Lord N, an explosion of unknown origin has occurred in the medical team, and the extent of the damage remains undetermined. The report from the newcomers sent a chill through the high-ranking officials present. After exchanging glances with one another, Mito Gate and the others rushed back into the city. Let us see for ourselves, Jingshin urged, gesturing for the others to follow closely behind Mito Gaten. As they made their way to the medical team, Mito Gate inquired urgently, what about Yagyu Shizui? Where is he? Report. We lost track of him after the explosion. However, a ninja from the Hyuga clan has detected unusual movements and is currently pursuing. An Umbu swiftly conveyed the information at hand. But before they could reach the medical team, even graver news emerged. Report. Traces of IWA and Rain ninjas have been discovered outside the city. The vanguard consists of several hundred troops, with a follow-up force numbering in the thousands. Their objective is directed straight towards Sanfeng City. The alarming news caused Mito Gate's expression to darken. He abruptly halted his advance. Let us head to the command room. Jingshin, hand over the supplies. As he spoke, Uchiha Jingshin produced over a dozen small scrolls from various pockets of her attire, while Kumiai also presented a similar number of scrolls to Mito Gaten. Mito Gaten took a moment to observe Kumiai's actions before accepting the scrolls and passing them to Nara Roshin, who understood the task at hand and promptly departed with the scrolls. Once Nara Roshin had left, the remaining individuals hastily made their way towards the command room. After delivering their supplies for the mission at the base, Kumiai and the others found themselves uncertain of their next steps. Upon hearing that IWA and Rain ninjas were preparing for an assault, they followed in Jingshin's footsteps and joined Mito Gate in the command room. Mito Gate made no objection to Kumiai and the others entering the command room, a space typically reserved for high-ranking officials on the front lines. In his eyes, these young ones following him would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha in the future. Notify the barrier division to prepare for action. Upon entering the command room, Mito Gate's first order was to instruct the Umbu to inform the barrier division. With war imminent, reinforcing the protective barrier was of utmost importance. You few shall serve as my personal guards, Mito Gate declared to Kumiai and the others. He then turned to Jingshin, commanding, Jingshin, you will act as my Umbu captain and lead all Umbu. Subsequently, Mito Gate swiftly unfurled a map. Under the guidance of an Umbu report, he began marking the enemy's points of attack on the map, while dispatching troops within the city to support several strongholds outside. Though the incident occurred unexpectedly, The composure exhibited by Mito Gate alleviated the tension among those present, allowing them to regain their focus. His meticulous strategies were executed with precision. After the others received their tasks and departed, Mito Gate turned to Uchiha Seishin and said, "Seishin, there is a mission that requires your expertise. You are tasked with the pursuit of Yagyu-Shirshin. Ideally, capture him alive. If that proves unfeasible, eliminate him directly." As he spoke, Mito Gate-un's countenance was imbued with an air of lethal intent. The feeling of being outmaneuvered was profoundly disconcerting. He could easily imagine why the Rock and Rain Shinobi had chosen this precise moment, when the medical unit was severely compromised, to strike. The architect of this chaos was none other than Yagyu-Shirshin, who had long operated in the Tri-City, now facing his first setback. "Indeed, this individual is now my responsibility." Uchiha Seishin departed swiftly, and shortly thereafter, members of the Umbu entered the command room to report to Mito Gate. Report: the losses sustained by the medical unit have been assessed. Medical facilities are damaged by 60%, with nearly 70% of supplies lost. 34 medical shinobi are confirmed dead, 43 are missing, 107 sustain minor injuries, and 14 are critically injured. Additionally, 47 ninjas receiving treatment within the medical unit have perished. The cause of the explosion remains undetermined, although some jonin suspect it was a result of the Rock Shinobi's explosive release technique. The Umbu's report darkened Mito Gate-un's expression further. However, upon hearing the news, Kyumai interjected with a hint of relief. "Though the losses are grave, it could have been far worse. The true culprit is undoubtedly Yagyu-Shirshin. I surmise he must have received word of Minato's arrival and acted hastily. Under normal circumstances, had the plan been executed flawlessly, the medical system would likely have been entirely obliterated in that strike." Mito Gate regarded Kyumai with surprise, then nodded slightly. While it was evident that Kyumai's perspective came from a place of relative comfort, he had indeed identified a crucial truth. The adversary had acted in haste. As prior to Minato's arrival, he had never suspected their identity. Furthermore, the stealth of the Rock Shinobi's explosive release technique was exceptional. Even with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, unless one was diligently focused on surveillance, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect any preparations before the detonation. Notify the medical unit to establish a temporary medical base. Once Tsunade returns, she shall lead the medical team. Arrange for the Hyuga clan's shinobi to safeguard the medical unit. We cannot afford any further incidents. The medical system of Konoha stands unparalleled within the ninja world. The current capability of Konoha to engage in battles on two fronts against the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth is attributed not only to the formidable strength of its shinobi and the abundance of high-ranking ninjas, but also to Konoha's possession of the most advanced frontline medical system in the ninja realm. This, indeed, is the fundamental strength that enables Konoha to operate effectively on two fronts. After meticulously organizing the necessary arrangements, Mito Gate took his seat, allowing himself a brief sigh of relief. His preparations were complete. Now, it was a matter of observing how the adversary would respond. Throughout the entire coordination process, Kyumai remained silent, closely listening alongside Hyuga Hizashi, Fugaku, and Minato. Dai currently exhibits a lack of interest in such matters, lost in his own world as he adjusts his earphones. In contrast, Hizashi, Fugaku, and Mizuho attentively absorb the information, pondering over certain aspects after listening. Meanwhile, Kurama Jumin has been meticulously examining the map since entering the command room, which bears numerous annotations by Mizuhomoto-un. Based on these markings, he contemplates the potential challenges the Land of Fire may soon encounter. 20 miles outside of Sanfong City, the joint forces of the Rock and Rain Shinobi, having endured several fierce battles, have finally arrived at this location. Although Mizuhomoto-un's deployment was swift, the Rock and Rain Shinobi have evidently resolved to push forward, disregarding their own casualties as they recklessly shattered multiple defenses. Leaving behind all wounded comrades, the united forces successfully positioned themselves near Sanfong City as night fell, preparing to launch an assault at dawn. The leader of the joint forces is a middle-aged man with golden hair, though time has etched its marks upon his face. His handsome features remain largely unaffected, acquiring a more refined aura with age. His appearance bears a striking resemblance to the young Tsuchikage Jumin encountered before. Had this man been 30 years younger, he would have been indistinguishable from Deidara. "Captain, we have just received word that the 3 disciples of the Third Hokage from Konoha are leading a reinforcement unit. rapidly approaching Sanfong City. The journey will take less than 12 hours, reported a round-faced rock shinobi from behind the golden-haired leader. I see. I will make the necessary arrangements, he replied as the night deepened. Within Sanfong City, following the evening's explosions and the enemy's incursion, the city has implemented top-tier security. Groups of Konoha ninjas patrol the streets, and the guards atop the walls have doubled in number compared to usual. Once a bustling city, it has now been placed under a strict curfew, casting an even deeper silence over the night. In a street corner of Sanfong City, a few patrolling Konoha ninjas took a brief respite. One youthful voice broke the silence. How long do you think this battle will last? I've been out for 2 years now. I couldn't even return to see my child when he was born. By now, I wonder if he can even recognize his father. As he spoke, his companion handed him a cigarette. Who knows? I just want to go home soon. My mother's health is deteriorating, and it's been my wife taking care of her. So much time has passed. I wonder how they are faring now. The man, Izakaya, a middle-aged figure, expertly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before gazing up at the sky, as if his thoughts had flown back to Konoha, back home. As the latter half of the night unfolded, Sanfong City brightened. Though a thin veil of clouds cloaked the sky, the high-hanging moon shone through, offering a glimmer of light to the people below. Indeed, I long to return home soon. A small team of 4 paused for respite, and as 2 engaged in conversation. The other 2 members found themselves lost in reminiscence. Seasoned veterans, they had been embroiled in the front lines for the past 2 years, and their familiarity with the specter of life and death had intensified their yearning for the days spent alongside their loved ones. Suddenly, a faint whistle pierced the air, and a peculiar white clay object descended from the sky, landing not far from them. What could it be? One of the team members sensed something amiss and prepared to step out for a closer inspection. Boom! Before he could lift his foot, the white clay erupted violently, engulfing the area within a dozen meters in flames. The 4 members of the team were swiftly swallowed by the blaze. Shortly thereafter, the once serene Sanfong City was shaken by a cacophony of explosions, claiming the lives of many unsuspecting civilians who were lost in slumber. Report: the enemy has breached the barrier and launched an aerial assault. The reconnaissance unit relayed that a small squadron numbering in the dozens was circling overhead, raining destruction upon their forces. In the command room of Sanfong City, Mito Gate-un was conferring with the high-ranking officials on strategies to counter the enemy. At the first sound of the explosion, the assembly was perplexed by the sudden chaos, but as the detonations continued, they realized the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the subordinates' report, they promptly vacated the command room to ascertain the circumstances. Within the city, flames danced wildly, illuminating the sky in a sinister glow. Where are the ballistic defenses? Why haven't the guard units fired their weapons? Is the Hyuga clan still unable to ascertain the enemy's position? Or has the Yamashiro clan failed to sense the threat? And what of the barrier unit? What are they doing while the enemy penetrates our defenses? Mito Gate-un, despite being rattled by the horrific scene before him, maintained a facade of composure as he inquired. The barrier unit suspected that a spy had divulged the means of breaching the defenses. They were currently engaged in constructing protective barriers around several critical structures. Everyone, please proceed to a safer location, urged the reporting Umbu, guiding the officials to safety. The commanders present were all high-ranking members of Konoha Village, seasoned leaders of the front line. Yet, many among them were not as formidable as one might expect. Several were in their 50s, experienced in warfare, but ill-equipped to confront the sudden onslaught of enemy ninjas. Faced with the aerial bombardment, these frontline commanders could do little more than retreat from danger. Although Naruto, Uzumaki, Fugaku, and Hinata had been assigned by Mito Gate-un as personal guards, they had, at that moment, retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Mito Gate-un had refrained from overexerting the young ones, allowing them to recuperate. Thus, when the explosions began, Naruto's immediate instinct was to disperse his shadow clones and establish the 4 purple flames formation, followed by an inquiry into the situation outside. What is happening? An enemy attack? The aerial assault by the Rock Ninja's airstrike unit lies beyond the perceptive range of Uzumaki Naruto's mind's eye. He observes the flickering flames outside, momentarily uncertain of the course of action required at this juncture. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing idling in your room? Come out at once. We are under attack, and many in the city have been injured. Hurry, we must assist. Outside, Hyuga Hayashi strikes the door of Naruto's chamber, calling out loudly. Assist? Yes. We must first rescue those in need. The thunderous explosions persist, as white clay bombs rained down from above. Nevertheless, crucial facilities within the Sanguine City have already been safeguarded by the Barrier Core ninjas. However, the capacity of the Barrier Core is inherently limited. Without a sealing technique of the caliber of the Four Crimson Suns formation, it is beyond their capability to protect every inhabitant of the city. Constructing a large-scale protective barrier demands both time and manpower. Faced with an incursion within the Barrier Core cannot swiftly erect an adequately expansive shield. As for the Four Crimson Suns formation, not only does the Barrier Core lack anyone proficient in its mastery, but even if they did, they would be unable to assemble four ninjas possessing the chakra equivalent to that of a Kage. Such a superlative sealing technique, capable of restraining the 10 tails, is not something that ordinary individuals can wield, although they cannot erect the Four Crimson Suns formation to safeguard everyone. The current strength of Konoha within the city allows for the deployment of a dozen elite ninjas to fortify a few key facilities with the Four Purple Flames formation. 3 minutes into the aerial assault, several locations within Sanguine City began to emanate a violet barrier. However, the areas that could be protected remained exceedingly limited, leaving other regions engulfed in flames. The surviving civilians of the Land of Rain instinctively flocked towards the violet barriers, seeking refuge. The relentless aerial bombardment continued, the cacophony of destruction echoing throughout. Amidst the rubble, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi navigate through the debris in search of trapped individuals. They have already rescued several, including ninjas from Konoha and civilians from the Land of Rain. Hayashi, is there any chakra response in the vicinity? Uchiha Fugaku, carrying an injured individual on his back, inquires. There is none nearby. Let us transport the injured to the nearest barrier. If we neglect this person, they will perish. This was the only critically injured individual they had encountered since the onset of the aerial assault. The others were either minor injuries or lifeless corpses. Let us go. Naruto nodded, indicating a direction. In the heart of Sanguine City, a violet barrier blazed with flames, safeguarding the valuables within. This site housed Konoha's arsenal, heavily guarded, and had been protected by a barrier shortly after the attack commenced. Ninjas, we implore you to let us in. We are utterly at our wits' end. Please, allow us entry. Outside the barrier, a throng of local civilians gathered, survivors of the explosions seeking sanctuary. However, upon arriving, they discovered that those within the barrier had no intention of opening it to let them in. Not far from the boundary, several charred corpses lay strewn about, some still smoldering with violet flames, a gruesome testament to the consequences of recklessly assaulting the barrier. The Tri-City had succumbed entirely to a sea of flames, and at this moment, the civilians found themselves with nowhere to hide, reduced to kneeling outside the boundary, pleading for those within to open the barrier and allow them entry, a slender thread of hope for survival. Lord Nara, there are nearly hundreds of citizens from the Land of Rain gathered outside, many of whom are injured. Are we truly going to abandon them? At this rate, they will all perish. A young leaf ninja, moved by compassion, implored Narashika. Jiwei, I do not wish to hear such naive questions from your lips again. Do you not realize the target of the rock ninja's sudden assault? Earlier this afternoon, a spy had just sabotaged our medical system, and now we face a large-scale aerial bombardment. Their aim is to cripple our logistical facilities, and under such aerial onslaught, there will inevitably be a significant loss of life. Given our current medical infrastructure, we will scarcely be able to tend to our own ninjas, let alone extend our resources to save the citizens of the Land of Rain. For every additional casualty we attend to from their ranks, we further burden our medical system. And what of our location? This is an armory. What if spies infiltrate among the civilians? What happens if something goes awry within the armory? Narashika patiently instructed the son of his friend, hoping the intelligent youth would comprehend the gravity of his predicament. Yes, listening to Narashika's admonition, the young oil girl Jiwei lowered his head, tears pooling beneath the dark lenses of his glasses. He dared not lift his gaze to witness the despair etched on the faces of the civilians from the Land of Rain beyond the barrier. Hey, I am Hinata from the Leaf. Open the barrier quickly and let us in. Suddenly, a voice rang out from beyond the barrier, drawing Narashika's attention. While oil girl Jiwei turned in surprise toward the source, it was Hinata from the Hinata clan, along with Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan. Accompanying them was a red-haired youth, also a leaf ninja, carrying an injured comrade outside the barrier. A ninja swiftly approached Narashika to report. Understood, let them in. Narashika nodded slightly. and just as the reporting ninja turned to leave, he quickly grasped the young man's arm, emphasizing, "Only Leaf members are permitted entry." Outside the barrier, Uchiha Fugaku carried a grievously injured comrade, having just unearthed him from the ruins, while waiting alongside Kumin and others. He perceived the scene outside the barrier, but was primarily focused on the condition of the injured, not contemplating much else. As Hinata announced his identity, Kumin astutely observed the shifting gazes of those around them, filled with pleading, resentment, and hope. What is happening? Even though he was as slow to react as Fugaku, he sensed that something was amiss. Jumei remained silent, his expression somewhat grim. Here they come. Hisashi noticed figures within the barrier swiftly approaching their position, and he breathed a quiet exclamation. As his words fell, a group of commoners from the Land of Rain silently gathered behind them. A square portal manifested within the violet barrier, and at the moment it opened, the populace of the Land of Rain surged forward, pushing past Jumei and hastily rushing toward the small door. "Ah, I don't want to die. Help." Just as the first commoner from the Land of Rain was about to enter the barrier, a fierce gale erupted from within, sending the crowd tumbling and unable to maintain their balance. Once the tempest subsided, the previously visible square portal had vanished, and the three figures who had stood there, including Jumei, had disappeared, leaving behind a bloodied, severely injured individual collapsed on the ground. "What are you doing? Why won't you let them in?" Upon entering the barrier, Uchiha Fugaku felt an emptiness at his back and saw the gravely wounded person who had just been pulled from the rubble outside the barrier. He coldly inquired of Narashikaku, "Uchiha Fugaku, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Allowing you to enter is already a breach of protocol. Do not be so ungrateful. As for those from the Land of Rain, what concern is it of ours? Do not be naive." Narashikaku's expression hardened as he heard Fugaku's insolent words. "But those people are lives. They are living souls. Are you truly willing to watch them perish?" Although Uchiha Fugaku had undertaken numerous missions and had slain many, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, the youthful fervor in his heart remained ablaze. Faced with these innocent civilians, even if they were not from Konohagakure, he could not bear to witness their demise. Seeing Narashikaku's cold-heartedness left Fugaku feeling deeply unsettled. "Nonsense. Am I unaware that they are human? Precisely because they are human, they cannot be allowed to enter at this moment. It is because they are unpredictable beings that they must not be permitted inside. Do you understand?" Witnessing Fugaku's resolute demeanor, Narashikaku retorted directly. Rather than attempting to overpower Fugaku with authority, he hoped to help him grasp the underlying rationale. Jumei had remained silent since witnessing the scene outside the barrier, and now, seeing Fugaku's agitation, he said nothing. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the top of the barrier, as if trying to discern something beyond it. "Hey, Jumei Hisashi, say something." Fugaku, seemingly at a loss against Narashikaku's objections, turned to Hisashi and Jumei, speaking urgently. At that moment, Jumei was lost in thought, staring up at the top of the barrier, while Hisashi surveyed their surroundings with his Byakugan, both remaining silent as though they had not heard Fugaku's plea. "Damn it." Seeing his companions in such a state, Fugaku muttered under his breath, about to say more when a tremendous sound erupted, reverberating in everyone's ears. A clay bomb detonated not far from the barrier, causing a violent explosion that sent ripples through the protective veil. The flames swiftly engulfed the edge of the barrier, and the unsuspecting civilians just outside were instantly consumed by the inferno. No. Witnessing the sudden eruption of flames, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with fury and swiftly dashed to the edge of the barrier, eager to assess the situation beyond.